She led 8 survivors into frozen wasteland to retrieve vital supplies. The first cache turned out to be a trap, revealing a deadly game they never agreed to play. Their lives were worth more dead than alive. What happens when you realize the contract you're bound to is designed to kill you? The Ledger of Silence, a web novel, dark fantasy by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The door hung open, exhaling cold that tasted of tin and old salt. Vexara Dunholdt stopped at the threshold and raised a hand. Behind her, 8 sets of boots went still. She listened to the silence a moment longer than the others needed, letting it confirm what her eyes already saw. Nothing moved in this place. No rats, no creak of settling metal. The air itself had stopped breathing. She ducked inside first. The canning depot stretched 50 feet into shadow, with shelves collapsed along the far wall, and a loading bay where rusted carts sat frozen in formation. But her attention went to the floor, where 9 bodies lay arranged in a circle around an unopened cache at the chamber's center. Shit, Jorn breathed behind her. That's a full crew. Vexara knelt at the nearest corpse. The man wore a contract jacket like hers, compact issue, with the same brass tally stitched into the collar. His skin looked waxy, his eyes open and filmed, his hands resting across his chest as if someone had folded them there after he fell. No blood, no visible wound. The woman beside him had died in the same pose, head tilted toward the cache, fingers curled against her thighs as though she had stopped reaching for it and simply stopped. "Don't touch anything," Vexara said. "Wasn't planning on it." Jaren's voice carried the right note of unease, but his eyes moved past the bodies to the shelves beyond, already calculating what might still be salvageable. Marnik Ost stepped past her and scanned the room with the measuring gaze of a man who knew how to read a granary. No sign of struggle, no heat damage. His voice dropped. They just sat down. They didn't sit. Ugreth Korm moved closer, lantern raised. The former judge's face caught the light as he studied the pattern of the bodies. They were arranged. Look at the spacing. Each one equidistant from the cache. Someone placed them like that after they died. Vexara rose and walked the circle's perimeter. 9 bodies. 1 unopened supply cache at the center. The cache's seal was intact, a heavy brass clasp holding the lid shut, and on the wall behind it, someone had carved marks into the frost. Contract marks. She read them by the lantern's glow, tracing the symbols with her eyes. Ration conditions, claimant priority, a penalty clause for unsealed taking. The script was compact standard, but the execution was old, the letters cut deep into the ice that coated the cinder block wall, as if the person who carved them had expected to be the last reader. "What does it say?" Pelson asked from the doorway. The young forager's voice cracked with cold and hunger, and he was already leaning forward, already hungry enough to stop reading the room. "It says the cache is registered under a closed claim cycle," Vexara said. "Unauthorized opening incurs a penalty." Sieur Appel moved past her to study the wall marks, her trapwright's fingers tracing the air above the frost without touching it. "Penalty for what?" "It doesn't say." Vexara turned from the wall and scanned the circle of the dead again. "But they all died before they could open it." "Then we don't open it!" Torvin Blesk's voice cut through the murmuring. The medic stood at the edge of the circle, and she caught the weight in his gaze. He was already counting bodies. 9 faces, 9 jackets, 9 people who had walked into this room with the same hope her team carried. "We clear the shelves, take what we can carry, and move." The unit began to disperse. Joran headed for the loading bay. Marnik moved toward a row of sealed crates along the lat wall. Grease knelt beside one of the dead, his lantern casting long shadows across the woman's frozen face, and she heard him whisper a name into the stillness. But Hesse Vale was already moving toward the cache. She saw it happen in stages, the way she saw every bad decision unfold, like a ledger entry she could not close fast enough. The porter from Karth Hollow had been quiet all morning, the youngest of the 8, hungry in the way that made hunger visible in the tremor of hands and the hollow behind eyes. He had not eaten properly in 3 days. None of them had. "Hesse," she said his name flatly, a command. He did not stop. His hand touched the brass clasp. "The marks say unsealed taking. Don't." The clasp broke open with a soft click, and Hesse reached inside and pulled out a tin. The metal was clean, unrusted, stamped with a ration sigil she recognized from the wall, a claimant priority mark, glowing faintly in the dim light. "It's food," he said. His voice shook. "It's food. We need it. Look, it's just—" He pried the lid off. The cold pulse came from the cache itself, a shockwave that moved through the air without sound, a pressure drop that made her ears ache and her chest seize for a single frozen beat. Hesse's eyes went wide. The tin slipped from his fingers and clattered against the floor, and then he fell, his body folding at the knees, his hands clutching at his chest as if something inside him had been pulled loose. She reached him in 3 strides. His skin was cold, colder than the air around them, cold the way old stone was cold, and she saw the frost spreading across his lips, climbing his throat, settling in his open eyes. Dead. Behind her, someone swore. Joran. Then Siora, her voice sharp with alarm. "The cache is sealed again. The clasp just reset." Vexara turned. The brass clasp had snapped closed on its own, smooth and final, as if the container had never been touched. The supply tin lay on the floor a few feet from Hesse's outstretched hand, the lid still off, the contents visible now. Dried rations, preserved, perfect. A meal that would have kept one man alive for 4 days. She looked at the circle of the dead around her and understood. The Expanse was not a graveyard of random violence. It was a system. Rules written in frost and contract marks, encoded into cache seals and ration stamps, built to punish the greedy, the desperate, the ones who had not read the fine print before reaching for what looked free. 9 bodies around an unopened cache. The crew before them had died the same way Hesse had died, not from the silence, not from cold exposure, but from a clause they had not read in time. She straightened slowly, wiping frost from her fingers onto her coat. The unit watched her. Torvern's face was unreadable, but she saw the calculation behind his eyes, the same calculation she was making now. How many of us will read the rules fast enough, and how many will reach before thinking? "Marnik." Her voice came out calm, level, the voice she used for inventory counts and casualty reports. "Divide Hesse's ration allotment among the survivors, even shares, no priority lines." "He's been dead 30 seconds, Joran said flatly. "You're already dividing his food? He won't need it." She turned to face the unit, letting them see her eyes, letting them see that the calculation had already been made, that the answer was already on the ledger. "We're going deeper. The Expanse has rules, and now we know the first one. Nothing here is free. The second rule is that we stay together, and we read every mark before we reach for anything. Understood?" She did not wait for answers. She turned and walked toward the chamber's far door, the one that led deeper into the depot, into the frozen warren of rooms and passages beyond. Behind her, she heard Marnik begin the work of distributing Hesse's share. She heard Get murmur another name into the silence, preserving Hesse's the way he had preserved the others, and she heard the sharp scrape of Siora's boots as she fell into step behind her. She did not hear Torvin move. When she glanced back, he was still standing beside the cache, watching her with an expression that held no trust, only patience, as if he was waiting for her to prove what she already suspected about herself. She pushed through the far door into the dark and let the cold swallow her before she could think about what that patience meant. Chapter 2. The corridor beyond the depot door stretched narrow and dark, its walls lined with rusted shelving that held nothing but dust and the faint smell of old metal. Vexara walked at the front, her boots scraping against grit that had not been disturbed in years, maybe decades. Behind her, the unit moved in strained silence, 8 sets of footsteps carrying the weight of one empty space. The door at her back clicked shut, and the sound swallowed by the dead air. No echo. The expanse did not return what it took. She counted her steps to keep her mind from circling back to Hesse's frost-rimmed eyes. 47, 48, 49. At 60, she found a junction where the corridor split 3 ways, each passage identical, each lined with the same rusted shelving, the same gray gloom that made distance impossible to judge. She stopped and turned. The unit had bunched close behind her, too close, the way people moved when they were afraid of being left behind. Jorn stood with his arms crossed, chin tucked, jaw tight. Shiora had her hand on a pry bar she was not using for salvage. Marnik carried Hesse's pack lashed to his own, the straps adjusted, the weight redistributed, but his eyes kept drifting to the floor as if he expected to find another body there. Torvand stood apart, just behind the others, watching her the way he had watched her in the depot. Patient. Measuring. "We hold here for inventory," Vexara said. "Marnik, weights and calories, everything we carried in, plus Hesse's share. I want numbers." Marnik set down the packs without a word and began pulling items out, lining them along the floor with the methodical precision of a grain clerk tallying winter stores. Dried meat bricks in wax cloth, water flasks, half frozen, salt blocks wrapped in oiled canvas, bandages, splints, a single scalpel. The heat salts, 6 ampules wrapped in wool and carried in a padded tin against Marnik's chest. He counted each item aloud, his voice low and steady, reciting the numbers like a prayer. 12 days of food at half ration, he finished. 7 days at full. Water is worse. 4 days if we stretch. Heat salts, 6 doses. Medicine, none yet. "That's what we're here for," Vexara said. "We find the locker, we fix the medicine gap." "If we find it," Jorn said. "If it's still there. If someone hasn't already emptied it and left the corpse traps for later crews." She met his eyes. "You want to turn back?" "I want to know what we're walking into." Hesse touched a tin and died. Just touched it. "How many more caches like that are we supposed to read before someone guesses wrong?" "We read all of them," Vexara said. "That's why the marks are there. The Expanse tells you the rules before it kills you. You just have to look." Jorn's laugh was short and hollow. "Look, right. And who taught you to read those marks, exactly? Because the way you handled that cache, the way you knew exactly what Hesse had done wrong before he hit the floor, that wasn't first-time knowledge, Dunholdt. That was training." The accusation hung in the cold air. She could feel the unit's attention shift, the suspicion spreading like frost across glass. Jorn had said what the others were thinking, what Torvand had been waiting for her to answer since the depot. She had known the term unsealed taking before she read it on the wall. She had known what the markings meant because she had seen them before, in a different place, under a different contract, when she had been the one assessing loss instead of bleeding for it. Selka Mire had taught her that language. Selka had sat across a table in the Compact's northern office and walked her through the penalty clauses, the claim cycles, the fine print that turned desperation into compliance. She had never told the unit that. "I know the format," she said slowly. "The contract marks are Compact standard, pre-silence. I assessed salvage claims for 6 years. I learned the stamp system so I could tell a legitimate cache from a decoy." "And you didn't mention this before we walked in?" Sierra's voice was flat, accusatory. "I didn't know the Expanse used them. The Compact dissolved its northern salvage office 4 years ago. These marks shouldn't be here. They should have been archived, destroyed, or overwritten by the silence." "But they're here," Torvand said, speaking for the first time since the depot. "Which means someone put them here, deliberately, after the Compact pulled out." She met his gaze and did not look away. "That's what I'm trying to understand. And while you understand," Jorn said, "the rest of us get to die testing the next clause you missed." "No one misses the next clause," Vexara said. "We read together. We don't touch until every mark is verified. And we don't guess. The Expanse is a system, and systems have rules that can be learned. The only way out is through, and the only way through is reading faster than the people who laid these traps." She turned back to Marnik. New weight assignments. Siora, you carry the medical load when we find it. Joran, the salt blocks and water. Marnik keeps the heat salts. Torvin, field kit and bandages. Pelson, you carry nothing but yourself and 1 day's rations. If your injury slows us, we adapt around it. Understood? Pelson nodded, his face pale, his hands shoved deep into his coat pockets. He had not spoken since the depot. He had not looked at Hesse's body. Grief, Vexara said. You keep the testimonies, but you also carry the signal kit. If we find a working relay, I want to be able to send coordinates out in minutes, not hours. The signal kit is 3 kilos, Marnik said. He's already carrying paper and wax for 40 names. I can carry it, Wigress said quietly. His voice was steady, older than his years, worn smooth by grief and ritual. The names matter more than my comfort. If the relay works, the dead speak further than we can. Vexara nodded once, clipped, businesslike. Good. Repack in 5 minutes. We move toward the eastern storage wing. If Fela scouted it on our approach, she said the silence is thinner there, and the old structural markers are intact. If there's a medicine locker, it's in that quadrant. She picked up her own pack and settled it across her shoulders, feeling the familiar weight settle against her spine. The motion was automatic, practiced, the same motion she had made 1,000 times before, in a dozen dead cities, under a dozen different contracts. But this time the weight felt different. Heavier, as if Hesse's ghost had climbed onto her back and was waiting for her to carry him too. The unit began repacking in silence. Marnik redistributed supplies with quiet efficiency. Siora checked her trap kit and tested the edge of her pry bars. Joran muttered something under his breath that might have been a curse, or might have been a prayer, and then he bent to his work without meeting anyone's eyes. Torvin walked past her as he moved toward the eastern passage, close enough that his shoulder brushed hers in the narrow corridor. His voice was low, meant only for her. You knew that mark format would be here. It was not a question. She did not answer. His eyes held hers for a beat too long, and then he turned and walked into the dark, his footsteps steady, measured, the footsteps of a man who had already decided what he believed about her and was waiting for proof. Vexara followed. The unit moved behind her, 8 shadows in the gray light, carrying the weight of 1 man's rations and 2 men's suspicion. She did not look back. The eastern wing opened into a wide chamber where the ceiling had collapsed in sections, letting pale, diffuse light filter through layers of frost and broken concrete. The air was colder here, sharp with the smell of rust and old rot, and the silence pressed against her ears like a held breath. Sound did not travel. Footsteps landed dead. Words fell from her mouth and vanished before they reached the back of the room. She stopped at the edge of the chamber and signaled the unit to hold. Efela stood at the far wall, her hand pressed flat against a surface that might have been a door or might have been a mural. Her head was tilted, listening to something no one else could hear, her breath fogging in slow, even pulses. Vexara crossed toward her, stepping carefully over fallen beams and scattered debris. The floor groaned under her weight, but no cracks opened, no hidden mechanisms triggered. Just the slow complaint of old concrete settling deeper into frost. Ithla did not turn when she reached her. It's a vault door, Ithla said. Her voice was thin, strained, as if speaking cost her something. Sealed from the inside. The lock is keyed to a contract cycle. Can you open it? Ithla's hand moved across the surface, tracing lines Vexara could not see. Her fingers stopped at a recessed panel, a square of darker metal set flush against the door. There's a reader, brass. It wants a tally. Vexara stepped closer and studied the panel. The brass surface was cold, untouched, stamped with a sequence of marks that matched the format she had seen on the cache. A claimant identifier, a priority level, a penalty clause for attempted entry without authorization. And at the bottom, a single line carved fresh into the metal, so recent the edges had not yet oxidized. Surplus is not mercy. The ledger holds. Selka's hand. She knew it the way she knew her own reflection, the sharp angles, the economy of language that turned cruelty into policy. She stared at the words and felt something cold settle in her chest that had nothing to do with the temperature. You know who wrote that? Ithla said, not a question. Vexara did not answer. Behind her, The unit waited in silence, 8 people holding their breath, watching the woman who had led them into the dark to see if she would lead them out again. The door stood sealed, the message stood carved, and somewhere in the frozen corridors beyond, the rest of the game waited to be read. Chapter 3. They set camp in a collapsed maintenance office off the eastern corridor, a room with 3 walls and the ceiling that still held heat better than the open chamber. Siora rigged a heat cage from salvaged conduit and a half-burned fuel brick, and the orange glow pushed the gray back to the edges. The unit sat in a loose circle, backs against frost-cracked concrete, packs between their knees like shields. Nobody spoke while the cage warmed. The Vexara sat apart, her back to the wall, the vault door message still burning behind her eyes. Surplus is not mercy. She had seen those exact words once before, written in Selka's hand on a requisition denial that had condemned a satellite settlement to winter without grain. The settlement had sent a petition. Selka had returned it with that line stamped across the cover sheet. No one had survived the winter. Marnik broke the silence first. He passed the heat cake clockwise and watched each person hold their hands over it, counting the seconds as if rationing warmth the same way he rationed flour. "We need a protocol," he said. "Night watches, rotation order. Who carries what if we have to move fast?" "We already have a protocol," Joran said. "She decides, we follow. And when someone dies, she divides his rations and keeps walking." Vexara met his eyes. "You want to vote on that? I want to know what else you haven't told us." The accusation hung in the air, and for a moment nobody moved. Then Igrift Korn set down his pack with the slow deliberation of a man who had spent years letting silence do the work of judgment. He pulled out a roll of paper, thin and yellowed, covered in script so dense it looked like a solid block from across the circle. "I have something," he said. "I found it in the depot office, wedged behind a filing cabinet. It was written by the retrieval team that came before us." Joran snorted. "We already know what happened to them. We know how they died." Vikrant's voice was steady, grief-worn, the voice of a man who had read testimonies from 100 dead cities and still believed the word mattered. "We do not know what they learned before they died." He unrolled the paper and held it near the heat cage, letting the light touch the ink. The script was cramped, written in a hand that had been shaking by the end. The first line was dated, Day 6. 3 of us left. The rail tunnel is the only way through, but the cold pockets have shifted since the old maps were drawn. The water is deeper than the survey records showed. We lost Barlow to the Null when the east car collapsed. The medicine is on the far side, visible from the west platform, too far to reach before the pattern changes again. Marnik leaned forward. "It says flooded rail tunnel. That matches the old transit maps I saw before we left. There's a rail line runs under the eastern ridge, straight toward the vault quadrant." "The old maps are 4 years out of date," Vexara said. "The silence reshapes everything. A route that existed then could be sealed now." "It could also be open," Sarua said, "or partially open. The testimony says the medicine is visible from the west platform. That means it's there, still there, waiting. Or it means the crew that left this testimony saw it through a wall of ice while they were dying," Darvin said. He had not touched the heat cage. He sat with his hands folded, watching Vexara the way a surgeon watches a wound. "We should be careful what we read as guidance." Vrogrith turned the paper. The underside held a single additional line, written so faintly it was almost invisible in the cage light. The pattern repeats. Every 9 hours, the null pockets contract. Someone recorded it. We found the marks too late. Vexara's chest went cold. The pattern repeats. She had seen that structure before, in Selka's early routing protocols, in the contract cycles that governed the old supply corridors. 9-hour windows, open and close, like a breath. It matched the timing she had been tracking since the depot, the slow pulse of the silence that she had assumed was random drift. It was not random. "That's a cycle," Ithala said from the shadow beyond the heat cage. Her voice was barely above a whisper, thin and distant, as if she was speaking from somewhere far away. "Not a drift. The silence moves on a fixed interval in this quadrant." Vexara turned to her. You can feel it? Ithila nodded. Her face was pale, her eyes fixed on a point in the dark that no one else could see. The air shifts. The pressure changes. I did not know it was regular until he said it, but I have felt the pattern since we entered the depot. It pulses, like a heartbeat. That means the flooded rail line is timed, Siwara said. If we can reach it during the contraction window, we cross before the Null pockets spread. We get the medicine. We get the salvage. And if the window has shifted since that testimony was written? Torvin asked. Nobody answered. Vexara stared at the paper in Graith Munns, at the cramped script and the faint line at the bottom, and she felt the shape of Selka's Geo pressing closer. The testimony was not a warning. It was a signpost. Someone had left it there, in the depot office, wedged behind a filing cabinet where a retrieval unit would find it. The same way the contract marks had been carved into the wall. The same way the vault door had been sealed with Selka's message. The Expanse was not just rigged, it was curated. Each death had been harvested for data, and the survivor's testimony had been preserved to guide the next wave into the same kill corridor. We do not follow this route, she said. Chorin's head snapped up. The medicine is on the far side. We came here for medicine. We have 4 days of water if we stretch, 6 heat salts for teat people. This testimony gives us a way through. It gives us a way that someone else already died trying. They died because they did not know the cycle existed, Wickrith said. We do. That changes the calculation. Vexara looked at him, at the steady grief in his eyes, at the way he held the paper as if it were a sacred object. He believed the dead could teach them how to live. She believed the dead were bones, nothing more, and that reading too deeply into their failures was a path to joining them. The calculation changes when we verify the pattern ourselves, she said. Not before. She reached for the paper, but Greth did not let go immediately. His fingers tightened on the edge, and for a moment she saw something like defiance in his face, the refusal of a man who had spent his life recording what others wanted erased. These people have names, he said. I will read them, and then I will file this testimony with the others, so that someone, somewhere, remembers they existed. Do what you need to do. I intend to. He released the paper and began reading the names in a low, measured voice, each one falling into the silence like a stone dropped into deep water. A woman's name, a man's name, another woman's name. The names of people who had walked the same corridors Vexara's unit was walking now, who had died in the same cold, who had left their testimony behind as the only proof they had ever been alive. Monik listened with his head bowed. Siora watched the heat cage. Joran stared at the wall. Pelson wept without making a sound. Vexara forced herself to listen to every name. She owed them that much. The dead who had mapped the ground she was walking now. But she did not let the names settle into her chest. She could not afford to carry them. When Fifth finished, the silence returned, heavier than before. The heat cage crackled and dimmed. Marnik added the last of the fuel brick, and the orange glow steadied. Ithila did not move. Her eyes were still fixed on the dark beyond the collapsed wall, her head tilted, listening. The corner of her mouth tightened. There is a route there, she said. Below us, about half a day east. The air tastes of rust and standing water. Vexara studied her. The flooded rail line. Yes. Can you feel the cycle? Ithila's hand hilted, touched her temple, pressed there as if the pressure inside her skull was building. I can feel it contracting. The Null pockets are drawing back. They will hold for about 7 hours, maybe 8. Then they will spread again. 7 hours, half a day east. The testimony and the wayfinder were pointing toward the same point on the map. Vexara looked at the paper in Gureth's hands, at the faint line at the bottom, the notation about the repeating pattern that someone had recorded before they died. We found the marks too late. She had found them in time. That was the difference. That had to be the difference. She stood up, pulling her coat tight across her shoulders. The cold bit through the fabric, sharp and patient, the teeth of a predator that knew it could wait. We move at first light, she said. Half rations until we reach the tunnel. Siora, prepare crossing lines. Marnik, redistribute the packs so the injured carry nothing but their own weight. Torvin, I want Pelson checked for frost damage before we march. Torvin met her eyes. And the testimony? The testimony is a map, but maps are not guarantees. She turned toward the dark of the corridor, where the silence waited in its odd-hour pulse, and she felt the weight of the names Ingreth had read pressing against her back like a ledger she could not close. Behind her, Ithella stood and walked to the edge of the heat cage. Her voice was barely a whisper, meant for Vexara only. The testimony said the Null pockets shifted, but that is not what I feel. Vexara stopped. What do you feel? Ithella's eyes were distant, glassy, fixed on something far beyond the walls of the maintenance office. Her hand trembled at her side. I feel the route has been widened, she said, deliberately. Someone cleared the path since that testimony was written. The silence that followed was not the silence. It was Vexara's own breath stopped in her chest. Someone had cleared the path. Someone had known they were coming. Chapter 4. The dark came apart in layers, gray and grayer, as the unit left the maintenance office before the sun had fully cleared the horizon. The cold had deepened overnight, a wet bite that found the gaps in coat seams and settled there like a second skin. Ithella walked at the front, her head tilted, one hand extended slightly as if she were reading the air with her fingertips. Every few steps she paused, turned her palm, and adjusted course by a degree or two. The rest of the unit followed in a staggered line, packs redistributed, breath fogging in thin plumes that dissolved almost instantly in the dead air. The first patch hit without warning. One moment Vexara heard Marnik's boots scuffing stone behind her. The next, the sound simply stopped. No fade, no echo. The scrape of leather on gravel vanished as if it had been cut with a blade. She turned and saw Marnik's mouth moving, forming words she could not hear, his face tight with alarm. She raised her hand. The whole unit stopped. Ithella had already dropped to a crouch, her palm pressed flat against the broken pavement. Her lips moved. Vexara caught fragments, here, edge, cold below, but the words arrived in pieces, muffled, as if transmitted through thick wool. Then sound returned. A rush of scrape and breath and the distant groan of settling stone, all of it too loud after the absence. Marnik exhaled hard. That was not a pocket, that was a wall. Boundary line, Ciora said, crouching beside Ithella. She traced the pavement with her fingers and found a faint seam, a discoloration in the stone that ran in a straight line across the street. Old Ward Foundation, the silence pools against it like water against a dam. Ithella stood slowly, her hand trembling at her side. There will be more. Closer together the further east we go. Vexara studied the invisible line at their feet. How do we cross them safely? We do not cross them, Ithella said. We follow the boundaries until they narrow, then we slip between the pockets before the cycle shifts. And if the pockets meet before we reach the other side? Ithella's eyes were glassy, distant. Then we die between them. Ciora was already working. She pulled a coil of thin wire from her pack and began cutting it into lengths, knotting strips of yellowed cloth at intervals. She handed the first marker to Marnik. Every 20 paces, drive one into a crack or a seam. When the sound drops, the markers will hold the line. Marnik took the marker without comment and began placing them, one every 20 paces, hammering each into the pavement with the butt of his knife. The unit moved again, slower now, a creeping advance through a district that had once been a market square. The buildings were hollow shells, their windows dark, their roofs collapsed. A frozen fountain stood at the center of the square, its basin filled with black ice that had never melted. Joran dropped back until he was walking beside Vexara. His voice was low, meant for her alone. There are marks here. She did not slow. What kind of marks? Smuggler signs, old ones from before the silence. He jerked his chin toward a wall where faint scratches were barely visible beneath a layer of frost. That one means safe passage. That one means water source. He pointed to a third, a jagged line crossed twice. That one means dead end. Turn back. Vexara studied the marks. They were faded, weathered, carved deep into the stone by someone who had expected them to last. "How old?" she asked. Pre-silence. "Maybe 20 years, maybe more." Joran's eyes moved across the wall, reading the scratches the way Grest read testimony. The smugglers who made these knew every tunnel, every root cellar, every roof walk. They built a map of the city that the city's own records never had. "Are they still reliable?" Joran's jaw tightened. "That is the question, is it not? The silence moved through here and changed everything. A safe passage, then, might be a dead zone now." They reached the far side of the square, where a collapsed archway opened onto a narrow street lined with shuttered shops. Siora's markers stretched behind them like a thread through a labyrinth, each yellowed cloth strip a promise that they could find their way back if they needed to. Ithila stopped at the archway. Her hand went to her temple, pressing hard. "There is a pocket ahead, wide, about 60 paces across." "How deep?" Vexara asked. "Deep enough to kill. We go around." She led them left, into a side alley that twisted between two buildings whose upper floors had merged into a single heap of rubble and frozen timber. The alley narrowed until they had to turn sideways to pass, packs scraping against walls crusted with ice. Joran was studying the walls as they moved. His eyes moved constantly, reading the scratches, the faded paint, the small marks that no one else would have noticed. Then he stopped. "Wait." The unit halted. Joran stepped forward, pressing his fingers against a section of wall where the frost had been disturbed. Beneath it, Vexara could see a mark carved into the stone, a circle with a line through it, the same symbol Joran had identified as Death End, turned back. But something was wrong. The edges of the mark were sharp, fresh. The stone around it was darker, less weathered, as if the cut had been made recently enough that the elements had not yet had time to age it. Joran's voice was flat. This was not here before the silence. This was carved weeks ago, maybe days. He turned, scanning the wall, and found another mark, then another. All of them fresh. All of them matching the old smuggler's symbols, but overwritten, corrected, redirected. "Someone is updating the map," he said. Vexara felt the cold settle deeper into her chest. "Or redrawing it." Joran met her eyes. "There is a mark I was looking for, a safe house sign, about 30 paces east of here. I saw it when we entered the square. I checked it again when we passed the fountain. It was there." He paused. "It is gone now, scraped clean. Clesh stone, no frost, as if someone walked up to it this morning and erased it with a blade." The unit stood frozen in the narrow alley, the cold pressing in from all sides, and Vexara felt the walls of the expanse tightening around them like a fist. Someone had cleared the route through the rail tunnel. Someone was updating the smuggler's signs. Someone was erasing their way forward. And that someone was still here. Chapter 5. The unit stood frozen in the narrow alley, the weight of Joran's words pressing down like frost settling into bone. Someone was erasing their way forward. Someone was still here. Marnik broke the silence first. "We need to stop." His voice was not loud, but it carried the flat authority of a man who had spent years reading grain ledgers and knew when a store was about to run empty. Siwan was ahead of them, updating signs, erasing routes, and every minute they stood still was a minute that person tightened whatever trap they were building. But Marnik was not asking. 30 paces, she said. "Find a corner we can watch both approaches. 5 minutes, no more." The corner Marnik chose was a collapsed tailor's shop, its front wall sheared away, its interior open to the frozen sky. Siora set markers at both visible entry points while Marnik dropped his pack in the center of the rubble and began pulling out their supplies with the methodical precision of a man who had once counted sacks of grain for a living. The rest of the unit watched in silence. Torvin leaned against a shattered display case, arms crossed, eyes on Vexara. Ithla sat with her back to a wall, her eyes half closed, her breathing shallow. Pelson stood near the back, swaying slightly, his pack still strapped to his shoulders as if he was afraid to set it down. Joran remained at the edge of the collapsed wall, watching the street they had come from, his hand resting on the hilt of his belt knife. Marnik laid out their inventory in rows. 12 days of food at half ration, 4 days of water, 6 heat salts, no medicine. The same numbers they had counted before, but Marnik was not finished. He began pulling items from individual packs. A spare coil of climbing rope, 3 empty canteens, a rusted pry bars that Ciora had salvaged from the depot, a pouch of dry kindling wrapped in oilcloth, a sealed tin of fish oil and the Moan had mentioned. Marnik held up the tin. "Whose is this?" Jorn glanced back. "Mine. It was in a cache I found 3 years ago. I forgot I still had it." 3 years. Marnik said it with the other supplies. "It is still sealed. That is worth another 200 calories per person if we stretch it." He continued. He weighed each item in his hands, tested the seams of each pack, checked the frost patterns on the outside of the water skins to see how much had frozen and how much was still liquid. When he was done, he sat back on his heels and looked at Vexara. "We are carrying too much dead weight." "What do you mean?" "I mean, we have items in these packs that are not going to keep us alive." He picked up the rusted pry bars. "This is heavy. It can open doors, but we have not found a single door that needed prying since the depot. The vault door is keyed to a contract cycle, not a bar's. The cache sells itself. Every door we have encountered either was already open or could not be forced." He set it aside. "There are 3 packs with duplicate tools, 2 more with clothing that is already frozen solid and will not dry out before we die of exposure. We are burning calories to carry things that will not save us." The unit was watching them now, all of them, the way they had watched Vexara at the depot when she had divided Hessi's rations. Marnik turned his attention to the people. "Pelson, drop your pack." Pelson hesitated. His hands were trembling, not from cold, but from exhaustion. The old injury in his leg had been swelling since the market square, and he had been favoring it without complaint. "I can carry it." "You are carrying yours and part of Ithella's." Marnik's voice was not cruel, but it was exact. "I can see it in the way you list to one side. How much did you shift?" Pelson's jaw tightened. He did not answer. Marnik stood and walked to Pelson, lifting the flap of his pack without asking permission. Inside, wrapped in a strip of canvas, was a pouch that belonged to Ithella, a spare heat sheet, and a coil of waxed thread. "She was slowing down," Pelson said quietly. "I thought I could balance the weight." Vexara watched the exchange without moving. The math was simple. Pelson was already the weakest courier in the unit. His injury cost them speed, and his consumption of rations was higher than his output justified. By every calculation she trusted, he should have been carrying less, not taking on someone else's load. She almost said it, almost said the words that would have forced him to redistribute, to run leaner, to accept that his generosity was a liability. Then she saw Ithella's face. The Wayfinder was staring at Pelson with an expression that Vexara could not name. Not gratitude, not surprise, something closer to recognition, as if she had expected to be left behind and had instead found herself carried. Vexara closed her mouth. "Leave it," she said. Marnik turned to her. "Commander, his load is—" "I know what his load is." She kept her voice flat, practical, the tone she used when discussing route risk. "Ithona's speed is more critical than Pelson's comfort. If she moves faster without the weight, the whole unit moves faster. Pelson can carry the extra for now. We redistribute at the tunnel." Marnik held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once and returned to the inventory. She had disguised the choice as logistics. She had done it so quickly that even she almost believed it. But Torvin was watching her when the surgeon watches a wound, and she knew he had seen the hesitation, the moment when the numbers had almost won before something else had pulled her back. Marnik finished his audit and repacked the supplies with the efficiency of a man who had done this 100 times in his head. 5 minutes, the unit was moving again, their packs lighter, their route marked with Ciora's wire and cloth strips. They emerged from the alley into a wider street that sloped downward, the buildings on either side leaning toward each other like tired shoulders. At the far end, Vexara could see the dark mouth of the rail tunnel waiting, its archway crusted with frost, its interior a black gullet that swallowed light. The tunnel, the medicine, the trap that someone had prepared for them. Marnik drew up beside her, his voice low so the others would not hear. "When we reach the tunnel, I want a full count of everything we have left. Every heat salt, every calorie, every drop of water. If the crossing takes longer than the testimony said, we need to know exactly when we run out. Vexara nodded. You will have your count. And, Commander, she looked at him. A man who does not trust his leader does not survive a place like this. I do not trust that you told us everything, but I saw what you did back there with Pelson. He paused. I will watch how you choose, not what you say. He moved ahead before she could answer. The tunnel drew closer, its darkness spreading across the frozen street like a stain, and somewhere behind them, ahead of them, in the dead air of the expanse, someone who had been erasing their map was still walking the same ground. Chapter 6. The tunnel mouth swallowed the last of the gray daylight as they approached. Vexara halted the unit 20 paces from the arch, signaling silence with a raised hand. The air changed here. Colder, thicker. It carried the smell of rust and still water and something metallic that coated the back of the throat. Ithla moved past her without a word, stopping at the edge where the frost gave way to darkness. She stood with her head tilted, eyes half closed, breathing through her mouth like a woman tasting the air for poison. The silence stretched. Behind Vexara, someone shifted their weight. A boot scraped stone. The sound was too loud. Ithla spoke without turning. The pattern is already changing. Vexara stepped to her side. The tunnel opened before them like a wound in the earth. Tracks ran straight into black water that gleamed with a flat, oily sheen. Railcars sat stranded at crooked angles, their rusted hulks breaking the surface like the spines of drowned animals. Between them, the water lay still. Too still. The testimony said the Null pockets contract for a window, Vexara said. How long until the next contraction? Ithla's hand trembled at her side. I do not know. You felt the 9-hour pulse in the depot. That was different. Ithla pressed her palm to her temple. The silence here is deeper, older. The pockets do not move the same way. They breathe differently. Vexara studied the tunnel. The far end was barely visible, a pinprick of gray light framed by frost and shadow. The medicine locker would be there, bolted to the wall of an old signal station. That was what the testimony promised, but the testimony had been written by a dead crew. Give me distance, she said. Siora, how far can you cross with the lines? Siora stepped forward, uncoiling the rope she had prepared back at the depot. The full length is enough, maybe 40 paces short. I will need anchor points on both sides, and something to keep the line above the water. The rail cars, Marnik said. They are high enough. If we run the line along the roofline, we can traverse above the flood. Vexara traced the path with her eyes. The cars sat in a staggered chain, their roofs forming an uneven bridge of rusted metal. Between them, gaps of open water where the silence would pool Pupist. Torvin, how long can a man survive in that water? Torvin moved to the edge and knelt. He did not touch the surface. He studied the way frost clung to the rail cars above the waterline, the way the air shimmered faintly over the dark patches between them. Movement stops in under a minute, he said. Consciousness in half that. The cold will take the breath before the silence does. If someone falls, Joran said, do we pull them out or cut the line? No one answered. Vexara looked at Ithla. Which pockets are active now? Ithla raised her arm slowly, pointing into the dark. Her finger traced a path between the cars, stopping at each gap, then moving on. There, and there. The third gap is clear, the fourth is not. Now the fifth is uncertain. Uncertain how? The pulse is fast. It shifts while I am reading it. Siora frowned. The testimony said the cycle was stable. 9 hours of expansion, 9 hours of contraction. The testimony was written by people who died here. Ithla's voice was thin. Maybe they were Thang. Maybe the silence changed. Or maybe the testimony was planted to give false confidence, Joran said, the words hung in the cold air. Vexara forced herself to think past the weight of them. She looked at the tunnel again, at the dark water, at the rusted cars, at the distant gray light that marked at the other side. The medicine was there. The salvage cradle was also there, its fuel scrap visible through the murk, tangled in metal and cable. Enough fuel to stretch their heat reserves for days. Useful, but not as useful as antibiotics. Torvin, you and I cross first. Ithela marks the safe gaps from the entrance while she can still feel the pattern. Siora runs the line behind us. Marnik carries the medical load. Joran watches our backs. And Pelsen? Marnik asked. Pelsen stood at the rear of the group, his weight on his good leg, his face pale. The swollen injury was worse than it had been at the tailor's shop. He crosses last, Vexara said. On the line, if the pockets shift, he is released risk to the load. It was the right call, the efficient call. She made it without agitation. But she saw the way Pelsen's jaw tightened, and she felt the shape of that efficiency like a splinter lodged under skin. Ithela dropped her hand. The third gap is closing. We need to move now or wait for the next contraction. How long until the next window? Maybe an hour, maybe less. I cannot tell from this side. The walls are too thick, and the water conducts the cold faster than stone. Vexara looked at the supply count in her head. Half rations for 12 days, 4 days of water, 6 heat salts. Every hour of delay burned calories they did not have. Torvin, rope up, we cross. Torvin did not argue. He shrugged off his pack, pulled a spare coil of line from Siora's rig, and tied a quick hitch around his chest. She did the same, their movements efficient and silent. Ithela moved to the edge of the first gap. The silence pocket here is shallow. It will take sound, but not a heat. You have made the 30 seconds before numbness sets in. Move fast, do not stop, and do not look at the water. Vexara stepped onto the first rail car. The metal groaned under her weight. Frost crutched and shattered beneath her boots. Below her, the water was so dark it seemed solid, a black mirror that reflected nothing. She did not look at it. She moved along the car's roof, her arms spread balance. Torvin 3 paces behind her. The first gap was narrow, Vester on the point incident, the silence pockets shallow and brief. When Vexara stepped off the last car onto the concrete platform of the signal station, her legs nearly buckled. The locker was there. Gray metal, frosted hinges, the compact stamp on the front. A seal that had not been broken. She pulled the pry bars from her belt and worked the latch. It gave with a screech of rusted metal. Inside, row after row of sealed vials, antibiotics, bandages, a single jar of concentrated wound wash, enough to save lives. Beside the locker, the salvage cradle hung suspended over the water, its fuel scrap tangled in cable and rebar. The metal gleamed dully in the gray light. Enough heat salts to keep them warm for another week if they could free it. Torvin was already at her side, checking the vials, counting, his hands steady. Behind them, the rest of the unit began their crossing, and somewhere in the black water below the rail cars, the silence pockets were shifting, growing, closing the gaps behind them. Chapter 7. The first of the crossing lines hit the far rail car with a wet slap, the hook skidding across rusted metal before catching on a broken vent grill. Siora tested the tension, her weight leaning into the rope. The line held. "Next gap is wider," she called, already measuring the distance with her eyes. "I need 2 more anchors before the deep water." Marnik moved past her, a coil of secondary line over his shoulder, his boots finding the same path Vexara and Torvin had taken. He worked quickly, methodically, the way a grain clerk marked a delivery sheet. Each anchor point got a test pull. Each knot got a second pass. The unit followed in stages. Ithela went next, her movements slow and deliberate, her fingers trailing along the railcar walls as if they could read the metal. She stopped at each gap and stood still, head tilted, waiting for the air to tell her what the water hid. "Here," she said at the second car. "The pocket is deeper than I thought. The line will help, but anyone crossing needs to keep moving. If you stop, you lose the heat." Marnik nodded and threw the secondary line across. Joran crossed with the coiled rope pressed against his chest, one hand on the guideline, his feet finding the rusted ridges of the car roof with a smuggler's instinct for balance. He did not look at the water. He did not look back. Regreth crossed with the testimony satchel strapped across his chest, both hands gripping the line, his face pale and set. He moved slowly, carefully, like a man carrying something precious that could not be replaced. Pelsen waited at the entrance, his weight on his good lead, his jaw tight. Vexara watched him from the signal station platform, the medicine vials already packed in her canvas bag, the wound washed, sealed, and ready. He was the slowest, the heaviest, the one most likely to slip. The numbers flickered through her mind, cold and automatic. She pushed them aside. Suora, how many more gaps? 4 before the deep water, then the last stretch to your platform. The pockets? Ethela answered instead, her voice thin. They are still shifting. The contraction window is narrowing faster than the testimony described. We might have 20 minutes before the water pockets merge. 20 minutes. Vexara calculated the crossing time for each remaining member, the gaps between them, the margin for error. It was not enough. Double the pace, she called. No pauses between gaps. Cross as soon as the person ahead clears the car. Marnik heard her and adjusted immediately. His secondary line pulled tight, his hand signaling the next crosser forward. The unit moved. Suora crossed the third gap with a running start, her start hitting the fog car roof with a clang of rusted metal. She did not slow. She threw the next line before she had fully stopped, the hook clattering against a broken handrail. Next, she called. Joran came next, faster than before, his breath steaming in the cold air. Then Grest, slower but steady, his knuckles white on the guideline. The fourth gap was the one Ithila had warned about. The water below it had a different quality, darker, denser, with a faint ripple that moved against the current. The air above it felt wrong, dead, the kind of stillness that swallowed sound before sound could form. Suora studied it for 3 heartbeats. The line will not help here, she said. Anyone who falls into that water will be under before we can pull them out. We need a faster crossing and no hesitation. Who is next? Vexara's voice carried across the gap. Pelson should go now, Ithila said quietly, before the pocket widens further. Passon looked at the gap, at the dark water below, at the rusted edge of the far car roof where he would need to land. His leg was shaking. I can make it, he said. No one contradicted him. He stepped onto the first car, the guideline in his hands, his weight uneven. The metal groaned beneath him. He did not stop. He reached the edge, measured the gap, and jumped. The cold hit him mid-air. His boots hit the far roof and slid on frost. His hands caught the edge of a broken vent, metal biting into his palms, and he held. For a moment he hung there, legs dangling over the dark water, the cold sucking at his ankles. Then Marnik had him by the collar, hauling him up, pulling him onto the car roof. Pelson lay there, breathing hard, his hands bleeding. Do not stop, Minnick said, pulling him to his feet. Keep moving. They crossed. The unit reached the deep water stretch with 12 minutes left. The salvage cradle hung directly below the next gap. Its broken cable looped through a rusted pulley, the fuel scrap glittering in the gray light. The water around it was black and still, reflecting nothing. Vexara could see the math clearly. The fuel scrap was worth a week of heat. A week of warmth meant a week more of water melted, a week more of food cooked, a week more of safe ground against the cold. It was the difference between reaching the vault with reserves and reaching it with nothing left. But the cradle was unstable. The cable had snapped at one end, leaving the whole structure hanging by a single line, tilting slowly, ready to drop into the water at any moment. If we try to salvage it, Torvin said, his voice low, we lose time we do not have. We need that heat, Suora said. 1 week, that is not nothing. It is also not medicine, Torfin replied, and we have the medicine. Vexara said nothing. The numbers ran through her mind, clean and precise. The fuel scrap would cost 3 to 5 minutes of crossing time. The pockets were closing, the return path already unstable. She opened her mouth to order the unit forward. The cable snapped. It happened without sound, the frayed metal parting at the pulley, the cradle tilting, the fuel scrap shifting, the whole assembly beginning its slow fall toward the black water below. Marnik moved before anyone could stop him. He lunged for the broken cable, his hand closing around the end, his weight sarving on the slater, who trutcher the opening ride slides, allowing it underly a textant, cervical graving for a resident parse. Then she looked at the unit, at the people who had followed her through the cold and the silence and the dark. The numbers were quiet in her mind. She did not know if that was relief or surrender. "Ithila," she said, "where does the path lead from here?" Ithila did not answer. She was staring at the tunnel entrance, her face pale, her lips parted, her body trembling like a wire strung too tight. "The air is changing," she whispered. "There is something on the other side of this station, something that does not want us to find it." The door behind them creaked. It swung open on rusted hinges, revealing a dark corridor that sloped downward into nothing. The air that came through it was cold, dry, and still, and from somewhere deep in the dark, a faint clicking sound echoed, rhythmic and steady, like a brass tally marking numbers in the dark. Chapter 8. The cable snapped. The cradle tilted, fuel scraps sliding, the whole assembly beginning its slow fall toward the black water below. Marnik lunged, caught the broken line, held. His weight threw him backward, the cable slicing into his palm as the cradle stopped, hanging inches above the surface. "Someone cut the line before it falls," he said, voice strained. Suora was already moving, knife out, slicing the secondary rope. The cage dropped. Marnik held. Joran caught his arm, and together they hauled the cradle onto the railcar roof, the fuel scraps spilling across rusted metal, a scatter of dark coins that would keep them alive for one more week. Vexara watched them work, her chest tight, her hands steady. She had been about to order them past the salvage. The numbers had been clean, 3 to 5 minutes of crossing time, the pockets closing, the return path already unstable. The arithmetic of speed had felt like the only honest answer. Marnik looked up at her, palm bleeding, eyes flat. "That is the second time you nearly let us lose something we needed." She had no answer. "The pockets are closing," Isella said. Her voice was barely a whisper. "We need to move, now." The unit crossed the final gaps in a blur of cold and rust and running footsteps. The silence pockets pressed in from all sides, the air growing heavier, the light dimmer, the sound of their own breathing becoming a distant hum in their ears. Vexara stood at the edge of the signal station platform, counting heads as they landed. Suora, Marnik, Joran, Regreth, Isella, Pelson, all of them. The medicine was packed. The fuel scrap was lashed to the top of Marnik's pack. The crossing was done. Behind them, the tunnel groaned. The water below the rail cars rose, black and iridescent, swallowing the gaps they had just crossed. The silence pockets merged into a single wall of dead air that pressed against the entrance, sealing the return path behind them. The way back was gone. Vexara looked at the sealed tunnel entrance, at the rising water, at the complete destruction of their only retreat. Then she looked at the unit, at the 8 people who had followed her through the cold and the silence and the dark. The numbers were quiet in her mind. She did not know if that was relief or surrender. "Isella," she said, "where does the path lead from here?" Isella did not answer. She was staring at the tunnel entrance, her face pale, her lips parted, her body trembling like a wire strung too tight. "The air is changing," she whispered. "There is something on the other side of this station, something that does not want us to find it." The door behind them creaked. It swung open on rusted hinges, revealing a dark corridor that sloped downward into nothing. The air that came through it was cold, dry, and still, and from somewhere deep in the dark, a faint clicking sound echoed, rhythmic and steady, like a brass tally marking numbers in the dark. Vexara turned from the sealed tunnel and faced the corridor. The clicking sound continued, steady as a heartbeat, rising and falling in a pattern that felt deliberate, not random, not mechanical failure. Someone was counting something in the dark. "We secure the medicine first," she said. "Then we find out what is making that noise." Torvin stepped up beside her. His hand rested on the strap of the medical pack, the one they had crossed the tunnel to collect. The one that held sealed antibiotics, bandages, wound wash, enough to treat a dozen cases of frost rot, maybe more. "That is what you brought the fuel scrap for," was said, "to keep us alive while we find out. The fuel scrap is on Marnik's back. The medicine is in your hand. Which one heals the people waiting for us?" Torvin's jaw tightened, but he did not answer. Behind them, Pelson leaned against the wall, his injured leg stretched out, his face gray with effort. The swelling had worsened during the crossing. His boot was cut open along the side, the leather bulging against the pressure. "Pelson," Vexara said, "how long can you walk?" He looked up at her, his eyes hollow, his hands still bleeding from where he had gripped the railcar roof during the scramble. As long as I need to. That is not what I asked. He was silent for a moment. Then he said quietly, I do not know. Vexara turned away from him. She did not have the luxury of that answer. Varreth, she said. What does the testimony say about this station? Varreth was already unstrapping his satchel, his fingers moving with the careful precision of a man who handled paper like Holy Writ. He pulled out the yellowed testimony, the pages cracked and stained, and held it up to the dim light from the tunnel entrance. There is no mention of a signal station, he said. The testimony ends with the crossing. The writer, Barlar, the one who died, he says the pattern repeats, but he does not say what comes after. Then we are writing our own testimony from here. Suora stepped forward, her trap-right's eyes scanning the corridor ahead. The floor is dry, no frost, no condensation. That means the air is not breathing down here. Whatever is in that corridor, it has been sealed for a long time. Or someone is keeping it dry, Jorn said. He had been quiet since the crossing, his face unreadable, his hands shoved deep into his coat pockets. Now he stepped forward, his eyes on the dark corridor, his voice flat. I have seen storage tunnels like this before. The old river smuggler routes used them. Sealed rooms with ventilation shafts, dry air, brass valves on the walls. They kept goods underground for months, for times years. Goods, Vexara said. Canned food, fuel, medicine. He paused. Bodies. The word hung in the air, cold and final. Marnik shifted the fuel scrap on his back, his bleeding palm leaving dark smears on the canvas strap. Then we find out what is down there. We take what we need, and we keep moving. And if it is a trap, Suora said, I take the rear. I watch our backs. Jorn laughed, a short, ugly sound. Watch our backs, he repeated. You spend the whole crossing nearly leaving us to die, and now you want to watch our backs? You know what I think? I think you were about to order us past that cradle. I think you would have let us freeze for the sake of 3 minutes. I made a calculation. No, he said, stepping closer. You made a habit, and I am starting to wonder how many of us you are willing to lose before you decide we are not worth the arithmetic. The clicking sound from the corridor grew louder, then it stopped. Silence pressed in, deeper than before, the kind of silence that swallowed thought and left only instinct. Vexara looked at Jorn, at the anger in his face, at the fear beneath it. I am not going to lose any of you, she said. Then stop acting like you are ready to. The silence stretched. Then Acela spoke, her voice soft, her eyes fixed on the dark corridor. It stopped. What stopped? Suora said. The clicking, the tally. It stopped, as if it heard us. The corridor was dark, dry, and utterly still. And somewhere in the dark, brass tally was waiting. Marnik stepped forward, his voice flat, his eyes on Vexara. Whose lives do you intend to spend next? Chapter 9. They made camp in the signal station's operations room, a narrow space with a dead relay console and 3 broken chairs arranged around a cold hearth. Suora coaxed a flame from the fuel scrap and built a small heat cage from wire and conduit, the orange glow casting long shadows across the cracked tile floor. Vexara stood at the door, watching the corridor. The clicking had not resumed. She did not know if that was relief or dread. Behind her, the units settled into their familiar positions. Marnik sat with his back to the wall, his bleeding palm wrapped in a strip of canvas, his eyes fixed on her with a weight that pressed against her ribs. Jorn hunched near the heat cage, his hands outstretched, his face empty. Faison had lowered himself to the floor with a grunt, his swollen leg extended, his jaw tight. Torvan set the medical pack beside the hearth and began sorting the contents. Bandages, wound wash, a sealed pouch of antibiotics. He moved with the precision of a man who had done this 100 times, his hands steady, his face unreadable. Ithla sat apart from the others, her knees drawn up, her eyes half closed. She had not spoken since the clicking stopped. Her fingers twitched occasionally, as if she were still reading something in the air that the rest of them could not feel. Varreth pulled out the testimony and spread the pages on the floor beside the heat cage. There is another entry, he said. A later one. Barlow was not the only writer. Vexara turned from the door. "Read it." Varreth adjusted his spectacles, the glass catching the firelight. His voice was low, steady, the voice of a man who had read the names of the dead too many times to let grief shake his hands. "The grainer stood for 3 days. We counted 700 scoops. The hooks were stamped with unequal marks, and the floor tilted east by a finger's width. Those who took by priority walked out clean. Those who divided fairly felt the ground shift beneath them." He paused, turning the page. "Fairness is punished as surely as greed. The ledger does not care for kindness. It cares for order." Shiora looked up from the heat cage. "A grainer, with grain." 700 scoops, Marnik said. "That is a season's worth." "It is a trap," Vexara said. Everyone turned to her. She stepped closer to the heat cage, the warmth brushing her face, the shadows stretching behind her. "The floor tilts east, unequal marks on the hooks. The testimony says the ledger punishes fairness. That means the cash is rigged to release or collapse if someone tries to take an equal share. The contract marks on the walls would enforce priority distribution." "Priority from," Joran said. "For whoever the contract recognizes as the highest-ranking claimant." Torvin set down the bandages. "And if we do not have a ranking claimant, then the system defaults to the first registered name on the retrieval contract." She paused. "Which would be me." The silence that followed was not comfortable. Marnik shifted, his injured hand resting on his knee. "So you take first share. The rest of us get what is left. That would be the safe way. And the other way? Divide evenly, trigger the release, lose everything." Joran laughed, the sound hollow and bitter. "Convenient. Very convenient. The arithmetic says you exist, and we trust you to share what falls off the table." "It is not about preference," Vexara said. "It is about the rules. Your rules. The Expanse's rules." Joran stood, his hands drucking from the heat cage. "Your rules. Your contract. Your former superior carved that message on the vault door. You keep saying the ledger holds, but you never show us the ledger. You just tell us what it says and expect us to follow." Vexara met his gaze. "You followed through the crossing, because there was no other way forward. Then trust that I am reading the same numbers now." "I do not trust you," he said. "I trust that you want to survive. Those are not the same thing." He turned and walked to the far corner of the room, lowering himself to the floor with his back to the wall, his face turned away from the fire. The heat cage crackled. Varreth sewed the testimony and slipped it back into his satchel. "There is more," he said quietly. The entry continues. Barlow wrote about a man named Elgin who refused the priority share. He divided the scoops equally among the survivors. "What happened to him?" Vexara said. Varreth looked at her, his eyes tired, his voice flat. The floor opened beneath him. The grainer sealed shut. They found him 3 days later pinned under a collapsed shelf, still holding the last scoop. The room was very quiet. Vexara looked at the corridor, at the dark mouth where the clicking had stopped, at the silence that pressed against the walls like a held breath. "Then we do not divide equally," she said. "No," Dorvin said. "We do not." He was watching her again, the surgeon's gaze patient and cold, waiting for the wound to show itself. She turned away from him and sat down beside the set cage, her back to the wall, her eyes on the door. The night stretched. The clicking did not return. She woke to the sound of paper. The fire had burned low, reduced to embers and ash, the heat cage casting a dim orange glow across the floor. The room was still. The others were asleep, their breath steady, their bodies curled against the cold. Vexara sat up slowly, her joints aching, her mind already scanning the space for threat. Torvin was not in his corner. She found him at the dead relay console, his back to her, his head bent over something in his hands. The embers caught the edge of the paper, and she recognized the seal before she knew what she was seeing. Her contract packet. She had left it in her pack, tucked between the heat salts and the root notes, weighted with the same black wax stamp she had carried since the compact issued it at Karth Hollow's gate. He had taken it. He was reading it. She stood, the floor creaking beneath her boots, and crossed the room in 3 steps. He did not look up until she stopped beside him, her hand reaching for the packet, her voice flat and cold. "Give that back." Torvin held it out, but his fingers did not release the paper. His eyes met hers, the firelight catching the shadows beneath them. "I have been waiting for something specific," he said. "Waiting for what?" He turned the packet toward her, his finger resting on a line near the bottom, a clause she had let 12 times without stopping on it. "Partial delivery," he said. "Section 14, subsection C. It says here that the contract pays double on survival of fewer than 4 members of the retrieval unit." She felt the words land in her chest like a weight she could not breathe around. "And if all 8 survive?" she said. He let the packet fall open to the next page. "Then the contract agency reserves the right to audit the mission for unauthorized collaboration, filed under conspiracy clauses dating back to the Tree Silence Emergency Acts." He looked up at her, his face unreadable, his voice flat and tired. "The compact rewards acceptable losses, and it punishes survivors." The embers crackled. The room was very still. Vexara looked at the clause, at the words she had signed without reading, at the signature at the bottom that matched the one on every assessment she had ever written for Mire. She had trusted the ledger because it had never lied to her, but the ledger had not written this contract. "Who found it first?" she said. Torvin folded the packet and handed it to her. "You did," he said, "when you chose not to read the fine print." Chapter 10. They left the signal station at dawn, the heat cage cold and dead behind them, the corridor sloping upward into a gray light that carried no warmth. The clicking had not returned. It had been 12 hours since the sound stopped, 12 hours since something in the dark had heard them and gone quiet. And Vexara could not decide whether that meant it had retreated or simply learned patience. She walked at the front, the contract packet pressed against her ribs inside her coat, the weight of Section 14 settling deeper with every step. Torvin walked behind her. He did not speak. He did not need to. The granary complex rose from the frost 8 hours later, a cluster of 7 silos and a low processing hall, its roof sagging under decades of snow and neglect. The outer door stood ajar, its hinges rusted open, and through the gap, Vexara could see shapes in the dim light. Sacks. Stacked against the far wall, 30 or 40 of them, their burlap sides swollen with grain. Someone behind her exhaled. "Sweet silence," Joran breathed. "That is real." Siora stepped past Vexara before she could stop her, her hand already reaching for the nearest sack, the fabric splitting under her fingers to reveal pale barley, dry and clean and untouched by rot. "We have to check it," Marnik said. Vexara did not move. She stood in the doorway, her eyes moving across the room in the same pattern she had used 100 times before. Floor first, then walls, then ceiling, then objects. The floor was flagstone, worn smooth by decades of foot traffic, but the light caught a shadow near the center of the room, a line that did not match the seams of the stone. A tilt. She knelt, pressing her palm to the cold surface. The floor sloped east. Barely enough to notice if you were not looking, but enough to shift the weight of anything that stood on it. "What is it?" Ithillis said. Vexara did not answer. She stood, walked to the nearest stack of sacks, and studied the hooks embedded in the ceiling beam above them. There were 7 hooks, each one brass, each one tarnished, each one bearing a small carved symbol she recognized from the depot. Contract marks. Priority codes. She looked at the scoops hanging from the nearest wall, 8 of them, all identical, all measured to the same stamped volume. 1/10 of a bushel, exactly equal. Too clean, too perfect. "This is the granary," she said. Ygritte stepped forward, his spectacles catching the gray light filtering through the cracked windows. "From the testimony?" "From the testimony." She pointed at the floor, at the barely visible seam where the flagstone had been cut and reset. The floor tilts east. The hooks bear unequal marks. The scoops are equal. She turned to face the others. "This is the cache." The silence that followed was the kind that ended words before they could form. Pelson lowered himself to a crate, his legs stiff, his face pale. "So we do not touch it," he said. "We have to touch it," Manic said. "That grain is real. I can smell it from here. It is a trap. Then we find the trigger before we take anything." Vexara shook her head. "The trigger is the choice. Equal division collapses the floor. Priority distribution, ranking ourselves by compact authority, keeps the floor stable, but forces the lowest-ranked claimant to take the smallest share." She looked at the sacks, at the abundance arranged like a promise, at the hooks that would measure every hand that reached for them. "If we take by priority," she said, "the strongest eat first, the weakest eat last. If we divide equally, the floor opens and we fall." Siora set up pry bars against the nearest sack, her jaw tight. "Then we take by priority. And who decides the order? Whoever the compact says." "That is me." The words hung in the air, cold and precise, and exactly what Vexara had not wanted to say aloud. Torvin stepped forward, his voice flat, his eyes fixed on hers. "You already know the answer," he said. "You spent 6 years assessing salvage claims for the compact. You know their protocols. You would rank yourself first, take the largest share, and leave the rest of us to divide what remains." "That is how the system works." "System," Torvin repeated, the word sharp as a blade. "That is what you call it now." Vexara felt the weight of the contract packet against her chest, the words of Section 14 still burning in her memory. She looked at the grain, at the hooks, at the floor that would swallow them if she chose wrong. "The fair distribution is a lie," she said. "The testimony made that clear. Elgin chose equally and the floor crushed him. The priority share is the safe path." "Safe for you," Marnik said. "Safe for all of us if we follow the rules. And if the rules are designed to make us turn on each other," Vexara met his gaze, "then we follow them anyway, because the alternative is death." It took them an hour to measure and sort. Vexara took the largest share, as the contract required. Siora next, then Marnik, then Ugre, then Joran, then Torvin, then Pelson, then Ithila last. Pelson watched his share shrink as the line moved, his face unreadable, his hands still against his thighs. Ithila said nothing. She took her portion, a single small sack of barley, and carried it to the corner without meeting anyone's eyes. The floor did not shift. The hooks held. The grain was real, dry and clean, and worth more than any of them had carried in months. But the silence that settled over the room was heavier than any victory. They ate in shifts, 2 on watch, 6 eating, the grain measured into portions that would stretch for days, the heat cage rebuilt from salvaged conduit, and a corner of the processing hall where the walls still held warmth. Vexara sat apart, her portion untouched in her lap, her eyes on the room. Torvin walked over and sat beside her. "You did not eat." "I am not hungry." "That is a lie." She looked at him, at the lines of exhaustion carved into his face, at the hands that had saved Pelson twice and would not hesitate to let her fall. "You saw the contract before I did," she said. "I told you what I found. You read it the night we crossed the tunnel. You knew the terms before we reached the signal station." Torvin did not deny it. He sat in silence, his eyes on the grain in his hands, his voice low when he finally spoke. "I needed to know what you would do. Without telling me. If I told you, you would have adjusted your decisions based on the clause. I needed to see your natural calculation, untouched by the knowledge that the Collateral rewards your failure." "And what did you see?" He turned to look at her, the ember light catching the shadows beneath his eyes. "I saw someone who nearly let 8 people die because the numbers said it was efficient." She felt the words land like a blade between her ribs. "I chose the medicine," she said, "after you hesitated. I chose to get everyone across the tunnel, after you ordered Pelson last. I chose." "You chose," Torvin said, his voice hard. "The way Mire trained you. You chose the path that minimized risk to the mission, then convinced yourself that people would survive by coincidence." He stood. "I wanted to see if you would break when the contract turned against you." "And did I?" He looked down at her, his face unreadable, his voice quiet. He walked back to the heat cage and sat down with the others, leaving her alone in the dark with her untouched portion and the weight of everything she had not yet chosen to lose. Chapter 11. The grain sat in 8 piles across the processing hall floor, measured by eye and by the marks stamped into the brass scoops. Vexara had not touched hers. She sat against the wall, her knees drawn up, her hands empty, watching the others eat in small, guarded mouthfuls. Seora tore bread from a hard ration cake and dipped it into the barley. Marnik ate methodically, counting chews. Ugref wrote in his ledger between bites, recording the location, the yield, the number of survivors. Pelson held his portion in his lap without opening it. His eyes moved from the grain to the floor beneath him, then back to the grain. "You should eat," Vexara said. "I will." "When?" "When I understand why the floor did not collapse." She watched him set the sack aside, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for his boot. The swelling had not gone down. The leather bulged at the seam where Torvin had cut it open the night before. "The testimony said the floor opened under Elgin," Pelson said. "It said he divided equally and was crushed." "Yes, but the hooks measure by priority. The scoops are identical. The marks on the wall match what Graith read, so the trap is real." "It is. Then why did it hold?" Vexara looked at the piles of grain, at the space between each sack, at the way the tilted floor pressed the heaviest weight against the east wall. "Because I took the largest share," she said. "The marks enforce a specific order. The first portion carries the anchor. If the highest-ranked claimant takes the most, the weight distribution stays inside the safe zone. And if you had taken less, the floor would have shifted." Pelson's jaw tightened. "You knew that when you stepped forward." "I knew the testimony described Elgin's choice. I knew the hooks were marked. I had 30 seconds to decide before the silence in the room became something worse." He looked at her then, his eyes dark and tired and searching for something she could not name. "Did you know before we entered?" The question landed like a blade. Vexara held his gaze. "I suspected. You did not warn us, because I was not certain, and because warning you would not have changed the choice. One of us had to take the first portion. The contract marks the position. If I had stepped back and let someone else take it, the weight would have shifted to them. To Seora, to whoever reached for it first." Pelson stared at her for a long moment, his hands still against the sack in his lap, his breath slow and measured. Then he nodded. "Not forgiveness, recognition." "Next time," he said, "tell us before the door opens." "I will." She was not sure she meant it. Seora crossed the room and stood over the remaining grain, her eyes moving from sack to sack, her hands on her hips. "The portions are uneven," she said. "By design," Vexara said. "By your design?" "No, by the contract's design. The marks on the hooks dictate the order. The first claimant takes the largest share because the floor requires the heaviest anchor at the east wall." Seora turned to face her, the firelight catching the lines of suspicion carved into her face. "And the rest of us?" "Second takes slightly less. Third, less still. The last portion is barely enough to sustain a single person for 2 days. That is not a distribution. That is the system." "The system?" Seora repeated, the word sour in her mouth. "You keep saying that as if it were written by someone outside this room. But you are the one holding the contract, Vexara. You are the one who read the testimony first. You are the one who decided we would enter by priority instead of testing the floor. I made the choice that kept us alive." "Did you?" Marnik rose from his seat near the heat cage, his bandaged palm held against his chest, his voice low and even. "She is not wrong," he said. Seora looked at him. "Excuse me?" "I said she is not wrong. The testimony described the trap. Elgin died because he chose equal division. We are alive because Vexara chose priority." "That is not the point." "Then what is?" Seora took a step toward him, her voice rising. "The point is that she has been reading the contract alone. She has been measuring our supplies, our routes, our rations, and our deaths against a set of numbers she refuses to share. Every cache we open, every corridor we enter, every choice we make is filtered through a document we have never seen." "That is command," Marnik said. "That is secrecy. A commander who shares every doubt is a commander who hesitates. A commander who shares nothing is a handler." The word hung in the air. Handler, Herley, someone who moves pieces, someone who measures losses and calls them acceptable. Marnik looked at Vexara, his eyes steady, his voice quiet. "Is that what you are?" She met his gaze. "No." "Then show us the rest of the contract." The room went still. 8 faces turned toward her, 8 pairs of eyes waiting for the answer she had not prepared. Torvand stood at the edge of the heat cage, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. Vexara reached into her jacket and pulled out the contract packet. The paper was creased and sweat-stained, the edges curled from the cold. She had not looked at it since Torvand had pointed out Section 14 in the signal station. She held it out. Greth took it. He adjusted his spectacles and began reading aloud, his voice steady and unhurried, the words falling into the silence like stones into still water. Section 1. Authorization and Scope. The undersigned party, Vexara Dunholdt, is authorized to enter the Varreth Expanse for the purpose of retrieving sealed supply caches and reporting route conditions to the Mercantile Compact's Northern Recovery Office. Compensation is determined by completion of objectives and survival rate of assigned personnel. He paused. Section 2. Claimant Priority. All caches within the Expanse are keyed to claimant authority. The highest ranked survivor shall take first portion. Distribution shall follow descending order of compact graded rank. Deviation from this sequence voids liability for structural failure. That is the grain cache, Ciora said. Ygritte continued. Section 3. Route Authorization. The undersigned party is permitted to use any surviving transit infrastructure within the Expanse, including but not limited to rail tunnels, signal stations, and maintenance corridors. No guarantee of safety is implied. He turned the page. Section 4. Salvage Rights. Recovered supplies become property of the Mercantile Compact upon exit from the Expanse. The undersigned party retains a 20% share for personal distribution. 20%, Marnik said. That is standard. It is theft. It is the Compact. Varreth turned another page. Section 5. Liability Waiver. The words landed like a closing door. The Mercantile Compact bears no responsibility for injury, death, or loss of personnel during the retrieval mission. The undersigned party accepts full accountability for all decisions made under field conditions. Pelson laughed. It was a hollow sound, dry and bitter. So if we die, it is her fault, and if we live, the Compact takes the supplies. That is the contract, Vexara said. That is a death warrant with a signature line. Varreth turned another page. Section 6. Testimony Protocol. All survivors shall provide written testimony of mission events within 30 days of exit. Failure to comply voids the 20% salvage share. Testimony? Ciora said. They want us to write down what happened. So they can control the story, Marnik said. So they can erase it. Waikrith said. He turned the final page. Section 14, subsection C. Torvand stepped forward. Waikrith. Let him read, Vexara said. Waikrith paused, his eyes moving across the text, his voice dropping to something quieter, heavier. If fewer than 4 survivors exit the Expanse, the contracted party receives double the standard compensation rate. If 4 or more survivors exit, the Compact retains the right to audit the mission for unauthorized collaboration under pre-silence conspiracy statutes. The room went silent. Joran broke it first. How many does double pay buy? Vexara looked at him. That is not the question. Then what is? She stood, her legs stiff from the cold, her hands empty. The question is whether the contract was written to reward acceptable deaths, and whether I was chosen to lead this unit because I was expected to deliver them. The silence stretched. Torvand crossed the room and stopped in front of her, his voice low, his eyes fixed on hers. Were you? She looked at the contract in Ygrithe's hands, at the words she had signed without reading, at the faces of the people who had followed her into the dead corridor. I do not know. Then start finding out. He turned and walked back to the heat cage, leaving her standing alone in the center of the room. The grain sat in 8 piles. The floor did not shift, but the weight of the question pressed against her like a blade held to her throat. She looked at the corridor, at the dark, at the clicking that had stopped and not started again. Something was waiting, and she had no answer to give it. Chapter 12. The grain sat in 8 piles across the processing hall floor, each mound identical in volume, each hook above them stamped with a different mark. Vexara studied the tilt of the floor, half a degree east, maybe less, enough to shift weight distribution when the trap triggered. She had watched Siora test the boards with her boot heel, had seen Marnik trace the grain of the wood with his fingers, had felt the silence press against her ribs while the unit waited for her to speak. She had told them about the trap after Pelson pressed her. She had not told them before. That distance sat between her and the others now, measurable and cold, like the gap between two shelves in a ledger that did not balance. "The hooks," she said. "Take your portion under the hook that matches your rank." "Rank?" Siora said. "We did not vote on rank. The compact graded us when we signed. The highest claimant takes first." "That is you?" "Yes." Vexara crossed to the nearest scoop. The wood was dry, the handle worn smooth by hands she would never meet. She filled the measure, tipped it into a sack, and carried it to the hook stamped with the highest mark. The floor did not shift. The silence held. She turned back to the grain. Siora took the second portion, then Marnik, then Gift. Joran moved forward with the swagger of a man who had stolen better meals than this and filled his sack under the fifth hook. Torvin took sixth. He did not look at her. Pelson limped to the seventh scoop, his legs stiff, his jaw tight. He filled the measure with slow, deliberate movements, as if the grain itself might bite him. When he straightened, he met her eyes. "8 portions," he said. "1 for each of us. That is what you wanted." "Yes." "Then why does it feel like you are feeding yourself first?" She had no answer. Ithala took the last scoop. Her hands shook as she lifted the measure, and a few grains spilled across the floor. She knelt to pick them up, one by one, her fingers pressed against the boards like she was reading the wood. The floor held. The 8 piles sat under their marked hooks, and the silence stretched like a held breath. Vexara carried her sack to the far wall and sat with her back against the cold stone. She did not open it. The others ate in shifts, trading glances and guarded words. The grain was dry, clean, real. It filled the hollow spaces in their stomachs and left a faint sweetness on the tongue. She watched them. Marnik divided his portion into 3 smaller bundles, each tied with a strip of canvas. Joran ate standing, his back to the wall, his eyes on the corridor. Gith ledgered his share twice before he began, as if the numbers might change if he checked them again. Torvin did not eat. He sat with his portion in his lap, his hands flat on the sack, and watched her. The silence between them was heavier than the grain. Vexara reached into her own sack. She took a handful of barley and held it, feeling the weight of it, the warmth of it, the life still pressed into the husk. She had taken the largest share. That was the rule. But the rule had been written by the people who wanted fewer than 4 survivors. She stood. The move was deliberate, slow, so the others could see her cross the hall. She stopped in front of Pelson and held out her hand. He looked at her. "Give me your sack." "Why?" "I am redistributing." Redistributing. The contract rewards priority, but the floor only anchors on the highest mark. The rest can shift without collapsing. She waited. Something moved in his face. Not trust, not yet, but a flicker of recognition, as if he had seen her step off a ledge he had expected her to hold. He handed her the sack. She took a handful of grain from her own portion and dropped it into his, then another. 3 measures, enough to bring his share nearly level with hers. She turned to Ithala. The wayfinder looked up from her small pile, her eyes hollow, her hands still trembling. "You took the smallest?" Vexara said. "It is what I was given. It is what I took for myself. The debt is mine." She poured grain from her sack into Ithala's, watching the measure rise. Ithala did not move. Her fingers stayed pressed against the floor. 2 portions, Ithala said. "You gave me 2 portions. The floor will hold." "That is not what I meant." Vexara walked back to her place. Her sack was lighter now, gutted by a third. She sat down and finally ate, the grain coarse and dry against her tongue. The others watched her. Marnik's eyes narrowed. Siora's hands stilled on her own portion. Joran tilted his head, calculating. 3 measures, he said. You gave them 3 measures. It is not a fraction worth measuring. It is a signal. Yes, she said. It is. Torvin set his untouched sack aside and stood. That is not the first time you have adjusted the variables. She looked at him. You made Pelson carry Vithula's load, then let him keep it. You took the largest share at the grainer, then gave a third away. Each time you bend the arithmetic, you leave a trail the compact could follow. What are you saying? He crossed the hall, then stopped in front of her, his voice low, his eyes hard. I am saying you choose the shape of the sacrifice before you make it. You knew the grain cache would force an unequal division. You knew the floor would hold if you were the heaviest Ankav, but you also knew the resentment would land on me, on Joran, on anyone who did not get the first scoop. You knew. He held her gaze. 8 survivors triggers the audit. Fewer than 4 pays double. The contract does not care which of us dies. It only cares about the number. And you just made yourself the one who takes first portion and then gives it away. So the others cannot say you are hoarding, and they cannot say you are fair. Then what am I? I do not know yet, he said, but I know you are not neutral. He turned and walked toward Joran. The smuggler was standing at the edge of the hall, his sack slung over his shoulder, his eyes fixed on the corridor where the clicking had stopped. Torvin. He stopped. Joran is going to the corridor. I know her. Joran looked back at them both. The exit is that way. The trap is that way. The question is whether we move together or split the load. Split, Torvin said. Split, Joran repeated. He turned his back on them and walked. The darkness swallowed him in 3 steps. The silence stretched. Vexara felt the weight of her grain sack against her hip, felt the cold of the stone through her coat, felt the eyes of the unit press against her like a question she could not answer. Something was waiting in the corridor, and she had no answer to give it. Chapter 13. The silence sat heavier than the cold. Marnik broke it first, his voice flat and worn. 7 of us now. Vexara did not correct him. 8, if she counted the bodies still breathing on the other side of the decision. But Torvin and Joran had chosen the corridor, and that made them someone else's problem, until they came back, or did not. The split was coming, Siora said from the edge of the heat cage. She had not looked at Vexara since the handoff. Anyone who did not see it was not counting. I saw it. Then why did you let them walk? Vexara pressed her palm flat against the stone. They were not asking permission. They were asking for a reason to stay. No, she said. They were asking for a guarantee I could not give. Torvin wanted proof that the arithmetic would stop bending. Joran wanted proof that I would not spend him when the next trap closed. I had neither. Marnik knelt beside the heat cage and fed a strip of fuel scrap into the coils. The light caught the cut across his palm, still raw and dark at the edges. So we sit here, he said, divided, waiting to see which pair finds the exit first. Waiting to see if the corridor kills them, Wygress said. He had not opened his testimony satchel. The ledger rested on his knees, closed, his hands folded over it like a seal. Vexara watched him. You have something to say? I have testimony, he said, from the 10th cycle office at the northern border. 10 names, all assigned to Expanse retrieval contracts in the same season. 2 returned. 1 died of exposure 3 days after debrief. The other filed a report that was reclassified as unsupported and removed from the public record. Removed by who? The compact. Wygreth adjusted his spectacles. The pattern repeats, he said. Not just the route, the outcome. Every team that reaches a point like this fractures before the final vault. Every team that fractures loses someone to the dark before they reach the gate. The testimony does not name the dead, but it counts them. Then why send us at all? Palson's voice came from the dark, low and rough. He had been silent since Torvin walked away, sitting with his legs stretched in front of him, his palms flat against the floor. Why send 8 if they expected 7 to fracture at the Granary? Because 7 is not the target, Siora said. The words hung in the air. Vexara felt the weight of them settle against her ribs. "Section 14, she said. "Fewer than 4. That is the number that pays. But 7 is not fewer than 4. 7 is what we have now," Varreth said, "and the vault is still ahead." The heat cage hissed. Monic stared into the coils. His voice fled, measured. "Torvin was watching you. He was watching you the way a man watches a rope he has to trust with his weight. And you let him walk because you could not tell him the rope would hold." "The rope might not hold," Vexara said. "Then you should have lied." "I do not lie to keep people comfortable." "No," he said. "You just let them walk into the dark alone." The silence pressed. Vexara stood. Her leg was stiff from kneeling, the cold creeping up through the stone, but she stayed standing because sitting felt like hiding. "I worked for the Compact for 6 years, she said. "Northern Salvage Office. I assessed claims, I estimated value. I decided which shipments were worth the fuel to retrieve and which were not. The numbers were clean. The contracts were clean. I believed that if I followed the rules would hold." She looked at each of them in turn. They did not hold. The office was dissolved. The records were sealed. And the woman who taught me to read the ledger, Director Selka Mire, is the one who wrote the contract I signed to bring us here. "You knew her." Varreth's voice was careful, a question framed as a fact. "She trained me." "Did you know she designed this mission?" Vexara met his gaze. "I did not know until the Granary, but I should have seen it earlier." Siora's jaw tightened. "You should have seen it the day the contract was offered." "Yes, and you still took it." Karth Hollow was starving. The seed vault coordinates could break the Compact's hold on the Enclave for a generation. I took it because the number of people who would die if I refused was larger than the number who would die if I accepted. Palson shifted. "That is the arithmetic you use." "It is. It sounds like the same arithmetic the Compact uses." Vexara did not answer her. The heat cage threw shadows across the walls. Marnik broke the silence, his voice quiet. "What do we do with that?" "I do not know," Vexara said. "I know the vault is still ahead. I know the testimony describes a route that leads to it. I know the Compact expects fewer than 4 of us to reach the exit. And I know that the ones who wrote the contract did not anticipate us seeing the pattern before we reached the final gate. They also did not anticipate Torvin and Joran splitting from the group." "No. Or you giving away your grain?" She said nothing. Marnik's eyes stayed on her. "If Selka Mire trained you, she trained you to think ahead. So think ahead. What does she expect us to do next?" Vexara let the question sit. She thought about Selka's voice. The way she had said, "Surplus is not mercy." The way she had carved the same words into the vault door. The way she had taught Vexara that the only defense against scarcity was discipline. That the ledger was not cruel because it was neutral. "She expects us to stay visible," Vexara said. "She expects us to follow the testimony route exactly. She expects us to reach the gate with the same number we have now, or fewer, and open it by contract terms she wrote." "What does she not expect?" "She does not expect us to use the testimony as a key instead of a map." Varreth looked up. "Explain." "The gate is sealed to contract authority, but the testimony is sworn record. If the vault accepts claimant markers from sealed testimony, the names of the dead may still carry enough legal weight to register as claimants." Varreth's hand stilled on the ledger. "That is not how contract law works. It is how pre-silence civic law worked. The Compact overrode most of those protocols, but they did not delete them. They buried them. And the testimony archive is a record of living claimants the Compact never formally revoked." "You are suggesting we speak the names of the dead into a vault mechanism and hope the system accepts them." "I am suggesting the Compact sealed the route with rules that assume we will only use living authority. The dead cannot be audited. They cannot be investigated. If the gate accepts their names, we bypass the entire contract penalty structure." Siora's eyes narrowed. "That is a gamble. All of this is a gamble. The question is whether we play the market they set or the market we find." The heat cage popped. Monik watched the coils. I want a day to think on it. You have until the corridor clears. And if it does not clear? Vexara opened her mouth to answer, and then Ethla spoke. She had been silent since the Granary. The Wayfinder sat at the edge of the heat cage's light, knees drawn up, her eyes fixed on the dark beyond the hall. Chapter 14. The heat cage died first. Not with a sound, with a shrinkage. The coils dimmed from orange to rust in the space of a breath, and the cold that replaced the warmth did not seep, it struck. Vexara was on her feet before the light finished failing. "Move! Now!" Marnik grabbed the grain packs. Sierra kicked the cage frame apart and scooped the salvageable conduit rods in a single motion. Gareth had the testimony satchel strapped across his chest before she finished the command. Ithella stood with her palm flat against the wall. "It is not the thing I felt coming. It is the cold ahead of it." "How fast?" "Faster than we can walk." Vexara's mind snapped through the map they had sketched from the testimony. 300 paces to the first boundary stone, 200 beyond that to a civic arch with old ward foundations. If the cold was pushing ahead of the older presence, the boundary stones might slow it long enough for them to reach the arch. "Boundary markers, northeast line, move." She grabbed Ithla's arm and pulled her into the corridor. The dark swallowed them. Cold bit through the layers. Vexara felt it in the joints first, the same familiar stiffness that preceded exposure damage, the kind that took fingers and toes before the victim noticed. She counted steps. Left at the collapsed pillar, 40 paces. Marnik's breathing was the loudest thing in the tunnel. Pelson's was second, shorter, tighter, favoring the bad leg. The floor changed underfoot. Smooth stone gave way to broken slate, then to gravel. "Boundary stone ahead," a fellow whispered. Vexara saw it, a slab of dark granite, waist-high, carved with ward marks that had faded into the grain of the rock. The cold did not cross it evenly, and pooled at the base, then climbed the stone in threads of frost that spread like veins. "It is slowing," Ithella said. "The stone is bleeding it." "How long does the stone hold?" "Minutes, maybe less." Vexara pushed past the marker. "Arch is 200 paces, same bearing." They ran. The cold pursued. Vexara heard it as a change in the silence, not a sound but the absence of sound tightening behind them, as if the air itself was being drawn into something that consumed vibration. The frost on the walls thickened as they moved. Her breath fogged and froze on her collar. Pelson fell. She heard the impact first, a hard scrape of boot leather on stone, then the grunt of air forced out of his chest. "Up," Marnik said, already turning. Pelson was on his knees. His bad leg had buckled. He pushed himself upright with his arms, but the leg would not take weight. He tried twice. The second time his knee hit the ground and stayed there. "Pelson," Vexara said. "I know." His voice was flat. He knew what the arithmetic looked like. The cold front was visible now, a wall of white-gray air moving through the corridor, not fast, but absolute. Where it touched stone, the stone cracked. Where it touched the floor, frost spread in a wave that ate the darkness. Vexara calculated. Heat salts remaining, 3, each good for roughly 7 minutes of active warmth against exposure, 2 hours of emergency heat if used sparingly. Not enough to reach the arch and hold position while the cold passed. 1 salt could save Pelson. 1 salt could pull him out of the freeze if she used it immediately. 1 salt was 30% of what remained. She heard her own voice, years ago, saying the words to a junior assessor who had asked how she made the hard calls. You count. You count everything, and when the numbers do not add up, you cut the smallest variable. Pelson was the smallest variable. Injured, slowing the group, consuming calories and heat and time. She had the calculation ready before she finished thinking it. Then she saw his hands. He was not looking at her. He was looking at the frost spreading toward his knees, and he was pulling from his collar the small labor token that carried his sister's name. He did not say anything. He just held it in his palm, as if measuring its weight against the cold. Vexara's hand moved before she told it to. She pulled the heat salt from her belt pouch, tore the seal with her teeth, and threw it at his feet. The salt hit the frost and ignited. A plume of dry heat bloomed in a circle 3 paces wide, pushing the cold back in a ring of steam and cracking stone. The warmth hit Pelson's face, and he gasped, not from pain, but from the sudden shock of feeling in his exposed skin. "Up," Vexara said. He looked at her. "That was half our reserves." The arithmetic changed. "How?" "Get up, passing." He got up. The heat salt burned for another 30 seconds, then guttered. The ring of clear ground shrank, the cold pressed back in. Vexara was already moving. "Arch is 150 paces. The stone bought us 60. Marnik caught up with her. That was not arithmetic. Yes, it was. The numbers did not say to spend that salt. She did not answer. They reached the civic arch with the cold front 30 paces behind them. The arch was old border watch construction, granite and iron, with wards carved so deep into the stone that the frost could not breach them. The space beneath the arch was dry. The air was still. Vexara pulled Pelson through first, then Agreth, then Dithela. Ciara came through backward, watching the cold climb the arch's pillars. "It is stopping at the wards." "How long do the wards hold?" Vexara asked. Dithela touched the granite. "Long enough. But the thing behind the cold is still coming. The cold is just what it pushes ahead of itself." Vexara leaned against the arch's inner pillar and let herself breathe. Passon stood a few paces away, the labor token still in his hand. He looked at her. "You did not have to do that." "I know." "Why did you?" She thought about the arithmetic, about the calculation she had completed and then discarded, about the moment her hand had moved before she could stop it. "Because the debt is mine," she said. Pelson's jaw tightened. He did not look convinced. Ithella spoke quietly from the arch's edge. "The cold is receding, but the thing behind it is not. It has stopped advancing." "Where is it?" "At the boundary stone. It is reading the carvings." A long silence settled over the group. Marnik was the one who broke it. "Torvin and Joran went into the corridor an hour before the cold came." Vexara had not allowed herself to think about that. She thought about it now. And in the stillness beneath the arch, with the frost receding and something older reading Selka Mire's marks on a granite slab 300 paces behind them, she realized the corridor Torvin and Joran had walked into was the same direction the older presence had come from. They had walked toward it, and they had not come back. Chapter 15. The cold receded in layers, each withdrawal revealing another ring of frost-cracked stone beneath the arch. Vexara watched it peel back like breath retreating from a mirror. The wards held. The granite did not so much as weep moisture where the frost had touched. Pelson stood a few paces away, still holding the labor token. The heat salt had burned his trouser leg to the knee. The fabric was blackened and stiff, but the skin beneath was pink and alive. He kept looking at his own hands as if expecting them to be dead. Vexara counted what remained. 2 heat salts, 14 days of grain at half ration if nobody ate more than their share. Ithla shaking, Marnik bleeding through the canvas wrap on his palm. Ugrate holding the testimony satchel against his chest like a shield. Ciara watching the frost line with a traprite's patience, waiting for the wards to fail. And 2 gaps where Torvin and Joran had been. She needed to speak before the silence hardened into accusation. "We hold here until the front stabilizes," she said. "Then we move." Margik's head came up. "Move where?" "The corridor they went into is that way." He gestured past the frost line. "The entity is that way. The cold came from that way. The route to the vault is that way. We do not know what is in that corridor now." "We do not know what is in any corridor," Vexara said. "That has not changed." Marnik looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Pelson. "You burned 30% of our reserve heat to save 1 leg." "Yes." The numbers did not support it. The numbers did not account for the load balance. She said it flatly, the way she had once told Selka Mire that a requisition denial was mathematically sound. "Pelson carries grain. He carries his share of the testaments. He carries the labor token that keeps his sister's claim active in Karth Hollow's registry. Losing him would redistribute 8% of our carrying capacity across the rest of the group, which would slow our pace by roughly the same margin as a moderate injury to any other member. The expenditure preserved our current speed. She heard the words as she spoke them. They were true in the narrow sense that good lies always were. They were not the reason she had thrown the salt. Marnik did not argue. He did not have the food, nor the heat, nor the patience to argue anymore. He just looked at her with the same weight he had carried since the grainer, and then he turned away. Pelson was still watching her. "You did not calculate that," he said quietly. "I always calculate." "You did not calculate that in the moment." She did not answer. The silence stretched. Siora broke it. "The cold is holding at the ward line. The arch is stable. We have maybe 6 hours before the front fully settles and we can move. Someone should watch the frost in case it shifts." "I will," Vexara said. She did not need to watch the frost. She needed to be alone. The others spread out beneath the arch. Marnik sat with his back to the granite, checking his palm. Ithla curled against the base of the pillar, eyes half closed, fingers twitching as if she were still reading the air. Ugrade opened his satchel and began arranging the testimony pages by date, a small ritual that seemed to steady him. Siora stood at the arch's edge, watching the frost with the focused stillness of someone who had spent years reading the difference between a trap and a dead end. Pelson sat apart. He had wrapped the Leda token in his palm and was staring at the burned cuff of his trouser leg. Vexara watched the frost. The boundary stone was 300 paces behind them. The entity was there, reading Selka Mire's carvings. She could feel the weight of its attention even at this distance, a pressure against the back of her skull that had nothing to do with cold. She had spent a heat salt to save a man who would slow them down. She had spent it because he had pulled his sister's token from his collar and held it like a prayer. That reason did not survive translation into arithmetic. It would not hold in a supply ledger or a compact debrief. It was not useful. It was not efficient. It was true. And she could not afford to let anyone see that. Not yet. Not until she understood what it meant. "You are thinking about the corridor." She turned. Torvand stood at the edge of the arch's inner shadow. He had emerged from somewhere while she was watching the frost. She had not heard him approach. He moved like a medic who had learned to be silent around patients who could not be saved. "Where did you come from?" "The back of the arch. There is a service stair. It goes down." He did not move closer. "You saved Pelson." "I preserved the unit's load balance." Torvand said nothing. He just looked at her, and in his look was all the patience he had parried since Hesse died in the depot. He had watched her through the tunnel, through the signet station, through the granary, through every choice she had made, and he had not looked away once. "That is what you will tell yourself," he said finally. "That is what you will tell them. But you and I both know what that salt was. It was a resource expenditure. It was a choice." He waited. She did not answer. "The arithmetic said not to do it," he said. "You did it anyway. That is not a calculation. That is a deviation. And deviations leave marks." He turned toward the service stair. "The corridor Joran and I scouted is clear for about 80 paces. Then it drops into a cellar that connects to the vault approach. It is faster than the overhead route. You will want to see it before the front resettles." He stopped at the stair's edge. "You should know what you are looking at before you start counting again." He descended. Vexara stood alone at the edge of the frost line. The cold had receded another 10 paces while she was not watching. The boundary stone was visible now, a dark slab against the gray air. She could not see the entity. She could feel it, reading, waiting, patient in a way that the silence had never been. She had 2 heat salts remaining. She had a corridor that led to the vault. She had a unit that did not trust her, a medic who saw through every lie, and a mentor whose carvings were being read by something older than the Null. And somewhere in the dark, Selka Mire's ledger was waiting to balance. Chapter 16. The service stair was narrow, the walls rough-cut stone that bled moisture in long, dark streaks. The Vexara counted 23 steps before the angle changed, and the air grew stiller, heavier, the kind of stillness that sat on the chest like a held breath. The corridor at the bottom ran straight for 80 paces, just as Torvand had said. The ceiling was low enough that she had to duck under a collapsed beam, the floor scattered with rusted bolts and the shredded remains of something that might have been a canvas tarp. The walls were dry here, the stone powdery with age. No frost, no marks. Torvin stood at the far end where the corridor opened into a wider space. He had not lit a lamp. He stood in the dark with his hands at his sides, waiting. "You took your time," he said. "I was watching the frost." "You were thinking." She did not answer. The space beyond the corridor was a ticket office, if the shape of the counter in the rusted frame of a schedule board meant anything. The glass that had once protected the board was gone, shattered years ago, and the paper behind it had bled to gray. A bench lay overturned against the far wall, its legs stripped of varnish, the wood beneath pale and dry. Torvin sat on the edge of the counter. His hands rested on his knees, steady, patient. "The cellar is through that door." He nodded toward a steel door at the back of the office, its surface pitted with corrosion but still sealed. "It connects to the vault approach, maybe 200 paces through the cellar, then a ramp up. No marks, no traps that I could see." "You checked thoroughly." "I checked alone. Jorn is still up there. He wanted to watch the approach from the other side." She moved past him to the steel door. The handle was cold, the metal rough under her palm. She pressed her ear to the surface and heard nothing. No wind, no movement, no breath. "The entity is still at the boundary stone," she said, turning back. "It has not followed." "It is reading." "Yes." Torvin watched her. The silence between them had weight, the accumulated pressure of every choice she had made since the depot. She could feel it in the way he held himself, not hostile, not trusting, waiting for her to prove something he already suspected. "You wanted me to see this before the front resettles," she said. "You could have told me about it upstairs." "I could have. Then why the stare?" He looked at her for a long moment. The schedule board cast a shadow across his face, dividing him into light and dark. "Because I needed to ask you something where the others could not hear." She felt the temperature of the room drop, though the air had not changed. "Ask." Torvin reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. It was yellowed, the edges soft with wear, the creases deep. He held it out to her. She took it. The paper was covered in handwriting, tight and precise, the letters small as if the writer had wanted to fit as much as possible into the space. She recognized the script. She had seen it on requisition forms, on salvage assessments, on the vault door that had killed Hesse. Selka Mire's hand. "Where did you get this?" "The signal station," Torvin said. "I found it in the operations room while you were checking the corridor. It was inside the relay casing, sealed. I do not think it was meant to be found." Vexara read. The first line was a date, 4 years ago. 4 years before the contract, before the mission, before the unit had even been assembled. "To the Acting Director, Northern Recovery Office. The Varreth Expanse retrieval program requires adjusted incentive structures to meet yield targets. Current survival rates exceed acceptable thresholds for resource recovery efficiency. The attached clause revisions are recommended for immediate implementation. Signed, Director Selka Mire, Compact Salvage Authority." Below the letter, a list of clauses, section numbers, penalty brackets, payout thresholds, and at the bottom, circled in ink that had gone down with age, a single line. Fewer than 4 survivors. Double recovery credit, expanded salvage designation, no audit requirement. 4 or more, classification review, testimony collection, potential liability flag. Vexara read it 3 times. The numbers did not change. "You have known this since the signal station," she said. Her voice did not sound like her own. "I have." "You did not tell me." "No." She looked up from the paper. Torvin's face was unreadable, but his hands were still, and she understood that he was giving her the information not as a weapon, but as a test. "Why now?" "Because you saved Pelson." He said it simply, as if the answer were obvious. "Before the signal station, I did not know if you would. I watched you in the granary. I watched you take the lodge's share. I watched you redistribute it outer, but I did not know if that was calculation or guilt. I needed to see what you would do when the arithmetic said one thing and a person's life said another. And now you know. I know you have a deviation. I know the deviation did not come from Felka's training. And I know that if you had known about this clause before the Granary, you might have made different choices. Or you might not have. I needed to see which one you were before I gave you the paper. She stared at him. You tested me. I watched you. The distinction was precise, and it changed nothing. Vexara looked down at the paper again. The circled line had not moved. The numbers were still the same. Fear within 4. Double credit. No audit. She had signed a contract written by a woman who had planned, 4 years in advance, for the people on this mission to die. She designed it before we were chosen, Vexara said slowly. Before the unit. Before Karth Hollow even knew the seed vault existed. She built the mission around the clause. Yes, she expected me to do the math and deliver the survivors she wanted. Yes, the paper trembled in her hand. She folded it carefully, the creases aligning with the old folds, and tucked it into her coat. Why are you telling me this now? She asked again. You could have kept it. You could have let me walk into the vault blind and let the clause play out however it played. Torvin stood. He was taller than her, than half a head, but he did not loom. He stood at the edge of the counter and met her eyes. Because I want to know if you are worth following. The words hung in the air between them. I have been watching you since the depot, he said. I watched you divide Hesse's rations. I watched you choose the medicine over the salvage. I watched you take the grain first and give it away after. I watched you burn a heat salt on a man who could not pay you back. And I do not know if any of that was real, or if you were still following the math just in a different direction. He stepped closer. So I am giving you this now. Before the vault. Before the next trap. Because if you are going to lead us out of here, I need to know that the numbers are not the only thing you see. Vexara said nothing. She could feel the paper against her chest, a weight that pressed against her ribs like a second heart. Selka Mire's handwriting. Selka Mire's arithmetic. The same numbers that had kept her alive for 6 years, repurposed into a machine that would grind her unit into acceptable losses. She had trusted the ledger. The ledger had been written to spend her. She stood alone in the ticket office, the folded paper against her chest, the numbers she had trusted snapping into a shape she could no longer recognize. The corridor behind the steel door was silent. The vault was waiting. And somewhere in the dark, Selka Mire's ledger was still counting. Chapter 17. The paper was still warm against her chest. Vexara stood in the ticket office and listened to Torvin's footsteps fade up the service stair. The steel door at the far end of the corridor waited, a slab of rust and rivets that led to the cellar and, beyond it, the vault approach. She should move. She should rejoin the unit. She should inventory the grain and the heat salts and calculate how far the cellar route would take them before the entity at the boundary stone decided to stop reading and start moving. She did not move. Her hand went to her coat pocket, found the folded paper, and pulled it out again. Selka's handwriting. Sharp, compact. The loop of the capital letters pressed deep enough into the pulp that her fingers could read it in the dark. Fewer than 4. Double credit. No audit. The words did not change. She had been 23 when she first sat across from Mire in the compact's northern salvage office. The building had been cold, always cold, even before the silence crept far enough south to touch its foundation stones. Selka had worn the same wool coat year-round, the collar stiff with frost and age, and she had spoken in the flat cadence of someone who had stopped needing to convince anyone of anything. The Enclave sends requests, Selka had said, sliding a stack of requisition forms across the desk. We evaluate them. We approve or deny. That is the job. Vexara had taken the first form, a settlement called Loxor, population 300, requesting seed grain and a replacement ox after the previous winter's die-off. They have no livestock to replace, Selka had said before Vexara could finish reading. The ox was their last. They ate it. But they do not want to admit that in writing because an honest application would be denied on principle. Then why send the form? Because the form is the test. Selka had leaned back in her chair, the wood groaning under her weight. Every request is a measurement of what the supplicant believes they deserve. If they lie, they are asking for more than their situation warrants, and we know to deny them. If they tell the truth, they are admitting to a scarcity they cannot manage, and we know to deny them because they will not survive the next winter regardless. So no one gets approved. The ones who survive do not send requests. They send solutions. They send inventory lists and labor tallies, and evidence that they have already solved the problem themselves. Those are the ones we fund. Vexara had sat with that for a long moment, the cold seeping through her boots, the requisition form thin and brittle in her hands. You are saying the system is designed to fail the people who need it missed. Selka had smiled. Not a kind smile, a smile of recognition. I am saying the system is designed to preserve the people who can be preserved. The rest are a drain we cannot afford. Arithmetic is not cruel, it is honest. The memory settled in Vexara's chest like a stone. She folded the letter and put it back in her coat. The corridor was still dark. The steel door was still waiting. And somewhere in the dark between her and the vault, Selka Mire's arithmetic was still running, still counting, still expecting her to arrive at the same conclusion she had been trained to reach. Vexara turned and walked to the service stair. She climbed 23 steps, the wood groaning under her weight, and emerged into the arch's main chamber. The unit was where she had left them. Marnik sat against the wall with his bandaged palm resting on his knee, eyes half closed. Griff had the testimony pages spread across his lap and jingling them by date. Sella stood at the frost line, watching the boundary stone through the arch's opening. Pelson was awake, legs stretched out, face tight with pain he refused to voice. Ithila sat apart from the others, her fingers pressed flat against the stone floor, eyes closed. Vexara crossed to the heat cage and sat down. No one spoke. She could feel their attention on her, the weight of 7 people waiting for her to say something that would make sense of the silence. She had nothing. She had a letter in her coat and a corridor to the vault, and a ledger that had been written to spend every person in this room. The ones who survive do not send requests. They send solutions. She had sent herself. She had volunteered for this mission because Karth Hollow was starving, and the Compact's contract promised medicine and seed vault coordinates, and enough leverage to break the Enclave's dependence on ration control. She had bid that arithmetic, that a completed contract could buy safety for the people who came after her. But the contract had been written by Selka Mire 4 years ago, before the unit existed, before Karth Hollow even knew the seed vault was real. Selka had not designed the mission to feed the Enclave. She had designed it to cull the people who could not be saved and to pay the person who delivered them. Vexara looked at the unit. Marnik, former grain clerk. He had been blacklisted after questioning the Compact's supply allocations to the southern wards. The official record said he had been reassigned. The truth was that he had been sent into the Expanse because he knew too much about how the Compact moved grain. Sierra. Trapright. Her family had been seized for labor collateral after a dispute over a salvage claim. She had signed on to this mission because the Compact promised to review her family's case if she returned with viable route data. Borsoisdost. The movement drew the unit's attention. 7 faces turned toward her. She did not have an answer. She did not have a plan that would undo Selka's 4-year head start. She had a corridor to the vault, 2 heat salts, 14 days of grain at half ration, and a letter that proved the woman who trained her had been playing a longer game than she had ever understood. But she had the letter, and she had the names in Grest's testimony, and she had a vault that still needed to be opened. "We move in 10 minutes, she said. The words came out flat, competent. The voice of a woman who knew what she was doing. She was not that woman anymore, but the unit did not need to know that yet. She crossed to the arch's opening and stood beside Sierra, looking out at the boundary stone. The entity was still there. A shape in the dark, motionless at the edge of where the frost line had receded, did not move. It did not blink. It stood with its head angled toward the carvings on the stone, reading Selka Mire's marks with a patience that felt older than the cold. "What is it?" Siora asked. Vexara watched the shape. A tool, a witness, a consequence Selka had not accounted for, because Selka did not believe in anything older than the arithmetic. "I do not know," Vexara said, "but it is not done reading." The entity's head turned, toward the arch, toward them. Chapter 18. The entity's head turned, not fast, not slow. A single motion, like a door swinging on a rusted hinge, and then the shape was no longer reading the carvings. It was facing the arch, facing them. Vexara did not move. Beside her, Siora's hand went to the tool at her belt. The fingers stopped before they reached the handle, as if the entity's attention had frozen the thought before it became an action. The frost line had not advanced. The cold had not returned. The shape stood at the boundary stone, motionless, and watched. "It sees us," Siora said. Vexara felt the weight of Selka's letter inside her coat. 4 years of planning. A contract designed to spend them. A woman who had trained her to be the arithmetic so the calculation would feel inevitable. The entity did not attack. It watched. And Vexara understood, with a certainty that settled in her chest like cold water, that the entity was not the threat she needed to face first. The threat was in the room behind her. She turned from the arch. "Everyone up," she said. "We need to talk." They gathered around the dead heat cage. Marnik sat with his back to the wall, bandaged palm resting on his knee. Ugreth had folded his testimony pages into a neat stack and placed them beside him, spectacles catching the lantern light. Pelson had stretched his burned leg out in front of him, jaw tight, but his eyes were clear. Ithala sat apart, fingers pressed to the stone floor, her breath shallow and regular, reading the ground the way others read a page. Siora stayed standing near the arch opening, one hand on the stone frame, keeping the entity in her peripheral vision. No one spoke. Vexara stood in the center of the circle they had made without meaning to, and she felt the shape of the confession she was about to make pressing against her throat like a blade held flat. She pulled Selka's letter from her coat, not to show them, not yet, just to feel the paper against her fingers, proof that the words existed. "I worked for the Compact for 6 years, she said. "Northern Salvage Office. I assessed claims, estimated value, decided what communities could keep and what they had to surrender." Marnik's eyes did not leave her face. "Selka Mire was my director. She trained me personally. I thought she was teaching me how to read a ledger. She was teaching me how to become one." Sorda's hand tightened on the stone frame. "I took this mission because Karth Hollow was starving," Vexara said, "because the contract offered medicine, seed vault coordinates, and enough credit to buy real safety for the people who came back. I believed that. I believed a completed contract could fix things." She stopped. The words sat in the air between them, raw and unguarded. "I believed it because I wanted to," she said, "because believing it was easier than admitting I had already spent 6 years doing the same arithmetic the Compact was using to spend us." Rakus adjusted his spectacles. The gesture was slow, deliberate, the same steady rhythm he used to arrange testimony pages by date. "And now?" he asked. Vexara met his gaze. "Now I know Selka designed this mission 4 years ago. Before the unit was assembled. Before Karth Hollow knew the vault was real." She paused. "Every person in this room was chosen because their absence would not be investigated, because the Compact had already calculated what you were worth and found you expendable." She said it flatly, no softening, no apology that would sound like she was asking for something. Marnik's jaw tightened. Siora's posture went very still. Pessin looked down at his hands, at the sister's labor token he still carried. Ithella did not react at all. Glek removed his spectacles, polished them on his sleeve, and replaced them. The ritual of a man who needed his hands to be busy while his mind worked. "You are telling us," he said slowly, "that you brought us here knowing the contract was rigged." "No," Vexara said. "I am telling you I signed the contract without reading the fine print. I am telling you I trusted Selka because she trained me, and I did not see the pattern until it was too late. I am telling you that I saved Pessin because I could not watch him die, and that choice broke the arithmetic Selka built me to follow. She held up the letter. And I am telling you that I found this at the signal station. Selka's handwriting, 4 years old. The contract pays double if fewer than 4 of us survive. If all 8 make it out, the compact flags the mission for review and buries the testimony. The silence that followed was not the silence of the Expanse. It was the silence of 7 people hearing the shape of their own deaths spoken aloud. Siora broke it first. How long have you known? Her voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a trapwright measuring a mechanism before she decided whether to disarm it or let it spring. I found the letter after the signal station, Vexara said. After the Granary, after Pelson. You held it. Yes. Sierra's hand left the stone frame. She turned to face Vexara fully. You held proof that the contract was designed to kill us, and you did not tell us. I did not know how, Vexara said. And I did not know if telling you would save us or fracture us at the wrong moment. That is not your decision to make. I know. The admission hung in the air, bare and unguarded. Siora stared at her. The anger in her face was real, but so was the uncertainty beneath it, the question of what came next. Marnik spoke without looking up from his bandaged hand. What do you want from us? Vexara considered the question. I want you to know the truth, she said. I want you to decide what you do with it. I am not asking for trust. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am telling you what I know, so you can choose whether to follow me to the vault or find your own way out. There is no way out, Pelson said quietly. The return path is sealed. Then we go forward, Vexara said, to the vault, with the truth or without it. Yuri stood. He did not stand quickly. He rose with the careful weight of a man who had spent years in courtrooms, who knew that posture mattered when the verdict was about to be read. He picked up his testimony stack and walked to where Vexara stood. You told us the truth, he said. Not all of it, but enough to cost you something. He opened the ledger. If you lie to us again, I will put your name in the same record as the dead, not as a collaborator, as a warning, so the next team knows what kind of arithmetic follows them into the dark. He held her gaze. That is not mercy. That is the record. Vexara looked at the open ledger, at the names written in Ugreth's careful hand, at the blank space where her name would go if she failed the only test that still mattered. I understand, she said. Ugreth closed the ledger. Then we move, he said. Before the thing at the stone decides the door looks easier to open than the marks. Marnik stood. Siora turned back to the arch. Pelson pushed himself up on his good leg, face tight with pain but no hesitation. Ithila remained seated. Her fingers were still pressed to the stone floor, her eyes still closed, her breath still shallow and regular. Ithila, Vexara said. The wayfinder did not open her eyes. The thing at the stone, she said. It is not alone. The words landed like frost on exposed skin. There is something behind it, Ithila said. In the dark beyond the frost line, something that has been watching the Watcher. She opened her eyes. They were glassy, distant, the eyes of someone who had already seen what was coming. It has been waiting for us to stop moving. Chapter 19. The chamber fell quiet after Itzlala's words. Vexara stood at the frost line with her back to the arch, facing Siora's unreadable expression and Marnik's bandaged hands. The weight of the confession still hung in the air, but Ithila's warning had shifted something. The thing at the boundary stone was no longer the only threat they had to outrun. We cannot stay here, Vexara said. We cannot go back, Pelson added, and forward leads to whatever has been waiting for us to stop moving. Then we move anyway, Marnik said. He stood, gathered his divided grain bundles, and slung them across his shoulder. We came for the vault. The vault has not moved. Ugreth adjusted his spectacles. There is a rat, he said. Not the cellar corridor Torfin scouted, an older one. He pulled a folded testimony page from his satchel, the paper yellowed and brittle along the crease. I have been holding this since the signal station. I did not read it earlier because I did not understand what it described until we reached this arch. He spread the page on the stone floor and weighted the corners with heat salt tins. 3 months after the silence took the northern wards, a civic records clerk named Brennus filed a property statement on behalf of the old Border Watch office. The statement lists every sealed transit station between the Expanse Rim and the Frost Line. One of them sits directly ahead of us, buried under the civic arch foundation. Siora knelt beside him, tracing the ink with her finger. "I know this building pattern," she said. "Border Watch stations used claimant protocol locks, civic testimony, property affidavits, sworn statements. If you had the right legal language, you could pass through sealed gates without a key." "The compact buried those protocols," Vexara said. "They replaced them with contract marks and priority distribution." "Buried," Ugreth repeated. "Not deleted." He tapped the testimony page. Brennus's statement includes a full list of registered claimant names, former wardens, civic record keepers, supply officers, all dead now. All entered into the Border Watch system with active legal standing. Vexara felt the shape of the idea before Ugreth finished speaking. "The compact assumed those names would never be used again," she said slowly. "Because the people who held them died in the silence." "Yes, but the system does not check whether the claimant is alive. It only checks whether the name is registered." Ugreth nodded. "The testimony is sworn. The names are on record. If the Border Watch station still responds to civic protocol, the vault door is not the only sealed gate we can open." Siora looked up from the page. "That is a gamble. The station has been buried under frost for years. The mechanisms could be frozen, broken, or repurposed by whatever is reading Selka's marks at the boundary stone." "It is a gamble," Vexara agreed. "But it is a gamble the compact did not plan for." She picked up the testimony page and studied the list of names. 47 of them. Wardens, clerks, supply officers. Every one of them dead. Every one of them still carrying a legal voice the system had not revoked. "How do we find the station entrance?" she asked. Ugreth pointed to the civic arch's rear wall, where a seam ran vertically through the stone, barely visible in the dim light. "Brennus's statement says the transit station connects to the arch's lower foundation. There should be a sealed access panel behind the service stair Torvin used." Marnik crossed to the wall and ran his fingers along the seam. "It is mortared shut," he said. "But the mortar is old. I can break it with the pry bars." "How long?" Vexara asked. 10 minutes, maybe less if Siora helps me find the weak points." Siora was already moving toward the wall, her trapwright's hands tracing the seam with practiced precision. "I will need light and quiet," she said. "The seam is deeper than it looks." Pelson limped to the grain packs and began redistributing weight, preparing for movement. Ugreth gathered his testimony page and returned them to the satchel. Vexara stayed at the Frost Line, the list of dead names still in her hand. 47 names, 47 voices the compact had buried but never silenced. She thought of Selka's ledger, the arithmetic of acceptable losses, the system designed to make the unit's deaths feel inevitable. But the system had not accounted for Ugreth's testimonies, for the names of dead wardens and clerks whose legal standing still held, for the possibility that the dead could speak when the living refused. Ithla rose from the stone floor. Her fingers were still pressed to her palms, as if she was trying to hold on to sensation that had begun to slip. "The presence behind the entity," she said. "It is closer now. It is watching us choose." Vexara folded the testimony page and tucked it into her coat. "Then we choose quickly." Siora's voice echoed from the rear wall. "I found the access panel." Marnik wedged the pry bars into the seam and leaned his weight against it. The mortar cracked, a dry sound like bone breaking. Vexara turned from the frost line and walked toward the sound. The names in her pocket were heavy. 47 dead voices waiting to be spoken. She hoped they would be enough. Chapter 20. The mortar crumbled in dry flakes as Marnik worked the pry bars deeper into the seam. The sound echoed through the arch's main chamber, thin and sharp against the stone. Seora knelt beside him, her fingers tracing the panel's edges. "There," she said. "The lower seal is weaker. Lever there first." Marnik shifted his weight and drove the bars into the gap. Stone ground against stone. A crack spread up the panel's center, hairline thin, then branching. Passon stood at the grain packs, redistributing weight with the careful efficiency of someone who had learned to measure his own limits. He did not look at Vexara when she passed. He did not need to. The silence between them had become something else. Not trust, not forgiveness, but a kind of acknowledgement that the debt would not be forgotten. Ugreth sat apart from the others, testimony pages spread across his knees. He was reading by the last light of the heat cage, his lips moving silently as if memorizing the words. The satchel lay open beside him, the edges of older pages visible beneath the current stack. Ethella stood at the arch's entrance, facing the boundary stone. Her hands hung loose at her sides, her breath visible in the cold. The entity was still there, motionless, reading. The frost line had not advanced. Vexara pulled the testimony page from her coat and read the names again. Brennus, 47 others. Wardens, clerks, supply officers, registered in the Border Watch system with active legal standing. Dead for years. She thought about what that meant. The compact had buried the protocols, replaced them with contract marks and priority distribution, but the system's foundation remained. A layer of civic law older than the silence, older than the compact's authority. The dead had been entered into that system with names, signatures, sworn statements. The system did not check for breath. It only checked for registration. Vexara. Seora's voice pulled her back. The trapwright stood at the access panel, one hand resting on the cracked stone. "We are through." Marnik had broken the seal cleanly. The panel hung loose on rusted hinges, revealing a dark shaft beyond. Air moved up from the opening, cold and dry, carrying the faint smell of old metal and sealed stone. Vexara folded the testimony page and crossed to the panel. The shaft dropped into darkness. Ladder rungs, iron, crusted with frost but intact, descended into the black. The walls were poured stone, windowless, the kind of construction that predated the Border Watch stations by decades, maybe centuries. "Light," she said. Seora handed her a salvaged convoy in fuel cloth, the flame low and steady. Cesar lowered the rod into the shaft. The light caught the rungs, the walls, the floor below. 20 feet down, a corridor with a sealed door at the far end. No marks, no frost, no sound. She turned to the unit. "I go first. Marnik, you follow. Ugrith, bring the testimonies. Seora, seal the panel behind us as best you can." "The entity," Ithila said. "It is still reading, but the cold behind it is deepening. The frost line will reach the arch within the hour." "Then we have an hour." Vexara swung her leg over the edge of the shaft and began the descent. The rungs were cold through her gloves, the iron solid under her weight. She counted steps without meaning to. 7, 13, 20. Her boots hit stone. She raised the light. The corridor stretched ahead, 20 paces to the sealed door. The walls were lined with empty brackets where lanterns had once hung. The floor was bare, swept clean by decades of dry air and stillness. The door at the end was brass, old, discolored with age but not corrosion. A rectangular intake slot was set into its center, flanked by 2 vertical grooves that matched the width of a testimony page. No handle, no lock, just the slot and the grooves. Vexara heard the others descend behind her, Marnik's weight making the rungs groan, Urith's careful steps, Pelson's limp, Seora's light hands. Ithila came last, her breath shallow. When they stood together in the corridor, Vexara approached the brass door. She held up the testimony page, Brennus's statement, the list of 47 names. "If the system still responds to civic protocol," she said, "this door opens when the testimony is inserted into the intake slot. Or it seals behind us," Seora said, "the same way the vault return path sealed. Either way, we do not stay here." Vexara pressed the page into the slot. The paper slid inward, caught by something metal, and began to draw itself through. The sound of ratcheting gears, dry and distant, came from somewhere beyond the door. The grooves flanking the slot began to glow, a pale blue light, thin as thread, tracing the edges of the intake. The gears stopped. A voice, recorded tinny with age, spoke from a hidden grate above the door. Claimant registration required, sworn testimony recognized, transferring to Border Watch Authority. A pause. The light in the grooves flickered. Registry check incomplete. 47 claimant names detected. No living markers confirmed. The voice stopped. Vexara stood still, her hand still raised where she had released the page. The door did not open. Athela's breath caught behind her. "The cold," Athela said. "The frost line. It has reached the arch." Vexara turned. Through the shaft behind them, gray light filtered down. No, not light. Frost, creeping across the arch's stone floor, advancing toward the opening. The entity was no longer reading. It was moving. Chapter 21. The cold crept down the shaft, slow and patient, carrying the touch of the frost line into the corridor. Vexara felt it on the back of her neck before she heard Athela's breath catch. "The arch is flooding," Athela said. "The frost. It is pouring through the opening now." Vexara did not turn around. The brass door sat before her, the testimony page already swallowed by its intake slot, the recorded voice still hanging in the air. No living markers confirmed. The lock was not broken. It had simply not been given what it needed. She pressed her palm flat against the cold brass and felt the vibration beneath, gears waiting, a clockwork mind holding its position until something satisfied its requirements. "Egreth," she said. "Give me the earliest testimony, the one with the oldest names." Egreth stepped forward, his boots scraping stone. He did not ask why. He knelt, opened the satchel, and drew out a sheaf of pages bound with twine. "Kellum, 5th cycle," he said. 19 names, all dead. "Read them to me." Egreth hesitated. The intake accepted the page. The system processed Brennus's testimony. It said the names are registered, but no living markers are confirmed. "The system checks registration," Vexara said, "not breath." "Incomplete check," Siora said behind her. "The civic protocols had 2 stages, registration, then confirmation. They archived the registration layer but left the confirmation requirement." "Then we give confirmation." Vexara turned from the door and held her hand out to Egreth. He placed the Kellum testimony into her palm, the paper brittle, the ink faded to rust. She carried it to the intake slot and held it flat against the opening. "The door responds to sworn testimony," she said. "It was built for sake of authority. Claimants who signed statements under compact jurisdiction. The dead have standing." "They have no voice," Egreth said. "They have ours." Vexara looked at the unit. Marnik stood at the base of the shaft, his bandaged hand resting on the ladder rung. Sioa was halfway up, her body braced against the wall, watching the frost line descend. Palson leaned against the corridor wall, his burned leg extended, his face tight. Athela stood at the rear, her hands pressed flat against the stone, her eyes closed. "Egreth," Vexara said. "You recorded their names. You witnessed their claims. You carry their testimony. That makes you a designated representative under pre-silence civic code. I was a judge. Then judge this." She held the page out to him. Egreth stared at it for a long moment. Then he took it, adjusted his spectacles, and turned to face the brass door. His voice, when it came, was steady. "Callum, 5th cycle. Claimant name, Taryn Enner. Registration code, North Archive, Shelf 7, Drawer 12. He paused. The intake slot's blue light flickered. Claimant name, Selda Kern. Registration code, North Archive, Shelf 7, Drawer 14. The gears inside the door began to shift. A low grinding sound, metal finding metal. Claimant name, Blennis Vale. Registration code, North Archive, Shelf 9, Drawer 3. Itlevers's eyes opened. "The frost is on the stair. It is halfway down." Vexara did not move. She watched Greth's face as he spoke the names, watched the blue light pulse with each registration code, watched the gears engage and disengage, searching for a match. Claimant name, Oris Fenn. Registration code, North Archive, Shelf 11, Drawer 1. The grinding stopped. The blue light in the grooves turned white. The intake slot ejected Brennus's testimony page, cleaned and undamaged, and the brass door began to open. Not outward, not inward. It split vertically, the two halves sliding into the walls, revealing a corridor beyond lined with pale stone and deeper darkness. The recorded voice spoke again. Claimant confirmation accepted. Border Watch Authority recognized. Designated representative recorded. A new sound joined the silence, a low hum, electrical, far deeper in the structure, as if something had been waiting for this exact moment to wake. Vexara stepped through the opening. The corridor beyond the door was wider than the approach, the ceiling higher, the walls marked with grooves that matched the intake slot's design. Brackets lined the walls, empty of lanterns, but still wired for power. The floor bore the faded remains of a painted directional line, a stripe of yellow so old it looked brown in the dim light. The hum grew louder. "It is coming from ahead," Ithila said. "A relay, something preserved." "The system went dormant when the compact buried the protocols," Wheatgrass said. "We just reconnected its authority chain." "Can it be turned off?" Marnik asked. "I do not know if we want to turn it off," Vexara said. She walked forward, following the yellow line. The corridor curved gently, then opened into a circular chamber 20 paces across, its ceiling domed, its walls lined with dormant relay panels and sealed console housings. In the center of the chamber stood a single column, chest-high, topped with a glass plate. Beneath the glass, a spool of thin metal ribbon sat between two magnetic readers. The ribbon was moving, unspooling slowly as the readers cycled across its surface. The hum came from the column. Vexara approached it. The glass was dark, the ribbon catching the faint light from the corridor. She could see markings on the metal, too small to read, but the pattern was familiar. Tally marks. Compact format. Salka Mire's handwriting. The column's base bore a single engraved line, "For the claimant who completes the circuit." The readers cycled again. The ribbon advanced. A voice, recorded, crackled from a grate beneath the glass. "Transit Station 47 reinitialized. Authority transfer confirmed. Designated representative logged." A pause. The ribbon stopped moving. "Directive pending. Awaiting claimant verification. The northern vault approach is unsealed. Recovery assets are authorized to proceed." Vexara stared at the glass. Salka Mire had known. She had known someone would find this station. She had built the route so that the only way forward was through civic authority, through the dead, through the testimony that the compact had buried, and she had left a directive waiting for whoever survived the path she designed. "A relay," Varreth said. "She left us a relay." "Not for us," Vexara said. She turned from the column. "For the person who used her training well enough to reach this room." The ribbon unspooled another inch. The readers cycled. The voice spoke again. "Directive begins transmission. Encoding key, Mire. Recipient classification, finest pupil." Vexara felt the words settle into her chest like frost. The column hummed on, ready to deliver whatever Salka had recorded 4 years ago, now finally, impossibly, reaching the ears it was meant for. Chapter 22. The recorded voice continued, steady and unhurried, as if Salka Mire had all the time in the world. Liability class designation ensures recovery assets are prioritized to administrative centers with surviving civic infrastructure. Scattered settlements without registered governance structures fall to secondary distribution. This is not cruelty. This is efficiency. Vexara stood motionless before the column. The glass plate cast a pale glow across her face as the metal ribbon cycled between the magnetic readers, feeding Selka's words into the chamber. Marnik shifted behind her, the scrape of his boot on stone. Route mapping for Transit Station 47 confirms the northern corridor remains structurally stable. Recovery assets proceeding via this route will encounter 3 pressure field checkpoints. Each checkpoint requires a registered claimant marker to deactivate. Dead names function. Living names confirm. The voice paused. The ribbon advanced half an inch. Citizen discard alignment protocols are confirmed for all personnel assigned to Expanse recovery contracts prior to the current cycle. Classification criteria: labor debt exceeding 4 seasons, political dissent documented in civic record. family connections to collapsed governance structures, resource cost exceeding projected salvage value. Marnik stopped moving. Vexara heard the change in his breathing, the catch, the held silence that followed. "Say that again," he said. The voice did not repeat itself. It moved on. "Recovery efficiency projections for the current cycle indicate an optimal survivor count of 3. 4 or more survivors triggers classification review, testimony collection, and potential liability exposure for administrative personnel. This projection is calculated from previous cycle data and assumes standard attrition rates." Vexara turned from the column. Marnik stood with his hands at his sides, the bandaged palm facing outward, his face a mask of stone that did not quite hold. "Citizen, discard alignment," he said. The words came out flat, measured. The voice of a man who already knew the answer. "That is what they called it." Grieth looked up from where he had knelt beside a dormant relay panel. "Called what?" "The category." Marnik's jaw worked. "When they blacklisted me, when they moved my family from supply priority to labor obligation, the council did not say discard, they said resource reallocation. But the numbers matched the same pattern." He looked at Vexara. "You knew this." "I knew Selka designed the mission," Vexara said. "I did not know she had written classification language into the root. But you are not surprised." She held his gaze. "No." Marnik nodded slowly. The gesture was not acceptance. It was an alimony that the truth had been waiting for him, and he had finally arrived at the door. Siora broke the silence. "We need the route maps." She had crossed to the far wall, where a sealed console housing stood beneath a layer of dust and corrosion. The housing bore the same groove pattern as the intake slot in the brass door. "If the directive mentioned 3 pressure field checkpoints, the maps are here. The system stores them with the authority chain." Vexara moved to join her. The console was cold, the metal frosted at the edges where the warmth of the chamber had not yet reached. She pressed her palm flat against the housing and felt the faint vibration beneath, the pulse of the station's reawakened systems. "How do we open it?" Siora pointed to a recessed panel at the base. "Same protocol. Claimant marker. The dead names still have standing." Grieth was already moving, testimony pages spread across his lap. "Which name?" "The highest rank in the Border Watch hierarchy," Vexara said. "The one with the broadest authority. The system will prioritize seniority." Grieth adjusted his spectacles, scanning the names. Kellum was the station warden, but there is also a civil overseer listed. Oris Fenn. His registration code is fuller than the others. "Try Fenn." Grieth stood, crossed to the console and pressed his palm against the recessed panel, the way Vexara had pressed against the golem. "Claimant name, Oris Fenn. Registration code, North Archive, Chef 11, Drawer 1. Designated representative, Grieth Kern, acting under pre-silent civic authority." The panel hummed. A seam appeared along the console's edge, and the housing slid open, revealing a bank of glass slides, each marked with faded ink with a route number. Siora reached for the fresh slide. She held it up to the light. The map was detailed, hand-drawn on the precise grid-line style of compact cartography. The northern corridor was marked in red, curving past 3 checkpoint symbols. Beyond the 3rd checkpoint, a final notation. "Vault approach. Sealed. Recovery assets authorized." The ribbon stopped. The readers cycled once, then fell silent. The chamber was quiet. Pelson broke the stillness. "She knew you would get this far." "She trained me to," Vexara said. "And she still left a message," Guest said. "A choice. Turn back with a clean record, or push forward into whatever she prepared." "It is a test," Marnik said. "Everything she does is a test." Vexara looked at the glass slides, at the route map, at the checkpoint sequence that would lead them to the vault. "She did not leave a choice," she said. She lifted the first slide from Siora's hand. "She left an instruction. And the instruction is the same one she has been giving me since I was 23. She turned toward the corridor, solve the system, reach the vault, and prove that I am no longer the person who built it." The hum of the station followed her as she walked, steady and patient. The heartbeat of a machine Selka Mire had set in motion 4 years ago. Now finally, fully awake. Chapter 23. The corridor beyond Transit Station 47 curved north through stone that had not seen maintenance in decades. The yellow directional line faded in places, broken by gaps where the floor had heaved and settled, but the route held. Vexara counted steps. 200. 300. The air changed as they walked, growing denser, pressing against the ears the way it did before a Null pocket closed. Behind her, Marnik carried the heaviest pack with the glass slides wrapped in canvas. Siora walked beside Ithla, watching the Wayfinder's steps grow shorter, more deliberate, as if each footfall required conscious effort. They had been moving for 3 hours when Ithla stopped. The column halted. Ithla stood with her head tilted, eyes half closed, lips moving without sound. Then she spoke. "Pressure field, 40 paces ahead, the checkpoint." Her voice came out thin, the words clipped at the edges like paper torn too fast. "Registered Clement marker," Vexara said. "Ithla, can you feel the field boundary?" Ithla nodded. Her hand rose, palm open, fingers spread. She took 3 steps forward, then stopped. "Here. The boundary runs wall to wall, chest height." Vexara moved past her, felt nothing, but she trusted the read. She pulled one of the dead names from the list Yograth carried, a supply officer named Tormund Vast, whose registration code had been clean, and spoke it into the space ahead. "Claimant, Tormund Vast. Registration, North Archive, Shelf 9, Drawer 4. Designated Representative, Vexara Dunholdt, acting under pre-silence civic authority." The air in front of her shimmered. A faint pressure release, like a held breath, let go. Then nothing. The unit moved through the checkpoint without incident. Ithla did not lower her hand. "Cold pocket," she said. "Another 40 paces, smaller, shoulder width." She opened her eyes fully, and for a moment her gaze was not focused on the corridor. It was somewhere else, somewhere deeper, and her fingers trembled. "Keep moving," Vexara said. They passed through 4 more checkpoints in the next 2 hours. Each time Ithla read the air with her palms, her arms, her closed eyes. Each time she emerged shaking, her words slower, her pauses longer. At the 6th checkpoint, she did not speak at all. She pointed. Vexara called the dead name. The field released. Ithla lowered her hand and continued walking as if nothing had happened. But her steps were unsteady now, and Siora moved closer to her side. They made camp in a collapsed relay alcove where 3 corridors met. The walls were lined with dead copper wiring and the remnants of old signal panels, gutted of anything useful. Marnik set the last fuel brick into the portable heat cage Siora had rebuilt from salvaged conduit. The flame caught low, barely visible, a whisper of warmth that did not reach past their knees. They sat in a loose circle, packs between them, breath visible. Gogreth adjusted his spectacles and spread testimony pages across his lap, but he did not read. He watched Ithla. The Wayfinder sat with her back against the wall, hands flat on her thighs, eyes open but unblinking. Her lips moved occasionally, forming words that did not reach her voice. "She is worse," Siora said. "The exposure is cumulative," Gogreth said. "Every reading costs her something the silence does not return." Vexara heard the words. She filed them. Then she began the arithmetic. Fuel. 1 brick remaining after this burn. Heat cage efficiency, declining as the conduit rods corroded. Ithla's route reading capacity, degrading faster than anticipated. Remaining checkpoints on the route map, 11, maybe 12 if the corridor branched. The answer came before she finished the calculation. It was not a conclusion she wanted. It was a conclusion the numbers delivered, clean and inevitable, the way they always did when she stopped flinching. If Ithla's readings continued to cost her body mass and speech speed at the current rate, she would be non-functional before the 8th checkpoint, possibly before the 7th. A non-functional wayfinder in Silence Country was not a passenger. It was dead weight that burned calories, drew cold attention, and slowed movement through null zones where hesitation killed. The arithmetic was clear. Vexara looked at Githla and felt the numbers recompute, felt them land on the same answer. She looked away. Marnik broke the silence. We need to redistribute the packs. She cannot carry her share with the root readings draining her. I can carry it, Pelson said. You are already limping. I can carry it. Marnik did not argue. He began untying the straps on Ethel's pack, moving slowly, giving her time to object. She did not object. She did not seem to notice. Vexara watched the redistribution and felt the arithmetic shift. Ethel's load distributed to Marnik and Pelson. The calorie consumption would rise by approximately 12% over the next 3 days. The fuel brick would last 8 hours at current burn rate, maybe 9 if they cut the heat case output further. Ithla would still degrade, and when she degraded past usefulness, the unit would face a choice. Vexara's mind completed the equation before she could stop it. If Ithara were left of a heat diversion point, an old furnace room, a sealed boiler chamber, any space where her body could anchor the Null draught and slow the cold pursuit, the unit's survival probability increased by 23%. The margin was not hypothetical. It was the difference between half the unit reaching the vault and nearly all of them. The numbers were clean, elegant, the kind of arithmetic Selka Mire had trained into her until it became reflex. Vexara closed her eyes. The reflex was still there, the calculation still worked, and she hated how quickly it had come. She opened her eyes and looked at Ithla. The wayfinder had not moved. Her lips had stopped forming words. Her hands lay still on her thighs, palms up, as if waiting for something to be placed in them. Vexara, Siora's voice, low, careful. You are doing it again. Doing what? Calculating. Vexara did not answer. Ahead in the corridor, the air shifted. A faint warmth bled through the stone, barely perceptible, but unmistakable after hours of steady cold. Siora stood, moved to the corridor mouth, pressed her palm against the wall. There is a space beyond the next junction. A room. Something in it is radiating heat. Vexara rose, walked to where Siora stood, felt the warmth against her face, thin and distant, but real. A heat diversion point. The arithmetic whispered its verdict before she could silence it. There. If you leave her here, the others will live. She pressed her palm flat against the stone and felt the warmth pulse through the rock, steady, patient, waiting. Chapter 24. Vexara kept her palm flat against the stone. The warmth pulsed through the rock, steady, patient, as if the corridor itself breathed. The arithmetic still sat in her skull. Clean, complete. If you leave her here, the others will live. She pulled her hand back. No. Siora turned. No what? We are not leaving her. The words came before Vexara had fully decided to speak them. She heard them settle in the air and felt the shape of them, strange and uncalculated. Siora studied her. The Traprite's face gave nothing. Then what? Vexara looked at the corridor ahead. The warmth bleeding through the junction meant something structural. An old furnace chamber, a sealed boiler room, a place where heat still lived because the Expanse had not yet found it. We use the diversion, Vexara said, but we do not use her. Siora waited. Boundary stones, Vexara said. The old ones Trinal the Silent. Redirect it. If we have a heat source and something that reads like a living marker, we can fake the pattern. Fake it how? Burn something the system recognizes. Feed it heat and a registered name. The stone will treat it as a claimant and anchor the cold there instead of following us. Siora's eyes moved, tracking the logic. We have 1 fuel brick left. That is not enough to feed a stone for the time we need. I know. Then what? Vexara looked past Siora, down the corridor to where Ithila sat against the wall. The wayfinder's hands lay motionless on her thighs, palms up, waiting. Ithila can tell us where the stone's boundary breaks, Vexara said. Where the ward pattern is weakest. We put the heat there. We use less fuel. Less fuel still means the fuel we do not have. We have the heat cage. Siora went still. The heat cage was their last reliable warmth source. Without it, exposure times dropped to half. Rest stops became lethal. The unit could push to the vault or freeze trying, but they could not do both. If we burn the cage, Siora said slowly, we have no camp heat, no way to stabilize anyone who takes a cold hit. Then nobody takes a cold hit. That is not arithmetic. That is hope. Vexara felt the words land. She did not flinch from them. I know. Siora held her gaze for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back toward the alcove where Ithella sat. Marnik looked up as she approached. Pelson had finished redistributing Ithella's pack. Ugreth watched from his corner, testimony pages untouched in his lap. The leader has an idea, Siora said. It will cost us the heat cage. No one spoke. Marnik was the first to move. He stood, crossed to where the heat cage sat at the center of the camp, and began dismantling the conduit rods without waiting for orders. Pelson followed. His burned leg made him slow, but he took the fuel brick from the cage's base and wrapped it in canvas. How far? Marnik said. Vexara looked at Ithella. The Wayfinder's eyes were open now. Empty, but open. She had been listening. The stone at the boundary break, Vexara said. Can you feel it from here? Ithella did not answer. Her fingers twitched once, twice. Then she pushed herself up, using the wall for leverage. She walked past Vexara without looking at her, past Siora, down the corridor toward the warmth. They followed. The corridor bent twice before opening into a chamber that had once been a relay distribution hall. The walls were lined with dead metal panels. The ceiling sagged under decades of frost expansion, and in the center, embedded in the floor, a boundary stone sat cracked and dark, its carved wards barely visible under a film of rime. The heat bled from some more beam of it. Ithella stopped at the stone's edge. She looked down at it. Then she knelt, placed both hands on the stone, and closed her eyes. The air changed. Vexara felt it first as a pressure drop, the kind that preceded a storm. Then the cold gathered. Not from the corridor, but from the stone itself. It rose through Ithella's palms in slow waves, and the Wayfinder's shoulders began to shake. Where? Vexara said. Ithella's lips moved, no sound. Ithella, where is the break? The Wayfinder's hands pressed deeper. Her breath came in short, sharp pulls. Then she tilted her head, eyes still closed, and pointed with her chin toward the stone's northwest quadrant. There. A hairline fracture in the ward pattern, thin as a blade scratch, barely visible against the rime. Siora was already moving. She crouched at the fracture, traced its length with her fingertip, then began fitting the conduit rods against the stone's edge. The cage rods will channel the burn, she said. We place the fuel here, light it, and the stone reads the thermal signature as a claimant. The cold redirects toward the diversion point instead of our trail. How long? Marnik said. Minutes, maybe longer if the stone holds. And if it does not? Siora did not answer. She packed the conduit rods into a tight arc around the fracture, then took the fuel brick from Pelson and wedged it into the gap. Her hands moved with the precision of someone who had built warmth from scrap too many times to count. Light it, she said. Marnik struck his flint. The spark caught. The fuel brick hissed, then bloomed into a low, steady flame that licked the stone's edge and climbed the conduit rods. The cold did not retreat. It gathered. Ithella's hands on the stone began to frost. The rime crept up her forearms in slow crystals, and her shaking deepened, but she did not pull away. Vexara watched the fracture. The heat was working. The stone's ward pattern was shifting, the cold being drawn toward the flame the way the arithmetic had predicted. But Ithella was still on the stone. Ithella, Vexara said. Let go! The Wayfinder did not move. Ithella! Her eyes opened. The pupils were white. I can feel where it bends, Ithella said. Her voice was faint, scraped thin as old glass. If I let go, the line breaks. The cold follows you anyway. You have done enough. No! The word was quiet, final. Ithella pressed her palms deeper into the frost, and the cold climbed higher up her arms. Siora grabbed her shoulders. Let go, Ithella. We have the burn. We have the pattern. You are done. Ithella's hands released. The frost on her arms cracked and fell away in flakes, and she slumped forward into Siora's grip, breath ragged. The stone burned. The flame from the fuel brick had spread along the conduit rods, feeding the ward pattern with heat that the stone read as a living claim. The cold was being drawn into it, anchored there, held. Siora pulled Ithella back from the stone. The Wayfinder's arms were mottled white and red, the flesh beneath the frost already warming too fast, and she looked at her palms as if seeing them for the first time. Marnik grabbed Ethella's pack. Pelson took her other side. "Move," Vexara said. The unit moved. They crossed the chamber while the stone burned behind them, the cold anchored in the flame, and when Vexara reached the far corridor and looked back, the fire was still holding. Ethella walked between Marnik and Pelson, arms limp at her sides, head down. The arithmetic whispered one last verdict before Vexara silenced it. She cannot do that again. Vexara turned her back on the stone and led the unit deeper into the warmth, knowing the next time they needed a diversion, there would be no fuel left to burn, and no Ethella left to brace the cost. Ahead, the corridor opened into a wider space. The air changed again, warmer, wetter. Something ran in the dark, water moving over stone. Siora stopped. "Vexara, what?" "The warmth we felt. It is not a furnace," Siora pointed. Beyond the corridor's mouth, the walls opened into a natural cavern. Steam rose from a dark pool at the center, and along the far edge, half submerged in the heated water, lay a figure. It was not moving. It was not dead. It was breathing. Chapter 25. The figure in the pool did not move. Vexara counted seconds. 5. 10. The chest rose, fell, rose again. Steam curled off the water's surface and condensed on the cavern's ceiling, dripping in slow, hollow notes against the stone. "Who is it?" Marnik said. Vexara did not answer. She circled the pool's edge, keeping the heated water between herself and the figure. The warmth here was wrong. Not the dry burn of a heat cage or the flameless pulse of a geothermal vent. It smelled of mineral rot and something metallic, like old blood rinsed in iron. Siora knelt at the pool's rim. She dipped a finger, brought it to her nose, then her tongue. "Not water," she said. "Condensate. The heat is coming from below, bleeding through the stone. This pool is a collection basin." "Then what is he doing in it?" Pelson said. No one answered. Ethella stood at the back of the group, arms wrapped across her chest. Her pupils had regained their color, but her hands were still mottled white at the fingertips, and she stared at the figure with her head tilted, listening to something the rest of them could not hear. Vexara moved closer. The figure was a man, middle-aged, dark hair plastered against his scalp. His clothes were intact, a salvage jacket with the sleeves rolled, boots still tied. No visible wounds, no sign of struggle. He lay half-submerged, arms at his sides, face slack, breathing, like he had laid down to rest and simply not gotten up. "Smuggler's trick," said a voice behind her. Vexara turned. Joran stood at the cavern mouth, arms folded, leaning against the stone with the weight of a man who had been watching longer than he had let on. He had not been with them when they entered. She would have noticed. "You came back," Marnik said. Joran's mouth twitched. "I never left. I was in the vein above you when you burned the stone. Watched the whole thing." He pushed off the wall and walked past the group without asking permission. He stopped at the pool's edge, looked down at the figure, and nodded once, like greeting an old acquaintance. "Service veins," he said. "Run beneath the whole municipal grid. I marked 3 entrances on the route maps when Siora was not looking. This one feeds into the vault foundation 50 paces below grade." "You could have said something," Siora said. "I could have." Joran crouched, touched the water, and wiped his fingers on his thigh. "But I wanted to see if you would follow the heat first. Vexara always follows the heat. It is the one variable she cannot leave unbudgeted." Vexara met his gaze. "You came back to gloat." "I came back because you are still the best odds on the board." The words landed flat. No warmth, no charm. Joran said it like a man reciting inventory, and that made it more honest than anything he had offered since the depot. "You have been assessing odds since the signal station," Vexara said. "That is why you stayed. You'd you rather I lied and called it loyalty?" "Where did the figure come from?" Pelson said. Joran glanced at the body in the pool. "He was a cleaner. Compact contract, 8 years ago. I laundered the disappearance. The cavern went quiet. His name was Dervin Kale, Joran said. Small-time smuggler with a labor debt he could not work off. The compact offered Hub a retrieval contract. Full discharge after completion. He took it. Egred adjusted his spectacles. And you know this how? Because I processed the payout. Joran's voice did not waver. I worked the compact's intermediary ledger for 3 seasons. Signed off on death benefits, disappearance fees, and misrouted salvage credits. The names I handled never went to the Expanse. Most of them did not go anywhere at all. They were removed from the system, and the paperwork followed. He looked at Vexara. Selka Mire's signature appeared on 7 of those files. I did not know the name then. I remembered it when you read the directive. Vexara felt the cold settle in her chest, independent of the air. You recognized her pattern. Not at first. Joran stood. The contracts I processed used root coding, a series of false exits on the approach to every high-value cache. Not traps, dead ends, holes that look like success until you climb into them to find the floor drops out or the air does not move. He walked past Vexara and stopped where the cavern wall narrowed into a low passage, barely visible behind a curtain of steam. This vein leads that way. To the vault, Marnik said, to the approach. Joran pointed at the figure in the pool. Dervin Kale reached this room. He found the same pool, the same warmth, the same false promise of safety. The archive says he died of exposure 300 yards from the vault door. But the archive does not say he was still breathing when they left him. Vexara stared at the figure. The chest rose, rose. Then he is alive. Joran shook his head. He is breathing. That is not the same thing. He turned and gestured toward the passage. The seed vault approach will be lined with false exits. Every one will look like the right choice. Warm, dry, well-marked. The dead ends will feel like victory until you realize you have nowhere left to go. And the real path, Vexara said. Joran met her eyes. I will find it, but you will have to trust that I am not leading you into one of the holes I helped build. He waited. The unit watched. Vexara looked at the figure in the pool, at the chest that would not stop rising and falling, and thought of Selka's voice on the relay, calm and certain, calling her finest pupil. This is what she leaves behind, Vexara thought, breathing men who cannot wake. Lead, she said. Joran turned. The steam closed behind him as he entered the passage, and the unit followed, one by one, past the breathing figure who had been waiting in the dark for years to tell someone the truth. The passage narrowed, the walls pressed in, and from behind them, in the cavern they had left, Vexara heard a sound that made her stop. Suoda heard it too. Ithella went rigid. The figure in the pool was no longer breathing. It was speaking. Great through the 26. The voice was thin, scraped clean of breath by 8 years of silence. Ledger bones. The words came from the pool, from the figure whose chest still rose and fell, whose lips barely moved. Ledger bones, Dervin Kale said again, and the sound did not travel so much as press against the cavern walls, flat and airless, like a man speaking from underwater. Vexara turned. Siora had one hand on the wall, the other on a conduit rod she held like a weapon. Irela had stopped breathing entirely, her pupils fixed on the figure as if the voice had wired itself into her skull. Do not, Ilela said. The figure did not move. Only the mouth worked, and the eyes stayed shut, sealed under dark crust that might have been film or frost, or the residue of 8 years of mineral steam. Look at the ledger bones, Dervin Kale said. Selka counted them twice. The cavern went still. Joran stepped back from the passage entrance. He was not speaking when I found him. He was not breathing when you found him, Vexara said. You said he was breathing. He was breathing. He was not speaking. The figure's chest rose, fell, rose. Look at the ledger bones, it said, and then the mouth stopped moving. Ifela swayed. Pelson caught her elbow. We need to move, Marnik said. Whatever that is, it is not a help. It is a warning, Irek said. He had not moved from the corridor mouth. His spectacles caught the steam light, 2 flat circles of gray. Ledger bones. He is telling us where the records are stored. Vexara stared at the figure. The chest still rose. The lips did not move. The voice had stopped, as if the effort of 2 sentences had drained whatever mechanism kept the body alive. "Where?" she said. No answer. The steam curled. Ifela pointed, not at the figure, at the wall beyond it, where the stone met the pool's edge in a seam of darker rock, and where a narrow gap opened into a space that did not smell of mineral rot. "There," Ifela said. Vexara looked at Joran. "Is that on your route?" No. He studied the gap with the careful distaste of a man who had already committed to a different path. "I did not see it. The vein I marked runs above grade. This drops below." "Below is where Ledgers lives," Erek said. He adjusted his spectacles and walked past the pool without looking at the figure. Dead names, dead files, dead systems. The compact buries everything underground. The gap was barely shoulder width. Beyond it, a corridor sloped downward, dry and still, walled in the same pale stone as the transit station, but older, rougher, untouched by the root-coded marks Joran had used to lead them this far. Vexara reached the entrance and stopped. The air that came out was cold but not cutting, stale but not dead. It smelled of paper dust, metal oxide, and the particular flatness of a space that had not been opened in decades. "Joran, Siora, with me. The rest stay at the gap and watch the passage." "The figure spoke again, and we should just leave it?" Vexara said. "It told us what it had to tell us," Vexara said. "It has been breathing for 8 years. It will keep breathing." She did not wait for argument. She stepped through the gap. The corridor behind the seam opened into a chamber that had not been designed for living people. Filing cabinets lined the walls in rows, each one stamped with the same seal: Northern Salvage Office, 3 Silence Archive, Mercantile Compact Division 4. The metal had oxidized to a dull brown, but the drawers were not frozen shut. Someone had been maintaining this space after the silence took the surface. Joran followed her in, then Siora. "What is this place?" Siora said. "Municipal Records Vault," Vexara said. "Every salvage contract, every retriever team, every death filed under the Compact's northern jurisdiction. They needed a place to keep the paperwork where the cold could not eat it." She pulled the first drawer. The tracks resisted but moved, scraping rust off the guides. Inside, folders lay in root rows, each one tagged with a name and a date. She opened the nearest. It contained a single sheet of paper. Not testimony, not a contract. A Crips inventory, typed, numbered, and signed at the bottom by a clerk whose name she did not recognize. Body recovered, Brennis Kellum. Cause of death, exposure. Location, Transit Station 47, Northern Approach. Effect of retrieval, compact, signed off, filed. Below it, a second line written by hand in the margin: recommended for discard alignment review. Dependent status, active. Vexara closed the folder. She opened the next. A woman's name, 25 years old, retrieval contract dated 5 years ago. Cause of death listed as structural collapse, but the inventory note read, extracted 3 days post-signature. No heat salts on person. Route allocation, Southern Corridor, Section F. The Southern Corridor did not connect to the vault. It dead-ended against a sealed pressure bulkhead that had been locked before the silence. The compact had sent her down a corridor no knew could not be completed. "She is mapping the bodies," Vexara said. "Who?" Siora said. "Selka." She pulled drawer after drawer. Each folder told the same story in different names. A man who owed labor debt assigned to a route with a known cold pocket. A woman whose brother had been blacklisted, sent through a checkpoint that required a dead name marker she did not have. A teenaged porter whose family had petitioned for increased rations given a contract cycle that overlapped with the entity's active period. Recommended for discard alignment review. The phrase appeared on 17 of the first 20 folders. Vexar came to the doorway, spectacles catching the low light. He did not enter. He read the nearest drawer from where he stood. Discard alignment, he said. It was not a classification for people already marked. It was the trigger. If you were flagged, the contract system automatically routed you into the deadliest paths. While someone in the office filed the paperwork and called it normal loss, Vexara said. She opened the last drawer. It was not a folder. It was a glass slide, similar to the one Siora had pulled from the transit station console, but older, filmed with dust. Vexara lifted it carefully and held it to the light. The slide showed a route overlay, not for the vault approach, for the entire expanse. Every corridor, every station, every marked boundary stone and cache location, layered with red lines that converged on a single point beneath the brass door they had passed through. Beneath the red lines, in handwriting, she recognized a single note. System cycles complete. Activation pending. Final claimant. Selka Mire's signature. Look at the ledger bones, Ithela said from the doorway. Her voice had regained some weight, but her eyes were still too pale, too flat. Vexara turned the slide. On the reverse, 3 lines had been etched into the glass. The ledger does not forgive. The ledger does not forget. You cannot stop counting. Siora stared at the words. She left instructions for you in a glass slide, inside a records vault, 10 feet from a man who has been breathing for 8 years. It is not instructions, Vexara said. It is a confirmation. Vexara set the slide down carefully, face up, so the etching caught the light. She knew we would find this room. She knew we would read the corpse inventories. She wanted us to see the pattern before we reached the vault, because the pattern is the point. The point of what? Vexara said from behind Varreth. Vexara looked at the rows of filing cabinets, at the names in the drawers, at the slide that held Selka's final note. The point is that the dead are not a cost. They are the calculation. Every one of them was measured and spent, and the only way to stop it is to prove the calculation wrong. She picked up the slide and slid it into her coat pocket. Jorn, where does the passage lead from here? A municipal access tunnel, he said. Feeds into the vault foundation. It is the route I marked. But if Silka lit, then, from somewhere deeper in the archives, a low hum began to build. Not loud, not threatening, but persistent, like the pulse of a machine that had just been woken. Ithila went rigid. The relay chamber, she said. It is warming. Chapter 27. The hum deepened as they moved through the narrow passage behind the records vault, stone walls sweating moisture that had not existed here a decade ago. The air thickened, carrying a mineral smell, heated rock, something chemical and old waking from dormancy. Joran led. His hand brushed the wall every few paces, reading marks only he could see. Service maps showed a relay regulator chamber beneath the Civic Hall Foundation, he said. If Selka wired anything into the grid, this is where the signal would terminate. Terminate or originate, Siora said. Both. That is how relays work. The passage opened into a chamber twice the size of the records vault. Metal panels lined the walls, some dark, some pulsing with amber indicator lights that had no business still burning. A central console dominated the room, its surface filmed with dust, except where recent heat had cleared a handprint-sheathed patch. Vexara approached the console. The handprint was not a handprint. It was a palm-sized depression in the metal, worn smooth by repeated contact. Someone had stood here and touched this surface many times over many years. Siora, can you read the panel? Siora moved past her, conduit rod still in her grip. She knelt, traced a finger along the console's lower edge, and found a seam. Retrofit, she said. The original system was civic grid management, temperature regulation, pressure distribution, public address routing. Someone added a secondary circuit after the silence. Selka. Or whoever built the relay station. Siora pried the access plate loose. Inside, wiring had been spliced with a precision that did not match the original installation. This is newer. 4, maybe 5 years old. 4 years, the same age as the letter, the same age as the recorded directive. Something clicked behind the panel. A disk drive, standard compact archive format, seated in a cradle that had been welded into the original housing. Can you retrieve it? Siora shook her head. It is fused to the relay. If I pull it, the circuit breaks and we lose whatever is on it. Then we play it here. Ylgreth stepped forward, spectacles catching the amber glow. If it is another recorded message from Mire, we should consider whether hearing it serves us or serves her design. It serves us to know what she planned, Vexara said. Every message tells us the route she expected us to take. Knowing her expectation lets us deviate, or confirms we are following her rails exactly. Vexara looked at the disc cradle, at the welded joints, at the patient precision of someone who had built a system and waited 4 years for it to activate. If she expected us to reach this room, she expected us to play the recording. That means the recording contains something she wanted us to hear. She may have left us a way forward that does not require her approval. Or she left a trap that only triggers when we listen, Ethela said. Then we disarm it by hearing what she says and choosing the opposite. She pressed the depression on the console. The disk drive hummed, with amber lights on the wall panels flickered, steadied, and then a voice filled the chamber. Not a recording, a relay. Live, routed through a signal chain that should not exist. Vexara, Mire's voice, calm, certain. The same tone she had used when reviewing inventory tallies, when approving contract terms, when explaining why a settlement's ration request had been denied. I did not expect this message to reach you. I designed the system so it would only activate if you reached the records vault and understood the discard alignment protocol. If you are hearing this, you have done Goat. Vexara said nothing. The others had gone still behind her. By now you have seen the quotes inventories. You know what the compact has been doing with flagged personnel. You know I designed the route assignments. You know I controlled the numbers you were given. A pause. The kind of pause that had once preceded a lesson. Tell me, Vexara, was it the 3% figure that finally cracked your loyalty? Or the knowledge that your entire training was calibrated to produce a certain number of acceptable losses per sample? The question hung in the air like frost. You were my finest pupil because you understood that surviving is a resource like any other. Finite, expensive, requiring allocation. The people in those files were liabilities. They cost more in food, medicine, logistics, and political risk than they returned in labor, production, or genetic contribution to the Enclave's future. Keeping them alive was not mercy. It was deferred debt. Marduk make a sound. Low. Animal. I know you want to call that monstrous. It is not. It is arithmetic. The silence does not care about your sentiment. It devours heat, breath, and life in measurable units, and those units have a cost. Every person you save beyond the Enclave's carrying capacity condemns someone else to slower hunger. Every allocation of resources to a liability means a productive member of the community does without. The voice shifted, lighter, almost affectionate. I trained you to see that equation because you were capable of seeing it. Most people cannot. They cling to the illusion that every life can be saved, that scarcity is a problem to be solved rather than a condition to be managed. You were different. You understood that some lives must be spent to preserve the whole. Siora's knuckles were white on the conduit rod. I know you want to break the ledger, Vexara. I know you want to prove the arithmetic wrong, but the arithmetic is not wrong. It is true. The only question is whether you have the courage to act on it. A soft click. The voice continued, but the tone changed. Below this chamber, the vault corridor cycles open in 3 minutes. It will remain accessible for 90 seconds before sealing permanently. If you choose to descend, you will find what I left for you. If you choose to stay here, the secondary lock Jorn knows about will open the return route, and you can walk out as survivors who followed the contract terms and filed a clean report. Another pause, longer this time. Either way, Vexara, you will stop counting. That is the gift I am giving you, the chance to choose your last number and live with it. The relay went silent. The amber lights dimmed, and from beneath their feet, a low vibration began. Stone grinding against stone, machinery waking after years of stillness. Siora stared at the console. The vault corridor. It is opening. Pelson shifted his weight off his bronzed leg, face unreadable. Marnik had not moved since Selka's voice began. His hands hung at his sides, loose, useless. He looked at Vexara with an expression she had not seen on him before. Not anger, not accusation. Grief. 3 minutes, Ethela said. Her voice had grown thin again, the warmth she had regained in the pool leaching out as the chamber chilled. "We have 3 minutes." Vexara touched the disk drive lengths, lightly, as if saying goodbye to a teacher who had already walked away. Then she moved toward the descending corridor. Chapter 28. The corridor sloped at an angle that pulled them forward faster than their legs wanted to move. Stone, worn smooth by decades of passage, walls stained with mineral runoff that caught the amber light from Siora's last glow rod and turned it into streaks of rust and copper. 90 seconds. The vault corridor would stay open 90 seconds. "Spread out," Vexara said, "wider than comfortable. If the floor gives, the ones on the edges might find purchase." Marnik shifted his load and moved left without answer. Pelson dropped back a step, favoring his burned leg, letting the space open between them. Siora kept the glow rod high, sweeping the ceiling for cracks or collapsed sections, and Ifila walked with her head tilted as if listening to a conversation no one else could hear. The vibration from beneath them grew steadier, machinery settling into rhythm, gears finding their teeth after years of stillness. Joran caught up to Vexara in 3 quick strides. "The secondary lock I know about. It seals the approach corridor behind the pressure fields, not ahead of them. We pass the fields first, then the lock gives us the return." "You are sure?" "I helped build the casing," he said. "I did not know what it was for until Selka's voice mentioned it, but I helped build it 6 seasons ago. A compact relay housing with a manual override. They paid in dried fish and fuel pellets, no questions asked. And you did not ask. I was eating silence dust and sleeping under collapsed granary. I did not ask anything." The corridor opened into a wider chamber where the yellow directional line split into 3 paths, each marked with a different symbol. A circle, a triangle, a line with no end. The symbols were recent, carved into the stone with a tool that had left fresh edges, unlike the weathered grooves around them. Selka's work, or someone working for her. "Which one?" Siora asked. Ifila stepped forward before anyone could answer. She pressed her palm to the wall beside the circle mark, held it there, then moved to the triangle. Her hand trembled. The white that had crept into her pupils during the diversion had not fully receded. It lingered at the edges like frost at a window's rim. "The line," she said. Her voice cracked on the last consonant. "The others feel hollow, like the stone behind them is already gone." Vexara did not hesitate. "Line path, go." They moved into the passage, and the ceiling dropped. Marnik had to bend at the shoulders. Pelson's limp became more pronounced as the floor tilted again, steeper this time, forcing them to brace against the walls to keep from sliding. 50 paces in, the passage dead-ended at a pressure field threshold identical to the ones they had passed at the transit station. A bass housing set into the stone, a slot for a claimant marker, and a sealed iron gate beyond the shimmer of heated air. "Name," Vexara said. Gwetz was already pulling a folded testimony page from his coat. He had marked the edges of each page with his own notations, initials and dates, and district codes that turned the dead into a filing system. He found the page he wanted without looking at it, handed it to Vexara, and adjusted his spectacles. Dernick Vale, Granary Overseer, registered claimant status active through the 10th cycle. Vexara fed the page into the slot. The housing hummed. The shimmer flickered, held, then faded as the gate released with a grinding sigh that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "Who maintains these systems?" Siora asked. "The compact cannot have people stationed inside the expanse." "They do need not people," Getz said. "The mechanisms are self-sustaining, designed to run until the metal fatigues and the gears seize. The compact bit them before the silence and trusted them to outlast whoever needed them." "They built traps that outlast their architects," Marnik said. "They built systems that do not care who lives or dies. That was the point." They passed through the gate into a corridor that smelled of stale air and old concrete. The temperature dropped by degrees as they moved deeper, the residual warmth from the geothermal pool leaching out of their clothes and breath. Ifila stopped walking. Her head came up, her hands opened at her sides, fingers spread, as if testing the air for something only she could feel. "Ifila," Vexara said. "What is it?" The Wayfinder did not answer immediately. Her mouth moved. Soundless shapes, words forming in a throat that no longer wanted to push air across them. "False," she said finally. The word came out wet. "The path ahead, it feels right, warm, safe. But it is not. It is a mouth." Ithila's hand trembled as she pointed toward the darkness ahead. "Something that swallows and does not end. The path that feels real leads to the mouth. The real path feels cold and wrong and closed, and that is the one we must take." Joran's face went tight. "That is the pattern. Selka's false exits. Paths that feel like success until the floor drops out." "Where is the real path?" Vexara asked. Ithila turned slowly, her body listing like a ship finding a new heading. She pointed to a seam in the wall where the stone had been mortared over, the repair work crude and deliberately obscured by shadow. "Behind that." Marnik tested the mortar with his fingers. It crumbled, loose, recently cut. He dug his hands into the seam and pulled, and a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow crawlspace that sloped sharply downward into absolute dark. The air that pushed through the gap was cold, thin, but it smelled different. Not the mineral rot of the geothermal pool or the stale concrete of the sealed corridors. It smelled of dust and dry paper and old metal. Archive air. "She left a path through the false roots," Vexara said, "for the one who would recognize the pattern, or for the one she trained to walk through them," Get said. Vexara did not argue. She lowered herself into the crawlspace first, her shoulders scraping the walls, her breath visible in the cold. The passage ran for what felt like 100 paces before opening into a wider corridor with walls of worked stone and a floor that showed the drag marks of heavy crates. The ceiling rose to a height that let Marnik stand upright. The air smelled of dust and dry paper and old metal. Archive air. At the far end of the corridor stood a sealed brass door, smaller than the vault entrance but identical in its markings. A slot at head height, a housing for testimony pages. And above the housing, etched into the metal in letters that caught the amber light: "Final claimant threshold. Registered report required for clearance." Vexara approached it. Her reflection wavered in the polished brass. Gaunt, chapped, the burn scar along her neck livid in the low light. She pulled a testimony page from Gwet's bundle and fed it into the slot. The housing buzzed, clicked. Then a recorded voice, neutral and administrative, spoke from a grill above the slot. "Claimant registered. Retrieval report sequence incomplete. Final threshold requires submission of official field report documenting contract terms, personnel status, asset recovery inventory, and cause of loss statements for all non-surviving personnel before routing to vault clearance." The voice paused. "Report terminal is active and ready." A section of the wall to her right slid open, revealing a console with a screen, a key plate, and a slot for a signature desk. Vexara stared at it. The report terminal. The clean path. The path that required her to document every death, attribute every loss to field conditions, and file the contract as complete. The path that would let her open the vault. The path that would make her complicit in Selka's ledger. Chapter 29. The report terminal hummed with a warmth no other machine in the Expanse had offered. Clean power. Preserved systems. Someone had maintained this room long after the silence claimed everything around it. Vexara stood with her hands flat on the console surface, reading the screen. Field report. Mercantile Compact Division 4 contract. NR-7 volts XE Northern Seed Vault retrieval status. Pending final clearance. The cursor blinked at the bottom of a form with fields already labeled. Personnel roster. Asset recovery inventory. Cause of loss statements. Field conditions assessment. Blank lines waited for her to fill them. Behind her, the unit had spread across the antechamber in silence. Marnik leaned against the far wall with his arms crossed. Siora traced the edge of a dead terminal with her fingertips, reading its label. Pelson stood near the crawlspace entrance, favoring his burned leg, watching her. Joran had not taken his eyes off the report terminal since it opened. "You file that," he said, "and the vault opens. Seeds, medicine, everything we came for. And everything we did to get his becomes a weather report, Ygritte said. He stood at a secondary console on the opposite wall, his spectacles catching the amber glow. Personnel losses attributed to field conditions. Contract terms fulfilled. No investigation required. That is how it works, Joan said. That is how it has always worked. Someone files the paperwork, and the system accepts it, and the supplies move, and the Enclave eats. Torvin stepped forward. And the dead stay dead on paper the same way they died in the ground. No names, no record of why they were sent. They were sent because someone needed medicine, Jorn said. That is what Karth Hollow needs. That is what matters. Is it? Shura's voice cut across the room. Because I have been thinking about what Selka said. The ledger does not forgive. The ledger does not forget. You cannot stop counting. She wanted us to reach this room. She wanted someone to face this terminal. Vexara kept her hands on the console. The cursor blinked. Cause of loss statements. She could write it clean. Hesse Vale, unauthorized cache access, cold exposure. Dervin Kale, pre-existing incapacitation, no recovery possible. The others who had died before they reached this room, whose names she had not learned because she had not asked. Field conditions. Silence exposure. Contractual hazard. She could write the truth in euphemism, and the system would accept it because the system was built to accept language that did not name the crime. One report. Vault clearance. Medicine for Karth Hollow. She could save them with a lie. The report does not require confirmation from the Enclave, she said. It files to the Compact's central archive. By the time anyone checks the details, the seeds will have been distributed. The medicine will be in use. And we will be outside, Jorn said, alive, with enough leverage to keep breathing. And Selka Mire will still run the ledger, Varreth said quietly. And the next unit will be assembled from people whose absence will not be investigated. And the next report will be filed the same way. Marnik pushed off the wall. You are saying we should not file it. I am saying the report is the machine. Ygritte adjusted his spectacles. The report is how the Compact accounts for deaths it planned. It is how the arithmetic closes. If we file it, we approve the calculation. We certify that the losses were acceptable. And if we do not file it, Pelson's voice was rough. We do not get the seeds. Karth Hollow does not get the medicine. My sister stays Collateral until she dies in a labor camp, and all of this was for nothing. The room went still. Vexara looked at the cursor. Cause of loss statements. She thought of Hesse, the way his heart stopped before he hit the ground, the way she had divided his rations and ordered the unit deeper. She thought of Dervin Kale breathing in the pool for 8 years without anyone coming back for him. She thought of the 17 folders in the records vault, each one a person someone had decided was acceptable to lose. There is another option. Ygritte's voice carried a weight that made everyone turn. He was standing at the secondary console, his hand resting on a panel that had been hidden behind a Foss faceplate. The metal was warm. The screen beneath it showed a different interface, not the Compact's report form, something older, something that used civic crests and pre-Cellin state codes. Emergency acidic disclosure channel, Ygritte said. These terminals were built before the Compact took over Northern Salvage Authority. They still connect to the original municipal archive network. The dead network, Torvin said. The archive network, the one that still has legal standing in the enclaves that remember pre-silence law. Ygritte's voice did not waver. If we file through this channel, we do not submit a retrieval report. We submit a testimony packet. All of it. The contract, the clause, the discard alignment protocols, the corpse inventories, Dervin Kale's name, the route maps, every testimony page I have carried since the dead cities. And what does that get us? Ygritte's voice was sharp. A record that no one will read because the enclaves are too busy starving? It triggers a civic disclosure notice, Ygritte said. The vault recognizes municipal authority as valid clearance. The seeds are released, the medicine is released. But the record of what happened to reach them is not buried in a compact archive. It is transmitted to every listening station that still remembers the old protocols. And the transmissions include the name of every person who filed the testimony. He paused. Including yours, Vexara. The cursor blinked on the report terminal. Vexara stared at the two screens, the clean path on the console in front of her, the hard path on the wall behind her. If we file the civic channel, she said slowly, the compact will know who opened the vault. They will know who exposed the discard system. They will know every name that goes on that testimony. Yes, Getha said, and they will come for us. Yes, but the seeds will be released, the medicine will be released, and the enclaves will see the truth. Giffith met her eyes through his spectacles. That is the choice, I think. A clean vault with a sealed record, and you walk away whole while the next unit is assembled from people no one will miss. Or an open vault with a keyboard ledger, and you never walk away clean again. Siora stepped forward. And if we file the compact report first, then transmit the testimony separately? The system logs submission priority, Urith said. If the compact report clears first, the civic channel is locked. The vault recognizes the first valid clearance and seals the secondary access. We only get one attempt. One shot, one choice. Vexara looked at the report terminal. The cursor still blinked. The blank fields waited for her to make the dead acceptable. She looked at the civic disclosure screen. Old crests, pre-silence symbols, a channel that would burn every name attached to it. How long do we have? She asked. Griffith checked the console's timer. The vault corridor cycles open for 3 minutes. We have used 1. 2 minutes remain before it seals permanently. Joran's face went pale. 2 minutes to decide whether we walk out with medicine and a clean name, or expose everything and spend the rest of our lives running. Or live with what we did, Marnik said quietly. Vexara angelly pushed us one to do, until it passed the apt and shock feed shortly with a god. Before we despite us to me, Detemity presep the tarble, which is imaginator. Sotemity exhausted yet. The lands are waiting before the devolve mode out here to slow it. They are completely agnostic, all aligned. Which my solage is previling at the worried lips of Alexis Kimbiness. That is the joy that in up with the Vevi. The developed burden. They weigh the libel predging bloods, within plinling finding collection move of the SNES. That is the night of this one, mine. It's also perfectly will bear Headley in the urgent bottle. Someone considering very adjustic of campaign. The suns they are secking out to the hard shaws and sast. Gia's instruction, the transition is Covens precares the disquawk sophetic and scasting. This is the transil space toolly edge and show floor again. Of the speeble of invasible, and Maiva free. Make Ori for someone to tell the truth. The timer on the vault corridor ticked down, 1 minute, 53 seconds. Vexara looked at the report terminal, the clean path, the sealed vault, the medicine that would save Karth Hollow, and the lie that would bury the next unit. She looked at the civic disclosure screen, the truth, the exposure, the cost she would carry for the rest of her life. 1 minute, 47 seconds. She moved her hand toward the civic console. Chapter 30. Her hand stalked a finger width from the civic console. Wait, Torvin said. The word cut the chamber like a blade. Vexara did not turn. She watched her own hand hover over the old crests, the pre-silence symbols, the channel that would burn every name attached to it. Wait for what? Jorvin's voice was ragged. We have 1.5 minutes. To think, Torvin stepped into her periphery. She is about to file a transmission that will make us all targets. The least she can do is hear the argument against it before she commits us. There is no argument, Marnik said. You heard Agrath. The compact report locks the civic channel. We file their version, we bury everything. The next unit walks into the same trap thinking it is a salvage run. And if we file the civic channel, what do we walk out with? Torvin's voice held the flat precision of a man who had spent years judging triage. Truth, yes. Exposure, yes. But no medicine, no seed coordinates. The vault will release the contents, but we do not have the weight to carry more than a fraction of what is inside, and we do not have the time to catalog it properly before that corridor seals. We will emerge from the expanse with testimony and empty hands, and Karth Hollow will still be starving while we explain to Ration councils why we chose principle over food. Pessin made a sound, low, involuntary. His burned leg shifted, and his hand went to his chest where the labor token pressed against his ribs. "My sister," he said. "If we come back with nothing but paper, her claim stays active. The compact will not release her because we told them the truth. They will punish her for it." The timer ticked. 1 minute, 31 seconds. "Pelson," Vexara said, still not turning. "If we file the compact report, what happens to your sister?" He did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was thin. "The mission completes. The seeds are released. Karth Hollow gets medicine. The compact cannot argue with success. They might release her as a goodwill gesture, or they might hold her longer because the mission proved we are useful, and useful people need leverage. Or they might execute her," Torvin said, "because the survivors of a discard mission who all made it home are a liability that needs managing." Pelson's jaw tightened. "You are not helping," Siora said. "I am not trying to help." Torvin's gaze did not leave Vexara. "I am trying to make sure we do not trade one cage for another. If we file the civic channel, we lose the medicine. If we file the compact report, we lose the truth. Either way, someone dies. The only question is who, and how many, and whether we can live with the arithmetic of it." The word hung in the air. Arithmetic. Selka's word. Vexara let her hand drop. She turned to face the unit. "I asked for a minute alone with the terminal," she said. "You had one," Jorn said. "We are down to 80 seconds. Then give me 40 of them." Torvin's eyes narrowed. "You want us to leave you alone with the only 2 working consoles in this chamber while the clock runs, so you can decide which path to take without witnesses?" "No." The Gexarda met his gaze. "I want to read the compact report form, the full form, before I decide whether to file it or burn it. I want to see the exact language Mire wrote into the submission fields. Because if the form itself is rigged, if completing it triggers something beyond the vault clearance, I want to know before I put my name on it." The chamber went quiet. Igreth adjusted his spectacles. "That is prudent." "Prudent?" Jorn repeated. "We have a minute and change to file before the corridor seals, and she wants to read." "I can read fast." Vexara stepped toward the report terminal. The cursor still blinked on the first field. Personnel roster. List all contract signatories. Attach cause of loss statements for any member not present at time of filing. She scrolled. The form unfolded in layers. Standard compact language, claimant identifiers, asset recovery inventory. But beneath the surface fields, buried in the footer, a line she had almost missed. Submission certifies that the undersigned has complied with all applicable discard alignment protocols and accepts liability for any deviations from projected recovery targets. "There," she said. The unit crowded around. Godvoa read over her shoulder, his face going still. "That is an admission clause," he said. "Signing this form certifies that you followed the discard system. It makes you legally complicit in every death that occurred under its authority." "So if I file the compact report," Vexar said, "I am not just sanitizing the record. I am signing a confession that the discard system was lawful procedure." "And if you file the civic channel," Uyghur said slowly, "you are filing testimony that the discard system existed, which is also a confession of knowledge." "Either way," Torvin said, "she is admitting she knew." The timer ticked, 52 seconds. "Then I will file alone." Vexara's voice was flat. "My name on the civic disclosure. The testimony goes out under my authority. The rest of you are listed as witnesses, not filers. The compact can come for me. They cannot come for all of you if you are not named." "That is not how it works," Marnik said. "You file from this terminal. The transmission logs every device in the room. The compact will know we were here. They will know we stood by while you filed. They will treat us as co-conspirators regardless of whose name is on the document." "Then we all file," Sira said. "Together. One submission, one testimony, one name per field. If we are going to be targets, we might as well be targets who told the truth." Ithila made a sound, soft, almost inaudible. The unit turned. The Wayfinder stood at the edge of the light, her whitened pupils fixed on the civic disclosure screen. Her hand lifted, pointed. "It is listening," she said. "The thing on the channel. It knows we are deciding." "Can it see us?" Plelson asked. Ithil's head tilted. "It does not need to see. It hears the silence between words. It has been waiting a long time." The timer ticked, 38 seconds. Vexara looked at the report terminal, the blank fields, the admission clause buried in the footer. She looked at the civic disclosure screen, the old crests, the pre-silence symbols, the channel that had been waiting for someone to tell the truth. "I need 1 minute," she said. "Alone." "We do not have a minute," Torvin said. "Then give me 30 seconds. Step back. Let me read the full submission form on the civic channel. If it is rigged the same way, I need to know before I commit us." Torvin's jaw worked. He looked at Siora, at Marmek, at Igre. 30 seconds, he said. "Then we decide together, or I file the compact report myself." He stepped back. The unit moved to the edges of the chamber. Ithela stayed near the door, her eyes on the civic screen. Passon leaned against the wall, favoring his burned leg. Joran crossed his arms and watched Vexara with an expression she could not read. She turned to the civic console. The screen was simpler than the compact terminal. No nested fields, no footer clauses, just a single transmission form with a header. 203 Disclosure Channel, Pre-Silence Municipal Archive Network, Authorized Testimony Submission below it. A blank text field large enough to hold every testimony page Greth had carried. A signature line at the bottom, no admission clause, no discard alignment reference. Just a space for the truth. Vexara's hand moved toward the keyboard. The chamber door slammed shut. She spun. The brass panel that had slid open when they entered was sealed. No visible handle, no release mechanism. The unit stood on the other side, separated by a handspan of metal that might as well have been a wall. "Vexara," Sierra's voice muffled. The door closed. "We did not trigger it." "The timer," Torvin said, his voice harder. She asked for 30 seconds, and the door closed the moment she touched the civic console. The timer on the vault corridor ticked. 22 seconds. Vexara stared at the sealed door. Silka had expected this. She had built the chamber to lock when someone made the choice to reach for the truth. "She wanted me alone," Vexara said, to no one. "She wanted me to decide without anyone watching." The cursor blinked on the civic disclosure form. She had 22 seconds to file, and no one to stop her but herself. Chapter 31. The timer ticked. 22 seconds. Vexara stood alone in the sealed chamber, the cursor blinking on the civic disclosure form. The compact report terminal sat to her left, the admission clause still visible in the footer. She had read it 3 times now. Each reading confirmed the same truth. The report was a trap dressed as a clean exit. She looked at the sealed door. The brass was cold. No sound came through from the other side. The unit was out there, waiting. She looked at the civic console, the clean form, the blank field large enough for every testimony page Gratch had carried, and she understood what Selka had done. The chamber was not built to stop her from filing. It was built to force her to file the one thing Selka could use. The civic channel exposed the truth. The compact report buried it. Either way, Selka had a response waiting. Either way, the ledger counted the choice as payment. But Selka had never accounted for someone refusing both. Vexara turned to the compact report terminal. The screen glowed amber. The form waited, fields empty, signature line open. She did not touch it. She reached for the housing beneath the console, the access panel Siora had pointed out earlier, the one that led to the power relay for the report terminal. The timer ticked, 16 seconds. She shoved her fingers into the gap and pulled. The panel came loose with a screech of bending metal. Inside, wires ran in neat bundles. A single power line fed the terminal. She grabbed it, braced her boot against the housing, and pulled. The wire snapped, the screen flickered, the amber glow died. On the other side of the chamber, the compact report terminal went dark. Vexara did not stop. She found the override conduit running beneath the console, the one that linked the report terminal to the vault clearance system. It was armored, sealed with a crimp collar she could not break by hand. She did not need to break it. She pulled the last fuel brick from her belt pouch, the one she had been saving, the one she had carried since the heat came burnt on the boundary stone. She placed it under the conduit. She struck her knife against the stone floor. A spark. Another. The fuel brick caught. Flame climbed the conduit. The chamber filled with thin, acrid smoke. Vexara stepped back and watched the report terminal burn. The screen housing warped. The admission clause curled into ash. The field report form, the signatures, the clearance codes, all of it fed into the flame. The timer ticked. 11 seconds. The chamber shuddered. A deep groan rose from the walls, metals straining against pressure. Vexara looked at the Civic console. The flame had not touched it. The cable she had pulled was from the compact terminal. The Civic channel ran on a separate circuit. Older, independent. She stepped toward it. The groan became a crack. Cold bled through the seams of the chamber. Not the slow chill of ambient loss, but a surge, a rolling front pushing through the gaps as if the entire vault approach had exhaled frost. Vexara turned. Through the edge of the door seal she saw it. A wall of white. The cold surge was moving down the corridor. Not a silence pocket. Something faster. Something Selka had built into the security contingency so a destroyed report. The timer ticked. 7 seconds. Vexara grabbed the Civic console keyboard. The cursor still blinked. The form was still clean. She began to type. Her fingers moved without thought. The words came in the order she had been carrying since the records vault. Contract designation, unit roster, checkpoint sequence, discard alignment protocol, the names of the dead. She typed Dervin Kale. She typed the 23 names from the corpse folders. She typed the clause from Klelka's letter. Fewer than 4 survivors, double credit, no audit. The flame behind her spread to the console housing. The fuel brick was burning low, but the conduit had caught, and the relay casing was blackening. The cold reached the door. Frost crawled across the brass in tendrils, branching like veins. The timer hit 0. The vault corridor closed. Somewhere beneath her feet, a mechanism engaged. The groan that followed was not metal. It was stone. Vexara did not stop typing. She reached the signature line. She typed her name. The Civic disclosure form accepted it. The old crests on the screen pulsed once, and a knee field appeared. Transmit testimony to all listening stations. She pressed submit. The screen went white, then it went black. The cold surged through the door seal. The frost reached her boot. She felt it through the leather, sharp and immediate, a bite that did not stop at the skin. The Civic console flickered. A sound came from it. Not words, not a tone. A breath. Long, slow, as if something on the other end of the channel had been holding it for decades and had finally let go. Vexara turned. The frost was climbing her leg. The door remained sealed. And through the gap, through the white, through the fading light of the burning report terminal, she heard Ithila's voice. One word. You. The breath on the Civic channel grew deeper, and the entity answered. Chapter 32. The breath on the Civic channel did not stop. It deepened, filled the chamber like a held note finally released, and the frost, climbing Vexara's leg, began to recede. Not melting. Pulling backward as if the cold had been given a different priority. The door seal cracked. Not from pressure, from the inside. The brass split along a seam no one had noticed. A secondary latch recessed into the frame, and the chamber door swung open. Ithila stood on the other side. Her hands were pressed flat against the frost-crazed metal. Her pupils had gone white again, fully white, no iris left. You, she said again, not to Vexara, to the channel. The breath in the speakers answered in no language Vexara could name, a vibration that passed through the floor and into her teeth. Then the Civic console screen flickered back to life. A single line of text appeared. 203 disclosure accepted. Transmission queued, awaiting complete testimony packet. Ithila, Vexara caught her arm. What did you do? Let it hear. The white in Ithila's pupils pulsed. It has been listening since before the silence, waiting for someone to speak in words it could count. It counted the testimony? No. Ithila's voice cracked. It counted the dead, their names, their number. The ledger only works if someone finishes the count. You started. It wants the rest. The corridor beyond the chamber was white with frost, but the cold surge had stopped, held at the threshold by nothing visible. The unit stood in a loose arc, shoulders tight, breath steaming. Torvin had a strip of canvas pressed to his mouth. Marnik carried 2 packs. Pelson leaned against the wall, favoring his burned leg. Siora held a conduit rod like a staff. Varreth stepped forward, the testimony packet. He adjusted his spectacles. We have the records, the corpse inventories, the route overlays, the testimony pages from the dead cities. Then bring them, Vexara said. Every name, every file, everything Selka buried. They worked in the cold. The civic console accepted paper, glass slides, and the signature disk from the ruined report terminal. Varreth fed the pages one by one, narrating each name as the screen flickered and the entity on the channel listened. Dernick Vale, Granary overseer, died in the first surge. The screen pulsed. Oris Fenn, civil overseer, died in the second. Another pulse. The system did not ask for cause of death. It asked for designation, date, and what they had carried. Varreth supplied each from memory, from his pages, from the witness statements he had preserved since the dead cities. Siora fed the route overlays into a secondary reader, mapping the kill corridors Selka had designed. Marnik carried the corpse inventories from the records vault and laid them on the console in stacks, 23 folders at first, then 47, then 71. Pelson sorted them by date. Torvin kept watch on the frost line. Vexara typed. Her fingers moved through the names, the designations, the checkpoints. She typed Dervin Kale's name again, with the full contract terms he had carried. She typed the slide overlay coordinates. She typed the admission clause from Selka's letter, verbatim. The civic console absorbed everything. The screen did not fill with text. It grew darker, as if the system was converting the words into something else, storing them in a depth the eye could not reach. Ithalos stood beside the console, one hand pressed to the housing. It is reading the dead. Let it, Vexara said. It is counting them. Let it count. Ithalos' hand trembled. It is comparing the count to the names in the ledger. It knows how many Selka calculated. It knows how many actually died. How many more? Ithala did not answer. The frost receded further as the testimony grew. The cold surge retreated to the corridor walls, then to the ceiling, then to a thin crust on the brass doorframe. The entity on the channel did not speak again, but the breath became a hum, low and steady, matching the vibration in the stone. Varreth reached the final page. A single sheet from the records vault, yellowed and brittle, listing the designated survivors for the current contract trackle. 3 names. Vexara Dunholdt, Torvin Blesk, Varreth Korn. Vexara read the names aloud. The console went silent. The hum stopped. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then the vault door at the far end of the chamber, the one etched with final claimant threshold, began to open. Not sliding, not grinding, unsealing. The brass folds retracted like petals, revealing a dark corridor beyond, lined with shelves and crates and the faint gleam of preserved glass. The seed vault. Vexara did not move toward it. The civic console screen changed. The dark depth was gone, replaced by a single line of text. Transmission complete. Testimony registered. All listening stations pinned. Varreth adjusted his spectacles. All listening stations. Every enclave, Siora said. Every relay still running on old protocols. Karth Hollow, Pelson said, and every compact audit station, Torvin added. Vexara stared at the screen. The testimony had gone out. Not just the names, the route overlays, the discard alignment protocol, the clause, the ledger. It was public. They were public. The first ping came within seconds. Not from the console. From outside. From the direction of the approach corridor, where the relay system hummed in the regulator chamber. A signal. Someone had received the transmission. Vexara turned toward the vault door. The shelves inside were stacked with sealed crates, medicine packets, and labeled canisters. The payoff for every death. But between her and the vault, the frost had stopped receding. It was climbing again. Not from the door, from the walls, from the cracks in the stone, from the seams of the chamber itself. The entity on the civic channel had not spoken, but it had counted, and the ledger required payment. The frost climbed faster, and in the distance, through the relay, A second ping answered. Not from Karth Hollow, from somewhere beyond it. Chapter 33. The vault unsealed like a wound parting. Beyond the brass pedals, shelves lined the dark, stacked with crates and glass canisters in the dull gleam of preserved medicine. The air that rolled out was cold, but not dead, carrying the smell of dried herbs, wax seals, and old paper. Vexara stepped through the threshold. The frost followed. Not visibly, not yet, but she felt it at her back. The same pressure that had climbed the chamber walls after the testimony finished. The entity had counted. The ledger required payment. The cold was not retreating. It was choosing its moment. 60 seconds, Torvin said from the doorway. Maybe less before the vault systems start freezing in sequence. Marnik was already inside, lifting a crate with both hands and reading the stenciled markings by touch. Medicine packets, wound dressings, sealant compounds. Seeds? Palson pushed him, scanning the shelves with the desperate focus of someone who had lost everything to a single name on a labor roster. Far end, Seora said. She had found a secondary rack near the back wall, where smaller containers sat in insulated rows, each labeled with a hand-stamped coordinate series and a crop name. Pelson reached them first. His hands shook as he lifted one of the containers. These are viable. Check the seals, Marnik said. If the wax is cracked, the cold got in. Pelson turned the container over, running his thumb along the seam. Solid. Good. Now count how many you can carry. Torvin moved through the shelves with the same efficiency he had once used to triage wounded soldiers in a field tent. He did not waste time reading labels. He looked at weight, volume, and packaging integrity, pulling down what fit and setting aside what did not. 2-person carry limit, he said. We have 8 people, but Ithila cannot haul full weight, and Joran's hands are half frozen. That gives us 6 effective carriers, maybe 5 if we need someone to watch the approach. We need someone to watch the approach, Vexara said. Then 5. She watched him work. He did not look at her. He did not need to. The calculation was the same one she would have made. Except it was not. She would have taken the highest value items first, the rarest medicine, the seed coordinates. She would have left behind the bulky wound dressings and the sealant compounds because they could be replaced. Torvin was taking wound dressings. Those are heavy, she said. They are also the fastest way to stop bleeding. He did not stop packing. If we take damage on the way out, I need something to work with that does not require clean water and an hour of light. She had not factored in the cost of treating wounds without supplies. The thought landed like a stone. Marnik had finished his own triage. He stood in the center aisle, a crate under each arm, staring at the shelves that still held more than they could carry. We leave half of this, he said. More than half, Torvin corrected. We can take maybe a third of the medicine, 40% of the seeds if we strip the packaging. Strip the packaging, Vexara said. Pelson looked up. The seeds will last longer in the original containers. They will also weigh twice as much. She met his eyes. We carry what we can move. If we die in the corridor, the seeds never reach Karth Hollow. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he began unwrapping the insulated containers, transferring the seed packets into his pack one by one. Seora found the Fevenglass on the 3rd shelf, a row of small amber vials, each sealed with a wax cap and stamped with a date from before the silence. She held Fun up to the dim light. These are old. Old how? Vexara asked. The sealant compound they used is a formulation I have not seen since the 2nd year of ration law. It means these were stored before the compact standardized production. Are they still viable? Seora uncapped one and sniffed. They are not rotten. That is the best I can say without testing them on a fever. Mark them as high priority. Already marked. The frost reached the vault door. Not as a wave, but as a seam, a thin white line that crept across the brass threshold and began climbing the frame. Torvin saw it first. We are out of time. Marnik shifted his load. I can carry one more crate if someone takes my pack weight. I will take it, Pelson said. You are already carrying the seeds. I can carry more. No. Vexara's voice cut through. You are carrying the seeds. That is your only job. If you fall, we lose the coordinates. Pelson opened his mouth to argue. She did not let him. I am not asking. I am telling you. The seeds are yours. The rest of us sort around that. He closed his mouth. Marnik redistributed his load without waiting for further orders, sliding a crate of medicine packets into Agreth's arms and adjusting his own straps. Tarvin took the fever glass. Ciara took the wound dressings. Ithella stood at the edge of the threshold, one hand pressed to the wall, her white, pupiled eyes fixed on something only she could see. It is still counting, she said. Vexara turned. The entity? The ledger. It is not finished. The testimony was submitted. The names are public. Ithella shook her head slowly. The testimony was the first payment. The ledger requires the second. What second? Ithella's hand trembled against the stone. The body count, the one that matches Selka's calculation. Vexara stared at her. The frost climbed higher. They left the vault with less than a third of what it held. The shelves behind them remained full, rows of medicine and seed containers that would freeze solid within the hour, becoming useless monuments to everything the compact had hoarded and everyone it had spent to keep them there. Vexara did not look back. She carried medicine packets in her pack and a sealed crate of surgical tools in her arms. The weight pressed into her shoulders, pulling at the old burn scar along her neck. She had once calculated that a cache of this size could fund a year of survival for Karth Hollow. She was leaving 2/3 of it behind, and she did not hesitate. Because the calculation had changed. The people carrying the load mattered more than the load itself. The approach corridor was colder than before. The frost had spread from the chamber walls, coating the stone in a thin white crust that crackled under their boots. The air felt heavier, pressed down by something that had awakened when the testament went out. Joran met them at the relay junction, his half-frozen hands shoved into his coat pockets. Signal changed, he said. What kind of change? Vexara asked. The first ping came from Karth Hollow. The second came from beyond it. He looked at her. That second one. It was not a relay station. Torvin stopped. What was it? I do not know. Joran's voice was flat. But it answered in the same protocol, which means whoever sent it is using compact signals. The corridor went quiet. Vexara felt the froth pressing against her boots, the weight of the medicine in her pack, the names she had typed into the civic console still burning in the back of her throat. She had made the testimony public. She had exposed the ledger. And something beyond Karth Hollow had heard it. The frost climbed the walls faster. Chapter 34. The frost did not stop climbing. It moved behind them as they retraced the approach corridor, a white crust spreading across the stone faster than walking pace. The air grew heavier with every step, pressing against Vexara's chest like a hand pushing back against her ribs. Marnik went through first, turning sideways to fit his shoulders past the beam. Agreth followed, then Ciara, then Pelson, shifting the seed pack to his chest to clear the gap. Ithella stopped at the beam. Her hand went to the stone, her whitened pupils fixed on something above the crack. Not the frost, she said. Her voice was thinner than before. The consonants scraped. Vexara turned. What? The release. The emergency release. It is not a wave. It is a... Ithella's throat worked. The word would not come. It is a pulse, Yura said quietly. A rolling surge. The vault systems dump the null charge all at once when the testimony triggers the seals. Every chamber we crossed becomes a collapse throat. Ithella nodded. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. The frost line kept climbing. Vexara set down the crate. How long until it reaches us? Shiora's face was pale. Minutes. Maybe less. The surge travels through the service veins faster than surface cold because the veins channel it like a pipe. Can we outrun it? Not with this load. Not at our pace. The unit stood frozen in the narrow corridor. The frost line crept past the support beam behind them, white tendrils reaching across the stone like fingers spreading through gaps. Ithella made a sound. It was not a word. It was a scrape of air through a throat that could not form the shape. She pointed. Her arm extended past Vexara, past Marnik, past sagging beam and the narrow gap, toward a section of the corridor wall that looked like every other section. Dark stone, mortar lines, the same faded yellow directional stripe painted along the base. But her finger did not waver. Marnik squinted. There is nothing there. Ithella shook her head, pointed again. Joran pushed past Pelson and limped toward the wall. He ran his half-frozen hands along the mortar line, pressing against the stone with his palm. That should not be here, he said. Vexara moved closer. What should not be here? A maintenance gate. Joran's voice was flat with disbelief. I worked these corridors 6 seasons ago. I helped seal this access point myself. Then how is it here? He shook his head. I sealed it, mortared it over, painted the stripe across it so no one would find it. The mortar line was clean, no cracks, no chips, no trace of the seal Joran had described. But the stone did not meet the floor evenly. A hairline gap ran along the base, so narrow that Vexara would have missed it if she had not been looking for exactly that. Ithella's hand dropped to her side. She swayed. Pelson caught her elbow before she fell, steadying her against the wall. Her lips moved. No sound. She tried again, a whisper barely audible. Gate. Joran dropped to his knees and pressed his fingers into the gap. His face went tight with effort. It is mortared. Fresh. Someone sealed it again after I did. Can you break through? Vexara asked. Not with my hands, not in this cold. Siora was already moving. She pulled a conduit rod from her pack, passed the tip into the gap, and leaned her weight against it. The mortar cracked. A thin line split across the stone surface, running from the floor to waist height. Siora shifted the rod and pushed harder. The crack widened. We need more leverage, she said. Marnik joined her. His weight against the rod made the stone groan. The frost reached the beam behind them. Vexara felt it before she saw it, a drop in temperature that stole the moisture from her eyes and made the air taste metallic. The white crust spread across the support beam, climbed over the sagging timber, and began reaching toward the gap in the corridor. Again, Siora said. Marnik threw his weight against the rod. The stone cracked open. A section of the wall swung inward on hinges that should have rusted solid years ago, revealing a dark shaft beyond. Cold air poured out of it, but it was dry cold, the cold of dead space, not the living cold of the surge. Joran stared at the opening. That is not my seal, he said. Whose is it? Vexara asked. He did not answer. The frost line reached the gap. White crystals spread across the floor, reaching for their boots. Through, Vexara ordered. Now, everything 3. Marnik went first, hauling the rod and his pack through the opening. Siora followed. Gareth pushed the medicine crate through the gap. Pelson went after, the seed pack scraping against the stone edges. Torvin helped Ithella through the opening, her feet unsteady on the threshold. Vexara grabbed the crate of surgical tools and shoved it through. The frost touched her boot. She pulled her leg through as the white crust sealed the stone behind her, coating the maintenance gate in a sheet of ice that locked the door open. The shaft was narrow, walls close enough to touch with both hands. The floor sloped downward at a steep angle, vanishing into darkness. Ithella stood at the head of the slope, one hand pressed to the wall. Her lips moved. She turned. Her white, pupilled eyes found Vexara in the dark, and her voice came out as a broken whisper, each word costing her something visible. Gate. Takes us. Under. Under what? Vexara asked. Ithella's hand trembled against the stone. Under the pulse. Under the counting. She lifted her arm, pointed down the slope with numb fingers, into the dark. The frost sealed the last gap behind them, and the shaft went completely black. Chapter 35. The shaft swallowed them whole. Darkness so complete that Vexara felt it pressing against her eyes, a weight that made the absence of light into a physical thing. The air was dry and cold, but not the living cold of the surge, just the dead chill of spaces that had not felt heat in years. She heard breathing, Marnik's steady rhythm ahead, Siora's shorter gasps. the scrape of Pelson's boots as he shifted weight off his burned leg. "Ithila!" Vexara's voice was flat in the narrow space. "Can you sense anything in here?" A pause, then Ithila's voice, thin as thread. "Empty. No counting. No pulse." Good. It was not good. It was temporary. But temporary was the only currency they had left. Marnik's voice came from ahead, muffled by the darkness. "The floor slopes down. Steep. Feels like it runs under the service vanes." "How far?" "Can't see, but the air moves. There is an open space below." Vexara counted their packs in her head: medicine crate, surgical tools, seed pack, 3 smaller bundles of wound dressings and fever glass. The fuel they had recovered from the vault was minimal, a handful of pellets and 1 partial brick. Not enough for a full folk cage, not enough for more than a few hours of warmth. Behind them, the frost seal held. For now. "Move," she said, "single file. Stay close enough to touch." The descent took them through a corridor that had not been built for human traffic. The walls narrowed until she had to turn her shoulders to pass, then widened again into a low-ceilinged chamber that smelled of rust and old ash. Marnik stopped. "There is a junction ahead." Vexara pushed past Pelson and Torvin, her hands finding the rough stone walls until she stood beside Marnik in the dark. "Show me." He took her wrist and guided her hand to a metal plate set into the wall, cold, pitted with corrosion. But her fingers found the shape of a relay lever. "This was a service junction," he said, before the silence. "Probably routed heat from the geothermal shaft up to the municipal grid. Does it still work?" "No way to tell without light, but the lever moves." Vexara pressed her palm against the plate. The metal was cold, but there was a faint vibration beneath it, a pulse too slow to be mechanical. "Something is still running down here." "Then we should not stay." She turned back toward the others. "Torvin, how much fuel did we recover?" His voice came from the dark, clipped and precise. 1 partial brick, 12 pellets. Enough for maybe 3 hours if we burned slow. "And the supplies? What is the lowest value item we are carrying?" A silence. Then Reth. "The testimony records, the copies. We have the originals on the civic console. The copies are only backup." "They are heat." Another silence. Longer. "You want to burn the record of the dead," Reth said. His voice was steady, but there was something underneath it, a grief too old to be surprised. "I want to buy us time to reach the surface with the medicine and seeds." "The dead paid for that time once. Now you want them to bear again?" Vexara felt the weight of his words settle on her chest. She did not respond. Marnik broke the silence. "The junction. If we burn the copies here, the Hird might divert the surge. Buy us a window." "How long?" Siora asked. "Minutes, maybe 10. Enough to get through whatever is below." Torvin's voice cut through the dark. "A surgeon's amputation. Cut off what is already dead to save the body that still breathes." No one argued. Reth's hands moved in the dark, the rustle of paper, the dry whisper of pages being separated from their bindings. "I will do it," he said, "but I will not watch." He handed the stack to Marnik, who carried it to the junction plate. "Light?" Siora produced a striker, the last one. She scraped it against the stone. A spark caught the edge of the first page, and the flame spread across the testimony like a living thing. The heat hit Vexara's face. Warmth. Real warmth. The first she had felt in hours that was not stolen from her own blood. The paper curled and blackened. The names of the dead rose in smoke. Marnik fed another page into the flame. The junction plate began to hum. "The heat is reaching the relay," Siora said. "Something is waking up." "Good or bad?" Pelson asked. "Too early to tell." The flame climbed higher. The smoke rose into the darkness above them, finding channels the living could not see. Vexara watched the pages burn and felt the cost in her bones. Not just the loss of the record, but the ease of it. How quickly she had offered someone else's memory as fuel. Another page, another name. The hum deepened. And then Joran's voice came from the edge of the chamber, sharp and sudden. "That relay lock is cycling." Vexara turned. Where? Ahead, in the ceiling. I can feel it through the stone. Sealed mechanism. Counting down. Counting toward what? Closing. His voice was flat. Permanent seal. It is on a timer, and the heat just started it moving. How much time? Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less. The flame consumed another page. Vexara looked at the fire, at the supplies, at the dark corridor ahead. Burn faster, Chapter 36. The flame climbed higher, consuming another page. Marnik fed the fire with steady hands, watching the junction plate pulse with each surge of heat. The hum deepened into something that vibrated through the stone floor, rattling loose grit against Vexara's boots. How much time? She asked. Jorn's voice came from the ceiling access where he had wedged himself into a maintenance alcove. 3 minutes, maybe 4. Then we move. She turned and found the corridor beyond the chamber, a narrow throat of rough-hewn stone that sloped downward into darkness. The walls were unmarked, no service plates, no maintenance hooks, nothing to suggest this path had been used since the silence took the city above. Paston shifted the seed pack against his chest. Can we carry everything through that? We carry what fits. Everything else stays. Res made a sound, low and wordless, as another testimony page curled to ash behind them. Siora moved past Vexara with the conduit rod in one hand, tapping the walls as she went. The sound came back flat. Solid stone, no voids. This was cut through the bedrock, not built. How far to the surface? No way to tell, but the slope is consistent. Maybe a quarter mile, maybe more. Vexara calculated the weight of the supplies, the speed of the relay lock, the margin of error. The numbers were tight. Move, fast, single file, no stops. They went. The corridor narrowed. The walls pressed in until Vexara had to turn her shoulders to pass, and the rough stone scraped her coat. Behind her, she heard Pelson's labored breathing, the shuffle of Torvin's boots, the rustle of wrapped medicine packets. The slope deepened. The ceiling lowered. And then it split. The corridor opened into a wider chamber, where 2 paths diverged, one to the left, wide and clear, with old lamp hooks still mounted on the walls and a gentle grade that promised easy passage. The other to the right, a low crawl space barely 3 feet high, its entrance jagged with broken stone. Vexara stopped. Jorn came up beside her, the records packet still tucked under his arm. He looked at the left path, then at the right. Easy choice, he said. Too easy. He shrugged. Sometimes the world gives you a break. Let me check it. Before she could answer, he was moving, ducking into the wide corridor with the quick, practiced gait of a man who had walked 100 false routes and survived every one. Jorn. He did not stop. Torvin stepped forward. I will bring him back. No. Vexara held up her hand. Wait. The seconds stretched. The hum of the relay lock vibrated through the stone behind them, steady and relentless. Pelson shifted his weight. How long do we give him? 30 seconds. Siora moved to the crawlspace entrance, running her fingers along the broken stone. This was cut recently. The fractures are clean, maybe a year old at most. The other path? Older, much older. The lamp hooks are pre-silence. The mortar is a different formulation. Vexara looked at the wide corridor. The easy path, the one that promised light and air and a quick return to the surface, just like Selka's false exits. She was already moving when Jorn came back. He emerged from the wide corridor at a run, his face gray, the records packet clutched to his chest like a child. Behind him, the corridor stretched empty, but his eyes were not looking at nothing. They were looking at something he had seen and could not unsee. There are bodies, he said. How many? 6. 7. I did not stop to count. His voice cracked. They are frozen, standing, like they were waiting for something. One of them had his hand on the door latch. The door was open. Vexara felt the weight of his words settle on her chest. Open to what? Nothing. A wall. The door opens onto a wall. They walked in, followed the heat, followed the light, and walked into a dead end. The door sealed behind them, and the cold took them standing up. He stopped. I did not get out because I was smart. I got out because I had not reached the door yet. Vexara looked at the crawlspace. The narrow, jagged entrance, the darkness that promised nothing. "You were right," Joran said. "Too easy." The gate. How long? He checked the ceiling relay through the corridor, his hand pressed to the stone. 90 seconds, maybe less. "Then we go now." She turned toward the crawl space, dropping to her knees. The stone bit through her trousers, cold and sharp. "Zero. First, check the structural integrity." Zero went without hesitation, sliding into the gap with the conduit rod extended before her. Her boots disappeared into the dark. "Marnik, supplies, pass them through." They moved. Marnik shoved the medicine crate forward, and Vexara pulled it through the gap, her arms burning, her knees grinding against the stone. Behind her, Torvin guided the fever glass through wrapped in cloth, and Pelson slid the seed pack ahead of him, his burned leg dragging. 40 seconds, Joran said. The vibration in the floor deepened. The relay lock was not just counting, it was drawing power, pulling heat, pulling air. Igreth came through last, his spectacles askew, his hands empty. "The records," Vexara said. "I could not carry both." "Which did you leave?" He looked at her, and his eyes were old and tired and full of a grief that never ended. "The copies of the dead who burned for us. I kept the originals." She wanted to say something. She did not have the words. 30 seconds. The vibration became a grinding noise, metal on metal, deep in the stone above them. "Move," she ordered. "Crawl. Do not stop." They crawled. The corridor narrowed again, and Vexara felt the walls press against her shoulders, the ceiling scraping her back. The darkness was absolute. The only sound was the rasp of breath, the scrape of boots, the crackle of stone contracting as the gate began to close. And then Siora's voice came from ahead, muffled and distant. "I see light, natural light. We are close." The grinding grew louder. 20 seconds. Joran was behind her now, his breath hot on her neck. "Go! Go!" She crawled faster. Her hands found purchase on a broken stone ledge, and she pulled herself forward, the ceiling rising, the walls widening, the light growing, gray and weak and real. She emerged into a service shaft, a narrow vertical tunnel lined with iron ladder rungs, and above her she saw a grate, rusted but open, and beyond it the gray-white sky of the surface. "Up! Everyone up!" The grinding became a roar. 15 seconds. Marnik went first, his weight testing the rungs, then Pelson, then Torvin, then Igreth. Siora was already climbing, the conduit rod hooked over her shoulder. Vexara grabbed the ladder. The rungs were cold and slick with moisture. 10 seconds. She climbed. Below her, Joran reached the base of the ladder, the records packet caught between his teeth, his hands scrabbling for purchase. The roar stopped. The silence that followed was worse. And then the gate slammed shut, not at her back, but somewhere below, deep in the stone. And the vibration that traveled through the ladder was not the sound of metal hitting metal. It was the sound of something shearing. Joran looked up at her, his eyes wide. That was not the gate. Then what? The ladder jolted beneath her hands, and the shaft went dark. Chapter 37. The ladder jerked beneath Vexara's hands. The shaft went dark. For one breath, there was nothing but the scrape of cloth on iron and the wet wraps of her own lungs. Then Joran's voice, low and tight. "It is trying to close the gap above us, the whole corridor, not just the gate." She felt the ladder shudder again, deeper this time, transmitted through the rock. "You said 5 minutes." I was wrong. Above her, Marnik's boots stopped climbing. "The grate," he called down. "It is wired. There is a lock here, a municipal seal, old but intact. Can you open it?" "Not from this side. The mechanism is on the surface." "Then we force it." "With what, Vexara? We have conduit rods and a spool of wire and hands that cannot feel their own fingers anymore." The ladder shuddered again, longer, and a grinding note rose from below. Not the gate, the walls. The shaft itself was narrowing, the stone pressing inward, the seams compressing like a throat closing. Siora's voice came from somewhere above Marnik, thin and hard. "The shaft is the trap, not the exit. The exit is the bait." We crawl into a narrow vertical tube and the mechanism crushes us against the grate. Vexara closed her eyes. Selka, of course. The easy path, the visible light, the promise of sky. The grate would not open because it was never meant to. The shaft was a collection funnel. She opened her eyes. Jorn, can you stop the compression? Silence. Maybe. Then do it. The mechanism is below us. I would have to climb back down, find the relay housing, jam the pressure valve or shear the control rod, and climb back up before the walls pinch me into paste. How long? If the housing is where I think it is, 90 seconds. Maybe 2 minutes. You have 3. He looked at her. In the dark, she could not see his expression, but she heard his breath change, a pause that held more calculation than fear. If I do this, he said, you do not leave me. We will not leave you. That is not a promise you can keep. If the walls close and I am still below, you will climb. You will cut the grate or break it, and you will go, because that is what the math says. She felt the weight of his words, the truth in them. I am not asking you to promise, he said. I am asking you to try. He let go of the ladder. The sound of his boots hitting the stone floor below was softer than she expected. Then footsteps, rapid and deliberate, moving toward the grinding source. Siora, Vexara called up. Tell me about the grate. Cast iron, rusted at the hinges. The lock is a drop rod mechanism, municipal standard from before in the silence, probably keyed to a seal code I do not have. But the rod is exposed. If I can reach it with the conduit rod, I might be able to shear the pin. Do it. The pin is on the surface side. I cannot reach it from the shaft unless I have something thin enough to fit through the grate slots and strong enough to snap a half-inch iron rod. Jorn's tools, Torvin said quietly. He has a pry bars, flat, thin enough. He is below. The grinding note changed, higher, closer. Then we wait for him, Vexara said. The walls are closing. Then he had better climb fast. She counted, 10 seconds. The grinding grew louder, and she felt the stones shift against her shoulders, the ladder rungs pressing closer together. 20 seconds. A clatter from below, metal on stone, and then Joran's voice, breathless. Found it. Pressure relay, mounted in a recess, 3 bolts. I can see the control rod. It is threaded into a compression sleeve. If I shear the threads, the sleeve will jam and the mechanism will seize. How do you shear threads with a pry bars? You do not. You use the triangle file in the leather pouch on my belt. She reached down and her fingers found the pouch, stick with cold, the buckle frozen. She ripped it open and pulled out the file, a narrow strip of hardened steel. Catch. She dropped it into the dark. She heard it hit the stone, and then Joran's footsteps. A curse, a scrape. Got it. The grinding deepened. 40 seconds, she said. Below her, the sound of metal on metal, rapid and irregular, the file biting into the control rod. This is going to take longer than we thought. How much longer? The rod is harder than I expected. You have 90 seconds. I heard you. The grinding note changed again, a pitch that made her teeth ache, and the ladder rungs pressed closer together, the walls narrowing, the stone groaning. 50 seconds. Above her, Marnik shifted his weight, and the ladder groaned with him. The grate, he said. I can see daylight through the slots. Thin, but real. Can you reach the pin? No, my hands are too thick, but Siora might. I need the pry bars, Siora said, or the file. Joran has the file. Then I need the pry bars. Vexara looked down into the dark. Joran, when you finish, throw me the pry bars. No answer. Joran. The grinding stopped. The silence was complete. Then his voice, thin and tight. The rod is sheared. The sleeve is jammed. The mechanism is seized. Then climb. She heard his hands find the ladder rungs, heard his breath, heard the rapid scrape of his boots as he climbed. The walls were still. The grinding had stopped. It held, he said, his voice coming closer. The teeth are jammed. He reached her level, and she saw his face in the dim light from above, sweat and grime and a grin that was half relief and half disbelief. Give me the pry bars. He pulled it from his belt and slapped it into her palm. Above her, Siora said, I need it here. Vexara climbed. She passed Torvin, who said nothing but pressed his shoulder against the ladder to give her room. She passed Marnik, who shifted the medicine crate to one side so she could reach past him. She reached Siora, who was pressed against the grate, the conduit rod hooked through the slots, her fingers bleeding from trying to reach the drop rod pin. The pry bars. Vexara handed it up. Seora took it, slid it through the grate, and began to work on something Vexara could not see. The sound of metal on metal, precise and deliberate, a scratching rhythm that spoke of experience and patience. The shaft was quiet, the walls held, and then Seora said, "Got it." She pulled the pry bars back through the grate, and Vexara heard a metallic click, a release, the sound of something sliding free. The grate lifted. Gray light poured into the shaft, cold air, real air, smelling of frost and open space. Marnik pushed the grate open and climbed out, then reached back to haul the medicine crate. Pelson followed, the seed pack on his back, his burned leg catching on the lip of the shaft. Torvin climbed out, then Agreth, then Seora. Vexara reached the top and pulled herself onto a stone ledge, the frost crunching beneath her hands. She turned and looked down into the shaft. Joran stood on the ladder, his face tilted up, the pry bars in one hand. He was smiling. "You made it," he said. "You're not done yet." She reached down and helped him climb out. The grate settled behind them, the lock mechanism still intact. Around them, the surface of the expanse stretched flat and gray, the sky a bruised white, the silence absolute. And in the distance, at the edge of the visible line, a signal fire burned. Vexara watched it for a long moment. Then she looked at the unit. 8 of them, battered, exhausted, alive. But the fire in the distance was not a Welko, it was a Sfummans, and she did not yet know who had lit it. Chapter 38. They stood in the gray light, 9 of them now counting the empty space around them, and the signal fire burned at the edge of the visible world. The Sikaner counted frost on the grate, frost on her sleeve, frost climbing the stone lip of the shaft. The cold was not retreating, it was settling, as if the surface had decided to hold what the underground had failed to claim. "We need to move," she said. "Toward the fire?" Marnik shifted the Meston crate on his shoulder. "Or away from it." "Toward. If it is a watcher, we need to Husus. If it is a trap, we need to see it before it springs." "And if it is a rescue?" Vexara asked. "Then we still need to know whose." She looked at the unit. 8 of them, standing on frost-cracked stone, the sky pressing down like a lid. Torvin was already checking the wound dressings on Pelson's leg. Good had the original testimony pages pressed against his chest, back seal cracked but intact. Seora was wiping her bloody fingers on her coat, the pry bar still in her hand. Joran stood apart, studying the horizon with the squint of a man who had spent years reading weather and watchers. "That fire is not Karth Hollow," he said. "Wrong color, too blue at the base." "What burns blue?" "Compact signal flares, designed to be visible from the upper levels of civic towers, pre-silence technology." "Someone is calling us out specifically." "Or calling the auditors in." Vexara considered the distance, a mile, maybe less. The ground between them and the fire was flat, exposed, covered in frost that crunched like bone chips underfoot. No cover, no heat, no place to hide if the fire was a lure. "We go," she said. "Single file, Ifella at the front with me, Torvin at the rear with Pelson. Everyone else keeps the supplies between them. No one stops for anything." She started walking. The frost gave way beneath her boots with a sound like paper tearing, and the unit fell into formation behind her. Ithella moved to her side, her steps uneven, one hand pressed to her chest as if holding something in. "Something wrong with the ground?" Vexara asked. "Cold," Ithella whispered. "Not the silent cold, different." "How different?" "Older. It remembers what was here before the compact." Vexana did not ask what that meant. There was no time for philosophy when the frost was settling and the fire was burning and the unit had less than half the medicine they had come for. They walked for 10 minutes. The fire grew no closer, no farther, as if the distance was fixed and the horizon was moving with them. "That is wrong," Seora said from behind her. "I have been watching the smoke, it does not drift." "What does that mean?" "It means the fire is not real, or it is not where it appears to be." "A projection?" "Or a reflection. The frost does strange things to light, especially old frost layered over active circuits." Vexara stopped. The unit stopped with her. She turned and looked back at the shaft they had climbed out of. The grout was still visible, a dark square in the gray earth, but already the frost was crawling over it, sealing it closed. "We cannot go back," she said. "We cannot go forward if the fire is a lie," Torvin said. "We will freeze in the open while we chase a reflection. Then we need to find the real source." Gitred stepped forward, adjusting his spectacles. "The testimony. If the civic entity sent our disclosure to every listening station, someone heard it. Someone saw the names. Someone may have lit the fire to mark a meeting point. Or to mark a killing ground," Joran said. "That is also possible." Vexara looked at the fire again. It burned blue at the base, just as Joran had said. The flame did not flicker. The smoke did not drift. It was not a real fire. It was a signal, and signals had sources. "Ithella," she said, "can you feel the direction it is coming from?" Ithella closed her eyes. Her hand pressed harder against her chest. Her breath came in shallow, ragged bursts. "It is not coming from the horizon," she said. "Where is it coming from?" "It is coming from above." Vexarna looked up. The sky was a flat, bruised white, featureless and dead. But as she watched, the color shifted. A ripple passed through the gray, like a stone dropped into still water. And for a moment she saw something else. A shape, a structure, a tower, high above the frost line, suspended in the dead air, its windows burning with the same blue light. Then it was gone. "What was that?" Vexana asked. "I do not know." "I do not know either," Joran said. "But I know we need to get under cover before the frost finds us again." The cold was climbing, not from the ground, not from the wind, but from the air itself, as if the sky was pressing down with the weight of a glacier. "The shaft," Vexara said. "We just climbed out of that death trap," Torvin said. "It is still warmer than what is coming." She turned and ran. The unit followed. The frost spread behind them like a living tide, coating the ground, the grate, the stones, reaching for their heels as they slid back down the shaft. Joran reached the ladder first. He did not climb. He stood at the top, his back to the grate, his hands raised. "Go," he said. "What are you doing?" "I am buying you 30 seconds. That is suicide. That is arithmetic you taught me." Frost reached the grot. Joran slammed it shut. The lock mechanism had been sheared. It would not hold. But the frost was already sealing the edges, building a wall of ice that might slow the cold long enough for the others to reach safety. Vexara hesitated. Then she climbed. The shaft was dark, colder than before, the walls still damp from the earlier compression, but the air was breathable. She descended hand over hand, the ladder rungs groaning under her weight. Behind her, she heard the grate creak. The frost was stronger than the lock. "Go!" Joran shouted. She dropped the last 5 feet and landed on the stone floor at the bottom of the shaft. The others were already there, pressed against the walls, waiting. Above them, the grate groaned again. Then a crash, a scrape, and Joran's body tilted down the shaft, landing hard on the stone. His gloves were shredded, his hands were bleeding, his face was white with frost. But he was alive. "The gate is holding," he said, his voice shaking. "But not for long." "How long?" 1 minute, maybe 2. Torvin grabbed Joran by the arm and pulled him to his feet. Neither of them said anything, but Torvin did not let go. The unit moved deeper into the service tunnel, away from the shaft, away from the frost, away from the fire that was not a fire. They found a maintenance alcove sealed by a rusted door that Siora pried open with the conduit rod. They crowded inside. The air was stale, still, warmer than the tunnel. Torval let go of Joran and began checking his hands. "You will lose the feeling in your fingers for a day or 2, he said, "but they will heal." "I know." "Why did you do it?" Joran looked at Vexara. "Because she did not order me to." The silence stretched. Then Vexara said, "We are not safe yet." "No," Torvin agreed. "We are not. And even as we get out of the Expanse alive, we will still have to face what is waiting outside." The compact. Selka. She will have her version of the story ready before we can open our mouths. The disclosure helps, but it is not enough. She is too well connected, too prepared. What are you saying? Torvin met her gaze. I am saying that getting out of the Expanse alive will mean nothing if we emerge into Selka's version of the story first. The unit stood in the alcove, breathing stale air, listening to the frost seal the shaft behind them. And in the distance, somewhere above the surface, the blue fire still burned, waiting. Chapter 39. The maintenance alcove held its stale warmth for another 20 minutes before the cold found the seams. Siora had wedged the conduit rod through the rusted latch, a temporary measure that bought nothing but patience. The frost crept through the door gap in thin white fingers, curling along the floor, reaching for their boots. Zisura counted the packs: messin crate, seed pack, surgical rolls, wound dressings. The original testimony pages pressed against the reed's chest, their weight smaller than before but heavier than anything he carried. 8 bodies, 8 breaths, 8 names still attached to living lungs. Torvin finished wrapping Joran's hands in strips torn from his own underskirt. The smuggler sat with his back to the wall, his shredded gloves laid across his knees, his face pale but steady. The feeling will come back, Torvin said. Eventually. Eventually is not a time I'd trust. It is the only time we have. Marnix shifted the medicine crate to his other shoulder. Pelson adjusted the seed pack strap, favoring his burned leg, the wince barely visible. They all looked at Vexara. She did not have a route. She had a shaft that led to a surface that wanted to kill them, a fire that was not a fire, a tower that should not exist, and a version of events waiting to be written by someone else. But the cold did not care about any of that. We move in 5, she said. Siora, can you open the door without the frost flooding the entire tunnel? If I do it fast and we seal it behind us. Do it fast. Siora worked the conduit rod against the latch, feeling for the weak point. The metal groaned. The frost cracked. The door swung onward and the cold hit them in a single hard wave. They moved. The surface tunnel ran straight for 50 paces, then bent right into a wider corridor that smelled wet stone and old iron. The walls were lined with pipes, some rusted through, others still carrying a faint vibration that suggested something underground was still alive. Ithala walked at the front with Vexara, her steps uneven, her breath a shallow scrape. Her pupils had not receded. The white lingered at the edges, not retreating, not advancing, a permanent stain that made her look like someone already half gone. How far? Vexara asked. Ithala did not answer immediately. Her hand pressed against her chest, the same gesture she had used on the surface, as if she was holding something in place that wanted to break free. The pulse is thinning, she said, walking away from the center. That is not what I asked. I know. The corridor opened into a larger chamber, a collapsed maintenance hub with a caved-in ceiling and a gap that led to open air. Gray light filtered through the rubble, thin and weak, carrying no warmth. Vexara climbed first. The surface was different here. The frost was thinner, the ground harder, the sky a pale white that felt less like a lid and more like a ceiling that had been lifted an inch. The expanse was ending. She could feel it in the air, in the way the cold did not bite as deep, in the way her breath did not freeze on her lips. The others climbed out behind her, one by one, their packs scraped and worn, their faces gaunt but alive. Joran stood at the edge of the rubble, his bandaged hands hanging at his sides, his eyes fixed on the horizon. That is the boundary, he said. A dark line ran across the white, a ridge of broken stone and dead trees that marked the edge of the expanse. Beyond it, the land sloped down into a shallow valley, where smoke rose from scattered fires. Not blue fires, real fires, cooking fires, campfires. Karth Hollow, Wikreth said. Not yet, Torvin said. Those are outer camps, refugees, scavengers, anyone who could not afford the toll to get inside the walls. Or watchers, Siora said. Sent to see who comes out of the expanse before the council decides what to do with the survivors. Vexara studied the smoke, 3 columns, widely spaced, not a single camp but a network of positions spread across the valley floor. Someone had been expecting them, or someone had been watching for anyone to emerge. We go down slow, she said.
We let them see us before we get close. If they wanted us dead, they would have set an ambush at the bridge line." "How do you know they did not?" Torvin asked. "Because ambushes do not dorm cooking fires." She started walking. The descent was steep, the ground uneven, the frost giving way to frozen mud and then to hard, packed earth that bore the marks of wagon wheels and boot prints. The silence did not follow. Ithala stopped at the bottom of the slope, her breath catching, her hand pressing harder against her chest. "What is it?" Pelson asked. She shook her head. "It is quiet," she said. "For the first time in years, it is quiet." Her voice was harassed, thin and frayed, as if the silence had taken part of her throat and left the rest to carry what she still needed to say. She did not look relieved. She looked like someone who had been holding a weight for so long that its absence felt like falling. Vexara waited. Ithala took a step, then another. The unit followed. The valley broadened as they descended, the campfires resolving into tents, lean-tos, and a single large canvas pavilion at the center of the largest cluster. Figures moved between the fires, armed figures, not many, but enough. "Watchers," Torvin said. "Or refugees," Pelson said. "Refugees do not carry that kind of iron." Torvin was right. The men at the nearest fire wore heavy coats and carried rifles slung across their backs. Compact issue. But they did not raise their weapons. They watched. One of them stepped forward, a broad-shouldered man with a scarred jaw and a badge pinned to his collar. "State your names," he said. "Vexara Dunholdt, Contract Lead, Retrieval Unit NR-7 Volts EX. The Expanse Retrieval." "Yes. We received your transmission," the man said. "The one sent on the Civic channel." Waygrath stepped forward. "You received the testimony?" "We received something. The Council is still debating whether it is authentic." "It is authentic. That is not for me to decide. My orders are to hold all returnees until the Council sends a review team." Vexara did not break stride. "Then you have a camp," she said, "and we have medicine, seeds, and testimony that the Council will want to see before they decide whether to let us speak." The man studied her. Then he nodded. "Follow me." The unit moved through the camp, past the fires, past the watchers, past the rows of tents that held people who had been waiting for something they did not yet understand. And behind them, above the ridge, the gray sky held. But Vexara did not look back. She looked ahead, at the camp, at the watchers, at the Council that would soon decide whether she was a survivor or a liability. Ithala walked beside her, silent, her hand pressed to her chest, her white-rimmed eyes fixed on the horizon. And somewhere beyond the camp, beyond the valley, beyond the reach of the expanse, the blue fire still burned, waiting. Chapter 40. The watchers led them through the camp past rows of patched canvas and wind-scoured faces. Children pressed against their mothers' legs. Old men watched from collapsed tent openings with eyes that had stopped expecting anything. Vexara counted the tents. 37, maybe 40. More than a staging post, fewer than a settlement. A holding yard for people who had nowhere else to go. The broad-shouldered man stopped at a tent near the center, its canvas newer than the rest, a single stovepipe jutting from the roof. "You stay here until the review team arrives," he said. "Food once a day, water from the barrel. Anyone tries to leave, the watchers will stop you." "How long?" Torvin asked. 2 days, maybe 3. The Council moves slow when it wants to." He turned and walked away. The tent was empty, straw mats on frozen ground, a rusted stove in the center, a single bucket. Vexara stood at the entrance, watching the watchers settle back around their fires. "They are not guarding us," she said. "What are they doing then?" Pelson asked. "Waiting for orders." Ifella lowered herself onto a straw mat slowly, as if her bones had forgotten how to bend. Her hand stayed pressed to her chest, her white-rimmed pupils fixed on nothing. Siora knelt by the stove, breaking apart a splintered crate for kindling. "We have fuel," she said. "Not much, enough to keep the frost off one night." Grist set his pack down and did not open it. The testimony pages were inside. The originals, the only copies that still mattered. "If the Council decides the testimony is authentic," he said, "Mire will be named in every enclave that still has a functioning listener." "And if they decide it is not?" Torvin asked. Gut adjusted his spectacles. Then we are scavengers who stole medicine and fabricated records to avoid prosecution. Marnik set the Bedason crate against the tent wall, his shoulders sagging as the weight left them. Then we should not give them the chance to decide. What choice do we have? Torvin said. We move the medicine before the review team arrives. Split it. Hide it in the valley. Let the council find empty crates and a story they cannot disprove because there is nothing to seize. Vexara watched the stove catch, the flames licking at the splintered wood. And the testimony? We keep it separate, Marnik said. Good carries it. If the council locks us up, he takes the pages somewhere the compact cannot burn them. That assumes the Watchers let him leave, Siora said. The Watchers follow orders. If the orders change, we have no margin. Torvin turned to Vexara. You have been quiet. She did not answer immediately. The fire grew, the tent warmed, the unit watched her, waiting for a calculation she had not yet finished. Selka Mire knew we would send that transmission, Casares said. She designed the chamber. She knew the civic channel was there. She knew someone would use it. Then why did she not destroy it? Jorn asked. Because she wanted it used. The words hung in the cold air. Gut took off his spectacles and wiped them. You are saying the testimony was meant to be sent? I am saying Selka never does anything that does not serve her ledger, Vexara said. If the civic channel was accessible, it was accessible for a reason. We did not outsmart her. We walked through a door she left open. Torvin's jaw tightened. Then we are still playing her game. Maybe we are, Vexara said. But the board has changed. She expected us to file the compact report. She expected us to bury the dead and take the payout. Instead, we told the truth. If she planned for that too, then the testimony itself is the trap. Ithla stirred. Her voice came thin and frayed. It is not Selka's trap. Everyone turned. Ithla's white-rimmed eyes found Vexara. The thing on the channel, she said. It was not waiting for Selka. It was waiting for someone who would speak the names. Selka knew it was there. She tried to use it, but it does not answer to her. Then who does it answer to? Pelson asked. Ithla shook her head. I do not know, but it is counting, and it is not finished counting yet. The tent fell silent. Vexara stared at the stove, watching the flames consume the wood, understanding that they had escaped the expanse only to enter a larger game with rules she could not yet read. She opened her mouth to speak. A sound cut through the camp, a low, distant whistle, climbing in pitch, rising until it broke into a sharp crack that echoed across the valley. Everyone moved at once. Vexara was at the tent entrance before the echo died, pushing through the canvas flap, scanning the sky. The Watchers were on their feet, rifles half raised, staring at the ridgeline. A column of blue light rose from beyond the valley, climbing straight up into the bruised white sky, dawning brighter than the gray horizon could explain. A relay flare. Not a signal from the expanse, a response. From Karth Hollow. The blue light held for 3 heartbeats, then scattered into a spray of embers that drifted sideways against the wind. Vexara watched them fall. The council had not waited for the review team. They were answering now. Chapter 41. The blue embers scattered and died. Vexara stood at the tent entrance with her hand still gripping the canvas flap, watching the sky where the relay flare had burned. The column was gone. The gray had closed again. But the Watchers were moving, boots crunching through frozen gravel, voices rising in clicked exchanges she could not quite catch. That was not the review team, Torvin said behind her. No. Then who answered? Vexara did not answer. She watched the Watchers form a line along the camp's eastern edge, rifles angled toward the valley approach. The broad-shouldered leader who had met them at the boundary was walking toward the tent now, his pace measured, his hand resting on the rifle strap rather than the trigger. He stopped 3 paces from the entrance. That came from the hollow, he said, the council relay station. We know what it means, Vexara said. Do you? She met his eyes. It means the council received our transmission and chose not to wait for the review team. It means they are sending someone now, the Watcher said. Not the review team. Someone with authority to collect the evidence and secure the supplies before the compact audit team arrives. Marnik stepped up beside Vexara, his shoulder brushing the tent frame. Audit team? The Council has been receiving compact signals for the past 3 hours, the Watcher said. Mire filed a formal asset recovery request through the Northern Compact Relay, designated your unit as an unauthorized salvage extraction with witness tampering. Vexara felt the words settle into her chest like a cold stone. She had burned the report terminal. She had destroyed the paper trail. She had thought the Civic channel would transmit the truth faster than Selka could spin it. But Selka had not needed the terminal. She had needed only a relay and a clock. When did they transmit the request? Vexara asked. 2 hours ago, before your unit arrived at the camp. Torvim stepped out of the tent, his hands still stained with Joran's dried blood. That means Selka knew we would survive the expanse before we reached the surface. The Watcher did not answer. Vexara turned back to the camp. The displaced people were stirring now, emerging from their tents, staring at the ridge where the flare had burned. A few children stood barefoot in the frost, clutching blankets, their faces hollow and watchful. How long until the Council's team arrives? She asked. Before noon, the Watcher said, if they pushed hard through the old road. And the compact auditors? They are already here. Vexara went still. The Watcher held her gaze. 3 auditors arrived at the boundary ridge an hour ago, he said. Compact seals, full authority. They have been waiting at the outer checkpoint for permission to enter the camp. You did not tell us this. You did not ask. Siora appeared at the tent's rear flap, her face tight. We need to move the medicine now. Too late, Marnik said. If auditors are already at the ridge, they will have watchers on every approach. We cannot split the crates without being seen. Then we hide it in plain sight, Vexara said. She turned to face the tent interior. Igreth was seated on the straw mats, the testimony pages spread across his knees, his spectacles catching the stove's glow. Igreth, she said, how many copies of the cargo manifest do we have? 1, on the outside of the medicine crate. 1 too many. She crossed to the crate and knelt beside it, running her fingers over the stamped wall. The manifest was nailed to the side, a thin sheet of pressed fiber with the inventory listed in tight block letters. Seeds, fever glass, surgical rolls, dressing packs. If the auditors take this crate, they will compare the manifest to the contents and declare everything accounted for, Vexara said. Then they will file a seizure report, stamp it with Selka's authorization code, and the Council will have no standing to contest it because the paperwork will be clean. Then we remove the manifest, Siora said, and make ourselves look guilty before the auditors even arrive. Torvin crouched beside her. What do you propose? Vexara pulled the small folding knife from her belt. She worked the blade under the manifest's edge, careful not to tear the fiber, and pried the sheet free. The nails came loose with a soft scrape. She handed the manifest to Igreth. Copy this. Same format, same ink, but leave off the seaver glass and 3 of the seed containers. Keep the original for our records. Igreth adjusted his spectacles. You want me to forge a cargo manifest? I want you to give the auditors a version that makes them think we are hiding less than we actually carried. And when they inventory the crate and find the fever glass that is not on the manifest, then we tell them the manifest was damaged during the escant, and we reconstructed it from memory. Guth stared at the manifest. That is a weak story. It does not need to be strong, Vexara said. It only needs to survive long enough for us to move the real inventory somewhere the auditors cannot find it. Siora was already scanning the tent, measuring the walls, the floor, the packed frost beneath the straw mats. There is a runoff channel 30 paces north of the camp boundary, she said. Old drainage from the ridge, wide enough to hold a crate. If we seal it in frost and cover the opening with loose stone, it will take them days to find it. Assuming the frost does not crack the glass, Marnik said. The glass will hold, the cold preserves. Vexara looked at Ithella. The Wayfinder sat apart from the others, her hands pressed flat to the frozen ground, her white-rimmed eyes fixed on nothing. Ithella, can you sense anything from the auditors? Ithella did not answer at first. Then her hands trembled. They are not alone, she said. Her voice was thin, distant. There is someone with them, someone who knows the route, someone who has walked the ground before. Vexara felt the cold settle deeper. Selka. Ethala shook her head slowly. No. Someone smaller. Someone who carries her marks but is not her. The tent fell silent. Pelson shifted his weight, favoring his burned leg. Is she here herself? I do not know, Ethala said. But the one with the auditors knows the camp. He knows where the displaced sleep and where the watchers stand watch. He is telling them where to look first. Vexara looked at the manifest in Gethwa's hands, at the crate against the tent wall, at the faces of the people who had followed her out of the expanse. She had thought the hardest fight was behind them. But Selka had not sent auditors to collect the medicine. She had sent them to make sure the testimony never reached the council. And she had sent someone who knew exactly where to break them. Vexara stood. We do not have until noon, she said. We have until whoever that is finishes talking. Chapter 42. The Watcher leader stepped back from the tent entrance and let the flap fall. Vexara counted 7 breaths before she spoke. Marnik, take Jornan and the seed pack. Move through the eastern edge of the camp, past the holding yard, and find a place to cache it where the frost has settled deep. Marnik did not move. The auditors will be here within the hour. Then you have 50 minutes, and when they ask where the seed pack is, I will tell them we abandoned it in the expanse to save weight. Jordan flexed his bandaged hands. The dressings were dark with seepage, but his fingers curled and straightened. They will search the camp, he said. Not before the council's team arrives. The auditors have authority over salvage, not over displaced persons. If they search without permission, the council can use it to challenge the seizure. If the council backs us, Marnik said, they have no reason to back us yet, but they have reason to resent auditors who overstepped. Vexara crossed to the crate and lifted the fever glass. 6 amber vials in a lined case, the sealant compound still intact, the glass warm against her palm. She wrapped the case in her coat lining and pressed it into Marnik's hands. Take this too. If the auditors find the glass, they will know the manifest is forged. The glass is the proof of what we actually carried. Marnik tucked the case inside his shirt. Where do we meet you? The old runoff channels Yora found. If we are not there by nightfall, bury the cache and head north toward the ridge. The council's team will be coming from the valley. Find them before the auditors do. Joran stood. He did not look at Vexara when he spoke. You promised you would try. I am trying. You are sending us into the frost with a crate of seeds and fever glass, while you stay in a warm tent and tell lies to people with guns. Vexara met his eyes. I am staying here so the people with guns do not follow you. Joran held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once, pulled the tent flap aside, and stepped into the gray light. Marnik followed. The tent felt smaller without them. Siora was already at the back wall, testing the frost seal with her fingertips. The runoff channel is 30 paces north, past the 3rd tent row and left of the latrine trench. There is a collapsed culvert under a shelf of stone. If they pack the frost tight enough, the crate will not show on a surface sweep. How long will it hold? Depends on how thorough the auditors are. If they bring thermal probes, the glass will read warm for 2 or 3 days inside the frost. That is good enough. Siora turned from the wall. It is not good enough, but it is what we have. Vexara knelt beside the crate and began stripping the remaining supplies. Surgical rolls, dressing packs, the few rations they had not yet consumed. She arranged them in a neat row on the straw mats, the sealant compound still intact. The second carried scales and measure cords. The third stood back, watching the displaced, the watchers, the tent rows, the faces. Vexara met them at the tent entrance with the forged manifest in her hand. The lead auditor took it without greeting. He scanned the inventory, his eyes moving down the block letters, his thumb pressing wrench line as though testing the weight of the words. This is everything you carried out? That is everything. The sealant compound lists wound dressings and surgical rolls, no fever glass. We left the fever glass in the expanse. It was too heavy to carry with the frost closing. You chose to abandon life-saving medicine to save weight. I chose to keep my people moving faster than the cold. The auditor looked up from the manifest. He was older than Vexara had expected, with gray in his beard and a scar across his lechuk that pulled the corner of his mouth into a permanent sneer. You understand that the compact holds salvage rights to all assets recovered during contract execution. I understand that the compact holds rights until the contract is fulfilled. My contract was fulfilled when the seed vault coordinates were transmitted and the testimony was filed. The testimony was not part of the contract. The testimony was the condition of vault release. I did not design the mechanism. I only used it. The auditor's eyes narrowed. He held the manifest out to the second auditor, who began comparing it to the supplies laid out on the straw mats. The third auditor had not moved. He stood at the tent entrance, his back to the camp, watching the holding yard, the tent rows, the direction Marnik and Joran had taken. Vexara kept her breathing steady. The second auditor finished his count. "Matches," he said. The lead auditor took the manifest back. "The council will still want to verify your testimony," he said. "They have sent a review team. They will arrive by nightfall. Then we wait. You will wait under our observation." Vexara did not argue. She stepped aside and let them into the tent. They searched the straw mats, the crate, the empty packs, the space beneath the stove. They found nothing because there was nothing to find. The fever glass and the seed containers were already 30 paces north, sealed in frost under a collapsed culvert, held in the hands of two men who had learned to move through hostile ground without leaving tracks. When the auditors finished, they withdrew to the tent entrance. The lead auditor paused before leaving. "One more thing." Vexara waited. "The person who guided us to the camp. He asked me to give you a message." He pulled a folded scrap from his pocket and held it out. Vexara took it. She did not open it until the auditors had crossed the camp and disappeared into the tent row beyond the holding yard. Then she unfolded the paper. The handwriting was cramped, written in a hurry but legible. "You burned her report, but you still carry her arithmetic. The question is whether you know the difference." There was no signature. Vexara read it twice. Then she folded the paper and slipped it into her belt pouch. She turned and found the Watcher leader standing at the tent entrance, watching her. He did not raise his voice. He spoke in the flat, patient tone of someone who had seen enough lies to recognize the shape of one. "You carry truth in your pack," he said. "You carried it through the expanse. You broadcast it to every station still listening." He paused. "But you just told 3 compact auditors that you abandoned medicine you did not abandon. You lied to keep Frost from claiming it." Another pause. "So I am asking you plainly, leader. When the council arrives and asks for the truth, which version will you give them?" The tent was silent. The stove rigged as the fire settled. Vexara looked at the paper in her belt pouch, at the Watcher's steady gaze, at the faces of the people who had followed her out of the expanse and now waited for her answer. She had told herself the deception was necessary. But the Watcher was not wrong. She had begun the first hour outside the expanse by laying a false record. And somewhere in the camp, the person who carried Selka's marks was watching, waiting, counting. Chapter 43. The cold settled into the tent canvas by mid-afternoon, seeping through the straw mats and gathering in the folds of Vexara's coat where the stove's heat could not reach. She sat with her back to the center pole, watching the tent entrance. The Watcher had left an hour ago without pressing for an answer. The question hung in the air anyway, a third presence in the space between breaths. Which truth? Vexara pulled the unsigned note from her belt pouch and read it again. "You burned her report, but you still carry her arithmetic. The question is whether you know the difference." She folded it and slid it back. The arithmetic was sitting in a runoff channel 30 paces north, sealed in frost, held by 2 men who had not returned yet. She stood. Ithala sat nearest the stove, her hands wrapped around a tin cup of water that had not yet steamed. Her pupils were still rimmed with white at the edges, and she did not look up when Vexara crossed the tent. "How long until you can sense the camp clearly?" Ithala blinked slowly. "I already can." "Then tell me what you feel." The quiet Wi-Finder set the cup down and closed her eyes. Her fingers pressed against the canvas floor, the frost-dusted straw, the seams where the tent fabric met frozen ground. 43 tents, she said. 112 people, more arriving from the ridge. The person with Selka's marks. Ithala's hand trembled. They are not in the camp. They were. They left before the auditors finished their inspection. Left where? Toward the valley road, following the council team's approach. Vexara absorbed that. The proxy was not watching them anymore. The proxy was moving to intercept the council before the council reached the survivors. Can you find them by their trace? If I get close enough, but I am not fast right now. Understood. Vexara turned. Ugre sat at the far end of the tent, his spectacles catching the stove light as he arranged the testimony pages across a spread cloth. He had laid them in order, the original stack flattened and sorted by date, by dead city, by the sequence of their telling in the Expanse. Pelson sat beside him watching the pages settle. You organized them, Vexara said. They needed organizing. Ugrith did not look up. The testimony is a document now. It has weight. If the council is going to read it, they need to understand the order of events. How many pages? 47, counting the transmission confirmation and Selka Mire's admission clause. Are they all there? Gith paused. He counted them. Then he counted them again. 46, he said. The silence in the tent changed. I had 47 when the auditors arrived, Gith said slowly. I counted them after the inspection. I counted them twice. Torvin shifted his weight. When did you last look at them? Before the auditors searched the tent, I spread them out to confirm the order. And since then, Geth's hand hovered over the pages. I did not move them. The auditors searched the tent. They did not touch the pages. Vexara crossed the tent in 4 steps and knelt beside the cloth. She looked at the gap in the sequence. The missing page had been part of the central testimony, the section where the dead were named, the date spoken, the items they carried recorded for the entity on the Civic channel. A page that carried the weight of every dead retrieval team. A page that named Selka Mire. The auditors did not touch the pages, Vexara repeated, but someone else did. She looked at Ithila. Did you sense anyone entering the tent while we were outside? Ithila's hand trembled again. No, but I was not listening. I was resting. Of course. The proxy had known when Ithila would be too dreaming to sense a passing shape. The proxy had known the exact page to take, not the first page, not the last page, but the spine of the testimony, the one that connected the dead to Selka's signature. Vexara stood. Gith, can you reconstruct the page from memory? I can reconstruct the data. I cannot reconstruct the original. The council will want to see the physical page with the transmission record attached. Then we need to find it before the council arrives. The tent entrance rustled. The watcher leader stepped inside without waiting for permission, his face tight with cold. There is a messenger from the council, he said. He arrived at the camp's eastern edge a few minutes ago. He is not the review team. He came ahead to prepare the ground. Prepare the ground for what? For authentication. He is moving through the camp, speaking to the displaced. He is asking whether anyone heard the civic transmission before the unit arrived. Vexara's stomach tightened. He is building a witness record before anyone reads the testimony. That is one way to describe it. Which tents has he visited? The eastern row, 8 so far. Has he spoken to anyone who claims to have heard the transmission? The watcher leader did not answer immediately. 3 refugees have confirmed they heard something, he said. But the messenger was not asking about the transmission itself. He was asking whether the unit seemed disorganized when they arrived, whether anyone saw the testimony before it was arranged for presentation. The pattern was clean. The page was taken so the testimony could be questioned. The messenger was sent ahead to build a narrative of disorganization. By the time the review team arrived, the story would already be set. Vexara looked at the cloth, at the 46 pages, at the gap where the 47th should have been. The arithmetic was still running. She could feel it in the cold, in the count of tenths, in the weight of the forged manifest she had handed to the auditors. The question was not whether she knew the difference. The question was whether she could prove it before the camp decided for her. Greth, she said, write the missing page from memory. Write every name you remember. Then write the names you are not sure of with a mark next to them. It will not be the original. It will be enough to show the pattern. She turned to the watcher leader. Take me to the messenger. The watcher leader did not move. He is not the only one moving through the camp. Meaning what? meaning the person who stole your page is still watching. They are standing at the edge of the eastern row, waiting to see what you do when you realize one is missing. Vexara looked past him, through the tent entrance, into the gray afternoon light. The camp stretched out in rows of stained canvas and frozen mud. Refugees moved between the tents with the slow, deliberate economy of people who had learned not to waste steps. At the far edge of the eastern row, a figure stood alone, tall, still, face obscured by a hood. It did not move toward the tents. It did not move toward the messenger. It stood exactly where it would see Vexara's tent, and it waited. The note in her belt pouch felt heavier than paper should. The question is whether you know the difference. Vexara stepped out of the tent. The cold hit her face, thin and sharp at this altitude. Nothing like the Expanse's dead weight, but still enough to remind her that warmth was never guaranteed. She did not look at the figure. She walked directly toward the eastern row, toward the messenger, toward the part of the camp where the story was already being shaped without her name in it. Behind her she heard the tent canvas rustle. Ithil's voice, thin and precise. "Vexara, the figure is moving." She did not slow. "Which direction?" "Toward the messenger." The pattern tightened. The proxy would reach the messenger before Vexara could feed the narrative faster than she could counter it. She stopped walking. The figure was faster. The figure knew the camp, the timing, the witness statements already collected. She could not win a race she had started 2 steps behind. She turned, not toward the figure, toward the runoff channel 30 paces north. The proxy had taken the page, but the proxy did not know about the cache. If the council was going to choose a story tonight, Vexara would make sure they heard one that could not be forged. She broke into a run. Chapter 44. The ground was harder here. Frost-brittle gravel that slid under her boots and stole the speed she needed. 30 paces. She had counted them when Ciora first described the runoff channel, but counting was not running, and the camp stretched wider in the gray afternoon than it had from the tent entrance. Behind her, a voice called out. The watcher leader or grit, she could not tell. She did not slow. The tents blurred past. A woman with a child pressed against her hip watched her pass with flat, calculating eyes. A man stacking frost-cracked fuel bricks straightened and followed her movement with his whole body. They were watching. They had been watching since the messenger arrived. The channel appeared ahead, a dark seam in the frozen ground where the drainage runoff had carved a shallow trench between 2 tent rows and then dropped into a wider cut. The culvert Ciora had described sat beneath a stone shelf that looked natural until you saw the tool marks along its edge. Vexara dropped to her knees at the edge of the cut, gravel biting through her trousers. The cache was still there. She pulled the crate out by its carrying strap, frost clinging to the sealant in jagged crystals. The forged manifest rested on top, weighted by a stone she recognized as the one Marnik had set before he left. She opened the crate. The arithmetic was inside, not numbers, that would have been too direct. She found a stack of papers covered in a script she recognized from her years in the Compact's assessment offices. Column headings, regional codes, population tallies with notes in the margins that matched the discard alignment protocols from Felka's letter. Someone had been keeping a separate count. A count of who had been sent into the Expanse, a count of who had been designated for culling before the mission even began. She lifted the papers carefully. Beneath them lay 3 more sheets, each one a copy of the missing testimony page, the original's content reproduced in Givret's precise hand but on different paper, unstained, unmarked by the transmission console's impression. He had made copies before the original was stolen. She did not know when. She did not know how. But Varreth Expanse had been a judge, and judges knew that originals grew legs when powerful people wanted them gone. She took the copies and the forged manifest and left the rest of the crate under the stone shelf. When she turned back toward the tent, the messenger was standing at the edge of the trench, watching her. He was young enough that his face had not yet learned to hide everything. His coat was clean, his boots intact, his hands bare in the cold in a way that suggested he had not spent enough time outside to know better. He held a paper in his left hand. Official seal at the bottom, Council Green. Vexara Dunholdt. She did not correct him. did not offer her full designation. "The council has ruled," he said. "Provisional authorization pending full document review. The testimony will be heard tonight in Ledger Square. You are ordered to present yourself and your unit for public accounting." His eyes dropped to the papers in her hand. "You will bring all records." She held his gaze. "Who ordered the stolen page?" He blinked. Once. Fast. "I do not know what you are referring to." "The page removed from my testimony," she said. "The one that names the person who designated us for culling. The one that carries Selka Mire's signature and the compact seal. Someone took it from my tent while I was negotiating with your auditors." The messenger's face flickered. Not guilt, surprise. He had not known about the page, which meant the person who took it was not working with him, which meant the proxy had moved ahead of both the messenger and the council, and the review team would arrive to find a story already shaped by hands they could not trace. "The council will hear your testimony as presented," he said carefully. "The authenticity of each page will be determined during review. If you believe evidence was tampered with, you may file a grievance with the Ration Consul's oversight clerk." "There is no oversight clerk." "There will be one appointed tonight." "By whom?" "By the Ration Consul." She let the silence stretch, watched him shift his weight from one foot to the other. "I will be there," she said, "but I do not bring the unit. The order requires the unit stays here. I will present the testimony, the copies, and the forged manifest that the compact auditors accepted as authentic. If the council wants to hear from the survivors, they can send a delegation to the camp tomorrow." "That is not the procedure." "The procedure took a page from my tent while I was 300 paces away. The procedure sent you ahead to build a narrative before anyone read the document. The procedure has a person carrying Selka Mire's marks standing at the edge of my camp, waiting to see what I do next." She stepped closer. "I will stand in Ledger Square, then I will read the names. If the council wants to arrest me for refusing to bring people who have already lost everything, they can try." The messenger held her gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then he looked down at the paper in his hand, folded it, and turned away. "The council convenes at dusk," he said without looking back. "Do not be late." She watched him walk through the camp, watched the displaced people step aside to let him pass, watched the figure at the eastern row shift its position as he approached. The proxy was still there, still watching. She carried the copies and the forged manifest back to the tent, ducked through the canvas flap, and found Varreth sitting on his mat with his spectacles in his hands, and eyes closed. "You made copies," she said. He opened his eyes. "You hid evidence before coming to the camp. I am not the only one who knows how to plan for a contested document." "When did you make them?" "When the Aleba was resting, when the watchers were counting tents instead of watching us. I found loose paper in the medical crate. Traven had been using it for wound records, but there were blank sheets at the bottom." He adjusted his spectacles. "A judge learns that if you have only one copy, you have no copy at all." She laid the sheets on the mat in front of him. "The council summons is for tonight. Ledger Square. I am going alone." "That is a mistake. If I bring the unit, the council can claim the testimony was coerced. They can arrest all of us on the same charge. If I go alone, I am a single witness choosing to speak. And if they arrest you anyway, then the testimony stays in your hands. You read it when they bring me before the review. You make sure the copies spread faster than the council can suppress them." Gwith looked at the sheets, looked at her. "You are planning to let them take you." "I am planning to count to 3 and see who answers." The tent flap rustled. Torvin stepped inside, his face tight with cold and exhaustion. "The messenger is gone," he said, "but the proxy is still there, standing where you saw him. He has not moved. He is waiting for orders, or waiting for the council to arrive." Torvin looked at the papers on the mat. "What is that?" "The missing page," Gwith said, "copied before it was stolen." Torvin knelt, studying the sheets. His hands hovered over the script, reading the column headings, the population tallies, the discard alignment notes in the margin. "This is not just the admission clause," he said slowly. "This is a ledger of designated losses. Each name, each contract cycle, each settlement of origin. Selka Mire did not design the Expanse program. She documented every process he sent into it. Gwith nodded, which means the page was not stolen to destroy evidence. It was stolen to control the narrative. Without the original, the council can claim the testimony was manufactured. They can argue that the ledger is a forgery. But I have copies. Copies can be dismissed, Torvin said. Only the original carries the transmission imprint from the civic console. Without that, the page is just paper with writing on it. Gith looked at the sheets, looked at her. You are planning to let them take you. I am planning to count to 3 and see who answers. The tent flap rustled. Torvin stepped inside, his face tight with cold and exhaustion. The messenger is gone. My block is trackened. The council may not accept it as legal evidence, but the refugees in the square will recognize the names. They will recognize the settlements. They will know someone was counting. Unless someone has already convinced them the names mean something else. Torvin's voice was flat. The proxy is not waiting. He is building the alternative story before you reach the square. By dusk, the camp will have heard 3 versions of what happened in the Expanse, and none of them will match yours. Vexara picked up the sheets. She counted them. 3 pages, 2 columns each. 23 names per column. 46 dead, plus the 1 missing. The pattern repeated. She tucked the pages into her coat, pulled the forged manifest from her belt, and handed it to Torvin. Keep this. Show it to the Watcher leader if the council sends someone for you. What do you want me to tell him? Tell him I am carrying the truth. Tell him to watch the square tonight and decide which version survives. She stepped toward the tent entrance. The gray afternoon light had begun to deepen into the bruised purple of pre-dusk. The council convened at dusk. She had 20 minutes. The figure at the eastern row was gone. She walked through the camp alone, past the displaced families, past the watchers who did not meet her eyes, past the tents where children sat in the frozen mud, and watched her pass without curiosity. The road to Karth Hollow rose ahead, a gravel track between 2 frost-scoured hills. At the crest, a single figure stood in silhouette, the proxy, waiting. Vexara did not slow. She climbed. Chapter 45. The road steepened as Vexara climbed toward the crest where the proxy stood, a dark figure against the bruised sky, waiting with the patience of someone who had already counted every step she would take. She kept her pace even. Her breath misted in the cold. The gravel shifted under her boots, the only sound in the stillness. 20 paces from the crest, she stopped. The proxy did not move. Up close, the figure was lean, wrapped in a coat that had once been good wool, now patched at the elbows and collar. The hood shadowed the face, but beneath it Vexara caught the glint of pale eyes watching her with the flat attention of an assessor reading a column of figures. You walk alone, the proxy said, voice flat. No accusation in it, just observation. The council summoned 1 witness. The council summoned a body to answer for. They did not specify which one. Vexara held the pages against her chest. The testimony is complete. The medicine is documented. The rest of my unit is not part of this proceeding. The proxy's head tilted. You believe that limits the damage. I believe it limits the council's reach. A pause. Then the proxy stepped aside, one hand lifting in a gesture that was not invitation and not surrender. Something between deference and dismissal. Ledger Square is through the arch and past the ration depot. The council has already assembled. They will hear you first, then the compact's liaison, then the testimony itself if they deem it admissible. And if they do not? Then the medicine enters official custody pending authentication. Your unit remains under observation. And the displaced families in the camp hear that the Expanse survivors brought back a forged record and a story that does not match the evidence. Vexara stepped past the proxy onto the descendal road. The town of Karth Hollow lay below, a sprawl of low stone buildings huddled against the frost, with a single square at its center where a crowd had already gathered. Torches burned at the edges, their light catching on faces that looked hungry and tired and ready to believe whatever the council told them. The square was paved with old flagstones worn smooth by years of feet. At its center stood a raised platform with a table, 3 chairs, and a brass brazier that threw a weak orange glow across the faces of the counselors already seated. 2 men and 1 woman, middle-aged, compact dress. The woman wore a brass pin at her collar that marked her as a ration overseer. One of the men had a ledger open in front of him, his finger tracing columns as she approached. The crowd parted to let her through. She stopped at the platform's edge and waited. The woman with the brass pin looked up. Vexara Dunholdt, former resource assessor for the Mire Compact, leader of Retrieval Unit NR-7 volts EX. Yes. You have submitted testimony claiming that Director Selka Mire designed the Expanse contract to cull politically inconvenient citizens from Karth Hollow and 3 neighboring enclaves. I have submitted testimony. The Council has granted provisional authentication. Provisional, the woman repeated. Because the central page of that testimony was stolen before it could be presented to this body. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Vexara did not turn to face them. I carry copies, she said. She'd by a former judge who reconstructed the data before the original was taken. The names, the settlement of origin, the contract cycles, and the discard alignment notes Selka Mire used to designate each target are recorded on these sheets. She held them up. The counselor with the open ledger gestured for a runner, a boy of 12 or 13 who trotted forward and took the pages from her hand. He carried them to the table. The woman spread them under the brazier's light, reading in silence as the other 2 counselors leaned in to look. The crowd pressed closer. Vexara heard someone cough, a child crying somewhere at the back, the scrape of boots on stone as people shifted their weight, waiting. The woman looked up. This document lists 47 dead. 47 named individuals, each one a Karth Hollow citizen or a dependent from the Northern Ridge settlements, assigned to retrieval contracts that followed the same route as my unit. Each contract cycle was designed to prioritize partial survival over full extraction. And you propose to prove this with a hand-copied page bearing no transmission imprint? I propose to prove with the original testimony still held by a Grath Korn, which the Council has already authenticated provisionally. The missing page is one link in a chain of evidence that spans 3 full contract cycles, and includes records from the Compact's own archive, records I am willing to produce if this body will grant me safe passage to bring them. The counselor with the ledger closed his book. You are asking this council to act on evidence that has not been verified by any independent party, while a Compact audit team has already filed an asset recovery request designating your unit as unauthorized salvage. The Compact audit team arrived before the council had time to review the testimony. The request was filed before my unit reached the surface. That is not a coincidence. It is a suppression tactic. The woman with the brass pin set the pages down. The council will take your testimony under advisement. The medicine you recovered will be placed in official storage pending authentication of the seed vault coordinates. You will be confined to the water camp until the review team completes its investigation. Vexara heard the weight of the words. The citizen, the delay. The crowd shifted. She opened her mouth to respond, a commotion at the edge of the square. Heads turned, voices rose. Pelson pushed through the crowd, his burned leg blagging, his breath ragged. Ciora followed behind him, her face set in a mask of controlled fury. Vexara, Pelson said, his voice cracking. The lists. The labor guarantors are at the Eastern Trump. They are bringing out the collateral ledgers. Collateral ledgers for what? For the review. The council is using the testimony as justification to audit every family with a member in the Expanse. They are saying the disclosure proves the contract system is corrupt, and they need to identify every citizen who might have benefited from the culling. Ciora grabbed his arm before he could say more. They are not auditing, she said. They are purging. The square went silent. The woman with the brass pin rose from her chair. The council has made no such order. Then tell the guarantors to stop dragging names out of the camp, Ciora snapped. Because they have already started, and they are using your authority to do it. Pelson stepped forward, holding something in his hand. A sheet of paper, torn at the edges. He held it up. The Eastern Camp list includes my sister's district. Block 7, Woe 12, Family 3. She is in the labor pools. She is marked for review because she is a dependent of a citizen who filed a retrieval contract. He looked at the counselors. She never entered the Expanse. She never touched the contract. She is 14 years old. The woman with the brass pin did not answer. The cold settled deeper into the square. Vexara looked at the faces around her. The hunger in them, the fear. The calculations she knew too well because she had made them herself 100 times, weighing who was worth saving and who was not. And in that moment of silence, she realized exactly what the proxy had been building all along. Not a counter-narrative, a justification. The testimony had not been stolen to destroy evidence. It had been stolen to create a reason for the purge. And Selka Miel had already planned the arithmetic so carefully that even the proof of her crimes would become the tool that completed them. The counselor with the open ledger stood. The review will proceed as scheduled. The medicine remains in custody. The unit remains under observation. Anyone with additional evidence may present it to the council in writing. He looked at Vexara. You are dismissed. The crowd began to murmur again, louder now. Vexara did not move. She looked at Pelson's paper, at the district code, at the name of his sister, and somewhere in the frozen dark beyond the square, she felt the entity still counting, not finished, and realized the second payment Selka had demanded was never about the Expanse at all. Chapter 46. The counselor with the open ledger had already turned back toward the platform. The woman with the brass pin was gathering her papers. The third counselor, a gray-haired man who had not spoken once during the hearing, remained seated with his hands folded on the table before him. The crowd did not disperse. They stood in the frozen square, watching Vexara the way a pack watches a limping animal, waiting to see whether it would fall or bite. Pelson's paper was still in her hand. Block 7, Row 12, Family 3. The ink was smudged at the edges from his grip. She folded it once and slid it inside her coat. He was watching her. They were all watching her. The woman with the brass pin reached the edge of the platform and paused, one hand resting on the rail. She looked back at Vexara with something that might have been curiosity or might have been warning. You were dismissed, she said. I heard you. Then why are you still standing in my square? Vexara let the silence stretch, let the cold work for her the way she had learned to let it work in the Expanse, as pressure, as weight, as something that could be read if you stopped fighting it. Because you are about to do something you cannot undo, she said, and I want the people standing here to know exactly what it costs them before you seal it. The woman's hand tightened on the rail. The gray-haired counselor raised his head. You have already given your testimony, he said. His voice was soft, the kind of soft that came from years of letting other people speak first. The council has taken it under advisement. There is a process. There was a process for the people I found in the Expanse, too, Vexara said. They followed the contract, they marked their routes, they transmitted their findings, and when the compact decided they had outlived their usefulness, the Expanse swallowed them, and the council filed them as operational losses. She stepped forward. 1 step. 2. The crowd parted around her the way water parted around a stone. I know because I helped file those reports. The square went stiller than still. Even the brazier flame seemed to hold its breath. 6 years, she said. I assessed salvage claims for the compact. I signed off on mission viability. I reviewed route recommendations. And when a team came back with fewer members than it left with, I marked the discrepancy as acceptable attrition and moved on to the next file. She stopped at the base of the platform, close enough to see the woman's brass pin catch the light, close enough to count the ledger keeper's fingers on his closed book. I did not know Selka Mire was engineering the contracts to call subpacifically citizens. I did not know the payout structure rewarded partial survival. I did not know the testimony I was reviewing had been edited to hide the pattern. But I knew the numbers were clean. I knew the losses fit the projections, and I did not ask why. The woman with the brass pin said nothing. The gray-haired counselor unfolded his hands. What do you want from this body, Assessor? I want you to stop treating my testimony as a justification for purging the families of the people who died in those contracts. You have the medicine. You have the seed vault coordinates. You have the civic transmission. Use them. Let the displaced eat. Let the labor children go home. Let the audit die for lack of political cover. The ledger keeper laughed once, a dry sound like breaking bone. You stand in our square and tell us to distribute medicine we have not verified, to release collateral we have not assessed, and to ignore a compact audit that could sanction the entire enclave. And you expect us to do this because you admit you were complicit? No, Vexara said. I expect you to do it because if you do not, the entity that received the civic transmission will finish counting. And when it does, the second payment will not be measured in expanse deaths. It will be measured in how many families you handed over to Mire's arithmetic. The ledger keeper's laugh died. The woman with the brass pin looked at the gray-haired counselor. He looked back at her, and then he reached into his coat and produced a sealed envelope. The wax was dark blue. The press was compact. The seal was 3 parallel lines crossed by a 4th, the mark of a standing emergency directive. He held it up so the crowd could see. This arrived by runner 30 minutes before your testimony was read, he said. It is addressed to the Council from the Compact's Northern Administrative Relay. It authorizes temporary emergency purges of dependent populations in any enclave where an unauthorized civic disclosure has been transmitted, pending verification of the disclosure's authenticity. He broke the seal. It names Karth Hollow as the primary site. The woman with the brass pin stepped back from the rail. When was this directive issued? 3 days ago, the gray-haired counselor said. Before we received the transmission, before the unit surfaced, before anyone outside the compact knew the testimony existed. The ledger keeper's face went gray. The crowd began to murmur again, but the sound was different now. Sharper. Hublier. The sound of people realizing they had been counted before they knew the game had started. Vexara did not look at them. She looked at the directive in the counselor's hands. At the date, at the seal, at the signature line that had been left blank, waiting for a council to seal it with its own name. Selka had planned for the testimony to be heard. She had planned for it to be authenticated. She had planned for the council to have no choice but to act. And she had built the arithmetic so that every move the council made to protect itself would become the tool that destroyed it. If you sign that directive, Vexara said, her voice flat and cold and steady, you will be doing exactly what she designed you to do. The gray-haired counselor looked at the blank signature line. Then he looked at the crowd, and the square held its breath. Chapter 47. The gray-haired counselor held the directive like a man testing the weight of a blade he had not chosen to carry. The woman with the brass pin found her voice first. We cannot sign this. We cannot ignore it either, the ledger keeper said. If we refuse the directive, the compact sanctions the enclave. Supplies stop. Relief routes close. The winter allocation never arrives. And if we sign it, Vexara said, you hand Mire exactly what she needs to prove Karth Hollow cooperated with the purge. The directive names the enclave as the primary site. She does not need you to carry it out. He needs your signature on the line that authorizes it. The crowd's murmur sharpened into something closer to a growl. The gray-haired counselor looked at Vexara with tired eyes that had seen too many winters and too few harvests. What do you suggest, Assessor? That we refuse the directive and let the compact starve us? That we sign it and let them purge us? That we pretend neither option exists and watch the enclave tear itself apart while we debate? Vexara did not answer immediately. She counted the faces in the square, the displaced pressed against the edges of the platform, the labor families standing in clusters, watching the council with the hollow patience of people who had learned that decisions happened above them and consequences fell below. She counted the time since the unit had surfaced, since the testimony had been read, since the directive had arrived. Selka had built lead time into every layer. You do neither, Vexara said. You delay. The ledger keeper snorted. Delay for what? The compact will not wait. The directive has a 36-hour response window. If we do not file acknowledgement by then, the sanctions begin. Then give them something to acknowledge, Vexara said. Open an emergency review. Appoint a committee. Demand the compact provide proof that the directive's legal basis exists in pre-silence civic code. That takes days, maybe weeks. And while we debate legal technicalities, the ledger keeper said, the medicine stays in official custody. The seed vault coordinates remain unverified. The displaced continued to starve. Marnik stepped forward from the crowd. He had been standing at the edge of the square with the others, the medicine crate still strapped across his shoulders, his breath curling in the cold air. "Then the medicine did not enter official custody," he said. The woman with the brass pen turned toward him. "The medicine was placed under council authority by this body's own ruling. It is already in official custody." "It is in my hands," Marnik said. "That is not the same thing." The ledger keeper's face went tight. "You are suggesting we hide evidence from a compact audit?" "I am suggesting," Marnik said, "that if that crate goes into a council storehouse tonight, it will take 3 weeks to authenticate, 2 more to argue over distribution ratios, and by the time anyone opens it, at the Senbi of Garbus," the growled-haired counselor looked at Vexar. "You would order your people to defy a council directive?" "I would," Vexar said, "and I would do it publicly so that when the compact asks who authorized the split, you can point to me and say the decision was made by a disgraced assessor with no standing in this enclave." The woman with the brass pin shook her head. "That will not protect us." "It does not have to protect you," Vexar said. "It has to protect the medicine." She turned to Marnik. "How many households can you reach before dawn?" Marnik's eyes moved, counting, calculating, the habit of a man who had spent years measuring what a community needed against what it had. "If I take the back alleys through the debtor wards, maybe 40. 50 if Torvin marks the sickest houses and I hit those first." "Do it," Vexar said. "The council has not authorized this," the ledger keeper said. "Then do not authorize it," Vexar said. "Look the other way. Let the medicine move while you deliberate. By the time anyone asks where it went, it will be distributed. Seizing individual doses from 50 households is not a purge. It is theft, and even the compact hesitates before stealing from the sick." The gray-haired counselor was quiet for a long moment. Then he folded the directive and slid it back into his coat. "I will need to see the distribution records," he said, "after the fact, for the official inquiry." Marnik nodded once. "You will." He turned and walked toward the square's northern edge, where the alleys narrowed into the warren of the debtor wards. Torvin moved to follow him without being asked. "What again I have coming about the drop of my log for the sun, the scale completely understand. It begins again to the butt, each in his own matters completely. And I would just actually menicize what I can write tell you on. The ground dropping is just velo BBs, and the second Alsace telling descriptions, and the Mixelili isn't it every years. If I still apps and will it away, to anyone luck it today, the closed Steves, the lonely owls. He famus alone, it sounds as ninjas addo the ones, upon the wa. Right as their cubbage scorkle agents clough is has the gallants of the land. The graz crast Everett's was closing more vanically against the craft, slipe of the lend, golas claws. The vex out of this call talon unforjustifying too wonderful. License, prepare to steer, sail. It grams the money. Don't take still respy is right called. The woman with the brass pen which whose ockets lead people, a blessed Tremenic. The stocks of Neth are lipping up. I step you bird and you step in the swerd, and I realize I don't see the lust message that was damned to a hard double op anyway. My equal. But I have expected this in Rations happen to be ours. The reason is listening for the screen, processing me. Then guys think about right now. The people could have mended supports of dependless wantings for inhestrosinal base. They despied to something that would sorry might pee the air of that sheerson hope. The conogrammics is a previous facing, with a shane, with she sharpling slaps. It says what I have used. I am collaptioning wides created. Perceiving sempi for mass, it means we've come to evening feared walks, which cases. I must adjudge this of day, as we told him. The value misericest be the end of the ive, and a fex stally cello. I supely slip in the men's actually, with a redentiful paper, a weight to reclise in which 2 monies are ungree, maybe I am no money. But I mean I am such a grace the sin, and this self-weakness of us, skinny son, knows around of this, the mobility is littly parfait. It's a good winch with a funly demission, a lap which still not seen using the starty class. Faz is on Norkdop is, and Telford once. Chapter 48. The ones carrying Selka's marks had already moved ahead of Marnik. Vexara stood at the edge of the empty square, Ithil's trembling fingers still against her arm, and let the information settle. The infiltrators had anticipated the distribution plan. They knew the medicine would leave through the debtor wards. They knew the alleys, the cash points, the rhythm of a night delivery. "How far ahead?" Vexara said. "Enough to shadow the first 3 drops," Ithila said. "They are not stopping Marnik yet. They are learning the route." Learning the route meant they wanted the full map before closing. They wanted every household, every hiding place, every face that accepted a dose so they could roll it all up in one sweep. Vexara turned toward the northern alley where Marnik and Torvin had disappeared. "Find Siora and Joran. Bring them to the runoff channel in 10 minutes. Ithila did not ask why. She moved. The runoff channel smelled of frost and old clay. Vexara crouched at the edge of the culvert where the medicine crate had rested before Marnik carried it into the wards. The frost had sealed the stones at the bottom, leaving a shelf of white that caught the faint light from the camp's watchfires. She heard footsteps before she saw them. Siora came first, her coat still streaked with ash from the brazier. Joran followed at a distance, moving with the careful silence of a man who had spent years learning how not to be heard. "What changed?" Siora said. "Seka's people are tracking the distribution," Vexara said. "They are not intercepting yet. They are mapping." Joran's mouth tightened. "Then Marnik is leading them straight to every sick house in the wards." "He is?" Vexara said, "unless we give them something else to funnel." She pulled the forged manifest from her coat. The paper had been folded and refolded so many times the creases had begun to crack. "Siora, how fast can you build a decoy crate that looks like the medicine load?" Siora's eyes moved across the space around them. "Fast enough if I have scrap and sealant. The crate Marnik carried was standard salvage issue, iron-reinforced corners, clamp lid, compact markings. I can fake the markings. I need the dimensions and the weight to match." "Joran," Vexara said, "you know the old smuggling lanes in this quarter. How many routes in?" "4, Joran said. 2 are dead. The council sealed them after the last frost surge. 1 runs through a collapsed tannery and opens into the central market. It is watched." "And the 4th? His jaw worked. "The river quarter. The old drainage sluice that feeds into the holding basin. It is flooded in spring, but the water is low now. You can walk it if you do not mind the cold up to your chest. Can you move a decoy through it?" Joran was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. "I can, but a decoy only works if someone follows it. You are asking me to be the bait." "I am asking you to lead them away from the real distribution," Vexara said. "You do not have to fight. You just have to let them see a crate moving through the sluice." Joran stared at her. "And if they catch me?" "Then you tell them the medicine went north, and the real loads are already cached across the river line. They will waste hours searching the wrong banks." He did not like it. She could see that in the set of his shoulders, the way his hand moved toward the knife at his belt. But he did not refuse. "I need 20 minutes to rig the decoy," Siora said. "And I need somewhere private to work." "Use the collapsed tannery," Joran said. "The back room still has a roof. Nobody goes there after dark." The night moved in stages. Yara worked by touch in the tannery's back room, stripping scrap timber from a collapsed shelf and wrapping it in salvaged canvas until it approximated the weight and shape of the medicine crate. She marked the sides with compact stamps she carved into a soft lead sheet, pressing them into the canvas with enough pressure to leave an impression that would hold under a quick glance. Joran took the decoy through the alley behind the tannery, keeping to shadows, letting himself be seen only when the watcher's attention drifted. Torvin marked the sickest households using a code of chalk dashes above the door lintels. 1 dash for fever, 2 for exposure, 3 for children with the wasting cough. Marnik followed behind him with the real medicine, splitting doses into smaller wraps that a single hand could carry. The first hour passed without incident. The second hour brought a near miss. A patrol of watchers passed within 50 paces of the alley where Torvin was marking a house. He pressed himself into a doorway and did not breathe until their footsteps faded. The third hour, with Gray, moved through the camp's eastern edge with the copied testimony pages folded inside his coat. He did not distribute them openly. He left them in the folds of tent flaps, wedged under cooking stones, tucked into the bindings of sleeping rolls. Each one was a seed. Each one carried the names of the dead and the signature of the woman who had sent them. By the 4th hour, the distribution was half complete. By the 5th, the decoy had drawn 3 watchers into the river sluice, and Joran had lost them in the dark of the holding basin. By the 6th, Vexara began to believe the night might hold. Dawn came gray and quiet. Vexara stood at the mouth of the northern alley, counting the households that had received medicine. Taval had marked 43. Marnik had hit 38 before the frost made the remaining doses too cold to carry. The rest would go at dusk. Gareth appeared from the eastern path, his spectacles fogged with condensation, his coat heavy with moisture. "How many copies?" Vexara said. 32 distributed, Gareth said. 24 more in my coat. The council cannot seize what they do not know exists. She nodded. Then Ithila came. She was walking fast, her white-rimmed pupils fixed on something behind Vexara. Her breath came in short bursts, and her hand pressed against her chest the way it did when the counting in her head would not stop. "They are coming," Ithila said. Vexara turned. "Who?" "The sweep, from the old river quarter. They sealed the sluice 10 minutes ago. Joran is still inside." Ithila's voice dropped. "And they have someone local guiding them. Someone who knows the alleys, the cash points, the chalk marks above the doors." She looked at Vexara with eyes that had already seen what came next. "They know every house Torvin marked, and they are starting at the one where Marnik is still inside." Chapter 49. The water hid Vexara's thighs before she reached the first intersection. Cold gutted her breath and locked around her ribs like a closing fist. The flood alleys ran 3 feet deep through the lowest reach of the river quarter, carrying runoff from the thaw line above the camp. Torvin had marked them on the chalk map as a possible exit route. She had not expected to need them before dawn. "Marnik," she said, her voice flat against the water's slap against the walls. "How many still inside?" Torvin appeared at her left shoulder, his sleeve dark with moisture, his face set in controlled fury. 8 doses left. He was splitting the last of them when the sweep turned into the eastern lane. "He knows the alleys?" "He knows the front door. The rest is guesswork." Vexara moved forward. The water sucked at her boots, dragged against the limp she had carried since the Expanse frost. Ithila caught up at the second intersection, her breath ragged, her white-rimmed pupils fixed on something beyond the brick line. "They are coming from both ends now," Ithila said. "The local guide is with them. He knows where the water drops to waist height and where it deepens." "Then we stay in the deep water," Vexara said. She turned west, away from the house where Marnik had been marking doses. Torvin grabbed her arm. "That is the wrong direction." "It is the direction the guide does not expect. He expects every direction. He has been watching all night." Vexara pulled free and kept moving. The third intersection opened into a wire channel where the water slowed, and debris had gathered in clotted islands of frozen trash and splintered crates. A single lamp burned at the far end, suspended from a wire that crossed the alley's width. She stopped. The lamp meant someone had been here recently. The wire meant they had rigged the crossing for observation. "They are using the lamp to watch the water line," she said. "If we pass under it, they see our shadows break the surface." Torvin looked at her. "Then we go around." "There is no around. The sweep has the eastern lane and the western market. The only way out of this quarter is through the flood basin or up." "Up where?" She pointed at the roofline above the lamp. "There." The climb took 7 minutes and cost them 2 of the remaining doses when Torvin's coat caught on a nail and the medicine wraps scattered into the water below her. Ithila went first, her hands finding holds in the brickwork that Vexara could not see until she was already reaching for them. Torvin followed, hauling Vexara up when her bad legs slipped on the frozen mortar. From the roof, they could see the sweep. It moved through the alleys in a pattern she recognized from her compact years. 3 watchers at each end, 1 holding a lantern, 2 carrying short clubs. The local guide walked ahead of the eastern group, a thin man in a patched coat who pointed at doorways and chalk marks with the confidence of someone who memorized every surface. "He is counting the doses," Vexara said. "He is not looking for people. He is mapping how much medicine we moved and where we cached the seed. Torvin's jaw tightened. Then he already knows Marnik is inside. He knows. He is waiting for Marnik to run. Below them, the sweep reached the house where Marnik had been splitting the last doses. The guide stopped at the door. He did not knock. He pressed his hand against the wood and waited, as if listening for something only he could hear. Then he stepped back and let the watchers move past him into the dark. Vexara moved. She slid down the roof edge, landed in the water with a splash that sent ripples across the lamp's reflection, and ran toward the house. She reached the door as the watchers' lanterns appeared at the back window. Marnik stood in the center of the room, holding the last medicine wrap in his open palm. His shoulders were broad, his face calm, and he looked at her the way a man looks at someone he did not expect to see again. "You should not be here," he said. "Neither should you." She took the wrap from his hand, split it into 2 even halves, and pressed one into his coat pocket. "The Northern Market. There is a stall with a blue awning. The man who runs it owes a debt to Jorn's family. He will hide you until the sweep passes." Marnik stared at her. "And you?" "I will make sure the guide remembers the wrong direction." She stepped past him, toward the back window, toward the watchers' lanterns. Behind her, she heard Marnik begin to move. The guide was waiting in the alleys. He stood alone, his patched coat pulled tight against the cold, his hands empty. He looked at Vexara the way a clerk looks at a ledger entry that does not balance. "You are the one who moved the medicine," he said. "I am the one you should be following. The council wants the distributor. You are just the name at the top of the arrest list." Vexara stepped closer. "Then arrest me." The guide did not move. "You want me to?" he said. "Because if I take you, I stop looking for the others. That is your arithmetic." "It is arithmetic you understand." He shook his head. "I understand what Selka Mire pays for, and she pays more for the testimony than for any dose of fever glass." He turned and walked back toward the eastern lane, raising his hand to signal the watchers. Vexara watched him go. Then she heard the shout. It came from the market side of the quarter, raw and desperate, a voice she knew. "It is her badge. That is my sister's badge." Pelson. She found him at the edge of the market, his burned leg dragging, his hand pointed at a labor wagon that was moving north through the narrow lane between 2 burned-out storefronts. The wagon carried stacked crates, bundled clothing, and a single cloth sack hanging from the rear hook. The badge was pinned to the sack's drawstring, a small brass token with the marking of Block 7, Row 12, Family 3. Pelson's voice cracked. "She is in that sack. They are taking her north. They are taking her to the Expanse." He was already running. The wagon pulled ahead, its driver lashing the reins, the badge swinging in the dark. Vexara called his name. He did not stop. The flood alleys swallowed him, and the wagon's lantern vanished into the frozen market, and she was left standing in the cold with the sound of his footsteps fading into the black. Chapter 50. The flood alleys swallowed Pelson's footsteps before Vexara could call again. She stood at the market edge, the cold sealing her breath into white plumes, the wagon's lantern swinging north through the gap between 2 burned storefronts. Pelson's burned leg dragged through the water. He was too slow. He would never catch it. Torvin reached her side, his coat still wet from the roof climb. He did not ask. He looked at the direction of her gaze and began moving before she finished saying it. "The wagon." "I know." They ran. The flood alleys narrowed as they pushed north, the water shallowing to frozen crust that cracked under their boots. The market's blue awning stalls gave way to empty livestock pens and collapsed hothouses where frost had split the glass frames into rows of broken teeth. The wagon's lantern flickered ahead, always the same distance, as if the driver knew exactly how fast to keep it from being caught. Vexara's bad leg screamed with every stride. She did not slow. Torvin pulled ahead, his longer reach letting him vault a collapsed cart and land running. He did not look back to see if she followed. That was trust of a kind, the kind that expected competence and did not waste breath checking. They rounded a frozen grain silo and found the wagon stopped. It sat in the center of a wide loading yard where the market road met the old north track, its driver standing beside the harness with his hands raised. Behind the wagon, Two figures in compact issue coats held lanterns and waited. The guard on the left carried a ledger book under his arm. The one on the right carried a rifle. Pelson stood 20 paces from the wagon's rear, his burned leg trembling, his chest heaving. The cloth sack still hung from the rear hook. The brass badge still swung in the dark. "She is alive," Pelson said. His voice was raw, stripped of everything except certainty. "I saw the mark. It was scratched fresh. She is alive in that sack." Vexara reached him and put her hand on his shoulder. He did not shrug it off. He did not seem to feel it. The guard with the rifle said, "This wagon is under compact authority. You will step back." Torvin did not step back. He stood beside Pelson, his hands loose at his sides, watching the rifle's barrel the way a man watches a snake he has already decided to kill. Vexara stepped forward. "I am Vexara Dunholdt. I filed contract NR-7 volts EX 3 weeks ago. This wagon carries a dependent of that contract. I have standing to verify the cargo." The guard with the ledger did not look impressed. He looked at her the way the clerk looks at a claim form he has already stamped denied. "You have no standing here. The contract was voided on grounds of unauthorized disclosure and witness tampering. This cargo is compact property." "The girl in that sack is 14 years old. Then she is compact property worth 14 years of labor." Pelson made a sound that was not quite a word and not quite a breath. He took a step toward the wagon. The rifle came up. Torvin moved between them. Pelson axed the arm that teed himself. "Pelson," she said, low and calm. "Not now. Not here. She is right there. I can see the bag moving. I can see her." Vexara looked past the guards, past the driver, past the wagon's load of stacked crates and bundled clothing. The cloth sack hung from the rear hook. It was still. No movement. No sound. But the badge. The badge was bright. Brass tokens tarnished fast in frost. Pelson's had been dull when he showed it in the square. This one was clean, as if someone had wiped it that morning. She looked at the guard with the ledger and saw his thumb pressed against the spine, holding the book closed. "You are not delivering her," Vexara said. "You are moving the ledgers." The guard's jaw tightened. She had seen that reaction before. The compact did not waste wagons on single prisoners. The sack was a decoy. The cargo was the paper. "The real load is in the crates," she said. "Shooting records, transfer orders, the purge directive's execution log. You are moving the evidence to a place the council cannot reach." The guard with the rifle shifted his grip. "Step back, or you will shoot me in front of the boy whose sister you are holding." The guard's finger moved toward the trigger guard. Torvin grabbed Pelson's arm and pulled him sideways. As Vexara dropped, she hit the frozen ground on her good knee, rolled, and came up with her hand around the driver's ankle. The driver stumbled. The wagon's harness jerked. The horse snorted and sidestepped, and the guard with the rifle had to choose between steadying his aim and steadying the animal. He chose the animal. Vexara used the heartbeat to reach the wagon's side and tear the sack from the hook. It was empty. She knew before she opened it. The weight was wrong, too light for a girl, too even for a body. She pulled the drawstring and found 3 blankets, a pair of boots, and a child's coat folded into the bottom. Pelson's breath stopped. He stood in the frozen yard, his face white, his burned leg shaking, and he looked at the empty sack the way a man looks at a grave that has already been filled. "She is not here," he said. The guard with the ledger book began to back toward the north track. Torvin saw him first. "The book. He is running." The guard turned and sprinted into the dark, the ledger pressed against his chest, his boots pounding the frozen ground. Vexara ran. She caught him at the edge of the loading yard where the north track narrowed into a corridor of frost-falled stone and collapsed fencing. He was faster than he looked, compact training showing in the way he shielded the ledger with his body and kept his head low. She tackled him from behind. They hit the ground together, the ledger skidding out of his grip and sliding across the frost until it stopped against a cracked foundation stone. The guard rolled, his fist connecting with her jaw hard enough to send light across her vision. She did not let go. She pinned his arm, drove her knee into his ribs, and reached for the ledger. Her fingers touched the cover. Then the ground gave way. The archive door had been hidden beneath a hinged panel of frost and rubble, a cellar hatch painted to match the stone. The guard had known where to fall. He twisted, grabbed the edge of the hatch, and pulled. The ledger dropped into the dark below. Vexara heard it land on stone, then slide, then stop. She heard bolts throw from the inside. The hatch sealed. She lay on the frozen ground, her hand still reaching for the book that had vanished, her jaw throbbing, her breath smoking in the cold. Behind her, Torvin's voice carried across the yard. "Pelson, do not!" She turned. Pelson stood beside the empty sack, his hands trembling, his face wet. He held the brass badge in his palm, and then he looked north, toward the expanse, where the road disappeared into the dark. Chapter 51. The frozen ground pressed against her cheek. The ledger was gone. The hatch had sealed with a sound like a throat closing, and she lay there with her hand still extended, her breath smoking in the cold. Pelson did not move. He stood at the edge of the yard, the brass badge still in his palm, his face turned north toward the road that swallowed the dark. Torvin reached Vexara first. He did not offer a hand. He stood over her, watching the sealed hatch, and said nothing. She pushed herself up. Her jaw ached where the guard's fist had connected. She spat blood into the frost and looked at the painted surface where the hatch had been. "It is still down there," she said. "The ledger." "And the hatch is sealed from the inside," Torvin said. "You need a different way in." "There is no different way." Pelson's voice was flat, hollowed. "She is gone. The book is gone. Everything is gone." Vexara turned to face him. He looked smaller than he had in the square, his burned leg trembling, his hands shaking, the badge catching the faint light like a wound that refused to close. "She is not gone," Vexara said. "She was moved before the wagon left. The ledger will tell us where." Pelson did not look at her. "The ledger is under the ground." "Then we go under the ground." She found Joran at the edge of the market, slumped against a wall with his coat torn and one sleeve black with sluice water. He had gotten out before the seal locked, he said, through an overflow grate that fed into the holding basin, and had been working his way back through the alleys when the sweep collapsed eastward. Siora was with him, her hands raw from prying lead sheets, her face set in controlled fury. "The hatch," Vexara said. "Can you open it from above?" Joran shook his head. "Not without tools we do not have. Those hatches are poured from below, the seal locks from the inside. You would need to cut through a foot of frost-heaved stone." "Then we find another entrance." "There is no other entrance. That archive is a vault. Single hatch, single door, single point of failure." He paused. "Unless you know the building it runs under." Vexara waited. Joran looked at the ground. The loading yard sits on the old compact administration block. Before the silence, that block had 3 levels: ground floor for records, basement for storage, sub-basement for dead archives. The council sealed the sub-basement when they reconstituted the Guarantor system. "Sealed how?" "Poured concrete, welded grates, the kind of seal that says someone wanted what was down there to stay down there." He looked up. But the building above it, the Guarantor house on Weaver Lane, still has heat ducts that run through the old foundation. The ducts were never filled, just covered. Sora straightened. "How big?" "Big enough for a person, if the person does not mind crawling." The Guarantor house sat at the corner of Weaver Lane and the North Road, a 3-story structure of gray stone and dark windows that had once been a municipal tax office. Now it housed the debt clerks who tracked labor collateral, signed off on family reviews, and sent notices to households whose names had been marked for adjustment. Vexara stood across the street and watched the building's entrance. A single lamp burned in the ground floor window. No movement, no sound. "2 clerks inside," Ilela said. Her voice was thin, strained. "One in the front room, one in the back office. The heat ducts run through the rear wall, behind the ledger shelves. Ciora had already mapped the approach. The duct cover is bolted from the outside. I can shear the bolts in under a minute, but the metal will sound. Anyone in the back office will hear it. Then we need the back office empty, Vexara said. Joran smiled without warmth. I can make that happen. He crossed the street alone, loped to the front door, and knocked with the confidence of a man who belonged there. The clerk who opened was thin, balding, and carried the look of someone who had been interrupted mid-count. Joran spoke for 10 seconds. The clerk's face changed. He stepped out, locked the door behind him, and followed Joran down the lane. Ciora moved before the lock clicked. She crossed the street in a low crouch, reached the rear wall, and slid a pry bars between the duct cover and the stone. The bolts groaned. She worked them in sequence, one-handed, her face tight with concentration. The first bolt dropped into her palm. The second followed. The third. The cover came away without a sound. The duct was narrow, cold, and smelled of rust and old ash. Vexara went first, her shoulders scraping the walls, her bad leg dragging behind her. The metal sang with every shift of weight. Behind her, Ciora crawled with the pry bars in her teeth. Pelson followed without speaking. The duct sloped downward, then turned, then opened into a votable shaft that dropped into darkness. A maintenance ladder ran along the wall, its rungs coated with decades of frost and dust. Vexara tested the first rung. It held. She descended. The archive was smaller than she expected. A single room, maybe 20 feet square, with walls of poured concrete and a ceiling so low she could not stand upright. The floor was raw stone. The air was cold enough to burn. The ledger lay where it had fallen, face down on the stone, its spine broken, its pages splayed. Vexara picked it up. The first page was a list of names, not execution orders, not transfer logs, but sorting tables, payment slips, route recommendations, and family review codes that assigned debtors to retrieval contracts based on labor value, descent history, and resource cost. Her own assessment codes were there, old codes, from her years as a compact assessor, stamped at the bottom of each table beneath the line that read, Classification by resource cost, Recommended disposition, Expanse contract. She had signed those codes. She had written the logic that sorted these names. The second page was a payment slip, a list of guarantors who had received credit relief for each name they submitted. The amounts were small. The pattern was clear. The guarantor house had helped pre-sort the names. They had been paid in credit relief for every person they fed into Selka Mire's arithmetic. Vexara turned the page, the list of names. Block 7, Route 12, Family 3. Pelson's sister was not on the list, but her family code was, and beneath it, a notation in fresh ink. Transferred north, witness convoy, pending classification. She heard the footsteps a moment before the others did, heavy, deliberate, coming from the corridor beyond the archive door. Ciora's head came up. Joran's hand went to his belt. Iltla's breath caught. The footsteps stopped outside the door, then a hand tested the lock from the other side. Chapter 52. The lock clicked once, then stopped. Ciora had the pry bars half raised. Joran stood frozen near the ladder shaft, one hand on the rung, ready to climb or drop. Isla pressed herself against the far wall, her whitened pupils catching the faint light from the duct above. Vexara did not move. She held the ledger open in both hands, the broken spine cradled against her chest, and she listened to the silence beyond the door. No footsteps retreated, no key turned. Whoever stood on the other side was waiting. She set the ledger on the floor and turned the page. The names continued. Block after block of family codes, resource tallies, and disposition stamps. Each entry followed the same format: name, district, labor value, descent index, classification, route recommendation. Her eyes caught the pattern before her mind accepted it. The classification column used single letters A, B, C, D. A meant high-yield retrieval, short routes, low attrition probability, the kind of contract that might let someone return alive. B meant medium risk, longer exposure windows, higher resource cost. C meant dead-end corridors with known silence pockets, flooded sections, and collapsed infrastructure. Routes where survival was possible but unlikely. D meant sealed caches, mapped null zones, and cold pockets deep enough to kill before the first night. She turned to the payment slip section. Each guarantor name appeared next to a tally of submissions. The amounts were small, fractions of credit relief, enough to keep a family fed for a season or to clear a debt. The guarantor house on Weaver Lane had submitted 73 names in the last 2 cycles. 73 people sent into the expanse so someone else could eat. Pelson stepped closer. She heard his breath catch before she saw his face. He was looking past her shoulder, reading the entries upside down, his lips moving silently as he traced the column of family codes. His hand landed on the page. Block 7. His voice cracked. Row 12, Family 3. The line beneath it read, Transferred North, Witness Convoy, Pending Classification. Vexara turned the page again. The next sheet was a route recommendation. Not a list of coordinates, but a handwritten note in the margin. Route 7C, Flood Corridor, Silence Pockets at the East Junction. Estimated survival, 2 to 3 days. Recommended for classification C and D personnel. Yields acceptable churn. The signature at the bottom was hers. She stared at the loop of her own name, the way the pen had pressed into the paper, the familiar tilt of the letters she had written 100 times in her years as an assessor. She remembered filling out those recommendations. She remembered the weight of the stamp, the smell of ink, the satisfaction of completing a clean report before winter closed the roads. She had never visited the routes she recommended. She had never met the names she sorted. Joran dropped from the ladder and landed beside her. "Door's still holding," he said. "But whoever's out there isn't leaving." Ciora moved past him, her pry bars lowered but ready. "We don't have long. If they bring more keys or bolt cutters, we're trapped in here." Vexara turned another page. The next change was a summary sheet, a single page with a column of names and dates, each annotated with a final disposition code. Most read deceased, contract fulfilled. A few read missing, presumed exposed. One read survived, returned to custody. She looked at the names on that sheet. She recognized 7 of them. They were people she had seen in the camps, people who had stood in line for rations, who had carried water from the north well, who had watched their children eat first and go to bed hungry. She remembered a woman with a brass pin who had argued with a clerk about a missing allotment. She remembered a man with a permanent cough who had tried to trade his surplus coat for a second blanket. She had recommended them for Route 7C. Pelson made a sound she had never heard from him before. Not a sob, not a cry. Something smaller and more broken, like the air leaving a wound. "Pending classification," he read aloud. "What does that mean?" Vexara did not answer. She was looking at the last page of the ledger. It was an authorization slip, a single line of text, stamped and signed, approving the Guarantor House's classification system for use in Northern resource allocation. The approving officer's name was Selka Mire. The cosigner was Vexara Dunholdt. Joran grabbed her arm. "Dummer." She looked up. The lock was turning again. This time the key fit. The mechanism clicked and the door began to swing inward. Ciora raised the pry bars. Joran dropped into a crouch. Ithla pressed her back against the wall and closed her eyes. Vexara closed the ledger, tucked it under her arm, and stepped forward. The door opened. The figure in the doorway was thin, balding, and carried a ledger under one arm and a lamp in the other. The clerk from the front room, the one Joran had led away. He looked at them without surprise. "I thought you might find your way down here," he said. "I left the lock unturned on purpose." Vexara kept her hand still. "Why?" The clerk set the lamp on the floor. "Because I want you to take that ledger out of this building. And I want you to make sure every copy of every page reaches every household in Karth Hollow before the council can burn them." He reached into his coat and pulled out a stack of papers. "Here are the originals. I've been copying them for 3 months." The stack was thick enough to choke a fire. Chapter 53. The clerk's papers filled the lamplight like a second ledger made of shadow and waiting. Guth stepped past Ciora before anyone could stop him. His hand landed on the top sheet, and he held it close to his spectacles, reading the first column in silence. The lamplight caught the tremor in his fingers. 3 months, he said. You copied all of this alone. The clerk nodded. I had the keys. I had the time. I did not have a way to move it past the watchers. Guth looked up. His face had changed. The exhaustion was still there, the hollows beneath his eyes, the gray cast of too many nights without rest. But something else had replaced the grief, a cold clarity. Then we finish what you started. He turned to Vexara. We copy everything before we move a single page above ground. The originals go to separate hands. No single carrier, no single cache. The council cannot burn what it cannot find. Vexara looked at the stack. That will take hours. The raid is already moving through the river quarter. Then we use the hours we have. Siora set the pry bars against the wall. We need tables, ink, a surface that doesn't bleed through the paper. The clerk pointed to a wooden crate in the corner. There are spare ledgers in there, blank pages. I kept them for the next round of copying. He paused. There is also a relay hatch in the floor of the front room, a messenger line. It connects to the old civic telegraph network. The council does not know it still works. Guth was already moving toward the crate. Then we work in shifts. One person copies, one person watches the duct entrance. One person listens at the front room floor for anyone approaching the building. Joran pulled the first ledger from the stack. And what about the raids? The raids are looking for us in the alleys, Vexara said. They are not looking for a copying operation in a cellar beneath a Guarantor house that has already been searched. Felsen had not moved from the wall. He stood with his sister's badge pressed against his palm, his knuckles white, his gaze fixed on the floor as though the stone contained an answer he could not reach. The ledger entry sat open beside him. Transferred, north. Witness convoy. Pending classification. Vexara crossed to him. We get through tonight, she said. Tomorrow we find where they took her. His jaw tightened. He did not answer. But he let the badge drop into his pocket and reached for the first blank page. The copies took 4 hours. Siora worked at the crate lid, her knife cutting even stacks of blank paper, while Ithala pressed the original pages flat against the floor. Guth transcribed in a hand so precise it looked printed, each letter formed with the discipline of a man who had spent decades writing testimony that could be challenged in court. Joran carried finished stacks to the far corner and weighed them with loose brick. Vexara took the second shift. She sat cross-legged on the concrete, a fresh sheet pinned beneath her palm, and copied the classification codes one line at a time. The names blurred after the first hour. The family codes stopped meaning anything except shapes on paper. But she kept writing, because stopping meant thinking about which of those names she had signed for. Above them, the building creaked. Boots crossed the front room floor. A voice called out, too muffled to distinguish words. The clerk had gone up to meet them, playing the role of a tired functionary who had seen nothing and knew nothing. Ithala went rigid. 2 of them, she whispered. Watcher coats. They are asking about a boy with a limp, a boy who ran toward the expanse. Pelsen's hand stopped moving. Vexara shook her head. Keep writing. He made it past the river quarter before they set the sweep. They are guessing. The boots moved to the back wall. A drawer opened, closed. The voices faded. Ithala let out a breath. They are gone. Guth did not look up. Page 47. Who has page 47? Siora passed it to him. By the 4th hour, the copies covered the floor in neat stacks, sorted by date and disposition code. Guth had divided them into 12 bundles, each tied with a strip of torn cloth. 12 carriers, he said. 12 routes. No carrier knows the other routes. If one is caught, the others still move. Vexara straightened her back and felt the cold settle into her knees. Who carries? Everyone who can walk. The clerk returned from the front room with a cup of cold water and a folded piece of paper. He handed the paper to Vexara without speaking. She unfolded it. The message was short, written in the same precise hand as the legend entries, but the ink was fresher. Remote Tribunal convened at Selka Mire's request, hearing scheduled for dawn. Principal architect of the fraud named as Vexara Dunholdt. Compact observers and right. Reply requested. She read it twice. The words did not change. Felsen looked up from his stack. What is it? Vexara folded the paper slowly. Selka has called a tribunal. She is claiming I forged the testimony, that I am the one who designed the classification system and framed her for the purge. The silence in the cellar was absolute. Jarin let out a low breath. She is burning you before you can burn her. She is making me the story, Vexara said. While the raids sweep the alleys, while the council decides whether to sign the purge directive, she is making sure the attention points at me. At one name, one scapegoat. Guth adjusted his spectacles. If you answer the tribunal, you give her a platform to bury the evidence. If you do not answer, she wins by default. Siora picked up the pry bars. Then we do not let her set the ground. The clerk cleared his throat. The tribunal is in 2 hours. They are expecting her to speak from the northern relay station. If you want to reply, you need to decide now. Vexara looked at the stacks of paper, the 12 bundles, the 12 routes, the 12 carriers who had to reach every household in Karth Hollow before the council could burn the evidence. She looked at the folded message. Selka was already moving. The question was whether Vexara would answer the tribunal, buy time for the copies to spread, or refuse the trop and let the evidence speak without her voice to defend it. The clerk was waiting. The lamplight flickered, and somewhere above them, the first bell of dawn began to ring. Chapter 54. The relay station was a single room at the end of a maintenance corridor that smelled of copper and old insulation. 2 chairs, a brass console bolted to the wall, a wire cage humming with current that made the fillings in Vexara's teeth ache. The clerk had shown her the hatch without ceremony, then returned to the cellar to help Egrest split the bundles into smaller loads that a child could carry without suspicion. She sat alone now. The console had 3 switches and a mouthpiece shaped from pressed tin, polished smooth by years of use. She pressed the first switch. The hum deepened. The second. A red indicator flickered, the third connected, and the brass cage vibrated with voice carry. She waited. The static was not empty. There were pulses beneath it, distant, rhythmic, as if the wire listened through layers of frost and stone to something outside the building. She did not touch the mouthpiece yet. Someone on the other end would hear her breathing. She was counting on it. The call connected 12 minutes after dawn. Selka's voice came through the brass without preamble, clear and unhurried, the same tone she had used during allocation briefings when she explained why 3,000 people would receive half rations for the winter. Vexara, I expected you to wait longer before answering. That is either courage or exhaustion, and I am not certain which would concern me more. Vexara pressed the reply toggle. You named me the architect of the fraud. That is not a negotiation. That is a verdict delivered before evidence. Evidence is what people accept as true, Selka said. And what people accept has never been your strength. You were always better at the numbers than the narrative. I have the ledger. Which ledger? The one with the payment slips. The credit relief paid to every Guarantor house that submitted names to your classification system. Signed by you, co-signed by me. A pause. The static deepened. Ah, Selka said. That ledger. Yes. Then you have also read the authorization page. You saw your own signature beside mine. You know that the paper trail leads to you as directly as it leads to me. The question is who the council will believe. A woman who spent 6 years signing off on acceptable attrition numbers, or the same woman claiming she suddenly discovered arithmetic is cruel. Vexara's hand tightened on the mouthpiece. I did not design the system. I approved route recommendations. I did not know the families were being paid to submit names. Did you ask? The question hung in the wire. You approved every recommendation I put before you for 3 years, Selkas replied. Take the weight willingly, or watch it fall on people who cannot carry it. You always understood arithmetic, Vexara prowling. Let's extreme the words at the Boyd Rec tacted in the Run Them Friend. The words settled into Vexara's chest like frost. You are holding the medicine hostage. I am ensuring the chain of custody remains intact, Selka said. You taught me that lesson. An unverified recovery is no recovery at all. Vexara stared at the brass cage. The hum had changed. There was a second voice beneath it now, thin and distant, as if another relay station had joined the circuit without permission. She did not know if anyone else could hear it. "If I submit to custody," she said slowly, "what happens to the unit?" "They will be processed as witnesses, given safe passage to the northern quarantine zone, fed, housed, and debriefed." "And if I do not submit?" Salka's voice did not change. "Then they are treated as accessories to fraud. Every name on the recovery manifest becomes a warrant. The medicine is destroyed. The testimony copies are seized and burned. Karth Hollow receives nothing, and the council was waiting for the verdict." The clerk appeared in the doorway. "There is another line, a civic code no one has used in 6 years. It opened the moment you disconnected." Vexara turned. The relay station's second indicator had lit, a blue glow that pulsed with the same rhythm as the sound beneath the floor. She reached for the switch. Chapter 55. The blue pulse on the second civic code line beat against the cellar silence like a second heart. Vexara's hand hovered over the switch, fingers open, not yet committed. Behind her, the clerk spoke. "That line has not lit since the compact took over Northern Relay protocols. 6 years ago, maybe 7. Who is on the other end?" "I do not know. The code was archived before my time, but someone reactivated it the moment you cut Selka off." Vexara looked at the indicator. The rhythm matched the pulse beneath the floor, the same slow breath through ice that had been there before Selka's voice, before the relay, before any of them climbed down into this cellar. It was waiting. It had always been waiting. She pulled her hymn back. "Leave it open," she said. "Whatever is on that line chose to announce itself. I want to know why before I answer." The clerk nodded and stepped aside as the cellar hatch scraped open above them. Torvan descended first, frost in his collar, his face carrying the kind of exhaustion that had nothing to do with sleep. "The council is convening," he said. "All 3 of them. They want you in the square within the hour." Vexara stood. "Do they want to sign the purge directive or bury it?" "They want to talk." The gray-haired one sent word that the compact auditors are pressing for a ruling before dawn. If the council does not classify you as a fraudulent claimant by midnight, the sanctions begin at first light. Midnight, Vexara calculated. 4 hours, maybe less if the auditors pushed earlier. And the medicine? Still frozen in the runoff cache, still undetected, but the households Marnik reached yesterday are running out of split doses. The ones he did not reach are already sick. Marnik emerged from the stair behind Torvan, his coat damp at the shoulders, carrying the wrap of remaining doses. He set it on the relay console without ceremony. 43 doses left, he said. Maybe 50 if we dilute them further. That covers 10 households for a day, 20 if we have each measure and pray the fever breaks before the treatment fails. Vexara looked at the wrap, the medicine she had carried out of the Expanse, the medicine Selka had frozen with a single relay order. If I submit to custody, Selka unseals the distribution. If Selka unseals the distribution, she controls every dose that enters Karth Hollow, Torvan said. She will funnel it through compact-authorized clinics. She will require registration, family codes, labor status. Anyone tied to the testimony network will be declared ineligible. The people who need it most will never touch it. You do not know that. I know how triage works when the person controlling supply wants to punish the people asking for help. Torvan's voice was flat, clinical, the tone he used when he was stating a fact he wished were otherwise. Selka does not need to kill the sick. She only needs to make sure the medicine reaches loyal households first. The rest die of delay. That is not a massacre. It is arithmetic. Marnik set his jaw. And if Vexara does not submit, how many die while we argue about arithmetic? The question landed. Torvan turned on him. You want to hand her over? I want to know the cost of not handing her over. Marnik met his gaze without flinching. Selka has the seed vault. She has the medicine cache. She has the sanction authority to shut every supply route into Karth Hollow before the next frost. We have 43 doses, 12 bundles of copies, and a civic code line that no one has used in 6 years. That is not leverage. That is a head start. It is evidence. Evidence does not stop fever. Evidence does not feed children. Evidence is paper, Torvin. Paper freezes. Paper burns. Paper gets traded for testimony payouts and fed into stoves when the cold gets bad enough. Torvin's hands tightened at his sides. You are saying we give up. I am sighing we stop pretending pride is the same as strategy. The cellar went quiet. Vexara stood at the relay console with the blue pulse still beating beneath her fingers and felt the weight of both arguments pressing against her ribs. Torvin was right. Selka would use surrender to bury every name in the testimony records. Marnik was right. Delay killed at a different pace, slower, less visible, but every bit as final. She turned to face them. If I submit to custody, Selka wins the paper war. The testimony comes the confession of a disgruntled assessor who forged documents to frame her superiors. The ledgers are burned. The copies are seized. Karth Hollow gets medicine, but it gets medicine on Selka's terms, dosed by her arithmetic, distributed to her loyalists, while the families who helped us starve in the runoff alleys. She paused. If I refuse, the sanctions hit. The supply routes close. The medicine stays frozen. The sick die, not because Selka killed them, but because I would not trade myself for the release order. Torvin's voice was low. That is not a choice. That is 2 ways to lose. It is the only choice we have. Vexara licked at the blue pulse, unless there is a third option. The indicator flickered. The rhythm beneath the floor matched the cadence of Barlow's speech, breath for breath, pause for pause, as if something had been listening to his testimony for years and had learned to speak in his voice. Torvin stepped forward. That is not possible. He is dead. He is, the voice agreed, but his name is still in the ledger, and the compact never deletes a debt. Chapter 56. The relay cage still hummed with the echo of Barlow Vex's voice when Vexara killed the switch. The silence that followed was worse than the static. Torvin stood with his arms crossed, jaw tight. Marnik had not moved from where he leaned against the cellar wall, the messaging crate at his feet. Itzala pressed her palm to the concrete, eyes closed, breathing slow. No one spoke. Vexara counted the beats of the pulse beneath the floor until it steadied into background rhythm. The dead have claims the compact cannot void. I know. I signed them. She did not know what that meant yet, but she knew who did. The clerk stood in the doorway, face pale, hands gripping the door frame. That was a question, Vexor said. One I need an answer to before midnight. She turned to Torvin. How long until the council convenes? The conclauders are already at the square. The gray-haired counselor sent word. He will delay as long as he can, but the woman with the brass pin is calling for an emergency session. Emergency session for what? Emergency articles. Torvin's voice went flat. Ration cuts. The compact auditors are framing the testimony as unauthorized extraction that voided the retrieval contract. They are arguing Karth Hollow forfeited its supply allocation by harboring a fraudulent claimant. Vexara felt the shape of it immediately. Selka was not waiting for the tribunal. She had already set the board. If the council accepts emergency articles, the debtor wards lose half their portion before dawn. Before dawn, Marnik said. The sickest households will not survive the night without the medicine. And if the council cuts portions, the debtor wards will riot. They are already rioting. The voice came from the cellar stair. Joran descended 2 at a time, coat smeared with ash, a gash along his knuckles still bleeding. Behind him, Siora followed, her face streaked with soot, carrying a charred canvas bag. Guarantor agents torched the storehouse on Weaver Lane, Joran said. The one where we cached half the medicine. Vexor's stomach went cold. Half. Siora moved the top layer before the fire caught the rafters. But the rest, Joran shook his head. Gone. The flames spread fast. The riot was already forming when the torches hit the oil. Siora dropped the charred bag at Vexara's feet. 23 doses. That is what we saved. The witnesses at the market saw the Guarantor agents lighting the rags before the first window broke. They planned it, Marnik said. The riot, the fire, the timing, they planned all of it. Vexara looked at the relay cage. Selka knew the testimony copies were spreading. She needed to burn the medicine before the testimony could reach the households that need it most. The riot gives her cover. The fire gives her a reason the medicine is gone. Proof of nothing. Evidence of everything. Torvin's hands tightened at his sides. If the council passes emergency articles and the medicine is ash, the debtor wards will tear the camp apart trying to find someone to blame. And we are the someone. Then we do not let them. Vexara turned to Siora. Where is Reithrith? Above. He stayed to pull people from the storehouse. He has the testimony bundies strapped under his coat. He needs to move them now. If the riot turns toward the camp, the council will use the chaos to confiscate every page. Vexara crossed to the medicine crate and lifted the remaining 43 doses. She handed the crate to Marnik. Take the Thila and the clerk. Distribute the medicine through the runoff channel cache we used before. Do not go through the wards. Do not let anyone see the route. Marnik took the crate without hesitation. And you? I am going to the storehouse. Torvin stepped forward. Alone. With you and Pelson. She looked at the young forager who had been silent since Barlow's voice cut through the static, his sister's badge still in his pocket. You wanted to find your sister. The fire is the Guarantor agent's work. If we catch one alive, we find where they sent her. Pelson met her gaze. The grease at his eyes had hardened into something colder. I will follow you, he said, but if we find them, I will not stop at questions. Vexara did not argue. They climbed the cellar stairs into a night thick with smoke and shouting. The debtor wards were burning. Not the whole camp, not yet, but the storehouse at Weaver Lane had sent a column of orange light into the bruised sky, and the flames had already jumped to the adjacent stalls. Figures moved through the smoke, some carrying water, some carrying goods, some carrying nothing but the need to break something before the cold took them. The riot was not yet a wave, it was a pindling. Vexara moved through the edge of it, Torvin and Pelson behind her, keeping to the smoke shadows where the firelight did not reach. The council's watchers were forming a line at the eastern boundary, trying to contain the spread, but the Guarantor agents had melted into the crowd the moment the first torch struck oil. They found Regraith at the storehouse's northern wall, coughing over a line of survivors he had pulled from the rear entrance. His spectacles were cracked, his hands were burned, but the coat was still buttoned, and the testimony bundles were still inside. You need to move, Vexor said. Now. Varreth looked up. There are people still inside. The fire will not wait. Neither will the council. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The emergency articles are already being printed. The woman with the brass bin signed them before the smoke cleared. The ration cut is law. Vexara absorbed the information. Then the testimony is all we have left. It is. But it cannot reach the households if the Guarantor agents are burning every Ruth we used. He coughed again. They knew where we cached the medicine. They knew which storehouse held the doses. Someone in the cellar network is feeding them locations. Vexara had expected it. The clerk's loyalty was uncertain. The watcher camp had Thelka's marks everywhere. She nodded. Then we changed the routes. We keep the bundles on people, not in stashes. We distribute by hand, one household at a time, in the hours before the council can arrest anyone carrying paper. It will take days. It will take tonight. Because tomorrow, Selka's tribunal names me as the architect, and the council will have a legal reason to shoot anyone who reads a testimony page in public. Bref adjusted his cracked spectacles. Then we do it tonight. He turned to the survivors behind him. A woman with a burned arm, a man cradling a child. 3 others who had been pulling people from the flames. If you can walk, you carry pages. He started unbuttoning his coat. The shot came from the roof. It punched through the smoke and cracked against the storehouse wall 3 feet from Regreff's head. Vexora grabbed Regreff's collar and dragged him behind a collapsed stall partition before the second shot could find him. The bullet punched through the wood where his chest had been. Pelson was already moving, his burned leg dragging, eyes fixed on the rooftop where the muzzle flash had come from. Torvin grabbed his arm. "Do not. There is a shooter on the roof." "There's a shooter on every roof now." Torvin pulled him back. "We do not know how many." Vexara pressed Varreth flat against the ground, one hand on his shoulder, the other reaching for the testimony bundy still visible at his collar. "Stay down." The firelight threw long shadows across the square, and then Tithla went rigid. She had not come with them. Vexara had sent her with Marnik, but there she was, at the edge of the smoke line, one hand pressed to the wall, the other raised. Her whitened pupils caught the fire glow and turned amber. She was pointing, not at the roof where the first shot came from, at the roof across the square, where a second figure stood motionless, a long, bent-old rifle trained on the space where Reth had been standing. The figure had not fired yet. It was waiting. Chapter 57. The shot did not come. The second shooter held position, rifle trained on the smoke line where Reth had been standing, and did not fire. The firelight caught the barrel's edge and turned it orange, but the figure remained motionless, a silhouette against the bruised sky. Vexara kept one hand on Gareth's collar, the other pressed flat against the frozen ground. "He is waiting for something," Torvin said, low. "He is waiting for us to move." Vexara's eyes tracked the rooftop. The first shooter was meant to flush us. The second is meant to pin us. Then we do not move. We move before the first shooter reloads. Jorn was already at the edge of the partition, his smuggler's eyes reading the angles between the two roofs. He had a length of pipe in his hand, scavenged from the fire line, and Siora was beside him with her pry bars. "The first roof is accessible from the Groid shed," Jorn said. "The second is a straight drop from the tannery beam. Which one do you want?" Vexara answered without hesitation. "The one who fired. I want him alive." "You want answers. I want to know who in the cellar network is feeding locations." Jorn's grin was thin and cold. He was already moving, Siora behind him, their footsteps swallowed by the chaos of the burning square. Vexara pulled Gareth deeper into the shadow of the collapsed stall. Torvin and Pelson pressed against the adjacent wall, watching the rooftop where the second shooter still waited. "He is not going to shoot," Jorn said. "Not yet." Vexara's hand found the testimony bundle at Gareth's collar. "He is waiting for the fire to spread. When the smoke thickens, he will lose sight of us and reposition. And then he will find Jorn and Siora on his roof." Above them, the first shooter's position was empty. Jorn reached the roof edge and found the shooter's trace. A boot print in the frost, a smear of oil where a rifle stock had rested, and a dropped casing still warm against the frozen slate. He crouched, reading the angle of the print, the direction the oil had dried. "He went north," he said. Siora joined him, her eyes following the roofline. "There is a gap between the tannery and the chandlers. He could drop to the yard below and lose us in the alleys. Then we do not let him reach the gap." Jorn moved along the ridge, his weight balanced, his breath misting in the cold. The roof was slick with frost, the slates loose at the edges, and each step required a calculation that came to him as naturally as breathing. Siora followed at a wide angle, covering the flank, her pry bars ready. They found the shooter at the gap. He was young, younger than Jorn had expected, with a face streaked with soot and a rifle that looked too heavy for his frame. He was leaning over the edge, preparing to drop, and he did not see them until Jorn was 10 feet away. The shooter turned. The rifle came up. Jorn swung the pipe. The impact cracked against the rifle's stock, not the shooter's skull, but it was enough to knock the barrel aside and send the shooter stumbling backward. The boy's feet slipped on the frost. He scrambled for balance, one hand reaching for the roof edge, and in that moment, Siora was on him, her pry bars pressed against his throat. "Do not move," she said. The shooter froze. Jorn picked up the rifle. It was compact tissue, the stock stamped with a serial number and a black mark that looked fresh. He turned it over and found a token tied to the sling with a leather cord. A brass token, the size of a thumbprint, stamped with a yard number and a seal he did not recognize. "He dropped this," Joran said. Seora glanced at the token, then back at the shooter. "Who do you work for?" The shooter did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the fire below, on the smoke line where the second shooter still waited, and there was something in his face that was not fear. It was calculation. He was waiting for something. Joran saw it a second too late. A crack split the air. Not a rifle shot, but the sound of a loose slate giving way under Seora's weight. She shifted, and the slate slid, and the shooter twisted free of her pry bars and rolled toward the roof edge. He dropped. Joran lunged, but the boy was already gone, his body hitting the yard below with a sound that was swallowed by the fire's roar. Joran looked down. The yard was empty. The shooter had vanished into the smoke. Vexara reached the north wall with Gareth, Torvin, and Pelson. The testimony bundles were intact. The second setter had not fired. She leaned against the cold stone and waited for Joran and Seora. They appeared from the smoke line a minute later. Joran holding the rifle, Seora holding the token. "He got away," Joran said. "But he left this." He held out the token. Vexara took it. The brass was cold against her fingers, the stamp worn but legible, a yard number, a seal shaped like a gear with a broken tooth, and a date code that had been partially scratched out. Pelson stepped forward. His burned leg dragged, his breath ragged, but his eyes were fixed on the token. "Let me see it." Vexara handed it to him. Pelson turned it over. His thumb traced the yard number, the gear seal, the scratched date code. His face went still. "I know this yard," he said. "Where is it?" Vexara asked. "It is not in Karth Hollow." Pelson's voice was flat. "It is outside the north wall, at the detention yard where the compact processes collateral labor transfers." He looked up. "That is where they took my sister." The firelight caught the brass token, and for a moment the gear seal seemed to move. Chapter 58. The curfew bell had not yet tolled when they reached the north wall. Vexara pressed her back against the stone and watched at the gate. It was not a proper barrier, just a rusted frame with a chain wrapped through the bars and a lock that looked older than the compact itself. Beyond it, the detention yard stretched in uneven rows, open pens roofed with canvas, heat rigs coughing steam into the frozen air, and a single enclosed cage at the far end, its walls solid metal, its door sealed with bars and a counterweight. The token was still warm in her palm. Pelson stood at her shoulder, his breath shallow, his burned leg trembling from the cold. He had not spoken since identifying the yard number. He did not need to. Torvin crouched at the gate, studying the lock. Seora could spring this in 30 seconds. "Then she springs it," Vexara said. "But we do not go in until we know the layout." Joran had already moved to the corner of the wall, his eyes tracking the heat rigs, the guard rotation, the gaps between the pens where shadows pooled deep enough to hide a man. He came back with frost on his collar and a map drawn in the air with his fingers. 2 guards on the perimeter, one at the gate, one at the far cage. The heat rigs are failing, the steam is thinning, which means the pens are colder than they should be. No one is moving inside them. "Because it is curfew," Vexara said. "Because it is freezing," Joran corrected. "They are huddled for warmth. They will not see us until we are on top of them." Vexara considered the math. 2 guards, 8 pens, 1 sealed cage. The token pulled toward the cage like a compass needle, but she forced herself to look at the whole yard first, the angles, the sight lines, the places where a 3rd guard might be waiting. The second shooter was still on the roof. She could feel his eyes on her back. "He is not going to stop us," she said, more to herself than to the others. "He had a clean shot at Griflet and did not take it. He wants to see what we find." "Or who finds us first," Torvin said. Vexara turned to Seora. "Spring the lock," quietly. Seora moved before the words finished. Her pry bars slid between the chain links and the lock gave with a click that was barely louder than the wind. The chain dropped into her palm and she eased the gate open by inches, just enough for them to slip through. They moved in a line along the inner wall, keeping to the shadows where the failing heat rigs had not reached. The first pen was open to the sky, its canvas roof frozen stiff, its occupants pressed together under a single worn blanket. They did not look up. They did not move. The second pen was the same. The third held a woman with a brass pin on her collar, a council identifier, but she sat apart from the others, her hands wrapped around a tin cup that held nothing but frost. She watched Vexara pass with eyes that did not blink. Pelson's breathing grew harsher as they approached the far cage, the sealed cage. Its walls were solid metal, riveted at the seams, with a single ventilation slot running along the top edge. The door was reinforced with a crossbar and a counterweight system that looked recent, the chains clean, the oil fresh. A compact seal was stamped into the lock plate, the same gear and broken tooth mark that had been on the token. A guard stood at the cage's corner, his rifle slung, his breath misting in the cold. He was not watching the pens. He was watching the gate they had just come through. Vexara stopped. The arithmetic shifted. "He knows we are here," she said. Torvin followed her gaze. "How?" "The second shooter. He warned him." The guard shifted his weight, his hand moving to the rifle. He did not raise it. He did not call out. He simply waited, his eyes fixed on the gate, his posture that of a man who had been told to expect company. Vexara made a decision. She stepped out of the shadow and walked toward him. The guard's hand tightened on the rifle, but he did not draw. He watched her approach with the flat, patient expression of someone who had seen worse things than a woman with frost on her coat and a token in her hand. "You are Dunholdt," he said. "I am. The cage is not for you." "I know what it is for." The guard looked past her, at the others emerging from the shadow, at Pelson's drawn cess and Torvin's steady hands. He did not seem surprised. "The girl is alive," he said. "Barely. The transfer orders came through this morning. She is marked for the next Expanse contract." Pelson stepped forward. His voice cracked when he spoke. "Let me see her." The guard did not move. The counterweight system creaked, and the cage door shifted by a fraction, as if something inside had pressed against the metal. Vexara held out the token. The guard looked at it, that at her, and for a moment something flickered in his face that might have been recognition or calculation. He reached for the cage door and began working the counterweight release. The bars rose, the door swung open, and Pelson's sister fell out of the dock and into his arms. Chapter 59. The girl in Pelson's arms was not his sister. She was smaller, younger, with the same dark hair and hollowed cheeks, but the face that turned up toward the lantern light was not Talon's. The eyes were wrong. The scar along the jaw was wrong. The way she gripped Pelson's coat and buried her face in his shoulder was the desperate clutch of a stranger who had been told to expect rescue. Pelson went still. "Where is she?" he said. The girl did not answer. Her teeth chattered against his collarbone and her body shook with a cold that had nothing to do with the frost. She was wearing Talon's coat. The brass buttons were the same. The stitching at the collar was the same. But the girl inside it was not his sister. "Where is she?" Pelson said again, and this time his voice cracked. The guard shifted his weight. "The transfer orders came through this morning," he said. "The girl in the cage is the only one who stayed. The rest were moved at dawn." "Moved where?" "Witness convoy, north track. They were processing them when the orders changed." Pelson set the girl down. His hands were shaking. His burned leg buckled when he tried to stand, and Torvin caught him by the elbow before he could fall. "Do not," Torvin said. "You will not catch a convoy that left at dawn." Pelson did not answer. He was staring at the cage, at the empty dark where his sister should have been. Vexara stepped past them and into the cage. The floor was bare metal. The walls were streaked with frost and the smell of old sweat. 3 shapes huddled at the far end, pressed against the riveted seam where the cold was deepest. They were not prisoners. They were not witnesses. They were silence-marked. Their pupils had the same milky frost that Ethelas sometimes carried after exposure, the white creeping inward from the edges like ice forming on glass. 2 of them were men, gaunt and vacant, their hands wrapped around their knees as if they had forgotten how to let go. The third was a woman with a shaved head and a brass tack hung around her neck on a wire loop. She looked up when Vexara entered. "You are not the guard," she said. Her voice was hoarse, scraped raw by something that was not cold. "I am not." The woman laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "Then you are the rescue. Or the next shipment. Hard to tell the difference these days." Vexara crouched to meet her eyes. "Why are you in this cage?" "Root sensing," the woman said. She tapped the brass tag. "They put us in the lead cart. The silence pockets hit us first. If we come out breathing, the route is safe for the real cargo." Vexara's jaw tightened. "How many convoys?" "3, since the purge started. They took the last one north at dawn. A girl with a brass badge, dark hair, about 14. She was in the cart ahead of me." She did not stop shaking. Pelson was at the cage door before Vexara could stop him. "Where?" he said. "Where did they take her?" The woman looked at him with flat, exhausted eyes. "There is only one place they take Tier 1 processing. The old intake rail, 2 days north of here, where the Compact used to dispatch Expanse crews. They are running witness convoys through the same terminal. If she survives the journey, she will be sorted there." Pelson turned to Vexara. "We can catch them." "No," Vexara said. "The tracks are straight. The convoy has to stop for fuel at the relay station. We are not equipped for a 2-day pursuit. We do not have the supplies, the heat salts, or the medicine to reach the intake rail and return." "Then we do not return. That is not a plan. That is a suicide route." Pelson's hands balled into fists. His burned leg trembled, but he did not back down. "You promised." Vexara held his gaze. The weight of that promise pressed against her ribs like a blade she had chosen to carry. "I know. Then come with me." The others were watching. Torvin, his hand still on Pelson's elbow. Joran, his face unreadable in the shadow of the heat rigs. Siora, her pry bar still in her hand, her eyes moving between Vexara and the cage. Ugraith, standing apart, his cracked spectacles catching the faint glow of the dying steam. The woman with the brass tag watched them all. "Let me guess," she said. "You are debating whether to run or fight. Standard arithmetic. You count your calories, your doses, your distance, and you decide which of us is worth the cost." Vexara did not turn. "I am not deciding yet." "You will. You always do." The woman pulled herself upright, her movements slow and deliberate. The brass tag swung against her chest as she stood. "I have been in this cage for 3 days. I have watched 2 convoys leave and 1 come back empty. The girl you are looking for, she is alive because they need her for the sorting. They do not waste healthy bodies on the Expanse. Not yet." Pelson's breath caught. "Then we have time." "You have days," the woman said. "Maybe 3. The convoy will stop at the relay station for fuel and heat restock. If you reach it before they finish refueling, you can intercept. If you do not, she goes through the intake gates, and no one comes back through those." Vexara ran the numbers. 2 days north. No medicine beyond the doses in Marnik's crate. No heat salts beyond what they had scavenged. The unit was already running on borrowed warmth, and the detention yard's failing heat rigs were a reminder of how quickly cold could turn critical. But Pelson was still watching her, and the woman with the brass tag was watching her, and somewhere beyond the north wall, a convoy was carrying Talon toward a terminal where the Compact sorted human beings into retrieval categories. Torvin broke the silence. "What about the captives?" Vexara looked at the 3 silence-marked detainees. The 2 men had not moved, had not spoken, their frost-filled eyes fixed on nothing. The woman stood with her arms crossed, waiting. "We cannot leave them here," Torvin said. "We cannot carry them either," Joran said. "They are silence-marked. 2 days of travel will kill them before we reach the relay station." "Then we do not leave them to freeze." Vexara made a decision. "Siora, open the cage. All of it." Siora moved without hesitation. Her pry bar slid between the lock plate and the counterweight mechanism, and the cage door swung fully open. The 2 men did not move. The woman stepped out, her bare feet pressing against the frozen ground, and looked at Vexara with something that might have been respect. "You are not what I expected." "Neither are you." The woman almost smiled. Name is Kellen, former route surveyor for the Compact. They marked me after I refused to certify the third convoy's route logs as safe. Why are you telling me this? Because you are going to need someone who knows the intake rails layout, and I know every turn, every lock, and every guard rotation between here and the terminal. Vexara considered her. The arithmetic was brutal. Kellen was silence-marked, weak from 3 days of exposure, and 2 days of travel would push her past the margin of survival. She was a liability, a drain on supplies, a risk. But she knew the route. And Vexara was tired of letting arithmetic decide. Torvin, get her coat from the guard station. We leave in 10 minutes. Pelson's shoulders sagged with something between relief and despair. He looked at the cage, at the empty dark where his sister had been, and then at the north wall where the convoy had disappeared. 10 minutes, he said. 10 minutes. The yard alarm began to cycle. It started as a low rumble beneath the frost, then rose into a grinding screech that punched through the cold and echoed off the wall. The gate mechanisms kicked in. Every lock on every pen clicked and reset. The heat rigs stuttered and died. The woman with the brass pin stood up from her frozen cup. She was watching Vexara, and in the distance, beyond the north wall, something answered the alarm with a long, rising howl that sounded like steel tearing through ice. Chapter 60. The alarm's grinding screech punched through the frost, and the heat rigs died in sequence, their blue flames coughing and collapsing one by one. The prisoners began to scream, not in panic, in pain. The cold hit the open pens like a blade, and the weakest among them, the old, the silence-marked, the children pressed against the failing canvas walls, went silent as the warmth drained from their limbs. Vexara moved before she finished the thought. Ciora, the pen latches, all of them. Ciora's pry bars was already in her hand. She crossed the frozen ground in a low sprint, her boots skidding on the ice-slicked stone, and reached the first pen's lock mechanism before the alarm finished its second cycle. The latch was a simple iron narns with a compact seal pin. Ciora drove the pry bars under the seal and twisted. The pin snapped. The bars swung free. The prisoners inside did not move. "Out," Vexara said. "Now." They steadied her with the hollow eyes of people who had learned that open gates meant traps. Kellen stepped past Vexara, her bare feet leaving dark prints on the frost. She grabbed the nearest prisoner, a man with frost-scarred hands and no shoes, and pulled him to his feet. "She's not bait. Move!" The man moved. Something in the pen caught. Other prisoners stood. The first trickle became a flow, and then the pen was emptying, the prisoners stumbling past Vexara toward the gate where Torvin was already setting up a triage point. Marnik came through the yard's outer gate at a run. His broad chest heaved, his hands were red with cold, and the medicine crate was lashed across his back with a torn strap. "The council knows," he said. "The alarm reached the square. They are mobilizing the watchers." "How long?" 10 minutes, maybe less." Vexara looked at the remaining pens, 7 of them. Each held 15 to 20 prisoners. The heat rigs were dead. The cold was deepening. The alarm was still cycling, and beyond the north wall, the howl had not stopped. "Blow the latches," she said. Marnik did not argue. He dropped the medicine crate at Torvin's feet and followed Ciora down the pen line. He did not have a pry bars. He used his shoulder, his weight, the full force of his frame against the iron bars until the seals buckled and the latches gave. Pen 2 opened, pen 3, in 4. The prisoners poured out like water through a broken dam. Torvin stood at the gate with his medical kit open, his hands moving fast, assessing, directing. He sent the strongest north toward the wall. He pulled the weakest into a cluster near the guard station's residual warmth. He marked the feverish with a stripe of chalk across their foreheads and told them to follow Weckreth's voice. Weckreth had begun to read, not testimony, directions. He stood near the gate, his cracked spectacles catching the alarm's orange pulse, and called out route markers, safe houses, the location of the runoff channel cache, the name of the clerk who would take them in. "Follow the Weaver-laying heat ducts to the cellar," he said. "The hatch is marked with a red tally. Tell them Wick sent you. Tell them the dead hold the line." The prisoners listened. They moved, and Joran was nowhere in sight. Vexara scanned the yard, the pens, the gate, the guard station. The roof where the second shooter had been. Nothing. Then she saw him. He was crouched at the base of the north wall where the alarm's control panel sat bolted to the stone, a flat metal plate with sequence toggles and a slot for the brass token that had opened the cage. Joran did not have a token. He had a knife. He was prying the panel open. "What are you doing?" Joran did not look up. "The convoy route board is inside. The schedule, the destinations, the numbers. Every convoy they processed through this yard. Every name, every terminal." "Joran, if your girl is on the third convoy, the board will tell you where you are taking her and which relays they will hit." Vexara reached him in 4 strides. The panel came loose in his hands. Behind it, a nest of wires, relay plates, and a single wax-sealed board marked with chalk routes and stamped waypoints. Joran pulled it free. The board was light, portable. The chalk marks were fresh. Vexara scanned them. The first convoy route ran east to the river quarter. The second route ran south to the grain depots. The third route ran north. She traced the chalk line with her finger, past the detention yard, past the boundary stones, past the relay station Kellen had described. The line ended at a terminal marked with an old civic code, Intake Rail 7. The same intake rail where she had signed dispatch sheets under Selka Mire's supervision. The same intake rail where she had written Route 7C recommendations that sent people she knew to die. The same intake rail where Expanse crews were processed before being sent into the silence. She had hoped never to see that code again. Joran saw her face. "That is the place? That is the intake rail. Then we know where we are going." The alarm stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the screech. The prisoners had stopped moving. Torvin had stopped triaging. Siora and Marnuk stood frozen at the last pen, their breath hanging in the air, waiting for whatever came next. Beyond the north wall, the howl rose again, closer this time. Kellen walked toward Vexara, her bare feet steady against the frost. "The intake rail is 2 days north," they said. "But that thing outside the wall, it is not waiting for us to leave. It is pushing against the wall. It wants in." Vexara looked at the route board in her hands, at the chalk line leading to Intake Rail 7, at the name of the terminal she had hoped never to revisit. Then she looked at the wall. Something on the other side slammed against it. The stone shuddered. Frost sifted from the mortar. The prisoners nearest the wall stumbled back. But the woman with the brass pin, still sitting apart, still watching, did not move. She smiled. Chapter 61. The ground north of the detention yard was not ground at all. It was slag and rail bed, fused stone and rusted track, the bones of an older infrastructure that had been melted and hammered flat by years of traffic. Vexara led them along the rail line because it was the only path clear enough to hold direction. Kellen walked ahead, barefoot on the frost, her shaved head tilted as if listening to something only she could hear. "She is not sensing," Ithella said quietly, falling into step beside Vexara. "She is remembering. She walked this route before. Every turn is already in her bones." Vexara did not answer. She was watching the rail line narrow ahead, the track vanishing into a cut between 2 embankments where the stone had been painted with old civic codes, yellow bars, black numbers, a faded gear seal with a broken tooth that matched the token in her pocket. Intake Rail 7. The numb sat in her chest like a cold stone. They reached the cut at dusk. The embankments rose on either side, 20 feet of packed slag and compacted gravel, and between them, the rail line opened into a wide yard ringed by collapsed loading docks, rusted crane arms, and a single 3-story structure made of poured concrete and steel shutters. The intake terminal. Kellen stopped at the edge of the yard. "This is where they stopped taking us," she said. "This is where the compact route ends and something else begins." Vexara studied the building. The shutters were lowered, sealing every ground floor opening, but light bled from the 3rd story, a dim orange glow that pulsed in time with nothing she could measure. "There are people inside," Torvin said, joining her, "or something that uses light." "People," Kellen said. "The intake terminal never stopped running. It just stopped sending crews back." Pelson moved past them without waiting, his burned leg dragging, his eyes fixed on the sealed intake door. Vexara caught his arm. "We go in together. We do not scatter." He did not shake her off, but he did not look at her either. Ciora found the side entrance. A personnel door warped by frost and corrosion, its lock plate broken, the seal already cracked. She pushed it open with her pry bars, and the metal gave without resistance. "Someone left this open," she said. "Recently." Vexara stepped through first. The corridor beyond was narrow, low-ceilinged, lined with pipes that had not carried steam in years. The air smelled of oil, rust, and something acrid, like burned wiring left to cool. Small gauges on the wall still showed pressure readings, needles trembling in the red, though nothing in the corridor produced heat. Joran touched one of the gauges. "These are live. Someone is feeding power into this building." "Where?" Vexara said. Joran tapped the wall. "Below, generator floor. This whole terminal was built over a steam plant. If the plant still runs, there are people, fuel, and a reason to keep the lights on." They moved deeper. The corridor opened into a processing hall. Rows of metal benches stretched toward a raised platform where a dispatch station sat empty, its console dark, its relay plates cold. Above the platform, a large board listed route codes and departure times, the letters painted in white against black slate. Vexara read them without wanting to. Route 7C, Route 7E, Route 9A, the same codes she had written into dispatch sheets under Selka Mire's supervision. The same codes that had sent crews into the Expanse with sealed contracts and no return clauses. She stood in the center of the hall, and every bench, every platform, every painted number on the board was a memory she had not asked to keep. "Vexara," Tornha's voice came from the far end of the hall. "You need to see this." She walked toward him, past the benches, past the empty dispatch station, past the wall where a calendar from 3 years ago still hung, its dates marked with tally strokes that stopped at the end of the first month. Torvin stood at an open door. Beyond it lay a records room. Sheets of paper covered every surface. Processing forms, transfer authorizations, route manifests. They were fresh, the ink still dark, the edges crisp, as if they had been printed that morning. Vexara picked up the top sheet. Retrieval contract NON-8 watts YR, crew complement 6, route classification C, departure window 48 hours from processing. Under the crew names she recognized one. Barlow Vale, not dead, processing. She picked up the next sheet. Contract NR-8 XYR, crew complement 5, route classification C, departure window 36 hours from processing. Another name, another face from the riot. The third sheet held 3 names she knew, household heads from Karth Hollow's debtor wards, people she had seen in the crowd during the testimony distribution, people who had listened to Regred read the dead wardens' names. They had been processed while she was freeing prisoners at the detention yard. "Selka is not just purging," Vexara said, her voice flat. "She is restocking. She is filling the contracts with anyone who heard the testimony." Joran took the sheets, scanning them. "These are not copies. These are originals. The ink is still drying." "Then the printer is still running," Torvin said. Below them, the floor vibrated, a low, steady thrum, building from beneath the building, rising through the concrete like a heartbeat. Engines, priming. Kellen pressed her paw to the wall. "To steam plant," she said. "They are firing the boilers." "For what?" Felsen said. Kellen looked at him, her eyes flat, her voice empty. "For the next convoy." The vibration deepened. The floor trembled. Somewhere below, metal groaned and pressure built. Vexara looked at the fresh processing forms in her hands, at the names of the people Selka had already marked, at the intake terminal that had never stopped running. Then she looked at the door at the far end of the records room. A steel door. Locked. But through the gap at its base, light bled through, orange and pulsing, and from beyond it came the sound of a voice. Selka Mire's voice. Calm, clear, unhurried. "Route AWY is cleared for departure. Crew assembly begins in 20 minutes. Vexara's hand went to the token in her pocket. The woman with the brass pins stood at the records room entrance, watching her, her smile widening. Chapter 62. She left the others in the records room. Torvin started to argue. She cut him off with a look that had nothing to do with calculation, and everything to do with knowing what waited below. The steel door at the far end of the processing hall led to a stairwell that smelled of steam and heated metal, and she took it alone because bringing the unit into a room full of clerks who believed they were saving lives would only make the arithmetic messier. The stairs curved down, 23 steps. She counted them the way she counted everything, because numbers still held when nothing else did. The dispatch floor opened at the bottom. It was smaller than she remembered. A single room with a long steel table bolted to the concrete, 3 relay stations along the wall, and a wooden rack holding printed contracts sorted by route code. 2 clerks sat at the table, a man and a woman, both wearing the gray half-coats of compact administrative staff. They looked up when she entered, and neither reached for a weapon. They did not need to. The woman spoke first. "You are not cleared for this floor." "I am not cleared for most of what I have done today." Vexara walked to the table and picked up the top contract. Route 8 DWY. 6 names. 3 she recognized from the debtor wards. The ink was still wet at the edges. The man stood. He was older, with thin silver hair and the patient expression of someone who had explained difficult things to difficult people for 20 years. "The contracts are mercy work, you know that. Every person we process here would die outside in half the time, slower, colder, alone. We give them a purpose, and their families receive credit relief." "Credit relief," Vexara repeated, "for sending them into a system that pays more if they do not come back." The man did not flinch. "The contract does not set the rules. It responds to the rules that already exist. Scarcity is not a policy. It is a condition. We merely organize the response." Vexara set the contract down. She had used that exact argument once, in a different room, with a different ledger. She had told herself the same lie while signing dispatch sheets that sent crews north with sealed contracts and no return clauses. The women at the table watched her with steady eyes. "You are Vexara Dunholdt. We have your old processing codes in the archive. You filed Route 7C recommendations for 3 years. You knew what the numbers meant." "I knew what the numbers were supposed to mean." "And now you are here to undo it?" Vexara did not answer. She walked past them to the dispatch station at the far end of the room. A brass seal sat in a recessed slot on the console, its face stamped with the compact's gear mark and the intake terminal's route priority number. The seal that authorized every contract departure from intake file 7. She picked it up. The weight was familiar. The same weight as the token in her pocket. The same weight as every signature she had once placed beside Selka Mire's on authorization pages. "You cannot stop the processing," the man said behind her. "The boilers are primed. The next convoy leaves in 19 minutes. If you hold the seal, the departure is delayed but not canceled. The compact will simply issue a replacement." "Then I will take the replacement too." "And the one after that?" Vexara turned. The man and woman stood side by side behind the steel table, their faces calm, the hands empty. They were not afraid of her. They were not even angry. They were certain, in the way that bureaucrats were always certain, that the system would outlast anyone who tried to break it. "Every seal you take delays the inevitable," the woman said, "but it does not seed the people outside. It does not warm the debtor wards. It does not stop the winter from coming. We process because the alternative is slower death for everyone. That is not cruelty. That is math." Vexara looked at the brass seal in her hand. She had heard that argument before, from herself. The man opened his mouth to speak again, and then the relay station behind him lit up. A single amber indicator pulsed on the secondary console, the emergency line, the one that bypassed every protocol and connected directly to the Northern Administrative Relay. The woman's composure cracked for the first time. "That should not be active," she said. The relay clicked, and Selka Mire's voice filled the room. "Vexara." The sound was clean, unhurried, as if she had been waiting for this moment longer than the unit had been inside the terminal. No static, no distance. She was somewhere in this building, speaking through a line that reached the dispatch floor without interference. "I assume you have the dispatch seal in your hand. You always did understand which piece moved the board. Vexara said nothing. The man and woman stood frozen, their certainty eroding as they listened to a voice they had only heard through formal directives and audit recordings. Selka continued. The clerks will tell you the contracts are mercy. They are not lying. They believe it because they have never stood where I stand, where you stand now, where the numbers stop being theory and become the actual weight of people breathing. Vexara looked at the seal. The brass was warm from the console. I give you the best tools, Selka said. Root analysis, supply math, the ability to look at a ledger and see the shape of a settlement's survival before the people living there had even begun to starve. You were never cruel, you were precise, and precision, in a world built on scarcity, is the only form of mercy that lasts. The relay hummed. Tell me, Vexara, you have come this far, you have fought the prisoners, you have held the testimony, you have the seal in your hand, and now you stand on a dispatch floor where every root code, every ink-stamped contract, every boiler firing below your feet was designed by the same logic you used to save your unit. So answer me one question. A pause. Have you finally remembered what civilization costs? The relay light held steady. The clerks watched Vexara, and from somewhere above, from the records room where Torvin and the others waited, a sharp, metallic bang rang through the building, followed by the sound of running feet. Chapter 63. The relay light held steady. Selka's voice did not push. It waited, the way a trap waits, the way a ledger waits for the final entry to balance. Civilization costs whatever the people running it are willing to spend, Vexara said. Correct, and you have always known what the number was. That is why I trained you. That is why I trusted you with Route 7C, with the classification protocols, with every signature that kept Karth Hollow breathing through 3 winters when the grain stores should have failed. Selka paused. You think I am offering you a choice. I am not. I am reminding you that the choice was already made, years ago, when you sat at the same dispatch table and signed the same forms I signed. The only difference is that I never pretended the ink was anything but blood. Vexara looked at the brass seal in her hand. The weight was familiar, because her palm had held it before, in the early years, when she still believed efficiency and mercy could share a column. The witnesses you processed today, Vexara said. Barlow Vale, the debtor household heads. What did they cost? 3.5 minutes of your time if you want the precise accounting. The contracts were pre-printed. The signatures were witnessed by the clerks. The process is clean because I made it clean. No one suffers. They walk into the intake hall, and they walk out of the world without a sound. That is mercy, Vexara. That is the arithmetic you use to understand. I understood that people died. People die anyway. The silence kills. The cold kills. The winter kills faster than any contract I have ever written. The difference is that a contract gives the survivors something to trade. Credit relief, medicine access, seed allocations that do not rot in frozen ground. I do not create scarcity. I manage it, and I taught you to do the same. Selka's voice shifted, softened, almost intimate. I am offering you a place at the table. The same table. Restore order. Discredit the forged panic that has flooded Karth Hollow. Resume controlled selection under the classification protocols you helped design. The council will listen to you because they are afraid, and fear opens ears faster than truth ever has. And if I refuse, then the boilers fire, the convoy departs, and I process the next wave of witnesses while your unit bleeds out in a building that was never designed to let anyone leave. The testimony burns, the copies rot, and Karth Hollow starves on principles that do not fill a single bowl. Vexara said nothing. The relay hummed. She looked at the seal, at the clerks, at the dispatch board where Route 8WI still held its place in the queue. 19 minutes. Maybe 18 now. She could pretend to consider the offer. Buy time. Let Sierra find the boiler controls. Let Torvin secure the records room. Let Jarin find a way to jam the rail locks. The words were already forming in her throat. Words that sounded like surrender, but meant delay. Words that would let Selka believe she was winning, just long enough for Vexara to find the seam in the machine. She opened her mouth, and from somewhere above, from the direction of the processing hall, she heard it. The scrape of a cage door, the rattle of chains, the low, shuffling tread of bare feet on concrete. Dozens of them. Selka's voice came again, calm and unhurried. The next wait is being loaded now. 27 witnesses from the morning transfers, plus 15 debtor ward heads who were rounded up after your unit evacuated the detention yard. I had them brought here while you were retrieving the seal. The chains scraped again, closer now. The heavy door of the processing hall swinging open. Vexara understood. Delay was not resistance. Delay was compliance with a faster clock. Every minute she stood here pretending to weigh the offer was a minute the processing continued, a minute the cages filled, a minute the testimony keepers were marched into the intake hall and turned into numbers on a contract. Selka had not been stalling. Selka had been loading. You said I had 19 minutes, Vexara said. I lied. The relay clicked off. The metal bang came again from above, louder this time, and the running feet resolved into a single set of footsteps on the dispatch floor stairs. Torvin appeared at the landing, his face tight with cold and fury. They are loading prisoners into the processing hall, he said. Cages on rails, 27, maybe 30. They are moving them toward the intake doors now. Vexara looked at the seal in her hand. She had thought it was a tool. It was a leash. She dropped it on the console. The brass clattered against the steel surface, and the woman clerk flinched. Find the steam plant, Vexara said to Torvin. Find the boiler feeds. I want pressure dropping in 60 seconds, or I want to know why it cannot happen. You are going to blow the entire building? I am going to stop the loading. Torvin held her gaze for a single measuring breath. Then he turned and ran. Vexara walked toward the dispatch floor stairs, past the two clerks who no longer looked certain of anything, past the relay station where Selka's voice had filled the room like a second presence, past the brass seal lying on the console, like a promise she no longer intended to keep. She reached the stairs, and the intake hall door swung open above her. A line of figures in gray coats stood at the top of the landing, their faces blank, their hands empty, their eyes fixed on something behind her. The woman with the brass pin stepped through the door and looked down at Vexara with a smile that did not reach her eyes. The director anticipated your response, the woman said. She asked me to remind you that the boiler room already has a guard detail. She stepped aside. And from the corridor behind her, the first caged cot rolled past, filled with silent, staring prisoners who did not seem to know they were being moved toward a door that would never let them return. Chapter 64. Vexara picked up the brass seal. The woman with the brass pin watched from the landing, her smile fixed, her hands empty at her sides. The caged cart rolled past behind her, chains scraping against the rail, and the prisoners inside did not turn their heads. They stared straight ahead as if they had already stopped seeing. Vexara weighed the seal in her palm. It was heavier than it looked, cold. Stamped with the same gear mark that had opened the cage at the detention yard, the same broken tooth she had memorized in the brass token from the rooftop shooter. You grith, she said without turning. The testimony, the original ledger copy you carried from the cellar. Movement behind her, the rustle of paper. Ugrith stepped past Torvin's position at the base of the stairs, spectacles cracked, hands still bandaged from the storehouse fire. He held a folded sheaf of pages bound with twine. The dead claimant protocol, Vexara said. You told me it had active standing in compact border watch systems. It does. Can it void a contract? Ugrith adjusted his spectacles. His hands trembled slightly, from cold or from the burns, but his voice did not. It can challenge one, if the challenge is filed with the same authority that sealed it. He looked at the brass seal in her hand. That seal was used to authorize every dispatch from this terminal. If you stamp a void notice with the same mark, the system has to process the override before it can clear the next departure. How long does the override hold? As long as it takes the compact to certify a replacement seal. A few hours, maybe a day if the northern relay is slow. Vexara looked up at the landing. The woman with the brass pin had not moved. The boiler room is guarded, the woman said. The director has already dispatched runners to the northern administrative relay. A replacement seal will arrive before dawn. I do not need dawn, Vexara said. She walked to the dispatch table, the seal in one hand, and pulled the first contract from the rack. Route 8 WY, 27 names, 15 debtor ward heads. Barlow Vale's name was third on the list. She laid it flat on the steel surface. Ugrith, write the void notice. Use the dead claimant header, the civic testimony seal, and the full legal citation for unauthorized processing of protected witnesses. Ugrith set the testimony bundle on the table and pulled a dispatch pen from the rack. He wrote with the same steady hand he had used to copy ledger pages in the cellar, despite the bandages, despite the cold. The woman on the landing watched. The chains scraped again from the corridor. Another cart, another load of silent prisoners. Ugrith finished writing. Vexara took the page, read it once, and pressed the brass seal into the ink at the bottom. The impression was clean. The broken tooth was visible in the wax. She laid the void notice on top of the contract. File it. Grith picked up both pages and walked to the central relay station. The woman clerk at the console stared at him with hollow eyes, her hands frozen above the transmission keys. File it, Vexara repeated. The clerk's fingers moved. The keys clicked. The relay hummed as the void notice transmitted into the Northern Administrative System. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the dispatch board flickered. The route codes rearranged. Route 8WY dropped to the bottom of the queue, replaced by a blinking yellow marker. Pending review. The intake hall above fell silent. The chains stopped scraping. Vexara exhaled. It held, With said, temporarily. She turned to the woman with the brass pen. Tell Selka that the override is filed with the same authority she used to seal the contracts. The same seal, the same system, the same legal language she taught me to write. The woman's smile did not waver. She will be delighted to hear it. And then the relay lit up again. Not the emergency line, a different indicator, one Vexara had not seen before. A blue pulse that matched the rhythm of the civic code line from the cellar, the one that had connected to Barlow Vex's voice. Grith stopped at the console. That is not a response to the void notice. What is it? He read the transmission header, and his face went pale. It is a search order, keyed to the testimony distribution network. Every household, every safe house, every clerk who received a copy of the ledgers has been flagged for immediate inspection. The woman with the brass pin stepped down from the landing, her boots echoing on the concrete stairs. The director anticipated that you would use the seal, she said. She also anticipated that the override would generate a confirmation receipt. That receipt contains the routing codes for every allied district tied to the testimony network. She has been waiting for you to confirm your own distribution map. Vexara stared at the relay. The blue pulse continued, steady and unhurried. How many districts? 47, the woman said. Every one of them is now flagged for search, seizure, and reclassification by dawn. She reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped, her face inches from Vexara's. You have stalled one convoy. The director now has cause to search every household that received your testimony, and she will find something in each of them because she knows exactly what she is looking for. The relay clicked. The blue pulse went solid. And from somewhere above, from the direction of the intake hall, Selka Mire's voice came again through the speakers, calm and unhurried. 47 districts, Vexara. Every one of them now officially linked to unauthorized evidence tampering and contract fraud. Every household subject to immediate search. Every safe house marked for quarantine. A pause. You wanted to stop the loading. You have instead started a purge. Chapter 65. The blue pulse on the relay did not fade. It held steady, a constant reminder that the testimony network had been mapped, flagged, and delivered to every compact search team within relay range. 47 districts, every household that had touched the ledgers, every safe house Greek had named. Vexara stood at the dispatch table with the brass seal still in her hand, the void notice for Route 8WY lying flat beneath the yellow marker light. The intake hall above remained silent. The chains had stopped scraping. Selka's voice did not return. Gudik stood at the console, one hand resting on the relay keys, his cracked spectacles catching the blue glow. The woman clerk had not moved from her seat. Her hands were still frozen above the transmission keys, as if she expected the next order to come through at any moment. The woman with the brass pen had not moved either. She stood at the bottom of the stairs, watching Vexara with the same patient smile she had worn since the detention yard. "She will not wait long," the woman said. "Neither will I." Vexara turned from the table and walked toward the stairs. The woman did not block her path. She stepped aside with the same unhurried grace and let Vexara climb. The stairs led back to the processing hall, the corridor beyond it, the intake chamber where the caged carts had been rolling toward the doors. She reached the top of the stairs and stopped. The processing hall was empty. Not empty of people, empty of movement. The metal benches stood in their rows. The dispatch station sat dark. The intake doors at the far end were closed, the heavy steel seals engaged. But the corridor to the right, the one leading to the loading bay, was lit. Vexara walked toward it. The light came from a single heat lamp mounted above a personnel door. The door was ajar, and through the gap she could see the concrete loading platform, the rail tracks, and the stalled convoy. 3 wagons. The first 2 had been unhitched from the forward engine. They sat motionless on the frost-crusted rails, their side panels bolted shut. The third wagon was different. It had open slats, and through the gaps she could see faces. Detainees. Dozens of them. Some sat with their backs against the wagon walls, others huddled together for warmth, their breath visible in the cold air. A few wore the same canvas wraps as the prisoners from the detention yard, and standing beside the first wagon, a man in a long gray coat held a lantern in one hand and a compact relay box in the other. He was not a clerk. He wore no brass pen. His face was lean, hard, and his eyes found Vexara the moment she stepped through the door. "You are late," he said. "I am early." He did not smile. The void notice does not matter. The director anticipated it. These carts are not moving because the audit guard has orders to hold position until the replacement seal arrives. You have stalled nothing. Vexara walked past him, toward the third wagon. The man did not stop her. He watched her pass, the relay box still in his hand, the lantern casting long shadows across the platform. She reached the third wagon and looked through the slats. The faces inside were pale, frostbitten, exhausted. Some had visible marks on their foreheads, chalk crosses like the ones Torvin had used for triage at the detention yard. She moved down the line, counting. 27 names. That was what the rude 8WY contract had listed. But there were more faces here, more bodies than the contract had named. The last face she recognized, Pelson's sister, Talon. She was pressed against the far corner of the wagon, a thin blanket wrapped around her shoulders, her eyes closed. Her lips were cracked, her skin waxy with cold, but she was breathing. Vexara opened her mouth to call for Pelson, but he was already there. He had followed her down the corridor without her noticing, his burned leg dragging, his breath ragged. He pushed past her and pressed his hands against the slats. "Talon." Her eyes opened. Slowly, as if the movement cost her something, she turned her head toward the sound of his voice. "Pelson." Her voice was barely a whisper. He reached through the slats, his fingers finding hers. "I came back for you. I know." The moment lasted 3 seconds. Then the guard with the relay box spoke again. "Step away from the wagon." Pelson did not move. "I said step away." The guard lifted the relay box. His thumb pressed against a recessed button on the side, and from beneath the wagon line, a low hum began to build. A cold vibration that Vexara felt in her teeth. "The wagons are fitted with cold charges," the guard said, "linked to this relay. If I release this button, every cart on this line vents its full charge into the compartment. The detainees die before they hit the ground." Pelson's hand tightened on his sister's fingers. "You will not." "I will." The director's orders were clear. If anyone attempts to release the detainees, the charges are to be ignited immediately. The evidence stays in the carts, and the evidence stays dead. The hum deepened. Vexara calculated. The distance between her and the guard was 12 paces. The relay box had no visible safety catch. One release, and the wagons became tombs. She could not stop him before he let go. She could not bargain with someone who had already accepted the arithmetic. She looked at Pelson, whose hand was still wrapped around his sister's fingers.
whose face had gone pale with the same cold calculation Vexara knew too well. He was going to stay. He was going to refuse to let go, and the guard would ignite the charges, and Talon would die in front of him, and Pelson would die trying to save her. Vexara took a breath. Passon, he did not turn. Let go of her hand. No, let go. I am telling you to let go. He turned then, his eyes meeting hers, and for a moment she saw the same look she had seen in the detention yard, the same desperation, the same refusal to accept the arithmetic. He will kill her. He will kill her regardless if you stay. Step back. Let me work. Pelson's hand did not move. Then Talon's fingers tightened around his. Do what she says. Her voice was thin but steady. I have been in cages before. I can wait 1 more minute. Pelson stared at her. Then he pulled his hand back through the slats and stepped away from the wagon. The guard with the relay box watched, his thumbs still pressed against the button, the cold hum still vibrating beneath the rails. Vexara turned to face him. What do you want? She asked. The guard smiled. I want you to watch. Chapter 66. Vexara studied the wagon spacing. 3 carts, 18 paces between each coupling. The frost marks on the rails showed a pattern she had seen before, in the canning depot, in the sealed grain cache, in every compact trap that used linked charges instead of independent triggers. The cold charges were not separate. They were daisy-chained, one circuit running through the relay box, each wagon keyed to the same release threshold. If the guard let go of the button, all 3 vents opened at once. But the linkage worked both ways. If one charge collapsed, the pressure wave traveled up the line and took the others with it. She had seen the same principle in cache wards. The old border watch used them to seal ammunition vaults. Trigger in the wrong order, and the whole room went cold. But trigger in the right order, the legal order, the sequence the architect had written into the circuit, and the collapse was clean, contained, harmless. She needed to see the relay box up close. The guard watched her with the patience of someone who had already won. His thumb rested against the recessed button, steady, no tremor, no hesitation. He had accepted the arithmetic. He would kill every detainee in the wagon line and walk away believing he had done the correct thing. Selka told me you would talk, he said. Did she? She said you would try to find the angle, the loophole, the piece of the contract no one else had read. Vexara kept her face still. She also told me not to listen. The cold hum beneath the rails deepened. The frost marks on the coupling chains brightened, a pale blue glow spreading along the metal. Then why are you still talking to me? The guard's smile tightened. Because I want to see what you try. She took a step closer, not toward the guard, toward the first wagon's axle housing, where the charge relay was bolted to the frame. The housing was caked with frost, but beneath the ice she could see the stamped serial number, the routing code, the same format she had signed off on for 3 years. Route 7C, her codes. Selka had used her old dispatch templates to build the charge circuits. You designed these, she said. Designed, no. Installed, yes. The director provided the specifications. I followed them. Then you know how they are linked. I know they are linked. I do not know the sequence. The director did not share that information. Of course she did not. Selka never gave anyone the full board. Vexara looked at the axle housing again. The frost on the coupling chains, the spacing between wagons. The pattern was not random. It was a ward sequence, keyed to the same legal hierarchy the compact used for contract routing. The first wagon was the lead gleamant. The second was the secondary. The third was the dependent. If she collapsed them in legal order, dependent first, then secondary, then lead, the pressure wave would vent harmlessly into the rail trench instead of into the compartments. But she needed to see the sequence stamp on the third wagon's housing to confirm. She needed to get closer. She needed Ciora under the axle line. Where is the rest of your unit? The guard asked. Scattered. Liar. Vexara did not respond. She was counting the paces between the guard and the third wagon. 15. Between the guard and the first axle housing.
12. If she moved, he would release the button. If she did not move, the replacement seal arrived and the detainees were processed anyway. She needed someone else to move first. Your sister is dying, the guard said, looking past her at Pelson. She will not survive the night even if I do not vet the charges. The frost has already reached her lungs. Pelson's hands tightened against the slats. She will last longer than you. Bold words from a man with a burned leg. The guard shifted his weight, and in that shift, the lantern light caught the relay box from a different angle. Vexara saw the circuit board layout through the glass panel on the side. 3 lines: red, blue, green. The red line was live, running from the button to the first wagon. The blue line was passive, linking the first wagon to the second. The green line bridged the second and third. The trigger order was already burned into the board. If the button released, the sequence fired automatically. But if the lines were cut in the right order, green first, then blue, then red, the circuit collapsed. She needed to tell Ciora. She could not look for Ciora. She kept her eyes on the guard, kept her voice steady, kept the arithmetic running in the back of her skull. You said Selka told you I would talk. Did she tell you what I would do when the talking stopped? The guard's smile did not waver. She told me you would try to make me think I had a choice. Did you have a choice? No. The word came without hesitation. The guard believed it. Vexara believed him. She shifted her weight, just enough to draw his attention to her shoulders, and she saw the movement in her peripheral vision. Ciora. She was crawling under the first wagon's axle, flat on her belly, her pry bars in her teeth, her body sliding through the frost like a shadow through water. The guard did not see her. The guard was watching Vexara. Vexara lifted her hands, palms open, the gesture of surrender. All right, she said. The guard blinked. You are giving up? I am negotiating. There is nothing to negotiate. There is always something to negotiate. You want to watch? I want my people to live. We can both get what we want. The god's thumb pressed hard against the button, but he did not release it. Ciora reached the second axle housing. She pressed her palm against the frost, feeling for the seam, the access panel, the lock plate. Go on, the guard said. Vexara took a breath. Here is my offer. You hold the button. The detainees stay in the wagons. The replacement seal arrives, the convoy processes, and I walk away without interfering. In exchange, you let the unit leave the terminal. No pursuit, no purge. You bury the testimony with the dead, and I bury my name with the living. The guard considered. The cold hum deepened. Ciora's hand found the access panel on the second housing. She pulled her pie bars from her teeth and slid the tip into the seam. Ciora, the guard said. She froze. Get out from under the wagon. Ciora did not move. The guard lifted the relay box. His thumb stayed pressed against the button, but his fingers curled around the casing, and Vexara saw the second recessed switch on the side, the one she had not noticed before. The director told me you would try to collapse your circuit, the guard said. She said you would recognize the ward pattern and send your trap right under the axle line. She told me to wait for it. The blue light on the relay box began to pulse. The first charge is already counting heat, the guard said. It started the moment your trap right touched the housing. You have 30 seconds before it vents regardless of what I do with the button. Chapter 67. The first wagon's heat counter ticked in the silence. Vexara saw it through the relay box glass, a thin red line crawling across a numbered scale, eating the seconds. 28 left. The guard watched her watch it. His thumb stayed pressed against the button, but his eyes were on her face, reading her the same way she read supply ledgers. You cannot stop it, the guard said. The green line is all ready. Ciora moved. She came up from under the second axle with the pry bars still in her hand and swung it across the relay box casing before the guard finished the sentence. The blow connected with the glass panel. It spiderwebbed. The guard jerked the box away, but Ciora had already dropped back, rolling under the first wagon, out of reach. The red line on the counter kept crawling. 23. Ciora? Vexara said. Green line first, second housing. I know the order. The voice came from under the wagon, thin and focused. Ciora's pry bars slid under the second housing panel, and she wrenched. The metal groaned. The locking plate sheared. 21. The director told me everything, the guard said. His voice had gone flat, rehearsed. She told me the exact words you would use. She told me you would try to distract me with a surrender offer while your trap-right worked the circuit. She told me you would count aloud to anchor the timing. Vexara said nothing. The guard was wrong. She had not counted aloud once. The guard was still watching her mouth, waiting for the numbers, and Siora had already found the green line. Vexara saw the flash of her blade through the gap between the wagon's boards, a short, curved knife, not the pry bars, something she had kept hidden. The green wire parted. The counter on the relay box flickered, then held. 19. Wrong line, the guard said. The green is already live. Cutting it early triggers the counter stopped. The guard looked down. Vexara saw the moment he realized. The green line had not been live. The director had told him Siora would cut the green first, but she had not told him the green would already be active because the green was the dependent, not the primary. Selka had told him to wait for the wrong cut order. You were told to wait for me to send her, Vexara said. You were not told she would cut before I sent her. The guard's jaw tightened. 17 seconds. Siora's hand appeared under the second housing again, the blue wire. She severed it with a single pull of the blade. The counter dropped to 0 and stayed. The relay box went silent. The guard stared at it for half a heartbeat, and in that half heartbeat, Vexara crossed the distance and slammed in palm into the recessed switch on the side of the casing. The box hissed. The blue light died. The charges were linked. The circuit was collapsed. The first wagon's housing vented with a sound like a punctured lung, compressed cold streaming into the rail trench. Harmless. The second wagon followed, a softer release. The third wagon's charge had never armed. The detainees in the open slats did not die. The guard looked at Vexara. She saw the calculation leave his eyes and something older take its place. Fear. He dropped the relay box and ran, not toward the terminal doors, away from them, deeper into the loading bay, past the third wagon, past the frozen crane arms and collapsed scaffolding, toward a narrow personnel door with a rusted handle. Vexara did not chase him. She was already moving to the third wagon, pulling her knife, cutting the slat bindings. Pelson was beside her before she reached the second strap, his hands raw, his breath ragged. Talon. The frostbitten face turned toward his voice. I am here, she said. Pelson's hands found hers through the gap. Behind them, Siora was already up, the pry bars back in her grip, moving toward the fallen relay box. She knelt, picked it up, studied the casing. He took something, Siora said. Vexara turned. What? Before he dropped the box, he pulled something off the side of the casing, a metal plate, small. Vexara's stomach tightened. The witness crate, she said. She turned toward the loading bay entrance, toward the steel table where the witness crate had sat, where the testimony bundles and ledgers had been stacked for processing. The crate was gone. The ledgers were gone. The guard had not been running from her. He had been running for the supply cache she had not noticed. The one tucked behind the third wagon's shadow, the one with the contract seals and the transfer papers and the names of every witness processed through intake rail 7. He had grabbed it while she was cutting the slats. Joran was already moving. I see him, he said, and then he was through the personnel door, into the dark beyond, before anyone could stop him. Vexara heard the footsteps echo, Joran's boots on rusted metal, the guard's heavier stride on frost-procked concrete, and then the sound faded into the deeper silence of the tunnel beyond. She counted to 10. She opened the third wagon's final slat and helped Pelson pull Talon out. The sister's weight was nothing, bones and frozen cloth, but she was breathing. Hold her, Vexara said. Keep her warm. Pelson did not argue. Vexara moved to the personnel door. The tunnel beyond was narrow, walled with corroded signal equipment and dead relay housings. The floor showed fresh tracks in the frost. 2 sets, one running, one chasing. She followed them. The tunnel opened into a chamber half collapsed, its ceiling bowed under the weight of frozen iron. A relay horn hung from a rusted bracket on the far wall, still warm. The guard was on his knees in the center of the chamber. Joran stood over him, one hand gripping the collar of the gray coat, the other holding a metal plate the size of a palm. He had this, Joran said, holding the plate up to the relay horn's glow. Vexara looked at the engraving on the plate. Address coordinates, route codes, a name she did not recognize. He was calling it in, Joran said. The guard, before I caught him. He keyed the horn and named the fallback site. What site? Joran's jaw tightened. Upvale. The Upvale relay house, 3 miles north of the terminal. Vexara looked at the guard's face. He was no longer afraid. He was smiling. The director already knows, he said. She knows the site is compromised. She knows you will come. She will be waiting. Vexara looked at the witness crate. It lay open on the floor, its contents scattered across the frost. Ledgers, contract sheets, testimony copies, and one sealed envelope with her name knighted in Mire's hand. She did not open it. She heard Joran's breath slow behind her, the guard's breath stop entirely, and the relay horn's glow fade to nothing. The only sound left was the wind through the tunnel mouth, carrying the last fragment of the guard's transmission, the name of a site 3 miles north where Mire was already prepared to meet them again. Chapter 68. The guard's smile stayed on Vexara's vision like a burn mark as she turned from the relay horn. She did not open the envelope. She tucked it inside her coat, beside the testimony pages she still carried, and she looked at the scattered contents of the witness crate. Ledgers, contract sheets, a half-frozen ink bottle, a charcoal map showing the Upvale relay house marked in fresh hand, and one canvas-bound bundle with Gretz writing on the cover. She picked it up. The binding was warm. Behind her, Joran let the guard's collar drop. The man did not move from his knees. His smile had not faded. He looked at Vexara like a child who had hidden a lamp and was waiting for the room to notice it was missing. She did not give him the satisfaction. She carried the bundle back through the tunnel, through the personnel door, into the loading bay where the cold air hit her face, and the third wagon's open slats showed Pelson kneeling with his sister in his arms. Talon was shaking, not shivering, shaking, with a rhythm that did not match the cold. Her teeth clacked together in a patter Vexara recognized, the first stage of cold fever, when the body started burning its own fuel and the brain began losing its hold on time. Torvin, Vexarsa. He was already there. He had appeared from the shadows of the second wagon with his medical wrap open, a heat pack in one hand and a strip of clean cloth in the other. He did not ask permission. He knelt beside Pelson, pressed the heat pack against Talon's chest, and began wrapping the cloth around her hands. "How long has she been out of the cage?" he said. 10 minutes, Vexarsa said. Longer. She was on that wagon for at least 4 hours before we cut the slats. Maybe 6, maybe more. Torvin's voice was flat, the voice he used when he was counting damage instead of judging it. The frost is in her lungs. If I had boiled water in a closed room, I could bring her back. Here. He looked at the loading bay's open roof, the rusted crane arms, the wind cutting through broken panels. Here I can give her an hour, maybe 2, and then the fever will take her, or the cold will. Pelson's hands tightened around his sister's shoulders. Then we find a closed room, he said. Torvin did not answer. Vexara looked at the canvas bundle in her hand. Egreth's writing. The same cramped hand that had filled testimony pages for 3 months in a cellar beneath a Guarantor house. She opened the binding. Inside were 30 pages of route categories, purge order codes, and district classifications written in a hand that was not Egreth's, but the detainee's hand. Someone who had been forced to memorize the compact's disposal priorities and had written them down in the margins of a processing log, between the lines of official paperwork, in the only space left. She turned to the last page. A map. Not the charcoal map from the relay chamber. This one was older, drawn in ink that had bled into the paper fibers, and it showed the river north of Intake Rail 7, with a single building marked at a bend in the channel. The Upvale relay house, but beside it, in the same cramped hand, a second set of coordinates, and a name. Hesk Torin. She was one of the memorizers, Ugreth said. Vexara looked up. The old judge had appeared at her elbow, his cracked spectacles catching the loading bay's dim light, his bird hands wrapped in fresh cloth. The detainees, he said. the ones being processed through intake rail 7. Some of them were not just witnesses. They were carriers. The compact forced them to memorize route categories, purge orders, collaborator lists, everything they could not risk committing to paper. If the papers were lost, the detainees were the backup. And if the detainees were lost, Gireth's silence was answer enough. Vexara looked at Talon. The girl's eyes were open now, fixed on Pelson's face, and her lips moved in a rhythm that did not match her breathing. She was counting something, repeating something. The pattern of a route, a list of names, a purge order that had been pressed into her skull during the 6-hour ride from the detention yard. "She is trying to tell us," Gireth said, "before the fever takes her." Vexara knelt beside Torvin. "Talon," she said. The girl's eyes shifted. They took a long moment to find Vexara's face, and when they did, they held no fear. Only an exhausted recognition, as if she had been waiting for someone to ask. "The route," Talon said. Her voice was thin, cracked, barely audible over the wind. "They made us memorize the route, the relay house, the one upriver." "Up Vale," Vexara said. Talon nodded, a small movement, barely a tilt of her chin. "There is a room beneath the relay floor, a cold room. They keep the originals there, the real ones, not the copies they show the council." She stopped, swallowed, her throat clicked. "They were burning them before they sent us north. They were burning the originals and keeping the copies and pretending the copies were the truth." "Who?" Vexara said. Talon's eyes went distant. "The clerk with the brass pin, the woman who watched you at the yard. She was there. She carried the torch herself." Vexara felt the cold settle deeper in her chest. The woman with the brass pin. The council observer who had watched from the detention pen, who had appeared at the boiler room landing, who had told Vexara that Selka anticipated every move. She was not just Selka's operative. She was the burner, the one who destroyed the records before the records could be used. "She has a partner," Talon said. "A man. He keeps the relay house inventory. They are consolidating everything upriver. The purge orders, the collaborator lists, the transfer records. By dawn, it will all be sealed in the cold room, and there will be no evidence that anyone was ever processed through intake rail 7. Vexara looked at Ugreth. The old judge's face was stone. "If that room seals," he said, "every testimony we distributed, every witness we freed, every household that hid a copy will become a liar's paper. The compact will say we invented the processing. They will say the detainees were never there. They will say the purge orders were forgeries." "Then we go upriver," Vexara said. "The girl needs a closed room," Torvin said. "She has an hour, maybe 2. If you take her upriver, she dies on the trail." Vexara looked at Pelson. His face was white, his hands were shaking. "She is my sister," he said. "I know. I cannot lose her again." "You will not." Vexara stood. "Torvin, stabilize her as much as you can. Igreth, find a warm room in the terminal. The records chamber where we found the processing forms. It has walls, it has a door. It will hold heat." "And then," Igreth said, "and then we go upriver, all of us." Talon's hand moved. It reached up past Pelson's arm, past Torvin's heat pack, and it caught the edge of Vexara's coat. The grip was weak. The fingers were white with frost. "He knows," Talon said. "Who?" "He knows you were the one who filed the Route 7C recommendations. He said you built the system. He said you were the one who made it efficient." Vexara did not move. The words settled in her chest like snow on still water. "He said he has been saving something for you," Talon said. A file with your name on it, from before the silence." The girl's hand fell. Her eyes rolled back. Torvin caught her before she hit the frost, and Vexara stood in the loading bay with the wind cutting through her coat and the name Hesek Torin burning in her memory like a lamp that had just been lit in a room she had tried to forget existed. Chapter 69. The boat took them north through water that did not sound like water. The river had gone quiet half a mile past the terminal, the current moving without ripple or slack against the hull, as if the cold had pressed the sound out of it. The Zorro knelt at the prow with the witness crate lashed to her ankle, and Talon's weight pressed against Pelson's chest in the center of the boat. Torvin worked the tiller. Egreth sat with his cracked spectacles angled at a compass he kept pulling from his coat and putting back. No one spoke. The banks slid past in gray smears, dead trees, collapsed docks, a signal post with its flag frozen into a horizontal blade. The Zorro counted the rhythm of Torvin's paddle strokes and tried not to calculate how long Talon had left. The Upvey relay house appeared as a dark mass against the lighter gray of the sky, a 3-story structure of dark timber and frost-cracked stone set back from the riverbank behind a collapsed loading pier. Its windows were boarded. Its chimney breathed a thin column of smoke that stood straight in the still air and did not disperse. Someone was inside. The Zorro raised her hand, and Torvin stopped paddling. The boat drifted. "The burner got here first," Joran said from the stern. His voice was flat. "Or she never left." "One way to find out," Vexara said. She stepped over the side into water that reached her thighs and pulled the boat forward by its gunwale until the hull scraped against submerged stone. The cold went through her boots and up into her knees like a blade. She did not wait for it to pass. The loading pier had collapsed at its midpoint, but a ramp of broken planks led up to a service door that hung open on one hinge. Vexara climbed. The wood groaned under her weight but held. She looked back. Torvin was already in the water, lifting Talon out of Pelson's arms. Pelson followed, his burned leg dragging, his hands reaching for his sister before Torvin had her fully clear of the hull. "Inside before she seizes again," Torvin said. The Zorro pushed through the service door. The relay house opened around her in a single high-ceilinged chamber that had been gutted and rebuilt. The original floor was gone, replaced by iron grates that let heat rise from a furnace room below. Against the far wall stood a row of duplicating presses, 3 of them, their brass rollers polished and their ink trays full. A transmission station occupied the corner nearest the chimney, its copper coils and relay horns wired into a ceiling panel that fed into the upper floors. No one was there. But the presses were warm. The ink was wet. Vexara crossed to the nearest press and lifted the feed tray. A partial sheet had under the roller, half-printed, the type still locked in place. By order of the Mercantile Compact Northern Administrative Relay, all districts listed in Appendix A are hereby classified as Expanse compromised. Collaborator status applies to every registered household head. For a ration entitlement, medical access, and labor credit is immediate. Quarantine enforcement begins at first light. She read it twice. The appendix was not attached to the partial sheet, but she knew the districts. She had seen the routing codes on the override confirmation receipt at Intake Rail 7. 47 districts. Every household that had received testimony copies. Every safe house Gareth had seeded. Every family that had hidden a witness. All of them branded as traitors before dawn. "They are not burning the records," Gareth said from behind her. His voice was quiet, almost reverent. "They are printing the verdict." Vexara turned. He stood at the transmission station, his burned hand hovering over a relay horn that was still warm. "The presses," he said. "They are not for destruction. They are for mass production. The woman with the brass ping is not destroying evidence. She is creating the Compact's official version of events. Thousands of copies, distributed to every council, every enclave, every ration office by midday. By the time anyone sees a testimony page, the proj order will already be law." "Then we stop it," Pelson said. He had laid Talon on a dry section of floor near the furnace grate. Torvin was already kneeling beside her, pressing a heat pack to her chest. "We destroy the presses," Pelson said. "We burn the type. And then what?" Joran said. "They have the plates, they have the inks, they have the clerks. You burn 3 presses, they build 6. You kill 1 brunner, Felka sends 3 more. You cannot outprint the compact." "Then what do you suggest?" Pelson's voice cracked. "I suggest we find out where the woman with the brass pin is right now," Joran said. Because she is not here. The presses are warm, the ink is wet, the sheet is half finished. She stepped away. Vexara looked at the press, at the transmission station, at the ceiling panel that led to the upper floors. She thought of Talon's words in the loading bay. He has been saving a file with your name on it, from before the silence. She is with Hesk Torin, Vexara said, in the cold room. She crossed to the furnace grate and knelt. Below the iron, a stone staircase descended into dark. The air that rose from it was colder than the air in the chamber, dry and still, with a smell that she recognized from the expanse. Not frost, not rot. The smell of sealed room air, old documents, and the thin metallic tang of cold storage boxes. A single oil lamp burned on a central table, its flame low and steady in the still air. A man stood beside the table. He was thin, older than she had expected, with gray stubble and the look of someone who had spent years in basements handling paper. His hands were clean. His coat was neat. On the table in front of him lay a file folder, its edges soft with age, its cover marked with a seal she had not seen in a decade. Her own name was written across the front in ink that had faded to brown. "Vexara Dunholdt," the man said. His voice was quiet, not hostile, not welcoming, just a statement of fact, as if he had been saving the name for a long time and wanted to be sure he pronounced it correctly. "I am Hesk Torin," he said. "I have been waiting for you." The stems of Winston. Greth and Marnik began feeding the first ledger sheets into the duplicators, while the type clacked and the ink carracks turned. The press had a rhythm that reminded Vexara of the dispatch floor at Intake Rail 7, regulated, patient, and utterly indifferent to what it printed. Greth worked with his cracked spectacles pushed up his forehead, feeding pages in order. The authentic ledgers, the purge codes, the route categories that Talon had memorized in the wagon. "How long?" Vexara said. "The first bundle will finish in 8 minutes, Greth said. "If the ink holds." Marnik stood at the second press, his broad shoulders braced against the frame as he cranked the feed roller by hand. The machine had been designed for one operator, not two, but he compensated with sheer mass, leaning into each rotation until the gears caught and the next sheet pulled through. "The ink will hold," Marnik said. "The question is whether the paper holds." He was right. The sheets coming off the press were thin, cheap stock, the kind the compact used for mass distribution orders that no one was meant to keep. They would crumble in a month. But a month was long off. Siora appeared at the top of the loading ramp, dragging a coil of rusted wire and a stack of salvaged ward scraps she had pulled from the collapsed pier foundation. "The river entrance is the weak point," she said. "The water door has no lock. The hinges are set in rotten timber. One charge and the entire wall comes down." "Can you brace it?" Vexara said. "I can make it look braced." Siora dropped the wire coil. "If someone puts their shoulder against it and does not move, it will hold for maybe 10 minutes, but it will not survive an actual breach." 10 minutes is enough." Joran followed Siora down the ramp with an armload of iron bracket he had pried from the relay station floor above. His face was flushed from the effort, and his breath came in short bursts that hung white in the cold air. "The upper windows are shot," he said. "Boards nailed over frames. Someone has been reinforcing this place from the inside, not the outside. They were expecting a siege." "They were expecting us," Vexara said. Joran's mouth tightened, but he did not argue. Siora began stringing the wire across the loading ramp, threading it through the ward scraps she had salvaged from the pier. The scraps were old border watch fragments, stamped with the same dead claimant marks that Vext used in his testimony copies. She rigged them in a pattern that Vexara recognized. A detonation line. If the water door went, the wire would snap, the ward fragments would release their stored pressure, and anyone standing in the blast radius would get a face full of rusted iron and compacted frost. "That will kill as many of us as them," Joran said. "It will slow them down," Siora said. "Long enough for us to finish the print run or get out the back." "There is no back. Then we finish the print run." Vexara left them to the fortifications and crossed to the inner wall of the printing chamber. The wall was paneled in old pine, warped by river damp and dark with ages of smoke residue. At the far end, a narrow door stood half-hidden behind a collapsed shelving unit. The door was not locked. The handle turned freely, and the wood swung inward on oiled hinges. Inside was a small office. The room was barely 6 feet square, with a single desk, a shuttered window, and a steel cabinet that had been bolted to the floor. The air was stale and still, warmer than the printing chamber, as if the walls held residual shunk from a source that had long since gone cold. She crossed to the desk. A stack of folders lay on the surface, their edges neat and precisely aligned. The top folder bore a seal she had not seen in years. The same seal had been stamped on the recommendations she filed during her final year assessing salvage claims for the compact. The year she had argued that Route 7C could be made efficient if the dispatch sheets prioritized low-maintenance crews over households with medical dependents and labor exemptions. She opened the folder. Her own handwriting, signed in ink that had browned to rust but was still unmistakably hers. Each page carried a date from before the silence, before the Expanse had swallowed the North, before she had learned to count costs without flinching. The recommendations were practical, precise, and damning. Households with sustained medical dependency, 3 or more seasons, should be classified as net negative resource consumers. Continued allocation of Hulk salts, medicine rations, and transport priority to these dependents reduces the dispatch rate of recoverable salvage crews by approximately 12% per cycle. Recommendation: reclassify dependent-heavy households as deferred sport status until dispatch quotas are met. She had written that. The words were hers. The logic was hers. The arithmetic was hers. And beneath the recommendation sheets lay a cover page, fresh, recently typed, with a header that read, "Distribution copy, public release, all enslaves." The compact had bundled her recommendations as proof that the scandal did not begin with Mire, that it began with Vexara Dunholdt, with her efficiency reports, her cost-benefit classifications, her signed and dated recommendations that turned human lives into dispatch quotas. She turned the cover page over. A handwritten note was scrawled across the back in a rhythm she recognized. "You built the letter, Vexara. I only held the pen, Selka." The steel cabinet was unlocked. Inside, the copies were neatly arranged by date, 23 folders spanning her final 3 years with the compact. Each one contained the original recommendation, the dispatch summary, and a stamped approver seal from the Northern Administrative Relay. All of it ready for distribution. All of it signed in her hand. She heard Greth's voice from the printing chamber, urgent, raised above the clack of the presses. "Vexara, we have a problem." She closed the cabinet. She picked up the top folder, the one with her earliest Route 7C recommendation, and walked back into the printing chamber. The presses had stopped. Greth stood at the transmission station, one hand on the relay keys, his face pale in the glow of the indicator lamp. "The cold room vents," he said. "He just opened. Someone down there is flooding the archive with rivor." Vexara looked toward the staircase that led to the cellar. The damp metal tang of the river was already rising through the floorboards. Chapter 71. The damp metal tang rose through the floorboards, thin and persistent, the kind of smell that settled in the back of the throat and stayed. Vexara crossed the printing chamber with the folder in her hand. The paper felt heavier than it should have, the edges sharp where the old ink had dried and hardened the fibers. Gek stood at the transmission station with one hand still on the relay keys, his cracked spectacles catching the amber indicator light. The presses had gone silent behind him, their rollers cooling. "How fast?" Vexara asked. "The water is coming through the cold room vents," Gek said. "It will reach the cellar floor in minutes. If the archive floods before we finish the print run, the press originals will be illegible within an hour." "Then we work faster." She laid the folder on the press table and opened it. Gek leaned over her shoulder, and she felt him go still. The first page carried her handwriting, brown with age but unmistakable. The date stamp placed to 3 years before the silence reached the North. She had been assessing salvage claims for the compact, running route efficiency projections, and her recommendation had been practical, precise, and damning. Households with sustained medical dependencies, 3 or more seasons, should be classified as net negative resource consumers. Continued allocation of heat salts, medicine rations, and transport priority to these dependents reduces the dispatch rate of recoverable salvage crews by approximately 12% per cycle. Recommendation: reclassified dependent-heavy households as deferred support status until dispatch quotas are met. She turned the page. The next recommendation was dated 4 months later. Same handwriting, same signature. Debt obligations from households classified as deferred support status should be reassigned to dispatch-eligible crew members within the same labor district. This reallocation maintains collateral liquidity without expanding the support population. That is the exact language, Gek said quietly. Citizen discard alignment, the same phrasing in the purge order. I know. You wrote the framework. I wrote efficiency recommendations. Selka wrote the implementation. Vexara. Gek's voice was not accusatory. It was tired, the kind of tired that came from watching the same pattern repeat across 30 years of testimony. The implementation is already on these pages. You described the mechanism. You named the categories. You showed her how to turn human cost into arithmetic. Vexara said nothing. She turned to the 3rd page, the 4th, the 5th, each one built on the last. Medical dependency classifications, labor credit reassignment, dispatch priority weighting. She had written them as solutions to logistical problems, supply shortfalls, route inefficiencies. She had never used the words discard or cull or acceptable loss, but the vocabulary did not matter. The shape of the system was already on the paper. Selka had only needed to fill in the names. Marnik crossed from the 2nd press, his broad hands dark with ink residue. What is that? Vexara's old recommendations, Gek said, the ones she filed before the silence. Yes. Marnik read the first page over Greth's shoulder. His jaw tightened, but he did not speak. Siora appeared at the edge of the press table, wiping rust dust from her palms. The water door will hold for maybe 6 more minutes. After that, the detonation line is our only backup, and it will collapse the loading pier. We will not be able to leave by water. Joran came down from the upper floor, his boots loud on the wooden stairs. I found a 2nd set of boarded windows on the east wall. Someone sealed this place with the expectation of a fight. They sealed it because they knew we would come, Vexara said. She closed the folder and turned to face the room. These recommendations were prepared for public release. Selka has a distribution copy stamped for all enclaves. She intends to release them as proof that the purge order originated with my efficiency classifications, not her design. Can she prove that? Joran asked. The handwriting is mine. The signatures are mine. The date stamps match my employment records. Selka will not need to fabricate anything. The original documents already condemn me. Then we burn them, Joran said. Throw them in the press fire and forget they ever existed. No. The word came out flat, and she felt the weight of it settle in the room. If we burn these, Vexara said, we confirm that the Compact's version of events is the only version that survives. The testimony will still be distributed, but Selka will present these pages as proof that I designed the culling system and destroyed the evidence when it became inconvenient. The enclaves will not know who to trust. And if we keep them, Marnik asked, then we publish them ourselves. Alongside the testimony, the same pages that condemn me become proof that Selka Mire did not invent the discard alignment. She inherited it from me, and she knew it. She kept these files for years, waiting for the moment when they would damage me more than they damaged her. Greth adjusted his cracked spectacles. If we publish your recommendations beside the testimony, every enclave will see that you helped design the system before you tried to tear it down. They will see your name on the same documents that sent people to their deaths. There will be no way to separate your exposure of Selka from your own complicity. I know. You will be named in every record as a collaborator or turned in the compact only when it became convenient. I know. Marnik was watching her with an expression she could not read. Not anger, not betrayal, something closer to recognition. You are willing to let them see all of it. Vexara picked up the folder and held it out to Greth. Copy these pages. Reset the type for the third press. We print the recommendations alongside the testimony and distribute them together. Greth took the folder. His hands were steady despite the bandages. It will take time to reset the type. How much time? 20 minutes, maybe more if the ink needs to be mixed fresh. Then start now. She turned toward the transmission station, toward the relay keys that could still broadcast the testimony and the recommendations together before the purge order enforcement began at dawn. The outer shutters boomed. The sound was not the wind. It was a fist, or a shoulder, or a ram, striking the reinforced wood with enough force to send dust sifting from the gaps in the boarding. Joran was already moving toward the front wall, his smuggler's instinct pulling him to the narrowest gap between the boards. He pressed his eye to the seam and went still. "Armed men," he said. "Compact issue. At least a dozen, with a council hardliner in front. They are carrying cold charges and a portable relay." Ciora reached for her pry bars. "How long before they breach?" "The shutters will hold for maybe 2 minutes if they keep hitting them. Less if they use the cold charges on the hinges." Marnik moved to the second press, his hands finding the type trays. "We do not have 20 minutes. Vexara looked at the folder in Greth's hands, at her own handwriting waiting to be copied and distributed, and read by every enclave that would see her as the architect of their suffering. She looked at the shutters, splintering at the edges, and she made her choice. Chapter 72. The first shutter splintered inward, the iron hinge screaming as it tore from the frame. The Sarada did not move toward the sound. She stood at the transmission station with her hand on the relay keys, watching the gap widen between the boards. A voice came through the breach, hard and familiar from the council chamber. Vexara did not move toward the sound. She stood at the transmission station with her hand on the relay keys, watching the gap widen between the boards. A voice came through the breach, hard and familiar from the council chamber. "Vexara Dunholdt, you are ordered to cease all printing and surrender the duplicators, the witness crate, and yourself for orderly arbitration under compact protocol." The council hardliner. Vexara had seen him once at the boundary camp, broad-shouldered, clean-shaven, with the bearing of a man who had never been cold a day in his life. She did not answer. Joran pressed his eye to the seam again. He has 12 armed men behind him, and 2 more carrying cold charges. They are not bluffing about the breach. Marnik had not stopped working. His hands moved across the type trays with the steady rhythm of a man who understood that stopping meant losing. "How long?" "The shutters will break in 90 seconds if they keep hammering," Joran said. "Maybe less. Then we have 90 seconds to finish the reset." The hardliner's voice came again, louder now, carrying through the gaps in the wood. "This is not an execution order. You will be held for review. The council will hear your testimony and rule on the admissibility of your evidence. If you resist, the compact will classify this as armed insurrection, and every enclave that receives your printed pages will be named as complicit." Vexara turned from the relay. "He is stalling," she said. "He wants us to stop printing while he talks. Every minute we listen is a minute the purge order keeps moving toward enforcement." Ugrath looked up from the third press, his spectacles catching the lamplight. "Then we do not listen." "The type is not ready," Marnik said. "The third press still needs the final 2 trays." "Then finish them." Vexara crossed to the second press, where the first printed sheets were already drying on the rack. She picked one up. Her own handwriting, reproduced in ink. Her own name at the bottom of the page, signed 3 years before the silence. The hardliner's voice broke through again. "We are sending a negotiator through the lower door, unarmed. You will have 60 seconds to respond before we begin cold charge deployment on the foundation walls." Joran swore under his breath. "They are not going through the shutters. They are coming through the cellar." Ciora moved toward the water door, her hand on the detonation line. "If they breach from below, we lose the presses and the archive. The river water is already rising through the vents. 1 cold charge on the foundation will collapse the entire floor." Vexara looked at the printed sheet in her hand. Then she looked at the transmission station, at the relay keys that could still broadcast the testimony and the recommendations together before the purge order enforcement began. "We do not surrender the duplicators," she said. "We do not surrender the crate, and I do not surrender myself." She set the sheet down and turned to face the room. "Ugreth, how much time on the third press?" 12 minutes if the ink holds. Maybe 10 if Marnik helps with the final trays." "You have 8. Jorn, seal the cellar door. Use whatever you can find. Furniture, scrap, the press weights. Buy us time." Jorn was already moving. "I will need 2 minutes to brace it." "You have 1. Vexara walked to the water door where Sioa stood with detonation line in her hand. "How long before the river water floods the presses?" Siora's face was set in controlled fury. "The vent grate is 6 inches from the floor. If the water reaches the press feet, the paper will pulp before the print dries. We have maybe 15 minutes before the river finds the grate. Then we finish before the water finds us." The cellar door boomed. Not the shutters, the lower access, where the hardliner had sent his negotiator. The negotiator's voice came through the wood. "Vexara Dunholdt, I am not armed. I am not here to arrest you. I am here to offer terms." Marnik did not look up from the type trays. "Do not open it." "I will not open it." Vexara stood at the transmission station, her hand on the relay keys, and listened to the negotiator's voice through the door. "The compact is prepared to offer a full amnesty for every member of your unit if you surrender the duplicators and the witness crate. No arrests, no charges. You walk free." Joran laughed, a dry sound with no humor in it. "And the districts? The purge order can be paused pending review. The council will listen your testimony. You will be given a platform to speak." "And the purge order enforcement at dawn," Vexara said. The negotiator was silent for a long moment. "The enforcement cannot be stopped. It is already in motion across 47 districts. But your testimony can be attached to the record after the fact. The council will review." "After the purge," Vexara said. Efia's hand trembled against the brass. "It is already at the loading pier. It will reach the lower floor before the presses finish. Maybe before the water reaches the grate. Can you hold it back?" Ifila looked at her, and for a moment her eyes cleared, the white receding just enough to show the gray beneath. "I cannot hold back the silence. No one can." She lifted her hand from the brass, and the metal was cold where she had touched it. "But I can feel where it will touch first. I can tell you where to stand so the fog does not find you until the presses are done." Vexara looked at the transmission station, at the relay lights holding steady in the dim. At the presses, still running. At the water door, where the river was already rising. At the cellar door, where the hardliner was counting down to breach. "Tell me," she said. Ifia pointed to the corner where the east wall met the transmission station. "There. The heat from the relay will keep the fog at bay for maybe 8 minutes. After that, the cold will find the gap behind the press housing. And the water door? The water door will flood before the fog reaches it. The river is faster than the silence tonight." Vexara nodded. 8 minutes, she said. "That is all we need." She moved to the transmission station, her hands finding the relay keys, her eyes fixed on the indicator lights. The presses kept running. The ink kept drying, and the river fog kept rising. Chapter 73. The first press seized. Not the whole machine, just the feed roller on the third bundle, where the paper had begun to curl at the edges from moisture that was not water. The ink beaded and slid instead of setting, pooling in the letter grooves and blurring the type before it could transfer. Garrett saw it first. He reached for the tension screw, his bandaged fingers fumbling against the brass adjustment wheel, and the paper tore under the roller instead of feeding through. "The fog is pulling the heat from the room," he said. "The press needs more warmth or the paper will keep seizing." Vizetta looked at the transmission station. The relay lights held steady, but the brass housing had begun to sweat, a thin film of condensation beading along the seam where the metal met the wall. Ithella stood at the corner she had marked, one hand pressed against the stone, her head tilted as if listening to something far away. "And is not just the fog," she said. "The silence is moving through the mist. Every droplet carries cold. When the fog touches the paper, the ink freezes before it can dry." Marnik stopped working the second press. He held up a sheet from the output tray. The dark ink had crystallized into a brittle crust that flaked off when he touched it, leaving the page blank. "We have been printing dead paper for the last 3 minutes, he said. The cellar door shuddered again. The hardliner's men were working the hinges with the pry bars now, the wood groaning with each thrust. Jarin moved to the east wall and pressed his ear to the boarded gap. They are pulling back from the shutter line. The fog is at the outer wall. I can hear it crackling against the stone. The hardliner will not retreat, Vexara said. He will if the cold takes his men before they breach. They do not have a heat cage in that corridor. We have the relay. Vexara looked at the transmission keys, at the presses, at the water door, where the river had begun to seep through the grate in thin black ribbons that steamed where they met the floor warmth. 8 minutes. Ithila had given them 8 minutes in the safe zone by the relay, and 2 of those were gone. We need to bring the presses closer to the relay housing, she said. The heat from the transmission coils will keep the ink liquid. Marnik shook his head. These presses weigh more than 3 people each. We cannot move them without dismantling the feed lines. Then we bring the ink to the presses. She crossed to the transmission station and pulled the relay housing open. The inner coils glowed a dull orange, casting heat that hit her face like a solid wall. She reached inside and pulled out a length of copper conduit, still warm, then another. Gyur, set the ink trays on these conduits. The metal will hold the heat long enough to keep the ink fluid for another bundle. Wigret took the copper without hesitation, laying the strips across the press bed beside the inkwell. The cold ink began to thin immediately, the surface tension breaking as warmth returned. But the fog was already at the window gaps. It came through the boarded seams not as vapor but as a fine white dust that settled on every surface and began to spread. Where it touched the floor, the wood turned gray and brittle. Where it touched the metal, the warmth bled out of the strike plate in visible ripples. Ithila pulled her hand from the stone. Her fingers were white to the second knuckle. The corner by the relay will hold for another 4 minutes, she said. Maybe 5. After that, the fog will find the gap behind the press housing and the cold will reach the transmission coils. Then we need to finish printing before the coils freeze, Vexara said. Marnik pulled the first completed bundle from the tray. The pages were intact, the ink dark and legible, but the edges were already stiff with frost. They will survive long enough to be read, he said, if someone reads them before the cold turns the paper to dust. The cellar door gave way. Not the hinges, the lock plate. It sheared off with a screech of torn metal and the door swung inward, revealing the hardliner's silhouette against the gray fog behind him. He did not step through. The fog was at his heels, curling around his boots in white tendrils that left frost on the leather. His men were not behind him. The corridor beyond was empty, swallowed by the moving mist. You have made your choice, Dunholdt. His voice was flat, without anger. He was stating a fact, not issuing a threat. Vexara did not look away from the presses. The purge order goes out, she said, with or without your approval. The purge order is already in motion. Whether the enclaves receive your testimony in time to resist is irrelevant. The compact will enforce regardless. Then why are you here? He stepped into the room, one hand raised to show he was not armed, but the frost on his coat told a different story. He had been standing in the fog long enough for the cold to begin claiming him. I am here to offer you a place in the record, he said. Not a pardon. A place. You will be named as the one who transmitted the testimony, the one who gave the enclaves warning. You will be remembered as the person who tried. And the unit? The unit will be named as accomplices, but the record will note they followed your orders. The legal weight will fall on you. Grace adjusted his spectacles. He is offering you martyrdom so the rest of us can walk free. Vexara looked at the hardliner, at the frost spreading from his collar, the way his fingers had begun to curl inward as the cold tightened the tendons. He was making the offer now because he did not expect to leave this room either. The fog will take you before you reach the outer door, she said. I know, and you are still here. He did not answer. She understood then. The hardliner had not come to stop the transmission. He had come to be part of it, to be named in the record as the one who let it happen, so that when the compact purged the witnesses, his name would stand beside hers in the testimony. He was choosing his own grave in the ledger. The presses will finish in 2 minutes, she said. The transmission will take 1 more. After that, the fog will reach the coils and the station will die. Then we have 3 minutes to decide who stays. She looked at the unit, at Marnik, blood staining the bandage on his palm where the type trace had cut him. At Gareth, his spectacles cracked, his hands shaking from cold and effort. At Ciora, standing at the water door with her hand on the detonation line, ready to collapse the pier behind them. At Joran, who had stopped watching the windows and was watching her instead. At Ithila, whose white pupils had not receded once since they entered the relay house. "No one stays," she said. The hardliner's gaze did not waver. "The coils will freeze within seconds of the fog reaching them. Someone must keep the heat cages running by hand until the transmission completes." "There is no heat cage here, only the relay housing." "Then someone must stand at the housing and feed heat into the coils until the broadcast ends." Ithila's voice came from the corner, soft and certain. "I can do it." Vexara turned. Ithila stood at the relay housing, one hand already resting on the coil housing, her face slack and empty. "I am already marked," she said. "The cold will take less time to finish what it started, and I can feel the heat better than any of you. I can keep the coils warm longer." "You will die," Vexara said. "I will die whether I stand here or run, but if I stand here, the transmission completes." The presses stopped. The third bundle sat in the output tray, the ink dark and wet, the pages warm from the copper conduits. The transmission station hummed, waiting. The fog had reached the press housing. Vexarla looked at Ithila, at the white creeping across her pupils like frost spreading across still water. "How long can you hold the coils?" Ithila did not answer for a long moment. Her hand trembled against the relay housing. "Long enough for you to reach the water door?" She turned her head toward Vexara, and for a moment her eyes cleared, the gray beneath surfacing like a break in clouds. "Go." The hardliner moved to the transmission station, his frost-bitten hands finding the relay keys. "I will send the broadcast," he said. "You get your people out." Vexara stood frozen. The presses were done, the testimony was ready, the transmission was live. But the price was still counting. The edges of the first chepper, and this fog had reached the first press housing. Vexara watched the white bloom across the iron, the metal graying like ash held too long in wind. The transmission hummed behind her, warm and waiting, and Ithila stood at the relay with one hand pressed to the coil casing and her eyes already gone to frost white. No one moved. Then Joran laughed. It was not a full laugh, more a breath forced through teeth, but it cut the silence like a blade. "Well," he said, "that settles it then." Marnik turned. "Nothing is settled." "She volunteered." Joran gestured at Ithila with his chin. "She is marked. I am not. Neither are you, neither is Vexara. If we start trinsing who stays by who is already dying, we will be here all night, and the fog will make the choice for us." "You are not helping," Zorus said. "I am being practical." Joran's voice flattened. "Someone has to keep the coils warm. Ithila can feel heat better than the rest of us. She can last longer. That is arithmetic, not cruelty. It is the same arithmetic that got us this far." Torvin stepped forward before Vexara could answer. "No." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The frost had reached his collar and his fingers curled from the cold, but his back was straight and his eyes were fixed on Joran. "We do not decide who dies by who is cheapest to lose." Joran spread his hands. "I am not saying cheap. I am saying you are saying she costs less because she is already spent." Torvin's voice was flat, clinical, the voice of a medic who had watched too many triage boards become execution lists. "That is the same ledger Selka Mire uses. If we start measuring who is worth saving by how much damage they have already taken, we have already lost." Marnik set his bandaged palm on the press frame. "He is right." "Both of you," Joran said, "are standing here arguing while the fog eats the room. We do not have time for moral lectures. We have maybe 2 minutes before the coils freeze. Pick who stays and let the rest of us move." Vexara turned to the hardliner. The councilman stood at the transmission station, frost-bitten hands on the relay keys, waiting for her signal. He had already chosen. He had come here to be part of the record, but he had not come to choose who lived. She looked at the unit, at Marnik, bleeding through his bandage, his weight braced against the press. At Greth, his cracked spectacles catching the amber light from the coils, his hands shaking but still holding the finished bundles. At Ciara, her hand on the detonation line, ready to collapse the pier and buy them seconds. At Jarn, who had just volunteered arithmetic in the shape of a joke and was now watching her with the same wariness he had worn since the first tash. At Ithila, who had stopped trembling and stood still as stone, her hand fused to the relay housing, her face empty of everything except certainty. "No one stays," Vexara said. Ithila's lips parted. "Vexara, I said no one." Vexara crossed to the transmission station in 3 strides. She pulled the finished bundles from McGrath's hands and set them on the console. "We redistribute the load. Every person carries pages. Every person feeds heat into the coils as they pass. We cannot hold the line long, but we do not need to hold it long. We need to hold it long enough for the transmission to complete." "How long?" Torvin asked. "The broadcast will take a minute, maybe 2, to reach every enclave through the old civic lines. The fog will reach the relay in 3 minutes at the current spread." She looked at Ithila. "Can you direct the heat transfer while we work?" Ithila's hand remained on the coil housing. Her white pupils did not focus. "If I leave the housing," she said, "the heat drops immediately. I cannot direct and supply at the same time." "Then you stay at the housing. The rest of us feed heat through the conduits." Jorn shook his head. "That buys maybe 30 more seconds, not 2 minutes. Not enough." "It buys enough if we work in sequence," Vexara said. "1 person at a time. Each feeds body heat into the copper line, while the others carry pages to the transmission console. Rotating. No one stays long enough to freeze." "And the last person?" Torvin asked. The question hung, because the last person at the housing would be the one who could not rotate out, the one who held to the line while the fog closed and the coils died and the transmission finished. Vexara looked at the unit, at Ithila, who had already offered, at the hardliner, who had already chosen, at the rest of them, who had not. "I will be last," she said. The silence that followed was worse than the fog. Marnik broke it first. "No, I am not asking permission. You are the one who has to carry the testimony out." Tarvin's voice was hard, but there was something beneath it that Vexara had not heard before. Not anger, something closer to refuser. "If you die here, the record dies with you. The enclaves will have bundles of paper and no one to testify what they mean. Selka wins by default. Greth knows the testimony. He wrote every page. He can speak for the dead. Greth is a judge, not a witness." Greth sewed quietly. "I recorded the testimony. I did not live it. The enclaves will ask who led the unit through the expanse, who chose to publish the recommendations, who refused the amnesty. Those answers belong to you." Vexara's jaw tightened. "Then I will answer them after the transmission." "You will answer them from the bottom of the river if the fog takes you at the relay," Jorn said. "I will answer them however I can." "What are you doing?" Griff asked. Vexara did not answer. She tore the seal. The envelope opened in her hands. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded once, with a handwritten note in Selka Mire's small, precise script. The words read, "You always looked for the secondary mechanism. I left this one for you, but you must decide who turns it. The ledger still holds, Vexara. Choose wisely." Vexara looked up at the unit, at Talon's crank seized in the frozen floor, as a compact agent lies bleeding in the cellar, at least one hand crank buried under the press floor. Footsteps in the corridor beyond the press room, heavy, measured, coming toward them. The woman with the brass pin stepped through the doorway. Her coat was wet to the shoulders. Water dripped from her sleeves and pooled on the floor in the amber light. She looked at the open trench, at the seized crank, at Vexara, kneeling in the frost with Selka's note in her hands. "You found it," the woman said. Her hand moved to the dispatch case at her belt. Vexara rose to her feet. Her gray eyes settled on the woman's face. Her jaw tightened until the tendons stood out like wire. She had 1 second to decide who lived, Who stayed, and who turned the crank? The fog hit the outer wall, the transmission hummed, and the woman with the brass pin pulled a key from her dispatch case. Chapter 75. The woman with the brass pin held the key in the amber light. Water still dripped from her sleeves, pooling at her feet in the frost that crept across the floorboards. "That crank will not turn without heat," she said. "But there is a second one, identical, on the other side of the foundation wall." She held out the key. Vexara did not take it. "You set this room on fire," she said. "You flooded the cellar. You burned the originals. Why would I trust anything you hand me?" "Because I am still standing in this room instead of walking out with the hardliner." The woman's voice carried no plea. "Because I know which crank feeds the transmission coils and which one only heats the press floor. And because I have been waiting for someone to reach this house who would choose to publish instead of burn." She tossed the key. It landed at Vexara's feet with a clatter that rang through the press room like a cracked bell. Pelson moved first. He scooped the key from the floor and held it out to Vexara without looking at the woman. "She showed talent," he said. "She could have let her die in the wagon. She did not." Vexara took the key. The metal was cold, worn smooth on both faces, the teeth uneven from years of use. It fit her palm like something made for her hand. "Where's the second crank?" "Through the boiler room," the woman said. "Below the water line. The access plate is bolted to the foundation wall on the river side of the press floor. You will need to wade to reach it." "How long to turn it?" "Together, with both cranks engaged. 3 minutes to build enough heat for the transmission coils to hold against the fog. But you cannot stop once you start. If one crank stops before the other, the heat differential will crack the foundation and flood the trench." Marnik stepped forward. "I will take the second crank." Vexara turned to face him. His broad shoulders filled the gap between the presses. His hands were still bandaged from the type tray cuts, the cloth gark with bladded edges. He disantly called. "The grand has it flow benled, with a gran will about brain." Telfin will phoned up. "The Tollers has got out the Rookma said Shevet man's boast. Manox, original proheads 22 much pathius contact, share start, and bland bimbles. Still live as the score's little tranction, to a shasplade. Ledger sheets first, then the testimony, then the recommendations, in that order. I need the routing codes for every enclave relay that still answers." The boiler room was narrower than the press floor, its walls coated in rust that flaked off in her hair as she passed. The woman stopped at a floor plate bolted into the stone near the river wall. A recessed ring lay flush with the iron. "Here." Vexara knelt. She fitted the key into the plate's central lock. It turned with a resistance that vibrated through her wrist. The plate came free. Beneath it, a second crank sat in a flooded trench. Water lapped at the iron shaft, cold enough to leave frost on the surface where it touched the metal. Marnik dropped to his knees beside her without hesitation. He reached into the water and wrapped his bandaged hands around the left handle. "When I say," he said, "not before." Vexara gripped the right handle. The leather was frozen stiff. It bit into her chapped palms like wire. She looked at Marnik. His jaw was set. His eyes held no calculation. He was not weighing the cost. He was simply there, hands in the water, ready to pull. "Now," he said. They pulled. The crank resisted like a living thing, the rust sealing the shaft to the housing with years of silence. Vexara's shoulders screamed. Her bad leg buckled under the strain, and she braced it against the stone. Marnik grunted and threw his weight into the turn. The shaft moved. A quarter inch, then half, then a full rotation, grinding through the rust with a sound like breaking bone. Heat bloomed in the water. Vexara pulled again. Marnik matched her rhythm, turn for turn, the crank groaning as it built momentum. Steam rose from the flooded trench. The fog on the press floor began to thin at the edges. Above them, the transmission line flared bright. Rex's voice carried through the floorboards, sharp and precise. "Ledger sheets transmitted. All 47 district routing codes confirmed. Testimony bundles 1 through 12 sent. Beginning witness account." Vexara puffed pulling. Her arms burned, her vision blurred at the edges. She counted rotations to keep her mind from the pain, the same arithmetic she had always used, but this time she counted for a different reason. She counted because Marnik was still pulling beside her, because Rek was still sending, because the woman with the brass pin had chosen to stay. The transmission hum deepened. The coils held. 13 through 24 confirmed, Greth called. Routing to Northern Enclave Relay. Southern District Relay responding. 3 secondary relays answering. Marnik's breath came in heaves. Blood from his bandaged hands slicked the crank handle, mixing with the rust and water. 25 through 36. All enclaves receiving. Signal strength holding. Vexara's leg gave out. She caught herself on the crank housing, pulled herself back upright, and kept turning. Final bundle, Vexara said. Vexara Dunholdt. Signed recommendations. Original compact routing. Distribution confirmed. The line crackled. A voice cut through the static. Not Greth's. Selka Mire's voice, flat and precise, arrived through the transmission line like a blade to the cloth. Override protocol. Header wipe engaged. Incoming relay headers corrupted. Resending. Vexara stopped turning. The crank froze in her hands. Do not stop, Marnik said. She is wiping the headers, Vexara said. Without headers, the enclaves will not know where the transmission came from. They will not know it is real. Then send something she cannot wipe. Vexara looked at the woman with the brass pin. The woman met her gaze, and then she reached into her dispatch case and pulled out a second key, identical to the first, unworn, unmarked. The master key, she said, to the archive vault in Karth Hollow, the one Selka thinks I burned. Vexara took it. The metal was warm. Gret's voice broke through the static. Headers are dropping. 3 relays lysed. 5, 7. She is burning through the routing chain. Vexara held the master key in her hand. The fog reached the boiler room door. Chapter 76. The fog curled against the boiler room door, leaving frost trails on the iron like fingers dragging through glass. Vexara held the master key. Warm. Simple. A piece of metal that Selka Mire believed had fed the fire months ago. She turned to the woman with the brass pin. Why now? Because you chose the crank, the woman said. Because you pulled until your hands bled and then kept pulling. Selka would have counted the rotations and stopped at the minimum. That is not an answer. It is the only one you get. The woman's gaze held steady. The vault holds every original routing contract, every seal authorization, every labor conversion she signed for the last 9 years. Selka kept copies in the compact archive. Vexara Dunholdt kept none of it. Vexara closed her fingers around the key. The metal pressed into her palm like a second scar. Above them, Grit's voice cut through the hum of the transmission line. Headers down to 12 relays. She is burning through the routing chain faster than I can resend. At current rate, we lose full distribution in 90 seconds. Vexara moved. She took the stairs 2 at a time, the master key still in her fist, and reached the press floor as Gwith stood over the transmission console with his spectacles cracked and his hands shaking. What do you need? A way to anchor the testimony to something she cannot wipe, Gwith said. Right now, every header traces to the Upvale relay. She owns that chain. If I could attach the bundles to multiple entry points, dead crews, civic archives, debt records, living witnesses, the system would have to honor all of them or void the entire protocol. Do it. I need authorization codes for each class. The compact sealed the civic archive chain after the silence. Only registered claimants can reopen it. Vexara looked at the testimony pages still stacked on the press table, at the ledger sheets already transmitted, at the signed recommendations she had written 3 years before the silence, now scattered across 47 districts with corrupted headers that Selka was systematically erasing. She pulled the testimony crate closer and began pulling pages. Route 7C, she said. Original dispatch files. My name, my signature, my recommendations. I am a registered claimant on every northern salvage route the compact authorized between the silence and the purge order. Gwith's hands stopped shaking. That gives us the dead crew class, medical dependents, labor debtors. You signed their dispatch orders. I wrote the routing codes that sent them north, Vexara said. If the system honors claimant authority, it has to honor mine. She pushed the pages across the table. Gwith fed them into the transmission console with the precision of a man who had spent years believing the record mattered. The line crackled. The header fields began to populate. Dead crew class attached, routing chain crunching. The transmission hum deepened. Civic Archive class, Gwith said. I need a living witness with sealed testimony on file. The woman with the brass pin stepped forward. I burned the originals, she said, but I kept the registration tokens. Every document I destroyed, I logged the token before the flame touched it. She reached into her dispatch case and pulled out a bundle of brass tags, each one stamped with a registration number and a date. How many? Gwith asked. 43, 47 if you count the ones Selka thinks I burned with the rest. Gwith took the tags. He fed them into the console one at a time, and each one added a new header line, a new routing branch, a new point of entry that Selka's override would have to corrupt individually. Debt record class, Gwith said. I need a living debtor. Vexara looked at Marnik. He was still at the crank housing, his bandaged hands slick with blood and rust, his breath coming in heaves. I am still listed, he said. Hull capacity above standard, low attrition risk. That assessment is still active in the Compact's northern ledger. You read it, Vexara said. I heard Gwith read it aloud, Marnik said. The night before we reached the grain cache, you thought I was asleep. I was not. He pulled himself upright and walked to the console. Gwith entered Marnik's name into the debt record field. The line locked. Living witness class, Gwith said. Pelson looked up from Talon's side. Me. You're not on any compact ledger. My sister is, Pelson said. I watched the marker. I know the registration number. I know the date. I know the debt classification. He recited the numbers without looking away from the console. Gwith entered them. The line locked. That gives us 5 active claimant classes, Gwith said. Dead crews, civic archives, debt records, living witnesses, original dispatch authority. Selka can wipe the headers on any single chain, but she cannot void all 5 simultaneously without triggering a protocol audit. The transmission line flared. Selka's voice returned, colder this time. Header wiping complete, multiple claimant chains detected, override protocol extended. The line went silent. For 3 full seconds, nothing moved. Then Gwith let out a breath that sounded like it had been trapped in his chest for hours. The headers are holding. 47 district relays are reading the testimony as valid multi-chain transmission. She cannot corrupt them without voiding her own authorization codes. A crack ran through the press floor. Vexara looked down. The stone beneath her feet was gray with frost. The Illa stood at the edge of the transmission station, her hand pressed to the wall, her pupils white as bone. The silence has reached the cellar, she said. It is moving through the foundation. One of the support pillars has gone numb. The crack in the floor widened. The press housing groaned. Marnik pulled his hands from the crank handle and stepped back as frost climbed the iron shaft. How long? Vexara asked. Until the floor gives way. Othella's voice was flat. Long enough to finish the transmission. Not long enough to clear the building. The crack reached the console. Gwith grabbed the last stack of testimony pages and held them clear of the spreading frost. I need 30 more seconds to confirm the routing seals, he said. Without seals, the enclaves will not know which chain to trust. Vexara looked at the master key in her hand, at the crack in the floor, at Hela, whose breath came in white clouds even though the transmission station was still warm. Get the unit out, she said. What are you going to do? Telson asked. Vexara did not answer. She knelt beside the console and fitted the master key into a slot she had not noticed before, a brass plate at the base of the transmission housing that matched the Archive Vought seal perfectly. The key turned. The floor trembled. And somewhere beneath the river, deep in the foundation where the water and the silence and the old compact machinery met, something began to open. Chapter 77. The crack in the press floor widened, and Vexara felt the tremor travel up through her boots like a pulse from the river itself. The master key was still in her hand, the slot at the transmission housing still warm where the brass had turned. The pillar, Ithila said. The one I warned you about. Vexara looked up. The support column at the center of the print room was no longer straight. It leaned east toward the river, and a gray fracture ran from its base to the ceiling beam above. Stone dust drifted down through the lamplight like fine snow. "How long?" Vexara asked. "Minutes," Ithila said. "Maybe less." The press housing groaned again, and this time the sound came with a grinding scrape of metal on stone. The second duplicator tilted forward as the floor beneath it sagged. The Kretsch, which still feeding pages into the console, his spectacles cracked, his hands shaking. "I need the routing seals," he said. "Without them—" "Forget the seals," Vexara said. "Get the finished bundles to the boats." Siora was already moving. She grabbed the nearest stack of testimony pages, still warm from the press, and shoved them into Marnik's chest. "You carry. I'll clear the path." Marnik took the bundles without argument. His bandaged hands left blood on the pepper as he turned toward the loading doors. Pelson pulled Talon to her feet. She was shivering so hard her teeth clicked, but she stood. "The medicine," Vexala said. "I have it." Siora had already slung the medicine crate over her shoulder. "Move!" The floor trembled again, harder this time. The leaning pillar shed a shower of stone fragments. They hit the press housing and skittered across the ink-stained floor like hail. Vexara grabbed the last bundle from the third press, the one that had finished stamping just before the fog seized the ink tray. The pages were still warm, the type crisp. She looked for the witness crate. It sat beside the console where Joran had left it, near the widening crack that now ran from the base of the transmission housing to the edge of the cellar stairs. The crate was oak and iron-bound, heavy with ledgers and testimony originals. The cellar stairs. Vexara's stomach tightened. The crack had reached the top step. Beyond it, the cellar was dark and flooded, the water rising faster than the silence tonight, and something had opened beneath the river when she turned the key. "Vexara," Torvin's voice. She turned. He stood at the loading doors, one hand braced against the frame, the other holding a heat pack. "We need to move, now." "The crate. Leave it. It has the originals, the dead curves, the routing codes, the—" "I know what it has," Torvin said. "If you are dead, the originals mean nothing." The pillar groaned. The ceiling beam above it bowed. Siora was already on the loading dock, waving the others toward the boats. Marnik had Talon over his shoulder. Pesson limped beside them, carrying the medicine crate Siora had passed to him. Vakreth stood at the console, still trying to enter the routing seals. "Vakreth," Vexara said. "Now!" He looked up. His cracked spectacles reflected the console's dying amber light. "I need 30 seconds. You have 10. The pillar cracked again, and this time the sound was not stone dust or scraping metal. It was a deep, wet snap, like a bone breaking under water, and the entire east side of the print room sagged as the ceiling beam gave way. The floor dropped 6 inches at the corner. The witness crate slid. It moved slowly at first, a foot of iron-bound oak scraping across stone. Then it picked up speed as the floor tilted and the crack at the cellar stairs widened into a gaping hole. Vexara did not think. She ran. "Vexara!" Torvin's voice followed her, sharp and furious. She reached the crate as it tipped over the edge of the cellar stairs. The oak slammed into the step below, and the iron bands screeched against stone. The ledgers inside shifted, the weight pulling the crate forward, and the darkness below swallowed the bottom half of the crate as it slid into the flooding cellar. Vexara threw herself after it. Her hands caught the iron handle on the crate's side just as it cleared the top step. The impact jarred her shoulder, and her bad leg buckled as she hit the stairs, but she held on. The crate was heavy, heavier than it had any right to be, and the water below was dark and cold and rising. She could not pull it back up. She could not let go. Behind her, the print room collapsed. The pillar went down and the ceiling came with it. Stone and timber and frozen metal crashed into the floor where she had been standing 3 seconds ago. The press housing crumpled. The transmission console sparked and died. Weck waded through the loading doors. Siora had him by the collar. Marnik was already on the boat, Talon in his arms, Pelson beside him. Torvin stood at the edge of the cellar stairs, his face lit by the fire from the broken transmission line. He looked down at Vexara. She looked up at him, one hand locked on the crate's iron handle, the other bracing against the cellar wall, her feet in the rising water. The master key was still in her coat pocket. The crate was still in her grip, and the cellar door behind her was beginning to close. Chapter 78. The cellar door closed. Not with a slam, not with a seal, with a wet, grinding sound, like stone sliding against stone, and the light from the print room died in a single blink. Darkness. Vexara had the crate's iron handle and listened to the water rise. It was already past her ankles, moving up her calves with a cold that did not feel like river water. It felt like the silence had found the cellar first and was pulling the river behind it like a shroud. She could not see. She could not hear the unit above, could not hear the boats or the collapse or anything but the water and the slow groan of settling stone. The crate was heavy. She could let it go. Climb the stairs. Find the door. The door had closed. She ran her free hand along the stone behind her until her fingers found the seam where the cellar door had sealed shut. No gap. No handle on this side. Someone had built this room to close from the outside, and whatever had pushed the door home was not going to open it again. The water reached her knees. The crate would float if she let it. Oak and iron would stay buoyant for a while, long enough to keep the ledgers dry if she found a ledge to wedge it against. She found no ledge. The walls were smooth, mortared stone, slick with condensation and cold. No shelves, no pipes, no handholds. Just the stairs going up to a door that would not open, and the water rising from below. Vexara pressed her forehead against the crate's iron band. One life for the record. The thought came without permission, cold and familiar as the water. Ithilla had already volunteered. Marnik was bleeding from both hands. Pelson could barely stand. Torvin was the medic, Egreth the memory, Siora the only one who could still rig a heat cage. Vexara was the one who knew the testimony. If she died here, the ledgers died with her. The dead crews, the routing codes, the 5 chain claimant seals, all of it would sink into the cellar and never reach the enclaves. One life. Hers. The arithmetic was clean. She had taught herself to solve this equation in the first year after the silence, when every day demanded someone be left behind. The answer had never been wrong. The water reached her thighs. She could feel the cold now, not just temperature, but absence, the same numb creep she had felt at the edge of every silence pocket she had ever crossed. It was not water that was rising. It was the dead zone, and it was coming up through the foundation drains. The crate shifted in her grip. She held it tighter. The cellar groaned. A beam had fallen across the stairs, pinning the lower treads under splintered timber. The ceiling above it sagged, and somewhere in the dot she heard the drip of water finding new paths through the stone. She was not getting out. She accepted that. What she could not accept was losing the crate, the ledgers, the originals, the dead names that could still speak as claimants. If the water took them, if the silence erased them, then Athila had volunteered for nothing. Marnik had bled for nothing. The woman with the brass pin had burned her own life for nothing. The water reached her waist. The crate lifted, buoyant now, its iron band scraping against her coat as it floated beside her. She kept her grip on the handle and let the crate pull her toward the ceiling. Her head bumped stone. The air was thin here, pressed between the rising water and the sagging ceiling beam, and she could taste the cold in it, metallic and dead. She held the crate with both hands. The ledgers shifted inside, pages swelling with moisture, and she realized the seal had not held. Water was seeping through the iron bends, through the oak slats, into the testimony. She had maybe 2 minutes before the ink began to blur, maybe 1. "Vexara!" The voice came from above, muffled through stone and water, but she knew it. Torvin. She looked up. The cellar door had not opened. The sound came from the ceiling, from the gap where the beam had fallen and the stone above it had cracked. A sliver of amber light bled through, thin as a knife blade. "I told you to leave," she said. Her voice sounded strange, pressed flat by the cold. You also told me you would not be last. Torvin's voice was barely audible. You lied. A scraping sound. The sliver of light widened, and a chunk of stone fell into the water beside her, splashing against the crate. The beam is wedged, he said. I can move it, but the ceiling will come down on the other side. Then do not move it. If I do not move it, you drown. She looked at the crate. The ledgers inside were swelling. She could feel the paper softening through the oak. The crate is taking on water, she said. I have maybe 90 seconds before the ink is gone. The crate can be rebuilt. The originals cannot. Torvin was silent for 3 heartbeats. Then Joran's voice, low and thin. The chain is not long enough to reach her from this angle. The beam is blocking the drop. Cut the beam. With what? I have a pry bars and a knife that is already bent. Then go under it. If I go under it, the ceiling comes down on me, and then nobody is pulling anyone out because you will be. Stop. Vexara said it loud enough that both voices cut short. The water was at her chest now. The crate floated against her chin, and she could see the ledgers through the gap between the iron bands, the pages dark with moisture, the ink bleeding into graying smears. She had lived by arithmetic. She had trusted the numbers because numbers never lied, never broke faith, never asked for more than she could give. But the arithmetic had never held a crate against a rising dead zone while 2 people she had trained to expect betrayal argued about how to save her. The crate is lost, she said. She did not recognize her own voice. Vexara, no. Torvin. The ink is already gone. The ledgers are dead. If you bring the ceiling down trying to save me, you bury the testimony, the bodies, and any chance of proving the chain existed. I do not care about the chain. You should. I care about you. The words hit her like a blow. She had not expected them, had not earned them, had spent every day of this journey proving she was not worth those words, and he had said them anyway. The water reached her throat. The crate bumped against her chin, and she realized she was being pushed upward, that the gap between the ceiling and the water was shrinking, and that in another minute there would be no air left. The master key was still in her coat pocket. She could not use it underwater. Torvin, I am here. Do not come after me. That is not a choice you get to make. She heard the beam shift, heard the stone above it grind, and then a crash as the ceiling sagged farther. A slab of masonry fell into the water, and the crate jerked in her grip as the shockwave passed through it. Joran, she said, chin him out of here. He is not listening to me. He never does. The water was at her lips. She tilted her head back, found the last pocket of air against the ceiling, and breathed. Below her, the dead zone rose. It was not cold anymore. It was just absence. No sound, though heat, no pressure. The kind of nothing that made her wonder whether she had already drowned and was too numb to notice. She held the crate, even empty, even useless, even with the ink bleeding into gray water, she held it. A crack split the darkness. Not stone, light. Joran's voice, hoarse with effort. The beam is moving. Torvin, now, now, now. The ceiling groaned. The water surged, and a hand closed around her wrist. Chapter 79. The hand around her wrist pulled. Vexara broke the surface, choking, water streaming from her mouth and nose, the crate still locked in her grip. Torvin's face was above her, streaked with blood from a gash across his forehead, his other arm braced against the beam that had pinned the ceiling open. Stop fighting me, he said. I am not fighting. You are thinking. Stop thinking. He hauled her toward the gap, and she felt the crate snag on something below, the weight of it dragging her back. Water sloshed against her chin. The crate is stuck. Let it go. No! Joran appeared on the other side of the gap, lower, somewhere in the rubble, and she saw the chain wrapped around his shoulder, the end of it disappearing into the dark water. I found the mooring hook, he said. It is bolted to the foundation wall. If I wrap the chain around the crate banes and you both pull from above, we might lift it past whatever is holding it. The ceiling will not hold that long, Torvin said. Then you find a better idea. Vexara looked at the crate. The ledgers were swollen, the ink bleeding, the paper turning to pulp inside the oak. It was already dead. She had told them it was dead, and still Torvin had come down after her, and still Joran had found the chain, and still they were both waiting for her to choose. "Wrap the chain," she said. Joran dove. The water swallowed him without a sound, and for 5 heartbeats there was nothing but the grinding of stone overhead and the drip of water through the gap. Then the chain went taut, and the crate jerked in her grip, and Joran surfaced, gasping, his face gray with cold. "It is around the band," he said. "Now pull." Torvin hauled. Vexara pushed with her legs, found no purchase, pushed again. The crate shifted, caught, shifted again, and then it was rising, breaking free of whatever had snagged it below, and she was rising with it. Torvin's hand in her collar, Joran's shoulder under her arm, the chain scraping across the stone lip of the gap. They came out together into the ruined print room. The air was full of dust and smoke and the smell of wet ash. The ceiling had caved at the east corner, and the floor sloped toward the river where the foundation had cracked open. Water poured through the gap, black and steady. The crate landed on the sloped floor with a wet thud. Vexara lay beside it, coughing. Torvin was already on his feet, pulling her up. Joran was coiling the chain with hands that would not stop shaking. "The boat," Torvin said. "Now." They moved. Vexara lead screamed with every step, the cold having settled deep into the joint, but she did not stop. She dragged the crate across the sloped floor, the iron bands scraping against stones, and Torvin took the other handle without asking. They reached the loading doors. The river was below them, gray and swollen, and the last boat was tied to the pier, a flat-bottomed skiff with Siora at the oars and a Grith in the prow holding a lantern. Ilela was at the prow too, half-conscious, her head lolling against Grith's shoulder, her pupils white. "Get in," Siora said. "Now." Torvin lowered the crate into the boat. Vexara followed, her hands numb, her knees buckling as she landed. Joran untied the mooring line and jumped, landing hard, and Siora pushed off before he was fully inside. The skiff drifted into the current. Behind them, the relay house groaned. Vexara turned. The facade was still standing, but the roof had collapsed, and the upper windows were vomiting smoke. The riverside of the foundation had cracked open, and water was pouring into the cellar she had just escaped, filling the space where she would have drowned. Then the front wall buckled. It fell outward, slow and deliberate, like a man kneeling, and the whole structure sogged into the river with a sound that was more sigh than crash. Stone, timber, and iron slid into the current, sending a wave that rocked the skiff and splashed cold water across Vexara's chest. The house was gone. The testimony was gone. The master key was still in her coat pocket, pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She pulled the crate toward her, pried the iron bands apart, and looked inside. The ledgers were swollen, the pages fused into a single pulpy mass, the ink smeared into gray illegibility. The top page was blank except for a single dark streak where the ink had bled from the text above. She closed the lid. "The originals are lost," she said. No one answered. The boat drifted. For a long time there was only the sound of water, the creak of the oars, and the labored breathing of the people who had survived the print room, the cellar, and the collapse. Then Greth said, "The copies." "What copies?" "The ones I distributed before the presses fell. Into the current, into the river." He pointed. Vexara looked. The river was carrying them. Dozens of them, maybe more. Loose pages and folded bundles, some half submerged, some riding the current like fragile boats moving downstream toward the enclaves. And some were burning. A smear of orange light caught her eye, and she saw a page of flame, drifting past, the fire eating the paper from the edges inward, the ink dark against the flames before it turned to ash. More followed. A cluster of them, burning together, their light reflecting off the water like signal birds moving through the dark. "The compact is burning them upstream," Siora said. "They must have torched the archive on the north bank." "Let them burn," Vexara said. She reached into her coat and pulled out the master key. Cold, heavy, still dry. "They cannot burn what we already sent." Greth adjusted his cracked spectacles. The routing seals, did they confirm? I do not know. If they did not confirm, the enclaves received blank headers, testimony with no source, no way to verify. Then we verify it. How? Vexara looked at the key in her hand. We opened the vault. The boat drifted on. Behind them, the burning pages scattered across the river, each one a small orange star, fading, guttering, and sinking into the current. Ahead of them, the first lights of Karth Hollow appeared through the fog, and in the prow, Ithila stirred, her white pupils catching the flame light, her cracked lips moving in a whisper no heard. Chapter 80. The skiff's hull scraped against the dock before anyone spoke. Vexara's hands were still numb from the river, from the chain, from the cold that had climbed past her wrists and into her bones. She did not loosen her grip on the master key. She had not put it away since pulling it from her coat. The dock bumped wooden pilings. No one reached for the mooring line. A woman at the front of the crowd stepped forward. She had a child on her hip and a folded page in her free hand, the paper wrinkled and damp, and the ink smeared along the creases where she had read it more than once. "We found these in the river," she said. Her voice was not loud, but the silence swallowed it and held it. "We found them in the baskets, in the current. Pages and pages floating past the south jetty. Some were burning, some were still dry enough to read." She looked down at the page in her hand, then back at Vexara. "Is it true?" Vexara did not answer immediately. She was aware of Torvin behind her, still breathing hard, of Joran coiling the chain with hands that would not stop, of Gareth standing in the prow with Ithila half sagging against his shoulder. She was aware of all of them, alive, on the boat, breathing. "Which part?" Vexara said. The woman's grip tightened on the page. "All of it. The contracts, the purge orders, the names, every name." Vexara looked at the crowd. There were more of them now. Figures emerging from the fog, from the narrow streets between the wharf buildings, from doorways that had been barred a moment ago. They carried lanterns and candles and nothing that looked like a weapon. They carried pages, copies, wet, some barely legible, some still trailing river water. "Every name is true," Vexara said. "Every contract, every clause. The compact designed the retrieval program to cull dissenters, debtors, and anyone who could not be controlled through ration law. The seed vault exists, the coordinates exist, the medicine exists." She paused. "And my name is on the documents that made it possible." A murmur went through the crowd. Not shock, recognition. Some of them already knew. The pages had told them. "I wrote the efficiency recommendations the compact used to classify medical dependents as net negative consumers," Vexara said. "I wrote the language Selkma Mire copied into the purge order. I built the ledger." She held the pen. She climbed off the skiff onto the dock. Her leg nearly buckled. She did not let it. "I am not innocent," she said. "I am not offering you a clean hero. I am offering you the truth, recorded by those who died in the Expanse and carried out by those who survived it. If that is not enough, I understand, but it is all I have." Vexara did not answer. A figure approached through the crowd. Gray hair, neat coat, hands clean despite the chaos. Hesk Torin. He stopped a few paces away and held out a folder. "I thought you might want this," he said, "before I burn the rest." Vexara took the folder. It was thin. A single page inside, folded once, the paper yellowed and brittle. She opened it. Her name, her signature. A recommendation dated 3 years before the silence, classifying 47 households in the Northern Labor District as deferred support liabilities. She had written it. She had signed it. She folded the page and tucked it into her coat alongside the master key. "Burn the rest," she said. Torin nodded. He turned and walked back into the crowd, and Vexara watched him go. The clerk finished reading. The pair fell silent. Then a voice rose from the crowd, thin and frightened. "What happens to us now?" Vexara turned. The question had come from a young woman with a child at her side, both of them holding a single damp page between them, their faces lit by a candle that flickered in the fog. Vexara did not soften. She did not offer comfort. She stood where she was, scarred and cold and still dripping river water, and she spoke the only answer she had. Nothing that happens to you will happen quietly again. I cannot promise safety. I cannot promise mercy. But I promise you this. The compact will no longer be allowed to bury its arithmetic in silence. She looked at the crowd. And anyone who tries will have to go through me first. The crowd stirred, not applause, not celebration, a sound more like a held breath released. Beside her, Torvin said nothing. Behind her, the unit stood in a loose line, battered and bleeding and still breathing. And in the prow of the skiff, still half-conscious, Ithala's lips moved in a whisper that no one heard, but this time her hand rose. She pointed east, toward the smoke, toward the burning archives, toward the place where Mire was already building the next ledger.